Welcome to a complete IT professional course. This course is designed for people who would like to start an IT career. But this course is not just created today. I mean, it took us long time to create this whole course. So what we have decided, we have actually compiled the whole course in just one YouTube video. Now, if you think about it, where is this course coming from? If you go to Jobs.to and then go to Learning Path, we already have this course available in more of a complete LMS learning management system style process. So you're going to come over here and you're going to click on self-paced program, and now the compilation is basically kind of multiple courses are combined together. So we took some of the important videos from IT Fundamental, and then we took some of the important videos from Help Desk Support Technical Skills. Then after that we went through to more of the ticketing system, Active Directory, troubleshooting, remote troubleshooting, and also some of the videos we took it out from our YouTube channel. So this is a very big course. My recommendation for you will be to take it slow, just read it, listen to the videos, take some notes, and when you get tired, shut down that video and then come back to it and learn from it again. But do not try to finish this in 1 or 2 days. It will burn you out. Now, another main point that I want to make before people start on this course will have the first 1.5 hours or 2 hours will be something to show you what this career is about with real world examples. So you may not see like a let's go ahead and start learning. It's not like that. The first thing is that if you want to become an IT professional, usually we don't see that kind of image in certifications, and we are always lost when we finish our certifications. Like, why did I do A+? Where can I use it? Who am I gonna be in the job? Like, what are they going to call me? So that is very important for people to understand, and this is why this course is a learning course, an educational course, not for someone who just are looking for some technical skills. Because if you are looking for that type of skills immediately and you want to learn because you already know what a help desk is and what kind of positions you will be applying for, all of that stuff, if you know that, if you're comfortable with that, if you have confidence, then just go to the jobs.to and start with specific courses. And if that's not something that you want to invest because the certifications are paid and stuff like that, you may want to just go back to the YouTube channel and then click on the playlist. We have all these videos available in the channel format. So good luck with this course. If you have any questions or comments, please comment below and I will respond.
If there's going to be any confusion, then this is the video that you would want to watch again and again till you get the whole point of this course. This course is designed basically for real world scenarios, and when we talk about reality, when we say that we're going to prepare you for that job, we're actually talking about the real jobs in the market right now. If you were going to go to Indeed.com or any job boards online and you type the help desk positions and you just click on find and you see the help desk jobs around you, and let's say you click on one, and this is the information that we are going to prepare you for. We are preparing you for this type of requirements that people are putting out there. Some may make sense, some may not make sense to you because some may be too advanced. And then throughout the course we tell you and we give you confidence that don't get scared of this information. When you finish your courses, you will be able to answer these questions, and if you can't answer some of the advanced questions before you go to the interview, we tell people that it's fine because that is how you're going to prepare your mind for it, and this is okay. They just put the requirements in there, but not all the requirements are going to be covered in any job. It does not matter where you go in IT, you will not be able to find that one perfect requirement where you're going to think that you are a perfect IT person. That is never going to happen. So you have to at least prepare yourself for reality. And we know a lot of people are coming from student background who basically have no skills and no real world skills. You probably went to some computer science courses, and some people are transitioning to IT. Maybe they have some customer service skills and other skills, and maybe there are people that are just coming brand new to different countries, and they're looking for some quick way to get into IT. So my main goal in this video is going to be explaining this course, how we design this course. So by looking at the description of this course is a study of help desk administration and real world skills. So when we say real world, we basically take our phone and show you the real servers and real desktops and how we do things. So just to kind of give you a feeling that how it is done in reality. And this is the big difference between this course and the way we do things, real world scenarios, and other people are not doing it. Is there are two things because they don't want to get away from their teachings, which is going to be focused towards certification, which perfectly makes sense. And they may not want to add videos that kind of shows more of like, not professional, we will call it. And that is also something that we don't care because we want to give you the real world skills, and that is exactly we think that's missing out there. And that's why our students and our members are landing jobs in such a high rating because they have this, and a lot of people are not doing this, and that is the advantage that you will have in this course. So, including how to manage resources, user group, and just some basic information, any IT person should know, and that is exactly what we're covering. It is actually covering any title that is called entry-level IT, so it could be desktop, help desk analyst, computer specialist, IT support, and so what are you going to get from this course? This is over 50 lectures and 50 hours, and this course is growing. So this, when I'm making this video, it could be 60, 70 hours because we put so much stuff in this, and that's why we call this course library course, because this is a never-ending course. So by the end of this course, you should be able to apply for jobs, and that is exactly what we're talking about. So if you go to the course and you go all the way down, these are the people that have finished these courses, and you can see the review on the front, and you can also come over here and click on IT career questions, and this is where people have already landed jobs and they have shared the information, interview questions, and then if you come to this section, project one, there's a review section. So many people have already reviewed and gave their ratings about this course, so you should want to watch that before even starting this course just to get some confidence. Now, the target audience for this course is entry-level IT students. Now, this does not mean that you have to be a student of college or university or high school. This means that anyone who is starting IT career and you want to become that IT pro and you're looking for that job, then that we call you a student or a member. Now, this can be also a great course for someone who have already landed a job. Let's say you landed a job 2 weeks ago, but you need to learn all these skills that any entry-level IT person you actually go through. It does not matter if you have to either study for this course or if you have landed a job, we know exactly where you are right now. As a student, you're confused because you're thinking about how am I going to do all these real world type of questions in interview, and what am I going to do on my first days, and how am I going to manage this stuff. And then a person who actually landed a job, you're already thinking about tomorrow because you're going to go tomorrow. You're working with Windows 10 machines or 7 machines, and someone's going to call you about it, and you need to really learn about how to troubleshoot these things or some other stuff that is going on these days. And this is exactly where we help you because this is a very powerful course for anyone. This is a skills. Basically, we have worked in IT for 10 to 15 years, and we just combine all these skills and just give it to you. And people usually either they don't have time to do this, or some people will say, why am I going to teach this person when I spent 15 years of my life? That's what we're basically saying, that look, we're not going to do that. So here's the thing, this course has no value, but just to give you a good feeling about how this course is value to us, you can just go to Google and type help desk course, and let's just find out how much are people charging for just 5 hours or 6 hours or 7 hours or maybe 4 days or maybe 30 days. You will see some really big changes in the prices. And we also have live training. But the live training is someone that basically is going to spend the time with you or give you the resources like labs, servers, and everything. So of course we will charge on that. But our free course, which is designed for people who can take it and just do something with it. Practically, you can do something with this free course. That is exactly what we have done over here. We have given you all of these resources for free. But if you are going to use our resources like servers, partners content, or anything like labs, then of course for that you have to pay. The next point is about investment. Now, this may sound a little weird for people who are thinking that I'm going to get everything for free, which is not true. You know, in IT world, you have to spend some money. Either it's going to be your own servers, and you have to apply these type of learning wherever you go to these sections, there are going to be some real world type of, demos that you need to look at it and then practice. So you either need to get your own equipments where you can do this kind of stuff, or you can get our servers, or you can do live training with us, or you can actually take some live labs, which is basically like a 1 year access. So there is going to be investment. This is not going to be free, total free course in terms of what you learn and how you're going to apply that. Of course, the learning piece is free in this course. You can just go over all of the course and you will find everything for free. But then there's going to be a point that you are going to take some steps for your own self, and that is your own investment.
Welcome to the Helpdesk course, and in this course you will learn some basic to advanced IT skills from the people that are already working in the field. For example, me, I worked in this field for a long time, and we have other people that are also worked in this field for a long time. So you will learn directly from them, and in this course it's a very hands-on course. We basically recommend Professor Messer A+ course because it's more of a little bit academic. They use a lot of terms and definitions. We will be just using examples directly hands-on in this course. In this course you will learn some of the basic things like plugging in new computers, making them available to other staff members, sometimes working on backup tapes and things like that, which is more manual work. Sometimes you need to take everything apart from the computer and then use it when you need it. Sometimes you might be working on the servers, you might be doing physical work, maybe unplugging the whole server, taking the old servers out, plugging in the new servers back in there. It depends on what type of your job, what type of requirements you have in the job, or maybe how many people you have in your job. Sometimes you might be working on a brand new computers. You need to unpack them, and this takes a lot of time. You need to unpack them and maybe plug everything back together and take it to the rooms or buildings. It depends again on your job requirements. Sometimes you might be working on Macintosh, Mac computers. It's not only about Windows computers. You might be working on Linux, Windows, Mac, any other technology that is available inside your company. Most of the time they will train you on that. Sometimes you might be working on the servers directly, going into the servers, turning it off, turning it on, or maybe the networking, plugging the wire in and out, and helping your network engineers. So guys, that was just a preview of this course. In this course we basically show you guys exactly what we do at work. Hopefully you guys really like this course. Make sure you drop your reviews or comments, or if you need help, make sure you email support@jobs.to. Thank you. One of the things that I do on this site and platform channel, when I see something good from other sites or websites or courses or anything like that, and if I think that this will benefit our members, I love to make a video on it. And then I like to share that source so then we appreciate the work behind it. So this is why in this video I'm not able to show the logo and everything, but I'm going to share the link and you can see yourself where this is coming from. But the important information over here is for people who would like to become an IT professional and they're still learning, in learning mode right now. They're still preparing their resume, and now after a month or a week or maybe in a few days you're trying to go out there. So what are these important things that you need to make sure you need to understand before you start applying for any entry-level IT position or any IT support position overall? It does not matter. So 12 traits hiring managers look for in help desk job candidates, and that's a really great title by itself. What are they looking for actually? You know, I know you guys are preparing yourself for technical stuff which you're getting from our site. We're giving you all the soft skills too, but you know, can we just talk about it? Just a quick talk. What are people looking for? A real desire to help people. This person does a great job because they truly want to help others, not because it's their job. They work hard to play hard, find joy in their day-to-day tasks, and have passion for their role. Now, you know, this is the piece that I tell my members in my courses all over, that if you're coming to this course, someone told you that you will make 60K, 70K, or above 100 in IT positions very quickly, and if you don't have the desire to help other people, then this job is not for you, because you may land a job, a very high paying job in US. I know people, they have landed it, and then after a few months they left it because they did not have the desire to help people. If you're not a people person, if you cannot talk to them, if you don't find joy in helping other people, then trust me, the support position is not for you, because every day you're going to be doing this and you're going to be dealing with people. And if you don't have smile on your face and you don't feel joy in fixing something, then this is not for you. Second point is that work with and not for the customers. So basically what this means, that you're working with the other person kind of like a partner. You're working in this company as a partner because you see a problem, and you as a help desk or an IT support person, you have kind of like a responsibility to work for this company to make sure that this problem is resolved, and not just temporarily. Maybe you have a better solution for the company. So you feel like you're involved with that person, not as a customer, like, somebody call you like, okay, I just fixed this and I'm just gonna, like treat them like, just kind of like, this is my job. This is what I get paid for. So whatever, blah, blah, blah. This person called me, I fix it, and that's it, and done. I have a temporary fix. I'm going to keep doing that. This person will not notice. So no, you should really, really come with a solution where then maybe they don't call you for the same problem. They may call you for a new problem, which you should be happy about that because it's a new problem. Let's just fix it, So that's how your attitude towards a customer should be. Like, you treat them as a partner, So another one is a positive and optimistic approach to problem solving. Support job can be difficult, we know that, but this person doesn't allow negative customer interactions to become contagious. I mean, forgive me about my English. In the face of tense or charged situation, this person knows how to stay logical and focus on solving the issue at hand. They approach customers with empathy, don't complain about customers when things get tough, and look for what can be learned from the situation. Now remember, there will be always a situation where someone will be angry, not at you. They're just going to be angry because maybe they were working on a document for long hours and now something crashed. The system is not coming up. You can't really do anything. You have the backup, but still that piece of information is lost. Of course, they're going to be pissed off. So what you can do? Are you going to go with the face with they're angry, you got angry, and all that kind of stuff? That's not going to work. For and in a business too, for a CEO or someone who's running the business, for them, they're going to be looking at you. How did you respond to this person? Because I know they were angry and stuff like that, which, they can take care of it and HR and stuff like that. But how did you respond to them? Did you also got mad because, you were fixing a problem, you couldn't fix it? So no, that's not an approach. You should be really, really calm. Another person might say something that you think that it was directed to me as an IT support professional. You should be very professional and just take it, just kind of like ignore that kind of stuff and all that negativity. And that's that this person is they don't mean it. And even if they do mean it, still you have other options and not go directly with them, start talking back to them or something like that. So you should be very calm about these type of situations. And if you do that, trust me, you are going to go very far in IT position. If you can handle a situation like this, then I'm telling you, you have no problem working in any IT support position. Create and cultivate a playful and relaxed work environment. This person enjoys themselves at work, spreading a positive can-do attitude. A great support agent integrates a bit of fun into their daily tasks to make everyone loads and lighter. So what this is like this, have you seen a support person walking in the hallway with a very, moody face? Most of the time you will not see that. You probably will see someone smiling. A lot of time they smile, like just because that's how they are. They love helping other people. They love to, you know, start conversation with someone, and then that this is where they, you know, this is like how you are noticed in the company, and that's why people rate help desk very high in the company when it comes to support, like, you know, ratings. They rate them high because they know, they appreciate it, because they see the energy in you, and this is why you're doing this job, because you have this type of energy that other people don't. So that's why you are in help desk and you are in IT position, because you're creating this nice positive vibe around you, you know. So that should be the way, you know, you should be conducting yourself. Collaborative team spirit. This person feels responsible not only for their own tasks, but also cares about their team workload too. They know when to ask for and offer help, and understand how much they can take on one time. They care about the team success and are happy. You know, okay, so this is about, you know, like, okay, in IT support job, trust me, if you are not playing with the team, if you're not going with the team, if you're not collaborating with the team, then you're making your own job very, very hard, because there are going to be times where you're going to need help. There are going to be times where you will need to learn more from somebody else. Even if this person have less knowledge than you, they may be better in one side, which you may need at some point. So you really need to work with your team members. You know, it's a physical thing too. You know, you may be working, you're a human. Sometimes you may be working on multiple things, and you may feel like, you know, okay, I really need to spread out these responsibilities. So this is where a team, a positive team members, a good you know, relationship with your managers, or a good relationship with your staff members or other co-workers, this is where you're going to get a lot of help, and this is where you can grow too. If you want to learn more, you need more time. Even at work, you know, you're not basically in help that you're not like 24/7 working and running around. There's a lot of time that you can learn, and this is where, if you have a good team, then you won't feel like stressed, you know. Then you're not like, okay, this responsibility is taken care by somebody else, or I have some time to learn more. Stuff like that you can do then. Passion for the product. An awesome support agent is an informed champion of their products, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so this could be multiple things. When they say product, this could be like about one specific company running a big product, and that's where the help desk is supporting that product. So yeah, then, you know, this person will be really, really involved in that product, and kind of like, you know, feel like that's their own product. So, you know, you're working on these products a lot, and you know, ins and out, you know. But in another way, the term product may be used for a company that's just like, it's kind of like let's say an idea, or some kind of non-profit where they run based on something that, you know, certifications or something like that. Then yeah, it's not a product, it's more like products. You're working on many other things. We're working on ideas, working on the full strategic pathway of the company. So you're kind of like involved in that. So yeah, definitely you will have a passion towards that, to understand more, and to be and this way you can troubleshoot better too. If you know the product well, then this way you can know the back end, how this thing is working, and you may be able to resolve it yourself, and you can easily tell the system admin or network engineers that, oh, okay, this is your side, and that's where the problem is, and you make their life easy too. All-star communication skills. I mean, the help desk is communication. You know, you're always in some type of communication. Either you're with clients, members, your own coworkers, or you know, anything that involves help desk. You're going to be working on, you know, applications. So applications will be supported by so many different departments, and then other people are going to be using that applications, like, you know, normal people, like public. So you will need to have a really good communication skills, and that does not mean you need to have like a perfect English, grammatically correct, all that kind of stuff. Like, you know, I spent like 15 years in IT. I still can, you know, do a lot of grammar stuff, but that doesn't hold me from, you know, me being better at communication. You know, that's where you need to learn, focus on where your weaknesses are, and then you can focus on that. Advocate for the customer with balance. So this person feels the customer pain, use their resources to go above and beyond. Same thing, we're going to come back to the customer, where you're basically kind of like telling the customer, let me take care of this, because I know sometimes, you know that this person will not be able to resolve this issue, and only you can resolve it. So if you know that, at this point, what you can do? I mean, are you going to make this customer more work for it? Are you gonna have them search more into their own problems? No, I mean, most of the time you just take over, take over, get the solution, and then try to make it more that if a customer be more proactive, so they may be able to do a lot of tasks where you feel like they will not be calling you for basic things. Then that's how you can make it. You can make a nice documentation for them. You can make some automation. That's where you can learn some skills from our sites, other sites. Try to learn PowerShell, stuff like that, and that's where you can help them, and they will really, really appreciate that, because then you are really helping them with something that they have no clue. So they were kind of like, oh wow, you just did this for me. Real respect for the customers. Again, customer. So you respect, of course. If you want respect for yourself, you have to respect other people, and that's how normal things work too. So you really have to respect your customer. It does not matter how a small or how a big problem is. I know a lot of people have this thing in IT. When someone calls you for something basic, they start sharing this information with other coworkers. Remember, other people are hearing you, and this is becoming normal in your job, and this is becoming normal to yourself. So you start talking about other people. That's kind of like you're basically not giving an employee or a customer respect. They may be 10 times better than you in their job and at their level. So if you do the same thing, they can really do the same thing to you. You should think about that. And then, just be respectful. Don't do anything stupid, because a lot of people hear you, a lot of people are around you. You may sometimes forget you're talking to someone, and it may just come out of your mouth. So don't do that. Detective-like troubleshooting skills. This is where we're really good at. This is where we teach you stuff. Remember, one of the hardest thing in help desk and IT positions are a lot of people, when they land a job or they look for the jobs, they really don't know the troubleshooting skills. They don't know the real world skills. And that's what you learn on the job. But what we did in our Jobs.to site, we created a course on top of real world skills. So now people can just go do their education, whatever they want to do. They can read a book, they can pass certifications, and now they got the certification in a few days. But the main thing is that, how do I learn the troubleshooting skills, which makes me an IT pro? And that's where we help you. We help you with now everything, even the soft skills. We give you everything. And at the end of the video, I'll show you that. So, of course, this is something that we covered a lot. I'm not going to go through the troubleshooting side of it. Analytical and process-oriented approach. This person understand support processes are important, and not only follow them, but help improve them. And again, coming back to my main point is that you can be a partner in the company, not just working in a company just like a normal person. Of course, if you see a problem and you have a fix for it, and you have this thinking, just think above, beyond your box. The small box. If you get stuck in this small box, then you're going to be always known as a help desk person. So you can move up. But if you start thinking about outside of the box, and you start looking at this problem from a different angle, then you may be able to provide a really good solution to a company, and that can lead you to many other things. I have many examples on our site. A lot of people have done that. 30K to 60K, 60K to 80 now. So and that's just 6 months of the period. I mean, we have so many people that have different things. Go to the site, check it out. Care for quality or quantity. When you have a long list of tickets, know there are more coming. It's tempting to work on as many as possible without truly solving the problem at hand. Focusing on the quality and support gives you. Okay, so this is more of like, what's important to you. I mean, if you have, do you want to just close the tickets and not really like solving them and doing like I said in the beginning? Do you want to do a temporary fix? You can do that, but you don't want this customer to call you again for that same reason. Maybe you want to come up with a really good solution. People are going to respect that too. People are going to love that, and you love yourself too, because then you have more harder issues coming on your way, and that's where you're becoming a more experienced IT professional. And that was the last one. Land a job. I mean, this information, none of these posts are going to, unfortunately, they're not going to help you. This is where you're going to need a full course on this stuff. This is Danish from Jobs.to. Sometimes Some of the IT calls are very, very small to fix. I mean, they're just very, like, you just need to plug this in. So what are those called? Let's take a look. They call and people will say, you know what, I'm trying to type on the keyboard, but nothing is working. Trust me, even though it's a very basic thing, but still people will forget to turn it on and turn this on. The mouse needs to be on, and then everything starts working. Yeah, I know it's something that you would think, oh my God, everybody would know this. No, trust me, when people do conference and things like that, it's not that they don't know. Sometimes just people forget things, and because they're doing multiple things at the same time. So for you as a new person, you shouldn't get your confidence should be there. You should just go make sure you're relaxed because people are watching you. Then you just look at it. Okay, this is a keyboard. This is wireless. Something should be working. So if you turn it on, it should work, right? Second thing is that sometimes you might have people with like laptops with the wireless stuff plugged in like this. So if you see that it's not working, so make sure the USB is connected, because this is how it's connecting. So if there's no USB, because what happens is there might be two rooms and one people will take it out and put it in another room, and now you might get a call that it's not working. And before you do any other troubleshooting, make sure you check the basics, and then you can move on, and you'll find either somebody moved it to another room, or you'll find that maybe it's not fully plugged in, or maybe somebody took it out because they wanted to plug their USB for their own presentations, and that's why you might get a call. You may get a call that I am trying to log into the laptop, but it's not working. I'm getting this error that, some kind of domain error. So what happened is that most of the time when people do conferences, they'll bring their own laptop. So they will unplug this wire, plug it into their laptop. And now what happened is that, since it's unplugged, you won't get any connection. So it's a very basic thing, and it happens all the time. You just come back and plug this in. Sometimes people will try to turn this thing on. It's not working because they might be not standing in the right place where the signals are going. So you just need to come back all the way down here and make sure it will turn on like that. And sometimes you'll get a call that this is not working at all. Maybe they don't know how to turn it on. Like this one has a power right here on the right side. You can't even see that. So people will call you, I can turn this on, or this is something wrong with it, there's no batteries in it. It's just maybe they didn't turn it on, but even batteries things can be the thing. You can change the batteries. That's another call for you guys. You might get a call with the projectors. So you just need to know what projector you're using. These are the names on the bottom. Go online, and if the projector is upside down, you just need to know how to play around with these buttons right here and to make sure you can just work on it. And the best way is to look at the name of the projector, do a little Google search, and learn some basic stuff on it. How to reset a projector, how to make it upside down, change the colors, or make the text bigger. You can get called by someone that the text is pretty small, can you make it bigger? So it will be nice if you know this, because people are going to be looking at you all over, like 30 people. So you don't want to look dumb, so just look at the number here, the name, and just do a little search and kind of train yourself on it. How to fax and how to copy. You're not going to get a call on how to copy things. This is very strange if people don't know how to copy things, but definitely you'll get a call on how to fax a paper from here to your network drive. So that's just something that you should look at your company's printers and kind of go over once with your IT guy or whoever is your coworker, or maybe you go over once and you should learn that, and then come back and do some practice, so then you learn it. So you're not you're not getting stuck in a call where people will call you and now you don't know, they don't know, and you both are just playing around. So yeah, that's not a good scenario. I need to help your system administrator or network engineer. They'll probably ask you, can you plug a computer and connect a console cable, which is this, to the switch or router. So you probably need to know how to at least do the basic stuff, like how to connect a console cable to a router switch. After that, they will take over. It might not be your call. Maybe at some point, maybe someone will tell you that, can you plug Ethernet to a switch port, So at this point, you will probably just bring a cable, make sure you do the wiring correctly, and plug it in. That's all you need to do. Tell the person that I plugged it in. Sometimes your computer might be having issue, like a user having some type of issue. Before you do anything, if there was some updates, if there was some kind of upgrades, if there was some type of machine that was on for a long time, the best thing you can do is to first save everything and restart the machine. It's a very basic thing, and most of the people will forget this. They will do a lot of things and all the troubleshooting and everything. At the end, they'll find out that by restarting this would have been fixed. So yeah, that's a basic thing you should do any troubleshooting. Sometime you may get a call, and this would be more of your either a manager or a system admin or network engineer needs your help to, hey, can you tell me the serial number of the switch, the router, servers. So you need to know where to look. It should be on the back side of it, serial number, service tag numbers, whatever you want to call it. So those are the type of calls that you might get, very basic things. And so you need to know. Now this is not a troubleshooting thing, but you at least need to know where to find things, right? Even on a laptop, you need to know when you do a service on it, you need to know where the tag is. So flip it around, check on the back right, and you should see the numbers in there. Some of the calls basically relates to how you organize yourself for future calls, proactive type of IT stuff. So let's say, for example, there was an issue with like some kind of hardware or some type of you need some type of like wiring. So if you have everything organized, what will happen is that issue will become a very small issue for you, because you don't need to look for it anymore. If there's a person having an issue with a video card, you'll just go, oh, I have another video card. You just change it to that, and that's it. And this is something that you prepared yourself ahead of the time. And the best IT people would do this, because think about this even in a help desk way. If somebody's machine goes down, all you need to know is, do you have the image, or do you have another backup machine for that, just for that backup. So you can just get that backup machine, plug it in, the person is doing their work, everything is getting saved on OneDrive, Dropbox, whatever they want to use it. And then when you're done with your troubleshooting, that's more advanced troubleshooting. So then you can just say, oh, I got it fixed, everything is good, let me take my backup machine out from here so then I can use it for another person. And trust me, I'm not gonna go inside the computer basic calls that when people call you about an application is crashing, all you need to do is sometimes you just need to like go to Task Manager, close the application, open it up again. Usually that happens with Outlook a lot. So you just do that. It's not like it's something wrong with it. Maybe they were just doing too many things, and at that one instance this happened, and you just need to know basic stuff that you went to Task Manager and you close it, or you restart the computer. And other things like somebody is not doing something correctly, you just need to be more relaxed when you go to their office and you sit down, because they expect you to know things, right? But even if you don't know, you can tell a person that you can look into it. But just for basic stuff, I would like you to do more of your own testings. If you come across something that you didn't know and you kind of felt like I'm not looking good in front of this person, that's a good lesson for you. Keep that in your mind. Note it down. So if something like that happened again, now. The question is that I would call it a ticket, because we're always going to relate it to our course. So let's say a user sent me a ticket that, hey, in this conference room we have an old computer, it's really slow, and tomorrow we have a president coming in and he's doing his PowerPoint presentation. Is there something you guys can do? Now, two things. If you're working in a company, you're new to IT, and that computer is new, you might just go and turn around some tools on it to clean it up, make it a little bit faster. But if you know that it's an old computer, then what are some alternatives that you have? Now, do you keep a computer that is like a backup, new computers that are like, you image them and you keep it for these kind of calls? So sometimes you just keep like 1 or 2 or 3 different type of computers and make them on like hook them up, update them, and then once you have this kind of call that this computer is slow, you just grab that computer, plug it in, and no time, you wasted no time, and that's it, you're done with that. Other way to do this is that sometimes you go and replace users' computers, like yearly or 2 years. You replace older computers with newer ones. So the older computers are really not that old. They might be a year old or 2 years old, but compared to the computer that is in the conference room right now, we have a better computer. So that could be like Windows 7, Windows 8, whatever it is. So you can just grab that computer and plug it out there, just update it, and then you're good to go, and just change the name of the computer. So this is the call that we have today. I have a call that we have one XP computer in a room. We should have replaced it, but things are busy. So what we're going to do right now, we're going to go grab another old computer, which is a better computer than that one, and we're just going to replace it, update it, and this call will be closed. So that's a real world example I'm going to show you guys step by step. First I need to do is to grab a computer that is, I think, a good computer. Something behind, some of the things that you need to remember is when you replace this computer, now this is somebody's old computer. Now I'm not going to be putting a new image or new Windows on it, because I really want to keep that old information at least more than 30 days. So I'm not going to touch it. I'm just going to change the name of this computer, but I'll make sure that I update it. So that's what we're going to do today. Make sure you guys remember there's a physical part to it. I'm moving this computer, so that's a real world. So I'm going to replace this one with XP. This is the old computer. Now make sure you guys save this computer somewhere safe if they need data or anything, but in this case we don't need any data. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to unplug this one and put the new one, and then I'm going to update it, and that's it. It's good to put a note out there, what was the old computer name and what's the new computer name and date. So if there's any other technicians and they look into it and they go, oh, there was an old computer name, this is the old computer name, and this is a new one, this is how it got basically changed. Or if somebody's looking into the old computer for user call and say, hey, I'm missing this document, and they want to go back so they can look into this computer. Good to have information. And that's another physical port. You need to plug everything. The reason I'm just showing this and recording to kind of give you guys a feel that there's a physical part to it, bending down, picking up computers, stuff like that. So you get a great first-hand feeling. And that's it. Turn this on. So here's a scenario. This is a scenario-based video where help desk basically sent me an email. I'm in the process of rebuilding a PC for a user, but when I tried to install Semantic endpoint, it said that it wasn't compatible with the version of Windows that I'm running. Do you know if there is any update clients that I could use? So basically, the history behind this is that Semantic is they pushed out some updates like recently because some of the that security thing that happened and one of their clients stopped working when people start updating like Windows and stuff like that. So they need to get the new update out for Windows 10. So as a system administrator, when you're working in an environment and you're dealing with multiple computers, you don't deal with one type of like a single base antivirus. You don't put that on machines. You usually manage it through servers, and I have that in my help desk course. If you want to know more in details, you should take the help desk course. But in this case, I am going to show basically communication, not like a communication, but this is kind of like between an IT and an IT basically. And he knows that he can fix this, but he just needs an update. And my job is basically now to provide that update. Now, of course, that is going to be done. I'm not going to show that, but that's what's going to happen. And it's going to be an email. I'm going to send that to him that, hey, I put it into this folder. Go ahead and try that on your Windows 10 machine. And that's it. But what is the issue? The issue is related to Semantic. And let's go ahead and open Semantic server and let's create a new package. Okay, so while I was doing that, because it took me so much time to kind of when you don't do things on a regular basis, you're gonna forget these things. And I felt like I should record this for other people who can come to the same scenario. First of all, you need to remember that you have to go to the Semantic the file connect, where basically they put all their downloads and everything. They also provide you a package, which is kind of like when you have the client available. Let's say if this help desk person told me that okay, I have, let's say for example 12.1.5 and then the version is like, let's say the build is 7600. I'm just making this up, and he's looking for a better version. I'll probably send him a link that you can directly download an update, like a patch, and he could have run that. But in this case, he's running a fresh install on a Windows 10 machine, and he can't really do the patch thing. So in Semantic specifically, you need to go to their site and you need to have your own license key. Now, of course, I cannot show you the license key, but you have to have your license key. When you work in your environment, you are going to get that. So when you click on File Connect, and if you don't know how to get here, just Google File Connect Semantic and you will get to this page, and then you will put your like your license number, which is probably going to be like M123 M256 whatever. So you put that in there, and then you are going to get to these files where you need to install this file, which I'm going to show you right now. This is the one that you need. When you put your license key and you click on connect, you're going to come all the way down, and then you're going to need this right here. It says right here, Semantic Endpoint Protection 12.1.6 MP9. This is the latest one. And then you will download this and extract it. This is an exe file. So when you double click on it, it will extract it. You will get another folder. In that folder, you will get a Linux, Mac, and Windows 64-bit and 32-bit single installations, meaning you can run that. You can basically, after this, you can just give it to the person and they can run it, but still it will not be kind of like a proper way, because you need to actually create a package on the server, and then that when the help desk run it on those machines, it will automatically connect it. Now he could have simply run that on other machines, but then it's a manual work. I need to provide him more information like XML file or something like that to connect it back to my server and things like that. So it's a pretty tedious job if you have to go that way. But this is the way you can do it. If you are a system admin, then what you will do, you will install this, you will download it, extract it. Once you have the folder, then you need to get to the packages folder. I'm going to show you that in a second right now. Okay, so right here, this is after the download, you will see the folder like that. Now you are going to go inside the folder, and then after that you will go to. So once you get into this folder, after that, what you will need from a server, you'll log into your server, of course, in your Semantic. You're going to log into your manager, and after that you will double click on SEPM, and this is the packages that you will need. Now what type of package you want to create, it basically depends on you. Let's say for example you want to create a Windows 64-bit, then you're going to need the info, this one right here. If you want to create a 32-bit, you're going to need this one. If you want to create, let's say, a Mac version, then you're going to use this right here. If you want to create a Linux, you can see right here there are the Debian and different ones right there. So in this case, I am creating the one that I need for this Windows environment, and you can see right here. Now this is where things can go a little tricky. If you're looking for the 12.1.6, and let's say somehow you didn't, whatever reason you got to the newer versions of license, like where the 14th version, then if you delete your license, where do you actually really get that license first? You can go to recover, and then you will see your deleted license that are extremely important, because that's what happened to me today. I was looking for the 12.1.6 installation and I couldn't get it. The one that I have here are all new, so when I put that in the system, like the file connect site, they will always give me a 14th version, so I never got the 12.1.6 one. So then I went to recover my deleted license, and that's where I got the license, and I put it into that the site, and then I got these applications right here. Okay, so what do you do next? Then you need to click on packages. So here I am going to right click here, and then I'm going to go ahead and click on add, and here I will name it something, let's say for example like a 32-bit. Just for testing, I'm just going to type it 32-bit. Let's call it a better name over here, which is 12.6 number 3. No. Okay, 12.1.6. Okay, so then because this is a an updated one, so then you can later on change that to the new one. I don't know exactly what number it is, but this is testing, so I'm gonna go ahead and click on browse. In browse, I'm gonna go ahead and go to the folder that I want to get to, desktop, and this is right here, and SEPM, and then packages, and in packages I am going to click on SAV32 info, and then I'm going to click OK. Okay, so see, now this is creating a package, but then after this, another step would be to export it. This is where you're helping the other IT teams, where they are deploying that on our machines, or you could be doing that for like yourself, maybe deploying it to another 300 machines. Then you need to export this package. You need to go to make sure that whatever you want to pick here. So if you're a default, then yes, that's default. If you already have a custom ones built for you, then make sure you're picking the correct one. If it's 64-bit, it will fail. If it's 32-bit, then that should work, and I'm gonna pick 32-bit over here too. And now I'm gonna go to my browser. I already created this folder, so you can create one, or you can just let it create for you. And I'm gonna click OK, and I'm gonna click OK now. On the bottom it tells you this is how much space it's going to be, so make sure your C drive have that much space, or D drive, wherever you want to put this package. So after this, it should finish up, and it should give us an exe file for 32-bit, just like 64-bit. So this is it. After this, you can simply give it to your help desk, or maybe yourself. You can deploy it through various tools. You can use a PDQ deploy that I showed in a help desk course on Jobs.to. You can take the whole course, learn all these skills. There are so many different real world scenarios just like this one. You can use that, or you can use the semantic manager itself. It has the ability to deploy it to other machines. It can also pick the machines that don't have antivirus, and then it can push it out. So after this, I'm just going to show you the message that it's completed, and then that's it for this real world scenario. Now you can see that completed successfully, and then on the bottom you can see right there creating a single exe file. So that's it. That's all we need for this scenario. Thank you for watching Jobs.to. Don't forget to subscribe for watching all these type of videos, and also don't forget to share it, and I will share more videos like this. If you like this video, make sure you comment and let me know what you think. You learn some basic stuff, basic things. What I want you guys to learn is that your mind should be prepared for even small things like what I showed you. This might not make sense for someone who has so much experience, but it might make a lot of sense for someone who is brand new, because you're going in front of you, you have 30, 40, 50, 10 people sitting, and they're looking at you. So just be relaxed. The first time, it's okay. You're gonna go through this. You're gonna get stressed the first time. That's just a normal human nature. You are gonna get stressed. So just prepare your mind for it the first time, and after that, everything will be cool. You will have no problem at all. But make sure when you have something like, issues, you need to make sure you do a little research when you do your troubleshooting, so that you're more prepared next time. In a software term, if you're a network guy, system admin, you're going through that route. Your help desk, you're a new person. Organization, just like I showed you in hardware, we have everything in there, so if something happened, I have the backup for it. I have extra things with me. In the same way, when it comes to on your desktop, and you access so many different IP addresses, so many different systems, so you need to make sure you're organized. And the best way, I think, is that keep a folder for each system. So if servers, keep a folder for servers. If it's networking stuff, keep a folder for networking stuff. Keep folder for each different system, so if after 1 year something happens, like for example someone call you, we need to upgrade this system, so you can just go to that folder and you will see an upgrade documentation. It's so easy. But if you have it like all over the places, and you have so many IP addresses, you don't have some kind of system to manage these things, life will be very stressed in IT. This is why people do all these management tools and stuff like that. So just look for your own tools. You might be comfortable with something else other than folders. So this was a quick video for you guys to kind of show you, just basic stuff. Don't get stressed. This is something that you will learn while you're on the job also.
Now you're at the point where you want to get started, but before starting, let's do a small illustration in my worst drawing ever, and then we're going to jump into a field trip to our server room, and then there I will explain things. Let me warn you, in that video I will be using some technical terms which you do not need to worry about it right now, because all of this you will learn in our courses in our next few sessions. Okay, may make sense to you or may not, but don't worry about it. The more you go with the courses, you will understand more and more. This is just a try, because a lot of people will get stuck at this point where the IT infrastructure and the whole picture, because a lot of people start from basics, and when they go to the corporate environment or business environment, they really don't know what's going on, because the whole complexity, the whole networking is designed that way that you will be like in a really big confused area. So I hope that I make this easier. If not, don't worry, we'll cover this in our more videos and we'll make it more easier. So for example, I'm gonna say that this is a jungle. Okay, you are here and I want you to go to this point. Of course, the question you will be asking me, you're saying to go from point A to point B, what is the best route? And I just don't want to go in there because it's a jungle. I don't know what's in there. This is just too much. I need to go to step B, point B. Tell me what is the safest route and what is the map for that. So in this walkthrough, in this video, my whole purpose is to give you an image how things are designed, and not in too detailed way, because that's going to make things complex, and that's what you need to learn in the courses, but just to give you a simple picture. So as a help desk person, you really don't need to go into too much details or too much learning and then waste your time, because there's an easy way to just land the job and then learn all this stuff. Okay, so if you're going from point A to point B, I said that in this whole jungle there's this point, then there's this point, and then there's this point, and then there's this point, and then you simply need to come to this point. So I already gave you the map, right? So you're going to go here, you're going to go to here, you're going to go here, you're going to go here, and you're going to go here, and you're going to get to the point B. So my whole purpose of this explanation is pretty simple, that I am going to give you the courses that you need to take on jobskillshare.org to get to point B, but then also I'm going to show you the images of the real world environment, where there's going to be a lot of things in the middle here that you may be asking. At point A, I saw something that kind of interests me, but I need to come here because I need to get to point B. Now I want to know about point A. So My whole purpose of this illustration is that you want to go from point A, B, and C and to get to your point, meaning that you will take our courses and you will land a job and you still have the image in your mind. You're going to go back and learn about specific things because you really like that. And I'm talking about this is your virtualization, your Microsoft technologies, your routers. So maybe you came to this point and you saw something about servers and you were like, wow, servers are my thing. I need to go back and learn about servers. And that's where you're going to become that server administrator, specifically focusing on server skills. And anything that server administrator does, I mean, it's not just servers, of course, more than that, and we will explain all of that in details. Now, maybe you saw networking in there. You saw something about networking on this spot, and you're like, wow, this networking is pretty cool. Now, at your job, at entry-level job, you may not be doing anything with networking. So when you're at least working here, you got the job, you have now more resources, you can use your company's resources, and now you can go back and actually spend that time on that. Now you might saw virtualization like, wow, this is the coolest technology ever because you can put servers and networking, everything in one thing. That's virtualization, and you can go back to that. So the whole point of this, before I'll make this to a big lecture, we will explain all of this in detail, but my main point is you need to be here first. So you're stress-free first. A lot of people get stuck in this environment. We're learning this, and so many things, and still don't know, where am I? The first thing is like, where am I? A lot of people get certification, Microsoft, Cisco, and all these certification, and they still cannot make the pieces together. They still can't move forward. That is the whole reason. So now I'm going to take you to the server room to continue this course. Keep the image in your mind and keep moving forward.
Hello and welcome to jobskillshare.org. Today we're going to create an image in your mind, infrastructure, how infrastructure, IT infrastructure is laid out or are laid out in different companies. There are different environments. Some are complex, some are so simple. But today we'll give you a basic image in your mind that how things are in working environments. So number one, you need to know ISP, your internet service provider. Just like your home, your modem, routers, and Comcast and Verizon, similarly the work environments have also ISP. They may have one or two as a backup. I'm going to show you that in few seconds. So here we have then wiring going on, then some of the wiring that is done in the whole building. We'll talk about that, and then we're going to talk about the data center, and that is basically your main IT room where servers are and different type of technology. It could be Microsoft servers, it could be VMware, it could be switches and routers. All that stuff is basically inside this room, and then some other things in this one data center. Now this could be also a hybrid type of environment where you have the data center here and then you have a cloud, basically like an Amazon, and then inside the cloud you have another servers that could be Amazon clouds or Azure. This could be like a Microsoft servers, and so that's how you're connected. Then your users are in the building and they are inside the rooms. These are the rooms right here, and then all the patch, basically, like for example that wire is going back to the server room and that's patched in there. So I'm going to show you today how this is done in reality. And now this is a very simple image, but in a real world you're going to see this, and then you'll keep this image in your head or your mind, and then when you follow the courses it's going to make it really easy for you. When I say VMware, then you're going to picture that, oh, he's talking about VMware servers inside the data center, he's talking about the server inside the data center, he's talking about our desktops, which is actually in the room connected through wires. All that will make sense. So when I talk about ISP, this is a T1 line, and this could be from, let's say, Verizon, Comcast, whatever. They will have set up over here. So this is not something you're going to be working on. As you can see, Verizon stuff right here. Or you can have a second line which is different than Verizon. This could be another company. For example, this is like a level 3 and a high-speed company. So these are two lines over here. And then you'll have some backups over here. Again, as an entry-level person, you're not going to be setting this up as a help desk, desktop support, entry-level positions, you're not going to be doing this type of setup. This will be done, and then after this, the network engineers who are more into network designing or network CCNA, CCNP, more of like a Cisco guys, after that they will set up the other things. As you can see, the wires are going up. Then you'll have wiring done over here. As you can see, there are some other wirings like fiber optic and all different type of wirings depending on who's giving you connection. If it's Verizon, different type of connection, they will have a different setup and wiring done by the company. Now sometimes the companies will give their own router and they will come and set it up for you, and sometimes you have to set it up from that one connection. When they say, okay, we got the connection live, this is our wire right here, we gave it to you, now set it up, this is all your job. Is going to be setting up networks. This is going to be that CCNA courses, networking, specifically talking about routing, switching and all that type of stuff. You need to know that. But for the entry-level help desk position, you still are not going to be working on this type of work. When the networking part is over, then this is where the company will invest on their own technologies. We don't know what company is using what type of security, but they're all using some type of security. They will get the device, big device for security. Virtualization, they might get like a huge big server from Cisco or some other place. So that's going to be your main server, and inside that server you will log in, and then you will use something like VMware or Microsoft virtualization technology or whatever you want to use, and inside that you will be start installing the servers, and then after that you're going to be managing that MCSA kind of stuff like Microsoft servers internally, meaning you need to know about the operating system, its features, how do you do things with it. That's something different than just setting up the hardware. And again, that job will be mostly towards system administrators, or specifically if they are going to hire someone for virtualization, they're going to be hiring someone for that specific technology, and that's going to be like a VMware administrator or a system administrator specifically towards Microsoft virtualization. If not, if it's a small company, it's just going to call them system administrator, and they're going to be doing everything: servers, security, networking. Sometimes system admins usually do that all, but in bigger companies, your networking will be more of the network guys, and that's going to be Cisco routers and all that stuff. Your server administration, applications, working on websites that are running off the servers internally from these little VMware or physical servers, that's going to be your system administrator. If a server is broken or something is not working, then a system admin will get their tools, get the servers, racks and everything, physical work mounted over there. Now the entry-level position where help desk, they may come to this area and they may plug in some things to help the system admins or network engineer. They may, plug in like a cable like this and plug it to a server or maybe a router, a switch or something like that, and then connect it and then have the system admin or network engineer log in. So you may be doing some work like a physical work and just kind of helping them out. So you do need to know how to connect routers, how to connect the server to the machine and things like that. You may need to come to the switches sometimes, and maybe you may be looking for a wire that is not working. That will be a first troubleshooting step for an entry level. So yeah, you may be touching your hands on the switches and routers at some point. If, let's say, network engineers are not available, they're not physically here, or maybe you're working with them remotely, and you'll bring the wire, plug it in, and do that basic troubleshooting. Is the wire okay? Is the port okay? Is the switch okay? Overall, this is a complex environment. Now, you only need to know as a help desk person just the basics of how things are set up. From this video, I just wanted to show you how ISP connected, the wires are connected, and then it goes to the server room, and then you have specific things like networking, servers, and different technologies, and how different titles work on these different type of technologies. And you as a help desk person may be helping them just the basic stuff. When you go to the company, they will teach you their own technologies and how they do things. So don't worry about it. As a first entry-level position IT person, you really don't need to know too much in details about this stuff. But what you do need to know, and need to know pretty good, is working with laptops and equipment and desktops and working with users and what application they are using. They may be in the office working on Microsoft Word, some basic stuff that does not involve you from going from this route to that server room. It may everything have to do over here, and this is where server administrators, Cisco engineers, or security guys and other whatever IT advanced careers that we're talking about, they're not going to come and do this for you. You got to do all of this yourself. Hello everyone, this is Danish from Jobs.to. In this video, I will be creating a full small network, which is going to be almost equivalent to like a real network. Or of course, it's not going to be 100%. But from this network, we are going to teach you what type of skills are related to what titles. Again, this is an educational video. It may take long for people who are new into IT to understand this, but try to focus a lot on this video because this is going to be one practical video that you don't want to miss. So what are we gonna basically place this video? This is gonna go under the IT Fundamental V1.0. This is, if you go to the home page, this is available over there. It's in learning path, and we're going to place this video under creating a full IT infrastructure picture in your mind. We have talked about the different complex infrastructure these days in IT, you know, cloud, everything, hybrid, mixed up things going on. So there are different positions for each and every skill. So that is what we're going to discuss in this, that we're going to talk about who is going to set up a firewall, who's going to set up a networking devices, who's going to set up a server devices. And at the end, of course, some of this in the beginning will be, you're like, okay, that's not my job, but it's going to give you a clear picture when you watch it, right? But at the end, the main goal is what? You're going for this entry-level job. They still expect you to know about all of that stuff. DNS, DHCP, VPN, you know, WAN, and the VPN firewalls, and some help desk position will ask you about routers and switching, basic stuff, because some companies are network focused companies. These are MSPs, so maybe they have networking devices that just needs to be monitored. So you need to know just the basics of it to get the job. And also in other companies, maybe they are doing Active Directory work. You may be doing some basic sysadmin type of work, and that's where all of these jobs are going to require you to at least know the understanding of the jobs that are a little higher level. Okay, so that is what we're going to do. So before I jump into all of this stuff, I want to show you an example. And we're not going to do any packet tracer stuff. And if you guys know from Jobs.to, we don't do any virtual stuff. You know, virtual doesn't mean like we don't do simulation. We show you real stuff. And even though the practice labs that we have are real equipment. So here we have a cloud internet that I showed you before, that how we have, let's say, a router in your home. If you want to do this, you have a router from Verizon or Comcast. I made a video on how you can get connection through your firewall. So firewall is there, you know, we have connected that firewall to our router. We're not doing anything with the firewall. So let's assume this firewall setup is done by this guy right here, the SOC analyst. This is the security guys. Usually they will call them security engineer, SOC engineer, level 1 analyst, and their job is more to come here and you see, or specifically about, you know, IDS, firewalls, ASA, and then specific type of firewalls too. Like, you know, maybe they're gonna go down and say, okay, you need to know about Sophos, you need to know about right here Cisco firewalls, source fires. These are Nessus, Smart Security, Checkpoint. These are different type of firewalls that you don't need to know everything, but you need to know some of it pretty good to be able to get this job. Now, this is not an entry-level job for people. People say analyst level 1, that's entry level. That's entry level in that specific skill. That's like you have went through some IT stuff and then you became more into the security, just specifically focusing on this area right here and this stuff right here. You worked on it. There's other devices in this area, this domain of security that's there, right? So let's say we got the connection, we got the firewall, and that is right here with us behind you guys. I'll show it to you. So it's right here. It's done. We don't need to do anything over here. That's like your security guys have done it. They have done everything. Now they call and say, guys, we have done our work. These are the IP addresses to go to your interfaces, which one is your router, like which router do you want to use, so then I can put it here and give you the IP address. And let's say this person says this is the IP address, you can use it for this interface. That network engineer now came in. Network engineer is right here. NOC level 1 network engineer came in and he said, okay, I got the routing experience, I got the VLANs experience, I got this experience, I got that experience. He still have experience on the ASA and other stuff, but this is a big company, let's say. They don't want you to do that stuff. That they're already paying 80K to someone else. They're paying you 80K now to do this stuff. So now they're like, okay, you come in, you got the CCNA stuff going on, you got the Cisco stuff going on, you got these routing and all these skills that you have, networking skills, real world skills. You got that. Come in and configure the router for us and configure the switch for us, because that's your main area. Okay, then what will happen after that, we're gonna move in to, they will configure everything and they're gonna call sysadmin. Sysadmin will be like, okay, hey Mr. Sysadmin guy, we got the server in the background, you got the server, everything is set up, so the switch is ready, this is the port that you can use for that one server, the DHCP server, or however you want to do things. So then what will happen is this, they're gonna call and say, sysadmin, the boss will say, hey Mr. Sysadmin, things are ready for you as well, come on in and configure this stuff. So the servers came in, the servers got in the data center, the firewall got set up, the networking got set up, the sysadmin came in and boom, he got his servers, he started working on it, and now he's making a domain connected environment, meaning it's not like somebody's gonna go and plug into the switch and they're gonna start working normally with those computers. They're not gonna get access, nobody's gonna give them accounts. So somebody needs to create this secure environment that somebody can plug into these switches only when they connect it to a domain. So this guy, this admin person, now needs to come here and he needs to configure DHCP, Active Directory, other things like that requires for like a sysadmin, servers, even virtualization. Now that's also a different positions right there, which I'm going to talk later on in this lab. But so far you have 3 positions that are working right now. Security guy, and let me show you too. Security guy came in, he finished his stuff. Then a network engineer came in, he finished his stuff. Then a sysadmin came in. I didn't put a server in here. Why didn't I do that? Okay, I'm gonna put it right here. So a sysadmin came. This is all management area. Let's say this is also right here. This is a server guy right here. So the server guy came in and he then set up this stuff right here, like all that. Okay. He set it up because he had this management machine too. We're gonna put this. We're gonna show it to you. So he connected everything here to the switches. The networking guys also connected to that management machines. They left. They got them. They're working somewhere else now. And then the server guys came in and they connected to that machine and they're fixing their stuff. And now they got the network. You see the whole network is. This is on the left side. You have the whole network ready right now. So what will happen after that? So these guys have finished all the networking part done. So the CEO of this company is happy that he got the real system going on, everything is nice, he got all these guys monitoring traffic now, everything. So but you need users. So the users, he start buying laptops, he start buying desktops, and in the offices right here, let's say these are small offices right here, and then what happened is that who is going to manage these people? Who are going to connect these people, their desktop, their devices, their laptops, and then of course this guy also set up a VPN connection, so then these remote people can access the network right here, so they can access these servers and everything right here. So who is going to connect these people? Who are going to work with them? Who's going to take their calls? Who's going to take their issues first? That's going to be the help desk person right there, and that is where we're going to move in. But even though, like I said in the beginning, that even though all of this stuff that you're seeing on the network side is not your job, you still as a help desk level 1 IT professional need to understand all of this stuff. Not in details. You just need to know which one is firewall, which one is a router, which one is a switch, what is TCP/IP, what is DHCP, how am I getting IP addresses to these people. Even if they're not getting an IP address, then why would you spend 1 hour doing something else, like some other troubleshooting, while they're not just getting an IP address is a simple problem with a DHCP, so then you can call the sysadmin. They're not getting a connection from the port is totally shut off, then it's if that's not a sysadmin job, that's maybe a networking guy. So you call the networking guys. You know, you just send them a ticket. They fixed it. Okay, if somebody's not getting through some site, I'm trying to get to the site, but this guy is not getting through. Now, why is this person not getting through? Anybody that connects to this, you know, machine that just can't get it, because you're gonna need to go to a security guy now. Security guy says this guy was having some other issues. He was going to some places that he's not supposed to do. I blocked him. So this is a policy. So now after that, you need to work with your management and all that kind of stuff. But you see how complex this gets. But this doesn't end right here, guys. After this, what happens? Virtualization came in. Somebody become a virtual specialized administrator. But these days, sysadmin, all these people are doing it on the same thing. Then the cloud came in. And we're going to talk about that too. After that, the cloud came in. Where's cloud here? Cloud is somewhere in the sky. Cloud is somewhere other data centers, and then you're accessing services from them, you know, like email, and everything is changing in that area too. But right now, for next 5 or 10 years, trust me, it's going to be complex like this. It's going to be a mixture of things. So you need to know this stuff. This is what we teach in our live training. This is how we train people. This is part 1 of my lab. In next part, you see this lab behind me, and basically, let me show you. Let me just kind of like make my camera a little closer so then you can understand it a little better. So let's just stop this. So this in front of you that you're seeing right now is that network that I'm talking about, you know. So this is the firewall right here. This is set up by the security guys. This is the router, and it's upside down. So this is the router and switch right here. That is set up by your networking guys right here. And then on the bottom is the server that your sysadmin is setting it up. So then at the end, what will happen is you're going to be able to have a network. Sysadmin will be working a lot over here. And network engineers are going to be working on the routers and switches from our lab. We're going to show it to you. We're going to configure all of this stuff, because our end goal is going to be what? We need internet connection, and then we need to be able to connect machines to these ports, so then they can be managed. And after this right here, then you have help desk IT support technicians who are working with users, because they're connected to these ports, Wi-Fi devices and everything, getting into this network right here. So you need to also understand this whole network right here in part 2. So I assume that you watched the part 1. For part 2, I have already created 2 videos which I did some editing, and I basically connected those 2 videos. So from that, what you will learn, how did I get access to this basically machine that I'm on right now? How did I physically get access to this router and switch that I'm on right now? You can see if I say no, I'm configuring this switch. And then how did I get access to this router? If I say no, that says router. So this is where we are going to start as a network engineer. Network engineer didn't just jump here, right? He had to do something. He had to first kind of like go get the connection and physically connect it. So this physical environment that I'm talking about, the network engineer is right now working on router and switch configuration. He got the connection from the security guy. We said we're not going to touch this. This is not a part of these labs. We just got it. They set it up. And now the network engineer is going to do the physical setup. So watch this video fully, because in this you will learn how did I get to this point where I am doing this directly. This machine is directly connected. So how am I doing that? So from this video, you will learn that how did the network engineer physically connected the router and switch. So then we can move on to part 3, where in part 3, a network engineer will then configure the networking part and the switch part to get the connection working, and later on assign the task to the system administrator. See you in that video.
Let's say you have a Netgear Wi-Fi router or something at your home that's connected, and now what you want to do is you want to connect this Ethernet, connected that Ethernet to your router right here, which is a Cisco router, and you have a switch. You want to give a connection to this router so then the switch can get connection, and then your computers can get internet connection. In this lab, your router, Wi-Fi router, we're not going to touch that. It's going to be our 00 right here. So you basically take that wire, plug it into your router, put it into 0. Now remember, I'm going to be using, like, you know, what do you call it? Non-Cisco language here, okay, just to give you things, explain things, you know, way better things. I've seen a lot of people using a lot of port and gigabit, all that kind of stuff. Really, if you're trying to learn things, let's just talk about the image in your head first. Then later on you can go into details and learn the real Cisco stuff. But at this point, 00, that's your Ethernet coming from Netgear. You plugged it in, you're doing nothing, you have done nothing on your Netgear. That's an IP address from DHCP. You just got that IP address, forget about this. Then this guy right here, you need to plug this in to your, plug this Ethernet in, go back to your switch and plug it in right here. You can see it's already down. That's administratively down. So even though my router is up, but that's not working, you need to configure that. Now that's what's happened in a real world environment. That IP, that 00 that I just showed you, this could be coming from your service provider, internet service provider, AT&T or anyone else, gave you the IP address, and then you're doing all the subnetting and all that kind of stuff, and then you basically plug it in here and you do play around with all your networking. That's why I said it's not a lab for help desk guys, but it's going to give you a really good image how things are working. Going back to the lab, forget about this. What we are doing right now, we have a building here. We got a IP address from our service providers. They set up their stuff in there. They gave us the link. Now my job is to connect the router, the switch, and give this server a connectivity, or maybe any other computers that can directly connect to this switch and should have an internet connection. Now let's go to this computer. This is one that I set up. So if I go to my networking right here and I click on it and I go to adapters, I see I have two adapters. This one is coming directly from my Netgear. So this is getting at that IP address. To find that IP address, we need to go into CMD, ipconfig. You see it's getting that address 192.168. Now what if I just disable this and turn this guy on? This adapter is connected directly right here. You can see the light just went, the amber light, and now it's going to get green. So after get green, it should get an IP address. But I haven't done anything on this switch, so it's not going to get anything good. It's just going to get a bogus IP, which is not going to do any good for me. So that's what your job in this lab is, to connect everything so you can get to the internet. So if I try to go to the same page, it's spinning right now, it's not going to work. And if I go back to my adapter right here, it's still identifying. Even though it says it's connected now, it's still saying identifying, and the light went green. Things look good, but still it's not doing anything good for us. So let's do ipconfig. You see I got that 169.254. That's not a real IP address. So let's change everything so our switch can get the connection from the router through your Netgear. You're going to get the connection from here to here, and we should be able to get to the internet. So I just started my router. Like I say, this is a fresh router out of the box, and if you want to know how I connected, what we need to know about in this section is about routers and physically configuring it for the first time. So you got this router, you unboxed it, or you got it from a friend, or someone gave it to you. Now it's time for you to connect to it. Remember, there's no mouse keyboard with this stuff, so you need something like these type of cables. So on the back right here, or on the front of the router, you'll see this right here. It'll say console, and look, the color is also blue, and this is also blue. So it's called console rollover cable. Okay, basically what it is, you plug this end of the cable right here. It should be very smooth. You shouldn't be forcing this in there. And you see right here, this goes to the back of your computer. So the back of the computer should have something like this. If you have an old computer, you will see this serial port. Those are pins right there, and this cable, the other end of this cable, will go inside here, and then you will use software like PuTTY, the things that we're going to discuss right after this. We're going to do that part. If you don't see this on your computer, if you have a laptop, new ones, Then you need to get something like this USB serial to this one, this cable right here. So you put this USB in your laptop, and then the other end of your cable, you'll basically put this in there. These are pins right there, okay? So here's an example right here. Like, see, there's no pins here on this side, but on the USB, this should go to your laptop, and the pins should be here. Then you plug this right here, and then you use your software. Now what we're gonna do, let's set up our first router, like just connecting to it. In this video, we'll just connect to it using two different softwares. So right here I have another 2800 router, and sometimes it could be the front of the router. So I have my console cable connected right here, and the back of the PC, look, I have two serial ports. One is right here. I can plug another like switch in there, but this router is connected to this serial port that's internal, and that's basically external right there, which I have connected to it. I mean, I have to connect other things to it, but for now, the router is connected right here. Now, if you are following my labs, I am basically setting up this PC that's going to be directly connected to the router, and then I'll have another Ethernet from my modem or your Wi-Fi device, and I'm going to connect it because I need an internet connection. While I am doing this, I am going to be installing software. If you don't, then you're going to need to put it on a USB and put it on the computer where you're going to be setting these up. So I don't have that right now because I want to show you guys that. So I'm going to get connection directly from my router. So a lot of people will get confused. How do you get the connection? So that's why I want to show you this. If you're following my videos, then this is what I'm doing. This is connected to my router, or Linksys, or whatever you have internet connection. Get it, plug it in, I got the lights. Okay, now you can use Windows 7, server, or anything, maybe Linux, but as long as you have internet connection and these softwares are supported, you can basically use it. PuTTY is basically a big software. A lot of people use it, so we're going to use PuTTY, and there's another software I want to show you guys. I will use that. So let's go ahead and download PuTTY. We know our router is connected right now, and we haven't turned it on yet. So first I'm going to download PuTTY. So you basically PuTTY. Alright, so this time we are going to connect to our router. But to do that, you need you can use it Windows 7, Windows servers. If you have servers, you can use like Linux or anything, as long as these softwares are supported by your operating system. So it's not only PuTTY, you can find something else also, like there's PuTTY, there's CRT one, and then there's basically MOBA. MOBA is the one that I'm going to be really using in this course. So PuTTY, you basically go to Google and download, click here, and basically I went to download right here. You can download PuTTY, click here. And then I basically did the whole installer, PuTTY 0.67 installer.exe. It sees right here, Windows installer. You could get the portable ones too, depending on what system you use. So there's other options, so you can use that. But I installed the exe. And when I installed it on my computer, I see right here PuTTY, and I basically click on this, or I can send this to my desktop, so then I have it. The second thing that I downloaded on the internet is mobile extern. Okay, when you do that, you'll see this right here, mobile extern free X server. When you click on it, you get this, get mobile extern now. Then you get to download now the free one, and it tells you what it can do. The reason I like this a lot, because we're going to be doing a lot of the Windows stuff and connecting to Windows, different type of technologies. Remember, this course is not just like Cisco routers. It's going to move to Windows servers, Mac servers, and things like that. So we need something that we can follow on and have everything in one place. And this is why I like this over PuTTY. Now we're going to test both of these two. So you can get the portable or installer. I already installed it. You click on it, you run this, and you will see something like this. You go to all programs, and then you'll see mobile extern personal edition, and then you can send that to your desktop. I'm going to show you guys. I have it on my desktop, and I have my PuTTY on the desktop. So now we got the software. We got the cable connected to the router.
All I need to do now is to turn on my router. Let's go and turn it on. There you go. The sound is pretty good. Remember, we're doing all this thing physically because, remember, that's how you want to do real practice. Okay. So now this is going through that boot process. In the last video when I talked to you guys that go ahead and learn about the boot process, this is going through that boot process right now. So let's go ahead and use PuTTY to connect to using the serial connection. You'll basically open PuTTY for the first time and then you will see serial right here. Now you see right here it automatically connects COM1 9600 is the speed. So if I say, you know what, let me see if my serial port is on COM1, I'm going to say open. When you do open, you click enter. Now it's telling me that my router is actually not using COM1. So what you need to do, click OK, go open PuTTY again, go to serial and do COM2. Now your COM2 and 9600, I'm going to say open and I'm going to say enter. Alright, so it's still not using. Okay, we got two more. Open PuTTY, go to serial connection and do COM3. It's not connected. Okay, good. We're going to do COM4 now. Not connected. Okay. What is going on here? That's a good thing to find out. So now I'm going to go back to my console cable and make sure everything is connected correctly. So I see that my console cable is connected and my serial, making sure. So I'm going to basically do is unplug my cable and plug it back into my computer. Great troubleshooting right here, guys. First troubleshooting started real world. So now PuTTY again. Let's go back to PuTTY. Let's do serial again, COM1, open. No luck. Okay, let's do COM2. Serial, COM2. There you go. What a great troubleshooting right there, guys. I love this because this is something that you will not see when you do packet tracing, my friends. This is where people can get stuck. And maybe real world scenario will be a network engineer call you and he says, hey, can you connect to the physical router and then you plug in another PC that have an internet connection so I can get in? Can you do that? So this process, at least if you do this, you will give a connection to a network engineer so he will do his stuff, but you did something basic at this level, which if you didn't know, now you know. That's how you troubleshoot. Now you see how I went to COM1, 2, 3, 4, this 4. So if you see that it didn't work for 1, it didn't work for 2, 3, 4, then go back to your computer, unplug the cable, plug it back, and then try again. Now, this is where we have it. We are connected to the router. This video was all about how to connect physically to the router, and this is how you do it on PuTTY, right? But before I do this, I want to show you guys the boot process that we talked about. I'm going to turn off router and turn it on again. You guys see that right there? It's basically doing the boot process. It's looking for information. It's checking the memory. Hey, do I have the memory? Do I have the configuration file? Do I have the iOS? Do I have everything like that? It's basically checking that. And then now it's basically opening up the computer. This is basically the same as a computer starting, normal computer. It looks for boot process, then it goes back and say, oh, do you have Windows or do you have Linux? And then it will show you the screen, right? And then you use your mouse and keyboard. But in here, you don't have mouse and keyboard. The only way to use mouse and keyboard is through that cable. Console cable, rollover cable. So you use that over there, right? So now that was the boot process. But what if I take that flash out? Compact flash, I'm going to take that out because my system is in there. I'm going to turn it off, turn it on again. Now let's see what happened. It is going through the boot process, right? And bam, it stopped going ahead. I mean, this says right here, compact flash not present. So what could be a real scenario over here? That somebody would call you, let's say somebody went there and they were playing with the router
and somehow they clicked that little button and then they took the flash out, the compact flash, which is right here. They took this out, and now your whole network, your main router, let's say this was your main router, there's nothing redundancy or nothing like that, and it's stuck. And somebody figured this out. This could be one of the reasons. Your network engineer say, hey, can you go to the compact, look at the router, and there's a compact flash right in front of the router. If this router supports this stuff, they'll tell you, can you check that if everything is plugged in or it is, like, you know, in there correctly. So I'm going to go back and plug it back in and make sure that it's in there. And I'm going to go ahead and restart my router. Now, this should go ahead and basically finish the boot process, and everything should be in there, and that should be in the router like it should be, okay? There's lights coming up, things going on right now, and you will see the router should basically pick it. There you go. So now they're telling me that there's an image, and I'm saying, yeah, okay, this is okay. And next it's going to tell me, okay, this router is good. It will do some little process right there, and that's it. It looked for all the information that it needed, and now you should be inside the router. It will take a second depending on your memory and all that. It could be a very powerful router. It could be an old router. Old router can take time. So right after this, I'm going to show you guys how to use the other software, and you can use other softwares, many other softwares, to connect to router like this, as long as they support serial. So there you go. Would you like to enter the initial configuration dialog? And then that's it. After this, we're going to make another video how to configure the router for the first time when you're inside the router first. Right? So I'm going to go ahead and close this. And let's talk about the other software that we downloaded is MOBA Extern. Right? I'm going to go ahead and double click on it. There you go. You know why I like this? Because everything is so centralized, and there's a lot of tools you can use, which we'll discuss later on. But to connect to the router through this software now, all you got to do is right click on it, go to new session, and here are the sessions. Look at this. In one portable, or maybe you installed it, you have SSH, you have Telnet, you have RDP. Remember we're talking about, we're going to do DHCP servers, DNS servers, all other servers, FTP, SFTP. We're going to put everything in one place, so that will be really easy for us to follow along in this course. So now what we're going to do is, they should have serial right here. And that's the same thing that you did in PuTTY, right? You're going to click on that. One thing you need to change is the speed over here. 9600. You're going to use that. And it says COM1 communication, and there are two communications right now. So you can check COM1. I'm going to go ahead and open it. Click enter. This is not the right one. Remember, we have to check it now. We're going to close this out. I'm going to say yes. I'm going to create a new session now. I'm going to say serial, change the speed to 9600, and I'm going to use COM2, and I'm going to say OK. Enter. There you go. I'm inside the router. The reason I love this is now I can do a lot of things in this. For example, if I'm teaching here, or you are basically trying to look at this screen bigger, all you have to do is right click, and you can have all of these options and play around with this very quickly. And PuTTY, you have to go and do configuration, save it. Here you can just say control and play around with your mouse. So if you hit the control and your mouse scroll up and down the wheel, it should go up and down. So look at this. If I hit my control and I go up, look at this. If I can play around with this, right? So one thing is that, or whatever you do in this router, all the configuration can be recorded, meaning you can save it to the file. Everything, single command will be saved instantly, very quickly. You can reset a terminal. You can basically do full screen on this, or you can also change the colors, and it has its own Cisco syntax too. So if you click right here and go to Cisco networking configuration, basically it will give you different colors for different commands. Okay, we're going to do this later on, but for now I showed you how to use two different softwares and connect to the router. One last thing I would like to show you on this is the macro in these things, which is really cool.
like if I type all these commands and I say, you know what, I'm going to share this macro with someone and I will set this this router for you. You don't have to touch anything. I can start recording all the macros. But that's something else. We're going to discuss that later on. But for now, we are inside the router. Next video, we are going to configure this router. How to get into this router is done. We're going to now name this router. We are going to put a password on this router. We are going to add an interface to this router so we can connect through an IP address. We're not going to be using right here the serial. We're going to be using SSH or Telnet, meaning we can be sitting anywhere on network or anywhere somewhere that I can access the IP address, and bam, I can be inside the router. But physical connection to the router, for you to understand this, is extremely important, because I just showed you some troubleshooting and we just did some troubleshooting in front of you guys, and that was our first video.
Now that you have watched part 1 and part 2, the network engineer is ready to configure things. So the first thing we will configure is the router on the real lab, and the router is right this one. We're going to basically configure two interfaces on this router. One is going to be just getting an IP address from the firewall or your internet directly, nothing, no configuration, just getting the IP address as a DHCP. We're going to say, I am an interface 00 and I need an IP address from you to get the connection. So we're going to get the connection. The next interface, we're going to set it up so then it can be connected to the switch. So then the switch will also they're not going to get IP addresses. In our last labs, if you've seen on YouTube, we have given a DHCP from here, like automatically giving IP addresses, and we didn't configure switch. In this lab, we're doing it more of business type of setup, so we're not going to configure it that way. So these two things, we're going to configure it. And so let's jump into the lab. This is a configuration that I used before, and which I just explained that we are not going to use basically this information right here. So we're not going to do this in the router. We're not going to use it as a DHCP where it can give out IP addresses. We are going to use Windows Server for this. So we'll just say Windows Server in this area, and that is where in your diagram, if you see, we're configuring this guy, router, switch, and we're connecting it to this PC. This is a management PC, right? We have two Ethernet ports on this one. One is connected directly to the cloud somewhere else. It's just getting me connection so I can connect to it right here. And the other one is another port that is coming from the switch. So when I configure everything correctly, I should be getting an IP addresses and everything. Okay, so we remove that DHCP stuff from the router, and this is exactly what we are going to configure on the router first. So let's go to the router and let's see which one is this one. This is the router right here. So here I just changed a little bit of view so you guys can see clearly. So we're configuring a router and switch. So right now the network engineer has been assigned the task. He's doing his stuff. Some of the things I will try to explain it so you can understand, but some of the things will be too advanced, so we're just going to skip it because that's not what you're preparing yourself for. So here, the first thing is when you turn on the router for the first time, you're going to get this message. Do you want to configure this router? So you're going to say no to that. We're going to say no to that as well. And the first thing we need to do is to now configure the 00 address. Gigabit 002 interfaces are on this router. And one interface needs to just get an IP address for this lab. We just need to do it. Just grab an IP address from that connection that you have, a firewall or whatever you have, cloud, you have a router, whatever you have, you just connect it as long as it has internet connection. So the first thing we have to do is to go to enable mode, then we're going to go to the config mode, config T, just type config T like that, and then do no shut. So when you do no shut, basically you're telling this actually wrong, we got to put the interface first. And then you see now it's in the interface configuration, not just configuration. So when you're right now, you're telling this 00 gigabit 00 interface that I am inside this configuration. Can you turn this port on? And in the business environment, everything is shut off in the beginning. You kind of configure it like that. So that's why a network engineer is required. So then what we'll do is we're going to do no shut over here. And now if I basically enter that, you see it will come up and it's going to get it won't get an IP address yet. It's just
turned on right now. It's not doing anything. It's not going out there grabbing an IP address right now, okay? So the next step we need to do is to get an IP address. We're going to do IP address DHCP, and when I did that, I basically tell the 00 that go ahead, grab an IP address, because we are just doing it dynamically. We're not statically putting this right here. So that's why I say that don't worry about this stuff. So we got an IP address. We got 172.16.16.18. So now our router has internet connection. Now what do we do next then? There's a second interface then. That was for outside. Now inside we have another interface. So let's just go ahead and exit, and we're going to do interface 0/1. That's a second interface on that router. Okay, so we got into that configuration for that specific interface, and we're telling that specific interface, what do you do now? We're going to say, we're going to give you an address. This is going to be 192.168.2.1. That is where your address is going to be this, and we're going to give you the subnet mask. So right now, we're telling that second interface 0/1 that your address from now on is 192.168.2.1. You could put 10.1, you can put 15.1, whatever you want to put in there, but it has to be kind of like private IP addresses. But 2.1 is easy, a lot of people understand it. So then what we'll do is no shutdown on this one as well. And now we're saying, okay, you also get up and just stays there like that. It's not doing anything. It's basically staying there like, okay, I got this connection, I have this IP address, and now I can do things in this network. So the next IP addresses that I'm going to build upon this one is going to be .2.3, .4, .5, 2.6, everything till 254 addresses. Okay, so what are we going to do next is that the next stuff is kind of like I said, that's advanced, and that's where you need to learn a lot inside, like what is NAT, how does this router goes out. You got to learn a lot of CCNA stuff, Cisco stuff. So this stuff, network engineer got assigned, and now you're just watching the network engineer is doing his thing, and that's where I'm going to do that part right now. Okay, so what we're going to do is IP route. We're going to create a route right here. We're going to do 0/0/0/0/0. We're just going to copy kind of like whatever you see in that post. If you don't want to do any mistake, just keep copying. And what is the address? Now 1.1 is our main router. Remember, when you go out from that 00, it has to go out somewhere. In our company, not our company, in our office, we have a different router. So we gotta tell this router that, hey, you're not the real router that gets a full connection. I know there's another router sitting there that's getting a connection. That is your main router. So we're going to say, okay, let's just use that router. And then what we'll do is that we're going to say interface G/0/0 is the one that is going to be the outside. So basically we're going to say this guy is the outside address of our routing. So you see how it kind of stopped there for a little bit, and now it changed. So you see IP NAT, this is where you need to learn about natting, PAT, natting. Go ahead and you can search about it, but if you really don't want to confuse yourself, then just keep going with this video, okay? The next one is we're going to do is exit from here, and we're going to set up the second interface, which is interface 0/1, and that is for what? That is for inside. Remember, we're setting this inside network now. So we're going to do inside, and you see, even if I don't put the whole thing, it's going to show like that. But if I do inside and tab, you see it's fully there. So if you're not sure that did it happen or not, just go ahead and write it down fully, or do a tab, and it will do that. Okay, we're going to exit out from there. And now what we're going to do is we're going to create this access list. This is for, like, if your internet connection is inside, like, you have like different routers going on, then you really need to do this kind of stuff to make sure that your internet works. Okay, this is all for internet stuff. I don't know why I made it. So we're going to do permit any. Now in the real business environment, of course, you don't want to you don't want to create something that is always any kind of thing, like any connection comes in, any connection goes out, let it go. Usually it's any connection that is basically coming inside you and expected, you want to approve it, and any connection from outside also is mostly available. You can go out, but it also goes through your firewall settings and everything. So it's pretty much complex right there. Okay, so don't waste your time on this right now as a help desk person. So what we're going to do is a standard one. We did this, permit any, we did this. We're going to exit out, and the last command that we need to put right there is inside source, and we're going to do list 1 interface 0. See, when I do tab, everything is getting corrected. So right, this means that I am doing a correct thing. If I do tab and I don't see that coming up, then this means you are in a different configuration. You need to exit out and kind of follow my video. Okay, so if I do that, or if I do this and just make sure that I'm correctly doing it, overload, then that's done. I'm going to exit and I'm done. So what did I just do over here? Let me show you on this machine. If I come here, you see in this machine we have two networks. This is the network that I told you guys that I'm directly connected to, and this is the network that is connected to my switch right here. So this guy right here is connected. Oh, sorry, this one, the first one. The first port that you guys are seeing right here is this network card that I'm showing you. If I do a right click and if I want to go to, let's say for example, properties, maybe I already put stuff in there. Let's see if I did. No, I didn't. If this started working, then this means you are using the old configuration where we have put a DHCP on our router, meaning the router was giving address automatically. We're not doing that anymore. So what we're going to do is we're going to statically assign an address. So what address that I want to give this machine? Now, just to give you a little bit more on this machine will become a domain controller. This machine will be handed over to the server administrator so we can put a full domain controller environment. So that's why I am going to use a static IP address from now, 168.2.3. This is going to be our DHCP address, Active Directory address, everything will be here. It will automatically pick the right subnet mask. And then what router address are you going to use? 168, remember, 2.1. This is the address. This is the router that is going to be controlling our network, not the 1.1. Okay, everything is now internal. So in the DNS, we're going to use 127 address. This is a loop address, basically saying the same address, this one right here. So we're going to do 0 and 1. Some people put 888. I'm going to put it 2. This is just the external DNS. I'm going to put that. And when I say okay now, what happens now? Watch, it's identifying, it's looking for a network, it's connected to the switch, and it's connected. No problem at all. I can disconnect this and I can basically get to internet connection without any problem. If you got a problem here, the meaning you have done some mistake in your configuration. But remember, we haven't yet configured our switch. Now, when do we configure our switch? Right now, we just got an IP address here. It's directly connected to that switch. We got it. We basically kind of like forced that port to get an IP address and make it working. But I didn't just plug this into that switch and got the IP address. That's still not happening. For that, everything is done from kind of like, a network engineer, but still there's one thing that a network engineer has to do. And basically the network engineer approach system administrator, and he says that what will be the IP address for your domain controller or DHCP server. So the system administrator say, hey, it's going to be .3. Remember, we want to use this server for domain controller stuff now. So we're like, okay, I'm going to configure the switch already for you, and then you can use the .3 later on. When you connect it, everything should be working on that switch automatically. You don't have to do this again, that static stuff that you just did. You will get IP addresses automatically. I mean, anybody that's connected to the switch again after the sysadmin is done, then they will get IP addresses automatically. They will not have to do this manual job. So then what will happen after this? The network engineer is he got the IP address. He's gonna now move in to the switch configuration. So he's gonna come here, and basically he's going to open the switch configuration, which is this one right here, I believe. I'm gonna enter, and you see if I clicked on no here. I didn't want to configure this stuff too. So right now I'm going to go to enable and get into the switch stuff. So first thing is I'm going to do config T, and now I'm in the configuration. Then what I will need to do is I'm going to do the interface VLAN 1. So right now I want to get into the interface VLAN 1 configuration. So you see, I am in that VLAN. When you have a default switch, when you turn it on, all these ports are in one VLAN, virtual LAN. So for VLAN stuff, make sure you go online and try to search about it. This is the stuff that we will teach. It's just a little bit in our training, so you will learn about it too. But that's Cisco stuff. So VLAN is kind of like a virtual. You can separate offices. You want to separate marketing from another office. Then you can create different ports in different VLANs. But here in this switch, everything is in one VLAN. Okay. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna then say we don't have a DHCP server. So that system administrator is configuring it. I got the IP address. Why not I just put it right now? So what we're going to do is IP. We're going to do IP address. We're going to do IP helper. Sorry. We're going to do IP helper. You see, as soon as you type helper address, then all you got to do is to type the domain, the DHCP server address. This server right here. This is the system admin server. He's going to configure it later on. We're going to just write it down here. 2.3. That's all you gotta do. Right now, this switch is saying that anytime somebody gets connected to that switch, look for this server. He is going to give you an IP address. And we're just gonna simply exit here. That's it. Now, this guy can go home and the server admin is gonna take over after this lab, and he's gonna configure the whole domain connected environment, and he's going to do all that stuff. So now the ticket is assigned to the system administrator to configure the server, so then all desktops and other devices can be managed through this one domain controller, which we call as a management machine. Basically the system administrator have these skills which I showed you in the beginning. He needs to come here, work on the operating system, and also configure the DHCP, so then that server on the bottom can assign IP addresses whoever connects to these ports right here. So if I plug in the Ethernet, I plug it in and plug it into any other machine, then I should be getting address from that DHCP, which is a server that a system administrator is creating right now. Networking guys are done over here. Now let's go ahead and configure our domain controller. So in the first thing you need to do is to install operating system. I'm not going to show you this because this is too basic. You can go in and check how do you install operating system, and you can also check this in our courses like free one, helpdesk course. You can also check it in a lot of other places. Just know that we have installed a normal operating system 2012 R2 on this server right here. It's not a domain controller or anything like that. We're going to make it a domain controller now. And that machine is connected to two networks. So what first thing you need to do in the domain controller is that first you need to change the name of it. So I already changed the name and I named it in remote. And then what you need to have to do is that you want to give it a static IP address, which we did in this network, right? This is connected to that switch directly right now, and that's how we're getting the connection. So if we come here and we look at it just to verify, do we have that address? We're going to just say yes. 2.3 is the address, 0.2.1 is fine, and the loop address, and then the other one is a DNS for Google. We're going to also uncheck IPv6. We're not using that right now, so for just not having any trouble, we're just going to uncheck it. You can leave the check mark. It won't give you too many issues. So the first thing you should do when you are creating a domain controller is you don't want to be putting two networks, because what will happen if I take you over here and let's say, for example, I want to create this server as a domain controller server, then you want to give it a good IP address. So that's the first thing. And also my suggestion to you in this is that disable the firewall, because if you have the local firewall on, then you may come across a lot of issues. So make sure you do that first. So after that, you're ready to get started. We're going to create a domain controller. Now, of course, this is not going to be 100% like Office type of network. This is not why we want to invest time here. We just want to show you what sysadmin usually do and how you can learn this stuff. So then I am going to do first disable this guy right here. I might get disconnected. That's fine. Once I get disconnected, I can come back to it. You see, I got disconnected because I was connected on this network, but that machine is right behind you guys. This is working right here. So I can actually go there and then kind of like make sure that it's working, everything is good, and then I'll come back to my screen and connect back again. It's gonna disconnect me, and we'll try to reconnect with this network on the right side that you guys are seeing. This one. This will reconnect again, but I'm gonna make it a little faster and do it quickly. Okay, so you see we are connected back again, and now we are gonna get ready and create this domain controller. And this is what we're gonna do. We are going to go to the server manager, and the first thing you need to do is to install Active Directory services on this, because that's where it starts. You're going to click on manage, you'll click on add roles and features, and then you will click on next. Then we will click next again, and here we verify that there's no 2 IP addresses, there's only 1 IP address. So we verified that, and here we are going to click on Active Directory domain services, and then we'll click on add services, and then we'll click on next. We're not installing DHCP right now, okay? So we're going to click next, and we'll click next, and then install this domain controller role. So you can see right now, remote services, group policy management, all that kind of stuff is automatically getting installed. This is something that you have seen in if you're a Jobs.to member many times. And this is where we also give you a full server access, where you have 30 GB RAM, 300 HD hard disk, and 8 vCPUs to play around with this type of stuff. Of course, you don't get routers and switches, but this is where you don't work then. Your work is mainly on this environment where you want to be like a junior sysadmin and learning these skills, so then you can either move up and also do really good in your interview, because we're teaching you some real good skills that are not just basically just simple stuff. It's little more than simple. So you get a full access to a server through your web browser. It's a real server, and then you basically work in that and play around with all these things that you learn for the help desk stuff, which we're going to go later on. I'm going to show you how you're going to transition from this lab to then start learning the help desk stuff. So right now we are waiting for our domain controller to finish the installation, and then I'll get back with this is finished. So that is done right now, and now we're going to promote this server to a domain controller. This is a key right here. Don't forget this. You're going to click on that, and then here we are creating a new domain controller in this network. We're going to say add a new forest, and we're going to name it jss.jobskillshare.org. This is our domain name. People put headquarter, whatever they want to put it, they're going to put it right here. We're going to click next, and after this is going to go to where you need to put a password. So let's go ahead and give it an easy password for now, and then it's automatically going to pick your operating system. So if you're doing it on 2019, probably now that you will probably see it. Before I couldn't see that 2016 was enough, but maybe now they changed it. You're going to click next. DNS will be automatically installed with this installation, and NetBIOS is going to automatically pick your first, the one that we have given the JSS. So it's going to show up right here in a second, and that is what we are going to be using for our logging into other machines, like JSS / whatever username. So we're going to click next and then finish this up. You will get some warnings. Don't worry about those type of warnings. This is normal. We're going to click next, and then we will install this domain controller. There you go. We're going to install it now. So after this will finish up, and it will say, okay, your domain controller is ready. You have converted this machine to a powerful machine. Now from this machine you can manage your whole devices, everything from this machine, for connections like logins and stuff like that, Active Directory, any other servers that you're installing on this network can be connected to this domain controller, and that will be also managed, and you can put applications on it and things like that. That's where your sysadmin skills are going to be utilized mostly. We'll talk about it later. So let's see, so you're about to be signed off. You're going to get this, and it will automatically after that just restart this machine. I can just close this quickly. You don't have to close it. It'll just automatically shut everything down. Right now I'm going to lose connection again over here. You see it's restarting, so I'm going to lose that connection, but on the background you're seeing that it's happening. So there you go, your server is getting started after the restart, and it's on the screen also. We're waiting for it to come up. Okay, so the domain controller is ready to go. Now this is where things will start from here on. Everything can be managed from this domain controller. So we're gonna go ahead and do all control delete and log in with our admin password. So right now you will see that that machine is the first one that got automatically connected to the domain controller. So if we come here and we look into the server manager, we can actually verify that this machine is now a part of a domain, which when you logged in, that was the first thing that told you that this is a part of domain. The second is that you will see more modules in here, and here you see Active Directory users and computers. And when you click here, this is where you can start adding users in Active Directory. You have done a full course on this. It's called Active Directory Users Management. We also teach this in live training. A lot on Active Directory. So here you can see, if you go to the computer and you can click on that, you can see that, sorry, the domain controller, you can see that domain controller is right here. Okay. Now what we're going to do is, after this, we need to get DHCP, because we want this server to be giving IP addresses. Whoever connects directly to these ports to automatically get an IP address, not that we have to go inside that computer and statically put it in there. So the first thing we need to do is to go to manage, and we're going to click on add roles, and we're going to click next and click next, and then next again, and here we are going to pick DHCP. I just want to make sure that I'm recording. Yes, I am. Okay, so then after that, we are going to click add this feature and click next, and just click next, next, and install. So now we're installing a DHCP. What this will do, we are going to give out IP addresses from this server. Very simple stuff here. It's just going to take over, because we didn't, last time, one of our labs, we made this guy a DHCP, the router. Router is not a DHCP anymore. It's just giving connections. This guy is also just giving a connection, but because it has ports, people need to connect here, and our server needs to give out IP addresses. That is the main key of this lab. So once you're done with that, you're going to click on complete DHCP configuration. You're going to click next. You can choose the first option, that's fine. We're going to commit it and say done, done, that's fine, done, and we're going to close that. So now if you go to tools, you see that you have DHCP, sorry, not this one, you have a DHCP added right there. So when you click on it, you have a DHCP already in there, but we still need to configure it. We haven't configured it, because if you go to a DHCP options, there's nothing in there. If I click on IPv4, there's nothing in there. So the first thing we need to do is to create a scope then. So we're going to right click on it, we're going to click on new scope, click next, and here we're going to just name it something. So let's just call it the same name, VLAN, or we can even call it JSS LAN. That's fine. And we're gonna JSS LAN, and then we're gonna click next, and here it says enter the range of addresses that the scope distributes. So what range do you want to give out IP addresses? Usually you want to separate it out. You don't want to keep it in the same IP addresses of your switches and routers. People will change something different, but here I'm just gonna name it, let's say 2.SA after 10. And here when you click on it, what is the ending IP address? We're gonna say 162.168.2. Let's say 150. It can go up to 150, and the length is 24. This is fine. 255 is fine. We're gonna click next. Now here you have some exclusion stuff like that. This is a little bit advanced stuff. Like I said, don't worry about this stuff. This is something that you will learn in our server MCSA courses and labs that we have designed. We're gonna invest too much time on this, so just click next. How many days? 8 days. Fine. Next. We're gonna click next now. This is a very key option right here. Router. What is your default router? Remember, our default router in this lab is what? This guy right here. That was what? 192.168.2.1. remember that this is our main router right here. Okay, then we're gonna click next here. What is the parent domain name? That's fine. And what is the basically the DNS server? Because this is the same server that we're using, domain controller, everything was on there, so we're going to be using the same server. We're going to click next, and you don't need this win stuff. We're going to click finish, and that's it, done. So to verify, all you have to do is to click on the scope option. You can see the router, DNS server, and the domain name is ready. So this IP DHCP is now listening for calls that anybody needs an IP address. I'm here. And now how do we test it basically? So going back to our lab, this Ethernet right now that you're seeing is connected to, it's not connected to the actual laptop right now. It's not, and I have to show you that. When I connect it, then you see the light is not even on yet. I'm gonna take this piece of Ethernet right here that you guys are seeing, and I'm going to plug it into the laptop. But before doing that, I am going to actually show you on the screen also. So let's go ahead and first put it on the screen. So I'm gonna make my... Alright, so I make sure that my Wi-Fi is disabled on this laptop, and I'm gonna go ahead and plug this guy into this laptop now. So as you can see, we just lost the connection because we were using a remote connection to this server in the back. That's fine, we don't need to worry about that. You see on the bottom we're getting this little yellow icon, but that's going out there right now. You see it's a yellow link right here. It's going out there. It says, guys, I'm connected here, and this server is saying, okay, you're connected, let me work with you. I'm gonna give you an IP address. Just hold on a minute, okay? And there you go, it got green. And if you come back here, now of course you can make it better in an office situation. There are other ways the sysadmins will be working on this to make it better, DNS and all that, because we have so many things connected from a normal environment. There's a lot of things that we need to be fixing. But this is normally when you connect it and you see that icon got yellow, then I will be seeing an IP addresses soon here. So if I right click here, there you go. So now you see you got the connection from where? JSS, Jobs.to, .org 2, because I already had one before. So now I click yes. If I click on networking here, and I click on show networks, actually not show, Ethernet and adapters. If I go to the adapter, the one that is connected is this one. And if I right click and go to status and go to details, you see I got the address where I wanted it to start. And that is what? 2.10. And my default gateway is this. My DHCP is this. My DNS is this. I didn't do this. It just automatically. If I can, by the way, show you right now. If I right click here and I go to properties again, and I go to TCP/v4 properties, this is automatically doing it. I have a connection now. I can go to internet. I can do a lot of things because I got a full connection. So if I can show you, I can go to Google and we can type something, let's say speed test, and you can run a speed test. There you go. I got on that switch 100 Mbps switches right there, so almost there. So this is it, guys. This is what we can do for getting everything managed through this server. In our next videos, we're going to talk about some of the Active Directory stuff and how can we join a machine. Can we join a machine to this Active Directory by directly connecting to that switch? If everything is working, everything should be smooth enough and it should connect back. Then we'll get into more virtualization later on. But hopefully you guys are enjoying this lab and are learning a lot. And this is all system administrator doing everything. We haven't still got into the help desk yet. So hopefully you have a really clear understanding. Now again, if you're brand new to IT, this is not the only thing sysadmins or network engineers do. Here, this is their area. Everything else is there. Then if you come to server manager, there are many other things that they work on here, especially web browser, web servers, IIS, applications specifically designed on servers and made for enterprise level application. They usually install it on these servers. And this is not the only server they use. There are multiple servers, virtualized servers, many servers, so many things that they work on. And same with the networking guys. They do the same things. The security guys, same thing. Then your job comes into play, and that's where you work your own stuff. So lastly, just wanted to show you quickly that the scope, then you can see it right here. When you go to your server, the address leases to that computer started with 10. The rest, when you connect, everything will show up right here. Now, for people who are wondering that, do I really need to learn all of this stuff? No, you're just watching it to get that image in your head that everything is working that way. So then now after that, when you learn about DHCP, it will be really easy for you to understand what DHCP is actually. And then for people who are kind of like want to know how do we teach, we actually prepare everything for you just like this. You know, this is a full web-based VMware server where you get access to a very powerful environment where you can see you have 30 GB RAM, you have almost 8 vCPUs to work on, a lot of space right here, and this is a powerful server right here. And here you create this domain controller in your own lab environment. You create machines, you connect them to it, and then that's where we teach you the help desk skills right here. We go into ticketing systems, we go into deployments, we go into troubleshooting, we go into remote stuff. Almost 80% of the stuff we cover right here, and you get access to it for 30 days without any interruption, meaning there's no time limit. Of course, when you have such a big access like practice lab and everything else, where you can then go and specifically learn step-by-step labs, which is more designed for a specific skill, not a real world like this one. So it's a combination of these two that makes you a real IT professional the way we want to make you. But the rest of these labs are going to help you really to understand the whole picture, because behind this we have done the networking for you, we have done the security part for you, right? So now when you see these labs and you come back to do these labs, that help desk ones that we're creating, you will have a clear idea of what's going on in even in this network. Because sometimes people wonder, I'm doing all these labs, but what's the back end behind it? So this is where we're going to get to that point too, that how you are actually accessing these labs also, like from a virtual point of view, from the VMware point of view, how these servers are providing these labs and everything. Okay. Hello and welcome back to our full IT office networking. Today we're going to do part 5. And this is going to go under the IT fundamental course. If you go there, if you want to be kind of like, want to take everything with a sequence where you're new to IT and you want to learn things in a sequential way, then this course will be the best one. And everything that I'm teaching in the lab environment is free. All of this stuff, you can just directly take it from this page by clicking on it without even registering. So all this content that I'm providing is just to make sure that you do not invest any money in IT if this is not your career. So you need to come here and watch these videos and then decide later on that if you really want to go for the live training or for the membership where you want to then become that person. So today we are going to continue our part 5 in our lab series. So part 1 is this one. I assume that you have watched all parts before watching this part, because it won't make sense for me to jump into something right away. It won't make sense to you actually. So that's why I prefer you watch part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4, and then part 5 will make super sense to you. So this is where a lot of people will get a clear idea of what that first position is going to be. It's going to look like this: entry-level IT help desk specialist. Even they put specialist in there, they're putting entry-level in there. This is just a naming. Like I said, a lot of people will name it different ways, but once they put entry level, they're expecting a person with basic computer knowledge here, a person who knows how to do operating system troubleshooting stuff, a person who knows how to support Office 365 and Office basic applications in that company, a person who knows how to diagnose utilities. This is the stuff that we teach you then. This is the stuff that we assume that you will learn inside the the universities, but they don't teach you this stuff the way we teach you, because a lot of that stuff is theoretical. And even though in the bottom they say you either need to have a school diploma or equivalent of 1 year of experience, and that is what, when we teach you, you're kind of almost about 6 months of person who's working directly in a company, because the way we teach you this real world skills, a lot of people just don't teach this stuff. And then here they're clearly saying that A+ is preferred but not required. So this is where if you have A+, great, but what if you have A+ and the courses that we're teaching, help desk support technician, Active Directory user management, Office 365, everything that looks good on your resume, not only look good on your resume, but when you start applying for these jobs and you land a job just like in this position, then what happens next? You really need to perform that. So the HR people talk to the system administrators and, hey, what kind of person you're looking for? We're looking for this type of person. So they came here, they put it on Indeed.com, you applied, you got the job. So today in this part, system administrator will today add this help this person in the account, so in the server. So I mean, have you ever wondered when you started a job, how did you get your account? So this is what the system administrator is doing today, okay, in this company. So let's just do that. In this lab, we're just adding you because you got hired. Congratulations. So we're gonna go here to the Active Directory that you have built in part 4. We're gonna go to Active Directory users and computers, and here we are going to basically add you as a help desk, because help desk is a IT person, so that help desk should have more power than just normal users. Of course, they can really dig in deep in there and refine their access to the help desk, but let's say this company, they don't care about that. Help desk is almost the same. He has almost the same access like a sysadmin, but he's just not doing his job, right? He doesn't have the ability to do that. So he's gonna right click here and click on new and click on user. Now, if you're wondering, I just directly came to Active Directory without explaining too much about Active Directory. So this is where you need to take our courses, either live training or you need to go to Jobs.to share and take Active Directory user support technician course. Active Directory user management course. It's a full course. We have invested a lot of time and energy on it. So either you take that or you take a live training, just like I'm training you right now in this lab. That's how we train you live. So here we're just gonna name help desk, right? So I'm just gonna make it simple. This is like your name, help desk. Okay, and we're going to create a username. This is the username that you need to log in to other computers. Usually in a company they will put like for other users they will put like a username. User should change the password at next logon. So meaning if I give access to this help desk and if I check this next time he logs into his machine, it's gonna force him to change the password. I'm not gonna do that right now. So we just created a help desk account, and still this help desk doesn't have that rights that he can be an IT person yet, because this is a normal access. So you're gonna right click on it and go to properties, and that's how we change access in Active Directory. It's a normal domain users. We're gonna add this help desk person to domain admins. Of course, like I said, there are other levels that people can lower it, higher it. It's really up to the company, but normally this is how it is. So here we added the help desk now as a domain controller user. The help desk account is ready. Now I can go to any machine in this network. I can add something in this network. Like let's say, for example, I can add a computer to this switch, and that computer needs to be joined to the domain, just like what we did. So I'm going to show you that later on in another video, but that help desk can then log into that machine and start managing other computers. Got it? So this is how the help desk account is actually added, and then he will go in there and start managing other machine users. But and another thing about sysadmin, also the boss told the sysadmin that can you also put some kind of group policy. So this is not something like it's too related to this video, but just to show you that a sysadmin job is also over here in group policy management type of thing, where let's say, for example, the boss says that I want everybody to have at least 8 characters of password in their password. So if it's less, then it shouldn't accept it. So this is the stuff that it happens from group policy. So the sys administrator will come here and he's going to go to the group policy, and then he's going to go to the computer policies, and then he's going to open this Windows settings, and in Windows settings he's going to go to security, and then here account policies, or here password policy, and you see that the password stuff is right here. So like for example, you can, if the boss says that I wanted 8 characters, they can come here and change this to 8, and then next time if somebody logs into that computer, that help desk person logs into that computer, and he's changing his password for the first time, it will not accept 7, it will accept 8. This is where you force that stuff. So this is the stuff also we teach in your help desk live training in very detail, and where you need to understand about group policy stuff too at basic level. So of course, this is just to kind of like show you that what this system administrator is doing. So just to give you a little bit touch in this, but this is it. Of course, after this, there's so much that sysadmin can do. Applications, there are new technologies now, cloud type of things, and we work on very, very different type of things. And that's where, if you really want to become a sysadmin after the help desk, after you working in help desk for at least 6 months, then you can come and say, I want to become a sysadmin that you were talking about, and then we can give you a custom training on this side too. We can give you a custom training on networking also. We can give you a custom training on cloud stuff also. But you really need to have at least a basic level of help the skills at least 6 months, or you should be working in a company for a year or two to contact us to say, I want a custom training. That is where we are going to give you training. Other than that, we won't be doing that because there's too much energy on our side, and we know it's not going to be a good thing for you as well. You don't want to waste money. At this point, you have clear understanding of how your account was created, and also you have a clear understanding of how other IT professionals are working inside the network. Because when you see that a network engineer have created a network, and you see that a systems administrator was heavily involved in servers, then this is where you get to understand how to use your ticketing system. Now you must be wondering, what is a ticketing system? Well, we will start with ticketing system right after a little bit of theoretical understanding of some of the mental approach that you should have to get into more technical learning. So before we get into ticketing and any other learning, let's go ahead and start with this little process where you can just sit back and relax, since this is a big course, and think about it. How am I going to approach the learning, and how do I complete this whole course? What's the reality after this? Let's go ahead and get started. So the first question you should be asking, why Danish? What gives him an authority to share these type of tips? Of course, these type of tips can come from someone who have spent 6 months or 1 year. Of course, they can give you a little bit, but this will come from someone who have spent at least more than 10 years in IT, or maybe 15 years in IT. So this is where I am. I'm between 10-15 right now, and that's where I have learned all of this stuff from people. Because I started my IT career in a very young age, so I have learned from scratch, and I have known so many people, so many different departments that I worked, so many different titles, and now I came to the position where I'm working with so many different people that I have trained so far on this platform, different backgrounds, different cultures, different age related, so I have learned a lot, and this is where I basically talk about this stuff beginning of my live training. Whenever someone take live training with me, we go over this. The reason for that is that live training is fast-paced, self-training is slow-paced. So for people who are going to be taking fast-paced, of course they then need to know this really right in the beginning. But it is going to help everybody. So first, let's talk about this first point. Train to be patient. Basically, this is something that you have to train yourself, train your mind, because you're not going to naturally become patient right away with this stuff. So what I'm saying in according to our course, you need to watch the video fully. So if there's a section that has a video and there's a task in there, and that task has a video, you should watch that fully. Now, it's up to you. You may want to go to that video, change the setting, and make it faster if you think it's a little boring. But at least watch it fully so you can understand. And next time when you go to the lab, then it shouldn't be an issue for you. But again, even after that, you should still train yourself that I'm going to be patient. Even if I can't do this lab, I'm going to be patient. Why? Let's talk about this. Because if you are working in a company as a help desk, as a entry-level IT support personnel, then you are a part of that company, and you know that you are working under someone. And what I mean by that is that you are going to be supporting customers. Customer can be anything here. right? So you have to basically train yourself that I am going to be working with someone who's going to be having issues. So if I don't have the ability to be patient, how can I work with somebody who is also in the same situation? So, and this is actually an interview question too. A lot of people will ask you, how do you deal with stress? Because they know this job is not something you can just go and relax very easily in the beginning. It is going to be a little bit stressful in the beginning. Later on, when you learn things, you become pretty comfortable with this stuff. So the first thing I will tell you in specifically about these courses that you're taking, please don't skip these videos. If you want to learn, then at least watch the videos. You can skip the labs if you want to, if it's not required by our projects. If it's required by a project, you really can skip it because you have to do it then. But if it's not in the project, then skip it. Then the second part is accept the pattern of repetitiveness. This is very important for you in IT career. In IT, it's not that every day we work on different things. It's not like that. Let me give an example. If you get a call for password lockout, you know that it's a part of Active Directory. So you're going to go and unlock that person. You may find one way in the beginning. Let's say you unlock the person. You got a call again. You got 10,000 times. Let's say you spend so many years in that company. Then you will think about that. That call is just repetitive call. So I need to accept this reality just like that. In IT, 70 to 80% of these things are all repetitiveness. So you need to accept that, because if you don't, then you're stressing yourself. Then you're going to be getting annoyed. Why am I going to do this all over again and again? You see, to fix that, then you need to learn automation. Then you need to learn something scripting. And that's where you become more advanced person. And that's where you appreciate your knowledge yourself, because you say, okay, I did something really cool. When I started my job, I was doing one step, let's say in 5 minutes. And now I can do 10 steps in few seconds because of my ability. And that's not just scripting I'm saying. You can do anything. In the future, you will learn many more things. But what I'm basically saying is, first is to be patient. Don't skip the videos in this course. And the second one is repetitiveness. Even in our courses, you need to make sure you are doing these things again. When you're doing it again, don't become annoyed that, oh, I just did this. Why do I have to do this again? Like, for example, in the fundamental course, you're going to learn something about how to add an Active Directory feature or something like that. Then you're going to go to our real world course, which is a helpdesk technical V1.0 course, which is a new course equivalent to our helpdesk entry-level specialist course, which was free for a while. And still free, but we're not updating it. And in that new course, you're going to learn the same thing again, but now you're going to learn it a little bit different way. Basically, we're going to be talking about, okay, now in a company, you're gonna get this on your helpdesk machine, while in the helpdesk, the fundamental lab, you are given a task. You just need to do it. So you see, same process, but different methods, and that's what we call repetitiveness. It is a lab environment. Don't stress too much. Remember, in the lab environment, we're not checking that, how much, if there was an issue and you have resolved it masterfully, meaning like you went in there, you learned it, you specifically went into some really, really details in there. We want you to finish that task if it's a project. If it's not a project related lab, then we don't want you to waste too much time on it. The reason for that is that you will do this when you go to the work. They don't expect you to finish every single thing or be a master in the beginning. Because when you go to the work, they don't think that you have that level of knowledge. That's why even in help desk or IT support positions, there are levels. Level 1, level 2, level 3. And if people really want to hire someone with a lot of skills, they're going to specifically say that we're looking for level 3 or level 2. In a level 1 position, they just want you to know the concept. You have done a little bit here and there, and you know the basics, and you can go to Google, you can go to the communities, you can ask somebody, you can ask more professionals and how to fix it, and they will tell you, and that's what they're looking for. So in these lab environments, if you see there's an issue with the lab, let's say it's a practice lab issue. It's not supported by us, but it's supported by practice lab. I will say skip it and let us know there's an issue in the lab, and we'll say, okay, you don't need to do that project, no worries, just move on. As long as you know the concept, you really don't need to finish at the maximum level or at the mastery level. You don't need to really get into that. Okay, I learned something new today about imaging. you don't need to master imaging over here. As long as you know what imaging does and you know few tools that we have shown you, that's enough, because you're going to do that at work. Don't try to do it in these labs, because you will never finish these courses then. Don't try to overcomplicate and master something. I already talked about this. This is what I explained just now, that just don't try to master it, because it's not going to work. You are going to fail with this stuff. We have done this many times in our career and we failed, and then we realized that IT is not all about mastering something. IT is about you need to know a few things that's related to your work. Simple as that. Let's talk about it. Smart learning. Another very important aspect of learning skills, specifically about IT. A lot of people back in the days, remember, there were not many online courses. There were not many people who were doing what we're doing now on YouTube. There were not many people like that. So people were actually open in sharing knowledge, because not many people knew. So if somebody knew, then it was a trend in the company as well, that if you know a lot, then okay, you're going to teach it to other person, or that was a good feeling right now. But now, since online things are so much availabilities out there, that people don't have that kind of drive, that why should I really teach you all this stuff if you have everything online? Why do I have to invest all this time with you? Remember, everybody have families, everybody have time, everybody have things going on in their life. So this is where things get tricky. Back in the days it was like that, but now it's even more complex. Online is made of so many things now. Technology is made of so many different things. Hybrid technology. For example, you have Active Directory now here, and you have Azure Active Directory in the cloud. You have Office 365. You have Outlook in the cloud. You have so many things mixed up now that people don't have that kind of time to teach you. So what do you need to do? You need to first find your goals. What is it that you want from this career? And then what kind of, titles are you going to target? So here we say that share your goals with experienced IT professionals. It could be us. Contact us. You have our number. You can directly call this number, send a voicemail, send a message. At least if you're not taking a live training, we're not pushing you on live training or anything like that. We know that's the best option right there. But at least we can tell you that you are on a right path, or you are on a hard path, or you are on a manual path, or you are on a smart path. So see, we can actually really help you in this stuff. So only focus on targeted titles. How would you know this stuff? Somebody has to tell you, right? So the first step is you contact the professional, then he or she told you the titles that you should be focusing on. So once your titles are focused, then you solely concentrate on the specific skills in this title. Because if you don't do that, then IT is too broad. A lot of people come to me, they say, I have MCSA, I have CCNA, I have this nice advanced certification, but when I ask them, what are you really trying to achieve? I want to become an IT person. But that's not an answer. I want to become an IT person. We go back to that again. I'm like, okay, you did security, you did this and that, but do you want to become a security professional? Then they say, yes, but that's kind of like, I know hard, but I want to become an IT. Okay, I'm like that. Okay, you want to become a help desk. That's the easy one, right? And then they say, yes, that's what I want to do. You see, now we fix this area right here, right? We're going to fix it, because now I know which area of skills you're going to require. So in this course and other courses, you're going to be you're already targeted. If you're taking the fundamental IT V1.0 course, you're already in that target right now, so you don't have to even worry about this. But of course, if people are watching this with journal, they're not taking our courses, then they should be contacting us or people who people who are in IT. Contact your friends. Don't be shy. Ask yourself interview question. I'll put a asterisk mark in there. Every time you're taking these courses, you're taking the videos, you're doing the labs, convert that into interview question. A lot of people contact me after live training that, can I have a interview question? Even though I shared a lot with them, to be honest, no one can give you 100% correct interview questions. We do give you something really cool that it helps a lot of people, but the problem is that anyone can think of anything. And that's where we're talking about another human, how the other human mind is working. What if this manager knows that these are something very common? I'm going to do something different. I'm going to put something different for this person, but I will find out that if this person knows about IT or not. So when you do all these tasks in this lab and all these courses that you're taking, I can guarantee you will create 1,000 interview questions for yourself by doing these self-ask interview question. How? You're going to go to the task and you're going to say, in this task, it tells me to install an application and deploy this application on a different machine. Then you should ask yourself, what kind of deployment tools have you used in this environment or this lab, or how did you learn it? You see, now that's an interview question. You just turn your learning into an interview question. How cool is that? Because now you have built so many interview questions for yourself, and that should definitely help you. Show your learning on the resume. You should definitely put the labs on your resume. You should say that I have done this lab, that lab. You should put all our courses on your resume, even if you have not completed it. Put in progress. Remember, it's all about terms and key terms on your resume. You're selling yourself. So when they see these terms, it basically, it's a conversation. Interview is nothing more than a conversation. You have to be confident. It's a story. So somebody has to either be inside the story and be very happy that they're seeing something very common that they want to look for, or they could see, okay, this is a pretty boring story, I'm not even getting anywhere, and that's where you kind of don't get calls. So even if you are not certified from us, you really need to put all these courses and just put pending. No problem. Right? You can always show that this is my progress right here. Now, practice. I mean, we can talk all right here for next few days or few years, but if you're not practicing in IT, trust me, it's just not gonna work. The first thing you should be asking, and to validate, why are we doing this training? If you look at our screen right now and look at this description and look at the description titles on the left side, if you look at these titles, these are all IT positions. Help desk service coordinator, help desk specialist, help desk technician, tier 1, help desk. And it doesn't matter, even if it's a systems administrator, network engineer, even a software developer, even a web developer, database administrators. Anyone that's a power user, that's an IT user, you will see them in more of an admin category of tickets. What I'm saying is that this person will be assigned the call, and this person will be doing something with that call. This person will be doing something. So what is that? So if I just show you a visual image, now this is from TestOut.com, who is our partner. This is going to help us understand how the ticketing system is a very important piece in this whole IT career. So if you look at it, back in the days, let's say for example, this is a small office and this is you sitting right here as a help desk technician, IT support, desktop support, or if you are even a sysadmin or network engineer, whatever your technical position is, maybe you're a database administrator, developer, or somewhere here, and you're working in this small office. Let's say they have a lobby with a receptionist and one office with accounting, sales, other people, and then there are different type of departments over here, and then you have executive offices right here. So back in the days, people will just walk right here to your office. We call it a hallway ambush, or somebody will be calling you directly on the phone, let's say from executive office, or somebody will be emailing you through the computer, and then you will see an email, somebody's walking you and somebody's calling you. So you have to have some type of management, and that's fine. Even if people are calling you that way, you still have to have something to prioritize all of these different issues that you're facing at the same time. And also, you may be just working on a very critical project right here, while somebody can just walk in and totally disrupt your the research that you have been doing for the past 2 hours, and you're so close to your solutions, and now somebody just walked in, hey, I just spilled the coffee on my keyboard, can you just come in and fix it? You see, some of the things can be known to customers, some of the things that we have to train customers. So this is where a ticketing system is not just for an IT professionals. It's not just for us. A lot of people have this misconception that ticketing system is just for IT people. It's actually not. It's a full process. This is where a business can really work effectively if they have something like this in place, because it will save time. It will make sure that a critical calls differences between a critical call and a normal calls. This is why we have different type of levels, and this is where we have SLAs, stuff like that. So you see why a system is so important, because you got to manage your company effectively. So that is the reason why we need ticketing system. Of course, the reasons are way more than that. We're going to go into more detail, but that's to just give you a little visual right here that why it is so important. Because now what will happen if you have a ticketing system, if this person is having an issue with something very minor, all they got to do is to go online to their machine, and there will be a portal, and there will be, let's say from this server, there's a server right here, or maybe in the cloud, let's say there's a cloud, and this application is provided to them through their web browser. So they will just submit a ticket, and this will have a different type of urgency. Maybe they say, oh, it's not that urgent, I'm going to put 4 on it, so I don't care about it right now, but maybe later on, whenever you guys have time, so come and fix this issue for me, or maybe give me something, right? So then they will send a ticket. So it's going to be like a number, let's say number 30 or ticket number 30, and then you acknowledged it. You saw it, you acknowledged it, you assigned it to yourself, but it was not urgent. So there you go. You know that there's something going on. I'm just going to keep track of it. Now this person, executive person, is having a critical issue. He went in there, or he called you, or he sent you an email, or she sent you an email. It doesn't matter. But if it comes over here, then this technician right here, see, okay, it's an urgent call. So this is level 1 issue. Maybe I'll just go right away and fix it, or whatever their SLA or whatever their urgency time works. This is all up to the company. And then you're just going to perform that based on what you have in the system. So you see, everything is managed, and everything has a track. So even if your manager comes to you now, what were you doing for the past 3 hours? You can say that, look, I signed this ticket. I'm already, this is not an urgent issue. I went in there, and this is the ticket that I spent this much time on it. You can see I signed it to myself, fixed it, came back. And then of course, ticketing is not about just management, just sending a ticket. This is not about that. It's way more than that. It's basically putting your time, putting the resolutions, putting documentations, so many different things is a part of this one system. And that's where your company can really work better, and everybody can have benefit from it, because your IT staff is being utilized the correct way. They're not getting ambushed because somebody have taught these people, or somebody have given a strong language that don't just go walk up there because this is such a minor issue. Why don't you just put a ticket? Because that's where we are going to be helping you effectively. So you see, it's even before IT, you don't go and educate these people. It's going to be coming from the management. It's going to come from the top people. And that's where when they sit together, everybody decide on this one thing, that we're not going to just do this. This is a process. We all have to follow it. And that's where the company can really perform better. So now moving on, why it is so important for you to learn. Why are we doing this whole lecture? This is why we are doing this lecture. It's not because what ticketing system is and all that, because back in the days nobody was teaching this stuff. So what's the urgency? Why did we even introduce this whole training based on ticketing 4 years ago? Now we're doing another upgrade. This is why. If you look at your Indeed.com and you go to any positions, this could be a level 1 type of positions. Most of the level 1 positions and level 2, level 3 position, this job is basically assigned to you. This is your job. For the first time you get a ticket, you are the people that are going to get these tickets. You are the one that are going to be opening up a very critical issue or a very small issue. It doesn't matter. It could be a request, but you're the one who is basically starting the whole process. So you have to be a very important person, and you are the first line. You represent that company. So this is why people are so strict on ticketing, and managers are so kind of like coming in and say, hey, what is the process of this ticket? It's because a manager is also being managed, right? A director is watching a manager, a CIO or whoever is above director, they're watching them, and the CEO is just looking at the whole thing, because that's where he can run the whole business, or she can run the business, right? Or anyone. So here's the thing. I mean, if you look at these titles, these are all help desk positions. Help desk specialist, it doesn't matter. I mean, these titling has nothing to do with most of the IT jobs. We kind of train people on this. We already talked about how, this has no meaning. If you're going for level 1 positions, these, you see tier 1, and they might call you a specialist. None of these are, you know, this has no meaning. All of them are IT support positions, basically. So if you come over here and you look at it, all of these positions have what in common? Tickets, 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 submitted, creating a ticket, reporting a ticket. And then if you look at this one in detail, it says, you know, track and close a, oops, sorry about that. Track and close a ticket. I'm going to change this right now. This is very important right here. So they're saying open, track, and close tickets. So they kind of like make it easy for you, right? They want you to know that you are going to be doing this. This is going to be your job. So the first day when you go out to the company and you open up a PC, they give you the PC. You know that you can log in as Active Directory. Now, some of the terms that I'm using, if you don't know this is why you need to take the training, by the way, because Active Directory is a part of it. Now, ticket is one thing. You get a ticket, you open it. After the ticket is the technical skills. The reactive mode of technical side. So you pick up the call, you become technical. You open a ticket, you are the technical person to go and fix it or assign it to somebody else who you know can fix it. For example, if it's an issue of a website or server related issue that has to do something with a server, then you will go to systems administrator. Maybe you will assign this ticket to a systems administrator. So this is why it is so important to learn about, not only learn about what ticketing is, but actually how to perform tickets is something that you're going to learn from our training. Now, this is the reason you are actually training about ticketing, because people are going to ask you, do you know what ticketing system is? Have you used the ticketing system before? Do you know what SLA is? Do you know when would you close a ticket? Have you done any resolutions? Have you done any documentation? All of these questions, these are interview questions people can ask. So let's move on, because we get the point that this is why you need it. Now, if we look at it, what's the reason behind ticketing system? So let's go a little bit more detail on this and just kind of like brainstorm over here. So if you look at it, it's a systematic way, right? It's a systematic way to organize tickets and answer the support query. So if you have 5 technicians in your company, you would like to have some kind of organized way of doing things. So if there's 1 ticket, 2nd ticket, 3rd ticket, 4th ticket, 5th ticket, and you have 5 technicians, then there got to be some way for you to manage these 5 people, and you can assign them tickets based on their skill set. Okay? So after this, we have centralization of customer communication. So of course, your customer is also a very important part in your company. So if you, let's say for example, these are all your customers right here. These are all 300 customers, right? And this is your ticketing center, ticketing system, or your office. It has a ticketing system in there. Of course, ticketing system doesn't mean like it has to be physically there. You're just watching the portal from your office. And there got to be a centralization of customer communication. So basically every person comes to you and it's centralized, right? Everything, all these issues comes in one place. It doesn't go to left and right or somewhere else. It just goes to this one place. Help for prioritization. This is very important, because if you get all these tickets from these people, you got to know which one is a critical ticket, which one is something that can wait for 2 or 3 or 4 days, and which can be like maybe done in 2 days. So you got to know how to prioritize. And then based on people, different type of people, you got VIPs, you got normal people, you got everything, different things that are going on in the company, of course. And that's where you need to know how to prioritize tickets. So allocation of work according to skills and availability, and that's where basically a manager's role will play, senior level technical roles will come play, and then this is where you need to decide that basically who gets to solve a call. So basically, if this is an issue with a networking, and there's 2 type of networking engineers in your company, one is more of like a routing guy, another person is a switching type of person, then of course you need to know how to manage that based on the ticket. Improves internal communication. Of course, this is where we mentioned, this is why it's centralized. Ticket formation to ensure no query remain unresolved. Now that's so important, because you don't want tickets to be coming into your queue, ticket 1, ticket 2, ticket 3, ticket 4, all that, it's going to pile up. But if, let's say you solve the ones that you like to solve, but then you don't want to solve this one, what happens? Now you got a customer that's not happy. Now in this world, in 2020, it's not about just one person getting upset and then that's not going to affect your business. It's about one person getting upset, and that one review can mess up your whole image, right? That customer can be a very important customer with a very high number of social media access, and there you go, you got a problem now. Because back in the day, social media was not that much. Right now everybody got accounts and they have followers and everything, so one bad review can have a very big impact on your business. So this is why nothing gets to be unsolved. You got to know why this is in queue, why this is in an email for 2 months. Why didn't it get the answer? At least somebody should have replied to this person if it was an issue. So you see why this is so important, this part right here. Speed up the support operations. Of course, we talked about it, why it's important, because everybody's doing their job. If you got 5 tickets today and you resolved it, then you're happy, and then everything is moving fast. And if things has to wait because there's some kind of equipment needs to come and you need to fix it, then of course that everybody knows about it now. So there's no problem with if there's even a delay and people know about it, there's no problem. Everybody understand that. And if you work in a business environment, that's how business works. Tickets assignment and resolution based on priority. We already talked about prioritization, but assignment is very important right here, because this is where a lot of people will test you, is do you know how to assign a ticket? Because when you are a new IT professional, most of the time you just don't know, who do I assign this ticket? So let's say, for example, this is a ticket that you just came to your email, and it's about, let's say, an issue with the login. But you just don't know over here. Like, for example, a login can be many different type of issues. It could be the Active Directory account issue. It could be a database issue, that maybe a database is down in the back end. It could be a lot of different type of issues. So you need to also learn this based on your skills and based on knowing your company. Of course, it's going to take you time. This is not something you can just learn right away. It's going to take you time to understand that how many power users you have in this company, who gets to resolve what, and then somebody has to teach you that these are the different type of departments. This could be a software development department, this could be a networking department, this could be a security department, this could be a sysadmin department, this could be many more departments, a web team. So then you get to assign the tickets to the right people based on their skills, based on the nature of the call. So many different type of things can play in here, and this is what we teach you in our training when we are training live stuff like Active Directory, or even talking about software deployments or web servers or something like that. Then we kind of tell you that this is where you need to go, and we also give you more tricks to find out how you can quickly find these people, and that's what we're going to do in our more lectures in this course. Routing the query to dedicated support. This is exactly what we just talked about right now. So these two are kind of like the same thing. Save time to automate workflow. A lot of people are scared of automation. So if let's say this process becomes automated, if a ticket comes, or let's say a ticket comes to your email, or somebody send an email to you to support@jobs.to, I'm having this issue, whatever ABCD issue, and then a lot of people, what happened is that, okay, this came to my email, but that's still not a ticket. It's a ticket, but it's not a ticket in a system. So the older ticketing system, what you have to do is to copy this whole content and you will put it into the ticketing system. So this is, let's say, a ticketing system. So this is a manual job right here, right? You got to do this for how many tickets? I mean, imagine if this is a very, big company and they're getting tickets left and right, and you're getting so many tickets, then how many times can you do this? This is a manual job, it's a tedious job, then it'll become a problem, right? And you can miss things, you may not copy the things correctly, all that kind of stuff. So the new ticketing systems are like, you send an email to this ticket, so you send an email to a support@jobs.to, and it automatically put a ticket for you based on the content of that call. So it's automation with intelligence. So this may say, okay, I'm having an issue with my username, my application ABCD, and that application, if it's fitted inside this automation, then this will go out there and it will create a ticket in the system. So you see, it automated your work, so you're not doing manual work. A lot of people are scared of this automation, that this may be a problem because then I will lose my job. Now this is why we tell people that you need to get trained on more technical skills, like more stuff than just ticketing system. So then of course you're not going to lose your job. But if you're just doing this job as a ticketing system person who is just doing ticketing for a very large company, then do know that this automation can impact your job in future. But at this point, people want you there because they want a human in there to make sure that automation doesn't make any mistake, and that would be a problem because remember, they don't want to upset their customers. And customer service is everything, and specifically in this area. If you were hired to do ticketing for, let's say, 80% of your job was to do just ticketing for a very large company, then they don't want to upset their customers, and you don't want to be making mistakes as well. So this is where automation can help companies like who have help desk technicians, like who are doing both everything. They're going to come and do the ticketing, and they said this is the ticketing piece right here. They're going to do ticketing, and at the same time they're going to go and fix that issue, right? So they're going to go and fix. This is just I'm creating something here. So they said they're fixing this issue. So automation will be the best thing for these people because they were hired to do this stuff. They were trained to do in A+, other type of trainings and our trainings and everything, right? You were trained to do more technical stuff. So then they would love to automate this process because they hate this type of work. I mean, nobody likes this type of work, trust me. Nobody wants to sit in front of the computer and try to do ticketing all the time, you know. This is where a lot of people come to us like, I don't want to be a ticketing person. I want to be a technical person. I want to be an IT professional, right? So this is going to definitely help because then when you are happy, you get to do your job even better because you love your job. So this is where automation can definitely be a good thing. But like I said, there are different type of scenarios that automation can be good or bad for certain type of people. So keep that in mind. Okay, so now moving on, of course, improve support performance or using productivity tools, utility tools for quick resolution and query, self-service. And so let's talk about this. This is more of a manager type area too, because a lot of managers will be looking at reports. They can come and ask you, did you do your work? You can defend your work. They can look for issues. Let's say after 1 year, they're going to run a report. And they will see, oh, we got a lot of problems in this one area. Why is this happening? And that's where more people will join in, more of a service desk analyst or people who have a little bit more knowledge of how to deal with performances and how to fix things, and they'll look at the overall picture and brings a solution to your problem. So you as a technician is not doing this dealing with this issue again and again after 2 years or 3 years, and you're doing the same thing. They got to be a fix then. So that's why they need to do that. So of course the knowledge base is another big thing. Ticketing system is not about just sending a ticket and all that kind of stuff. You got to put links for people, password links, company specific links, company specific documentation, how to add a email into your phone, and different type of documentation that you can provide through the ticketing system. And that's why they use knowledge based. And even for your own technician, you may build a knowledge base so then they can do their work easily because they have already came across an issue and now they got a resolution and everything. Enable your customers to raise a concern from any channel. So of course this is 2020 right now. Everybody's using Twitter, so many different types, Facebook, Instagram, and there's so many areas that you need to connect your ticketing systems. Sometimes there are different type of managers for each social group, but again, do know that tickets can come from anywhere, anytime. So this is lecture 1 for today, and we are going to move on to lecture 2, and that's where we're going to get into what is a ticketing software, and we will move on to more and more understanding of ticketing system, and then at one point we're going to get technical and we'll do a lot on hands-on on just ticketing system. So we are going to start in this lecture 2 now specifically about what is a help desk software. What is a ticketing system software? Like, this got to be something, right? So this is basically right here. The definition is IT teams typically deploy help desk software to manage the IT ticket lifecycle, automate routine tasks, and optimize their processes and workflow. Now, this is the important piece right here, which directly results in increased productivity, reduced cost, better service levels, and improved customer experience. So when it is a time to pick a ticketing system, it's not something that you as a level 1 will just go out there and tell your CEO or manager that, oh, we need a ticketing system. If they don't have it and you know about this feature and this software, yes, you can go and tell them. But 90% of the time, they will already have some type of implementation, because you are the one who is joining this company. Maybe they need you as a second technician, or maybe they need you as a fifth technician. So they have already been through this stuff. So this requires planning with every department in your company. You don't just go out there because this ticketing system is so famous, so I'm going to go for it because everybody's using it. It doesn't work that way in the ticketing system. It has to be planned. It has to match your business goals. It has to make sure that every single department understand it and they can use it, because this is the reason you want to use it, to make sure your processes get better, some of automation, workflow, and overall the experience, the customer service experience gets better and things gets done on the time. So some of the key features in helpdesk software includes incident and service request management. So basically, a lot of time it could be something that it could be an incident, or maybe something that people are requesting something. So that's also a part of this whole system, because sometimes people are just requesting something. Let's say I need a printer because this printer is too old. Now that's not an issue, but it's also something that it's old, it's slowing down business, it's slowing down a lot of people. So then it becomes more of a flow that, okay, it has to go through accounting and you have to wait for that. Somebody has to approve it. And then once they get that printer, then you also get involved as a technician because you're a part of that whole flow. Now, another thing is a problem and change management. So the thing about this is that there got to be some type of system that can track problems, that has to have some type of resolutions, that has to have some type of fixes as well. Sometimes ticketing systems are so advanced that few things that it can do by itself. And some ticketing systems can come with a self-portal service. Now, the self-portal service may be just sending a ticket, which I'll show you in a second. It would be just sending a ticket to a technician, but it could be also something connected to Active Directory that even a user can reset their own password. User can even update their own, let's say, inventory data if they allow it. There's a lot that can be done, right? So another thing about it is it has to have some type of SLAs, service level agreements. Somebody has to make sure that they understand what are different type of levels, what are the priorities and stuff like that. It has to have all these features, and it will be features that users can understand. It has to be very easy for user. The front end has to be extremely easy. Just where's my issue? Where can I attach the document? Okay, level 1 means this, urgency means this. I'm going to send it to the technician. Now, when the technician gets into their management portal, this gets advanced then. Then they have to do certain things to make sure that ticket is assigned to the proper team, it is being handled correctly. The little tiny pieces has to come together from a technician then, to make sure that later on when a manager runs a report on top of these different type of feature, it really helps the business at the end, and then they can achieve their goals. What are the types of helpdesk software? Helpdesk can be classified into different types based on deployment method, size of targeted audience, and source code availability as listed below. So let's go ahead and what is that basically. So the software can come in different type of methods. You can have a cloud-based ticketing system. So for example, Spiceworks. If you go to Spiceworks, let's just show you that right. In this ticketing system, you can see that this is a cloud-based ticketing system, because if you look at the link, it's on Spiceworks, meaning we're not basically giving this access. It's Spiceworks giving us this access. Now you can see the link clearly. So Spiceworks also give you a on-premises software that you can actually download it, and then you will have the same features. But of course, when it comes to the cloud is more current technology. They can put a patch very quickly. They can they can fix a bug very quickly, and they can give you features very quickly. You don't have to do anything from your end. You just probably have to know that this is getting changed. As you can see, in the ticketing system, you can also have an on-premises ticketing system, and this is how it used to. A lot of people started ticketing system like this, just like any other softwares back in the days. But now you have both. You have a on-premises software and you have a cloud software, because again, it has to be company deciding this feature, because maybe this company say, oh, I don't want any of my data on a cloud. I don't want any of my data to be on your server. I want it on my server because it has a lot of critical things in our ticketing system. So they will definitely go for a more on-premises type of software. So if somebody's selling a ticketing system software right now, currently in 2020, they will offer you both. They will say, okay, you can use it, your own server, we will help you implement it, or you can just use our cloud-based system, just like I showed you in the Spiceworks. Now, of course, there are more enterprise level ticketing systems, and those are very, very advanced. And I'll show you one enterprise level, which is this one, this right here, ServiceNow. I'm sure you have heard this name before. ServiceNow management is very advanced at this point. When it started, when we created the video like 4 years ago, it was very basic. At that time, it was also well known, and that's the reason that they are in the market, and they have so many different levels of integrations and different type of coding. Even you can become a developer in ServiceNow just by doing this. You can get a job. As you can see, ServiceNow developer is available in Rockwell right now as I'm making this video. And then of course you can go in there and you have a huge amount of just too much. It's just too much. So don't get into this stuff right now. I don't want to scare people that, oh, is this what I'm going to be doing? No, this is for developers. This is for the application administrators. This is for the people who are at advanced level that are going to come and do these things for you. All you got to do is when they finish all the job and everything, then at the end, you're going to only need to know what is my portal, how are my user going to submit a ticket, and how are they going to check the ticket. Because you are getting a call based on what they see. So basically, you just need to know, okay, how does the portal look like? Maybe I need to put some documentation in this portal. That will be your job. And maybe just guiding them that, okay, you can click on check ticket status, put your email, put the ticket number, and then there you go. You will see it. If they have to sign in, they will sign in. If they ask you, can I create a ticket? Can you guide me how to create a ticket? Then you will need to know this form basically. Okay, what does this email mean? Where can I get that number or that number? Based on whatever they have designed, you will just need to know that. As a level 1, that's all you got to do to know the user end. But of course, after this, you need to know the backend, which is the most important part in ticketing system, which we will do in our third video because that's more technical. We don't want to waste our time in this video because we still have to explain certain things. So then, of course, there's the other ones too, like open source, and most of the people will be. It depends on the company, because if they are going to go for open source, then of course open source usually don't come with a kind of like an enterprise level support. You either have to buy it from the people who are providing open source. If they're not providing, then you're on your own, and you got to know how to make this whole thing work, because then of course there's a lot of somebody has to then manage it. This is going to be a management decision. So a lot of people will ask you this question: what are the differences between a help desk and a service desk? So you can see right now the explanation right here is up until the introduction of Information Technology Infrastructure ITIL version 3 in 2007, the two terms help desk and service desk were used interchangeably. So a lot of people will say, help desk, is that the service desk? Is service desk, is that the help desk? Both are different. Service desk is mostly related to this specific framework, which is ITIL, and it has a lot of different type of courses and different type of levels in there. That's a total different world right there. So you can see right here, since then this practice has changed within the ITSM industry. However, to the average end user, the differences remain blurry. Based on ITLv3 description of two terms, there are few key differences that help desk and service desk. So let's go ahead and find that out. So on the left side, you can see help desk software. Help desks are user-centric. Help desks are point solutions. Help desks are reactive in nature. You can make it proactive, definitely, like by getting trained from us. That's proactive learning. Help desks are for end users. So if you look on the right side, it says service desks are business centric. Service desks are integrated. Service desks are more proactive. Service desks are for technicians and end users. So if you look at the overall picture, yes, you may see the service desk people are going to be more knowledgeable in business overall, thinking of how this whole thing is working. Maybe they may also have technical knowledge. Of course, that person will have more technical skills than just a simple help desk. But the jobs that you're applying for are very specifically targeted towards a reactive nature. You just have to go and fix it with the user. You have to go and fix that issue. You have to just take a ticket and assign it. Extremely easy stuff. It's not that bad. On the right side, it's definitely someone who needs to have more skills, and that's not what you're getting trained for. You're getting trained for this very simple job that is going to be in the beginning, just assigning tickets, learning the process, learning Active Directory stuff, learning installation of the software, printer stuff, file permissions, all that kind of stuff. You just need to know and create a ticket, assign it to yourself, close it, or you just need to know how to assign a ticket to somebody else. As you can see on the bottom, they cleared it, help desk or subset of service desk. So it comes under the whole service desk environment. So if you look at the flow now, how does it work? If somebody basically sends you a ticket, let's go ahead and do that. And how does it work? You may have users inside your company. Now, before I go into this slide, it really depends on what type of company you're working for. You could be working for a service provider. So let's say this is a service provider right here. This is your company. And you may be having clients, building clients. I'm saying like big buildings with 300 users, another building with 200 users, another building with this many users. So you may be working with a very large service provider. So you can see your job is going to be very heavy on ticketing. And somebody has to make sure that there's a good ticketing system in this company because there are a lot of people and these are businesses. So make sure that you know that this can, one company may be using different type of methods to contact you. Maybe this is a company that are not very techy and they're just using email. So then definitely you're going to have a lot of flow for ticketing. But maybe this company is used to a lot of phone calls. Maybe they have smaller businesses outside and they're calling you directly. That would be phone stuff. If somebody's calling you from putting a portal or a ticket, maybe they're just directly using some type of portal that you have told them that please send us a ticket based on this ticketing system. But even these companies have their own ticketing system, so they wouldn't like to use two different ticketing systems, so it becomes a problem, right? So this is where maybe their technicians will create a ticket for you in your ticketing system, so it can get a little complex. So just know that when you are working in a company and you're doing this training, it's not just about one simple office and you just got a ticketing system and people are going to call you. It can have a very complex environments. You could be even dealing with just single users and they're just calling you directly. But overall, in any company, you have this help desk environment. You have your own office and everything. You have computers. And let's say you have implemented a ticketing system. So what are some channels that you can get a ticket from? So when we discussed that you can get a ticket from an email, somebody can send a direct email to support@jobs.to, and that should be considered a ticket. So if the ticketing system is advanced enough, that ticket may be created from that email because they sent it to this specific email. Maybe you don't want it to be automated. You need to make sure that is this a ticket or is this just a question? So this could be just a question that, hey, small question. I just need to know what are your hours. That's not a ticket now, right? You can reply back, these are our hours, and most likely they probably know that. But it could come to be more of a ticket. So then, of course, you got to do the copy paste, or you have to use some kind of automation to make that a ticket. Another ticket would be a phone call. So you could also get a phone call and, okay, I'm having an issue with my user, my password is being locked out. Now, that call itself is technical. We're not getting into that. That's a technical skills that you will learn from our training. That's reactiveness I'm talking about. When they were saying that help desk is more reactive in nature, that's the reactiveness got activated, your technical mode kicks in and you help the person. But what happens after that is it becomes a ticket, because you cannot be making a ticket at the same time you're helping somebody. So sometimes people will call you, and then after when they're done with a call, you will just say, okay, I spent this much time, I just reset a password for this person, so this is my resolution, and you close the ticket. So when a manager comes to you that you spend 2 hours on the phone, what did you do? So then you can say, here you go, is my ticket. Managers usually don't come and ask these kind of questions. They will go first and check the ticket, and they will, okay, everything is great, perfect. Now, this is where the ticketing system is mainly used because of the portal. The portal that we're talking about is this right here, which I just showed you. So let's go back in there. This is the portal right here. So let me move this. So a user may have a portal like this. So this is like the front end where what user can see. So as you can see right here, user can come over here and then look at the documentation and stuff like that, whatever you have for that portal. It's like a web page. So then they can come and create a ticket, and of course that's where you will get it in the email or maybe in the ticketing system, which we'll discuss in the third video. So this is where you can see that this is another channel, and that's where you need to know that web portals are being used. Now, like I said, this is 2020. People can be using many different type of connections and platforms, and that's why a more advanced ticketing system like ServiceNow, these systems, they're more than ticketing system, by the way. They're not just called ticketing these days. They're ITISM, or everything that is included in the whole process. It's called that now. So if you can look at it, they make integrated with so many different type of solutions, and that could also comes to you. And then you basically comes to you right here, and then that's where you will be creating a ticket. So you can see these are users right here. These are all of this stuff right here. If I didn't explain this correctly, these are all your users from outside that they can call you. Okay, I think I didn't explain this correctly before. So these are all your users that are using email, phone, web portal, forums, chats, many other things, depending on what we have come across in 2020. And that's where tickets is created right here. So once the ticket is created, then of course, this is an important part right here. This is very important right here. Look at my star. It's messed up. Let's try again. Okay, so now ticket is created, but it really depends on, like I said, the business model. So for some of the tickets could have a long process, meaning long as in like a very well thought process based on that business. It has to go through something, maybe some automation will kick in, maybe there are some rules that it has to go through, maybe there's SLAs based on the business. Or it could be just a direct ticket placed in group, assign it to somebody else. You got the ticket, you're here, you're the technician, and you just basically, let's say this is the technician right here, and you assign it directly to whoever you need to assign that ticket to. Maybe yourself too. Maybe you're the tier 1 right now, you got this username and password, or maybe you got a software installation request. All you did is you went to the computer and you assigned it to yourself. Done. No problem. You close that ticket. It could be that simple. Or it could be very complex where it has to go through all these different type of things in the ticketing systems environment, like I said, based on business. Then of course it can get complex. Then you have to know that. And you don't need to worry about it as a technician, as a person who is getting trained on this training. You're getting a level 1 job. You don't need to worry too much about like business rules or this or that. That has to be done from a business. I mean, you don't have some kind of magic to know this stuff. So the only thing you need to be worried about is, okay, you understand your customers, you understand the different channels, and you know that there's a ticketing system, there's a portal, and all I gotta do is to make sure that I know enough to that this is my call or this is somebody else's call, and you just assign it to yourself. You fix it technically, you assign it to somebody else, you fix it, they fix it technically, and the call is closed. But the most important part in this is you need to acknowledge it. If you do not acknowledge it, even at level 1 and even as a new user, you're putting a negative vibe out there that maybe you're too scared or you're not too confident to even respond to the ticket. So here's my biggest tips for you. So let me show you some of the real tickets, how it looks like in the ticketing system. So let's go ahead and do that. So we have a real world example of many tickets in this ticketing system. As a technician, you will have ability to make your own layout. So you can go and change your layout to my open calls, network dashboard, default, and stuff like that. Now, if you're looking at this and you're like, is this exactly what I'm going to see at work? No, it depends on what type of ticketing system you use, but it doesn't matter. Most of the ticketing systems, 90% of the time, they're all the same, because it is how they are. This is why they are in the business, because it has to have the same flow. Everybody understand that it has to have incident number, date of creation, the level, the urgency level, the description, so I can quickly check, okay, is this what's going on with this issue, and then I can double click on it and get to more details. And then of course it will have a due date and status, and then it'll have some other features like searching, all that stuff. So just to show you this ticketing system, you can see this is a different ticketing system. It's Support, I believe, and this is another ticketing system that we are using. So you can see it has the same ability: search, the ticket number, a subject, form, priority, assigned to customer and different type of features. So like I said, it depends on the level of the system, like how advanced it is, and it also depends on how advanced do you want to make it to your technicians. It has to have all of this stuff, like I said, has to be done from a management side. Somebody with a lot of knowledge will be doing this before you. All you have to do is to go to the company, and then you will see a ticketing system in front of your screen. They will give you a link, you'll open it up, and they'll say, hey, there you go, that's your tickets right there, let's get started. You're going to click on it, and okay, that's what's going on. This is exactly Office 365 account creation. This is a ticket right now. It's one of our member did it. Now again, this is our own ticketing system. Our members gets trained. They get a training with us with all the tickets. We're teaching them technical stuff. So then they come over here, they create tickets, they close tickets based on not just closing a ticket. So they learn how to open a ticket, close a ticket, so they get the whole experience from scratch. And then they go into the Office 365 accounts, they go into their labs, they go into their servers, and they have to do all of this stuff to make sure they get the full training. Because this is what we're training a lot of people for. Like, this is not just about ticketing right here. So it's a full flow right here. So if you go back to more understanding on this lecture, you can see it has to have a ticket number. Now, when you start in a company, first thing you should know that what type of numbers are they using. If it's just a numeric number like this, it's easy. But if they may be using some type of TC or SL, whatever they want to use, just know that that's there. And a lot of time, if somebody call you and you're so new, so just rely on searching ability on the right side. Because if they call you, let's say, hey, I submitted a ticket 3 months ago, but I feel like something was not resolved. So the first thing you should be telling them that, can I have the number? Do you have the ticket number? If they don't have the ticket number, they may not have it, then you will have the ability to actually search the user in your ticketing system by going there and actually searching a user. And then you will see, okay, 3 months ago you submitted this ticket. Is this what you're talking about? Yes, this is what I'm talking about. And then, of course, the normal job is the daily tickets that you get. Like, this person needs a laptop, this person needs this. So there's a duplicate account. So then, of course, after this, the whole part of this ticketing system is that it's you understanding the business, you understanding the power users. So this is my master tip right now. Since this is a dashboard, this is what you're going to see, but most likely you're not going to understand some of the things. Like, for example, if somebody says that we're having a website issue with there's a mistype, typo in the website. Of course, that's not this is something you will not be fixing, but you're going to have to know who can fix websites. Is there a web development team out there that I need to do that? So of course, after that, you need to open the ticket to get to know more about it. So maybe they'll have more information. So for example, in this ticket, as you can see, ticketing system comes with a lot of features. So a normal ticket, when you open it, all of these ticketing systems have a customer, where they sit, what is their titles. And so this is one way for you as a new technician to start learning. Start learning, because that's where you get to understand more and more about your business. So then you look at the description of this, says, please restart this service on a production server, please assign to Danish. So this has to do with what? This is already talking about server. This is not a level 1 issue. This is not something that you can just go to the user and fix it. It's a power user asking for something that they don't have access, and they already know that what needs to be done. And you should be looking at this information and, okay, this has to do with the server. So the first thing I need to do is to look at the priority, the urgency of this ticket. So if it's medium, okay, fine, that's kind of like where it is. And then we in our training train people like, okay, this is how people are going to ask you question, how you determine the priority for resolution and resolution time frame. I have used the severity of an incident in determining the priority for resolution. Time frames for resolution are determined by the severity level assigned. So you can also make this a little bit more, impress them by saying that this really depends on the company too. If the company already made a priority level, I'll first ask the company that what are our priority levels? Where do I really need to go and just drop everything and run? So this means, you see, you already know the knowledge of this priority stuff that I'm talking about. Because a lot of people don't know about this. They get to know this by when they do a mistake or they don't respond to something very high level, and then somebody comes in and, hey, you got to really respond to this because I'm sorry we didn't teach you, but hey, there you go. So now if you know it, then you can ask them ahead. So another big area is going to be assignments. Now this is the area that you should really focus I wouldn't consider this a master tip because I'm not a master, but I'm going to call it an expert tip, experience tip. Because if you go to the assignee in any ticketing system in your company, this will basically, what will happen, your learning about the company will be like 10 times more faster. Why? Because a lot of people go and they just blindly look for who is doing what, who is the master, who is the power users over here. Then the ticketing system is something that they have done it, right? They have worked so much on these different type of issues that somebody have already been through this stuff. So they have already put the departments out there. So this assignee who is going to get this call is the most important part for you in this whole lecture. Because if you come over here and you see, okay, they got administrator, they got customer service, digital communication team. So all right, I see now what kind of issues are resolved by who. Because the most confusing and where your confidence gets hit is when you sit in front of the computer and you get a ticket and you have no clue who do you assign it to, and you're looking left and right and you're like, should I ask this question? This is too basic. But they want you to ask. Please do not just go and assign tickets randomly or blindly. Make sure you ask. A lot of people want you to ask them. In IT, they didn't know that you got training like this. You're just doing this training because you want to build your confidence. You want to be proactive in learning. You want to be just better than a person who just goes out there and haven't done a little bit more training. That's it. That's the only difference between you and the other person. Now, the other person will learn it the hard way, but they will still learn it. No problem. They will ask. You should ask. But if you come over here, you should definitely do a research by clicking on these different type of assignees and then see what kind of issues they have resolved. You may learn so much by just looking at what type of issues your coworker have resolved. Don't reopen the ticket, but you can at least open the ticket and tell your manager, can I go back to my ticketing systems? I would love to make a printout, or maybe I will just every day I'll just watch like 30 tickets. I'm not going to reopen it. I'm just going to open it just to see what happened to it, who resolved it, how they resolved it. That's the experience right there. That's something you're not going to get anywhere. You can even do this training. Yes, this is going to help you with a lot of stuff to make your doors open for you in terms of getting experience. But in actual experiences, when you start reading about it and you start doing it and you're doing it smartly, then you move up very fast in IT. But if you get stuck somewhere, you're doing one by one learning, it takes too much time in this career. It's 2020. People got to get smarter than this old way of doing things. So this is the master export tip. I'm going to take my mastership away because I'm not a master again. So then, of course, after that, you're going to go to the category. Also, just like you learned about the assignee, now learn about the category. Categories, because they spend so much time, they know exactly what's in their business. They know exactly what applications they're using. And this way, you can even go deep now. Okay, you learned about the users, but there are different systems in your company. This would be the best thing because you can come over here and you see all of these different type of categories, and now you can search things by categories. And now you know if somebody sends you an issue with the web issue, then just go to the web issue. If it's specifically about data services, then go to data services. If it's a hardware, then it's you. Printers, you. So you see how easy you can make your life by doing this. And the last and the most important thing in the ticketing systems is what? Closing the ticket. You got the ticket, it's open, you acknowledged it, you worked on it, you assigned it to the proper team. Either if they are IT people, like for example, in this example, I'm the server admin, so I closed it, but that would be my thing, right? Manager will come after me if I don't close it. You as a level have already done the job. You have already assigned it to the proper team or person, but it could be mostly you too, because you're going to get all these different type of level 1 issues. So then of course you're going to come back and close it on time. You don't want to leave your ticket open, because what happens if you don't do that, it piles up. Manager goes out there, he runs a report and says, wow, in my ticketing system there are 200 tickets open and you never close a ticket, or you missed a lot of tickets that is being open, you just didn't do that on the time. Then of course you're going to get a call from the manager, and they will just give you a little warning that, hey, try to close it, because this is how we're going to put the time out there. We're going to have to make sure that everything is resolved on the time. And maybe you did it, you went out there, you were too busy. It's fine. They're not going to be so hard on you to close every single ticket on time. But like I said, in IT you can come across anything, anyone, any type of business. So don't take my words. This is how it works in IT. So again, of course, there's a lot of different things. Even when you close a ticket, there could be some kind of delay in it. There could be a part in it. There could be something, and that's where you have to talk to your IT coworkers or managers of how do we deal with this stuff? How do we do this? You can go more advanced in that. But again, your main thing from these type of lectures, this type of training is to open a ticket, know who do you assign it to, yourself or somebody else, know your teams, know the categories, and then after that, make sure you close the ticket. This is all about ticketing system. When we train people, we say open, assign, close the ticket. Of course, many things comes in between, but when you have that knowledge, you have that picture in your mind, then everything is easy. So this is where, of course, after that, you will just gonna go in, and the last thing, if you don't, like I said, if you don't remember anything, the full search, like the main search, is also the key for you. You can search by a user, you can search by their last name, first name, maybe the ticket in description, something like that. Maybe you want to just search Active Directory, and then whatever Active Directory tickets come across in your ticketing system, you should start learning from it. So whatever you feel like you're going to get a call for it, you should use that searching ability. Now, we are going to move into, in our third video, we're going to do some technical stuff. We're going to go in, we're going to create tickets. We will see how it comes to a technician, how they open it, how they close it, how they assign it, how they do resolutions, all of that stuff. We're just going to get more technical now. And those are going to be little smaller videos per ticketing system. So I hope you like these lectures. If you have any question, please drop the comment or let us know. How do you feel about this training? Now that we have covered all of the lectures regarding ticketing systems and we understand what ticketing system is, what ticketing system software is, and how it works, let's start with a demo. A demo that is going to be practical, but unfortunately, you won't be able to do the same demo. So I'm not going to spend too much time on this ticketing system. So the first ticketing system I would like to share is ServiceNow. But before I do that, you can see when was my last video created on ServiceNow. Now remember, we do not get paid by them. We're not sponsored by them. It's just a good ticketing system. A lot of people will ask you something if they ask you about ticketing system, and if you say yes, I have done some training on ServiceNow, I have watched all the videos, then my recommendation for you will be this. If you want to learn more in detail, then go to ServiceNow YouTube channel, search ServiceNow videos. There's tons of videos on this ServiceNow ticketing system. I'm just adding a demo in here just to make it sound a little simple, because a lot of people may get confused that when people see some of the videos that are about ServiceNow, they're very detailed. And I want to remind people that if you're level 1, nobody expects you to know this much details about ticketing systems, so don't worry too much regarding this learning. So this is how it looks now. If you watch my older video, it's very much changed from the 2013. As you can see, so many years went by. I feel so old right now. And you can see right now that the ticketing system, ServiceNow, the incident management side looks like this. Now, of course, if I take you to what they offer, it's just you're gonna lose probably your mind, because there's too much going on. But as a technician, most likely you're gonna be in the incident module, where you will see that your users will have a portal like this. They will be given something like this. And maybe you will also have this link on your desktop, and they will tell you that, okay, this is the portal that people are using in our company. They go and open this up. So what I want you to do is to make yourself familiar with this portal, because this is where you may get a call. People may call you regarding, how do I search this or that, or where's the knowledge base, where can I get help, or somebody new joins your company. Then maybe they will ask you, can you train this person on the portal side, because this person needs to know how to submit a ticket. So then you need to come to the portal first. You should see what the users are seeing, because that's where things get started, right? And then you should also then, of course, get yourself familiar with the backend, which is going to be the technician side. Now, like I said, you don't have access to this, so we're just gonna kind of like play around with this. Right now, you see this is a portal which users can see. They can come in here and type something like, I need help with password. So if I do that, you see that all the articles that are created by the system will show up over here. Now, who creates these type of articles? You can see they call it article KB. Now, knowledge base. Now, this is someone maybe you will be assigned this call, that can you go and create a documentation for our users and, show them how to create everything about certain things like mobile device. A lot of people will call, say, hey, can I have the document for adding my email? Maybe some people are technical, they just want to see the documentation. Or maybe someone will say, oh, I was told to go and ask the help desk team for specific application documentation so I can create certain things, whatever it is, right? So you will have that documentation available. If not, then they will be also asking you to, can you create documentation? Now, later on when we talk about Spiceworks, because those are the ticketing system that we can install and play around with, we will do documentation more in that. Of course, this one we don't want to waste too much time. Like I said, you can go online and find a lot of information about ServiceNow. So the documentation look like this, and this, of course, it will say the author has been created by this, and they will also have certain things like this was helpful, not helpful. They may write the articles and things like that. So let's go back. This is almost very normal feature in every ticketing system. But the most important feature that people are going to be using ticketing system is not for just documentation. Yes, that's a good feature out there. We know that. But it's going to be they're having an issue. They're just going to say, okay, I need something. I'm just going to go ahead and click on it and report an incident or create an incident. I need to ask something. So basically, they will say, okay, create an incident record to report and request assistance with an issue you're having. So you can click on view details, and then it will tell you, okay, create an incident right here. So this is what I was talking about. Somebody also designed this form that based on how your business works, because they may want to show a lot of information in the first page, or they may not want to show that and may just want to just get people started quickly so they don't get confused. So maybe this is a urgent issue, and let's say this person keyboard is not working. Of course, this person needs to work. My keyboard is not working. I need a keyboard, whatever. I'm just typing things in there. So you can see as soon as I type that, there are certain things that will come up based on how your ticketing system is designed. Of course, people are not going to be, in most of the companies when you work with them, they don't just allow this, search result just come up and they're going to order things like that. That doesn't work that way in most of the companies. Now, most of the companies that you're going to be working for, they will probably have some type of request management. They will send an email out, or they may train people on how to order things, and there will be finance involved and managers approval involved, and there are more to it. So yes, this is going to help. The search side may help depending on how big this company is and how rich your documentation is. So of course, this is where things can get a little easier. But most of the people, they may have issue and they just want someone to help them. So they're going to submit this incident. So as we did, now I'm actually using a same administrator account. Of course, this is going to be a user who's going to be submitting the ticket. So, but it doesn't matter. In this case, it's almost the same thing. So as you can see, the whole thing started, right? It have this incident number created. Remember, in my lecture, we all talked about it. We know what this incident number is. Every ticketing system will have some type of number, ticket number. They call it incident number. And it's new, priority moderate. Just now, I actually changed this. I don't know, maybe I didn't correct it correctly. But they will have a attachment in here. And of course, depending on what type of features you want to add, you can add more features into it. So this is the normal process of how the ticket is started right now. So it started, they can send a message, I forgot to add. So they can add another message into this whole flow of what's going on. So when a user submit that issue or request, then what happens after that is the incident is created right there. The incident number is created. This is the same number, and then you will see this. Sometimes, depending on how you want to make your dashboard look like, sometimes the manager will make you open the same dashboard for our department. So then you can come in the morning and the first thing you open up, oh, we got critical 17 tickets and we got 15 assigned. We got some overdue. Let's go ahead and figure these out right here. So if you click on it, it's going to take you to the overdue incidents. And the reporting piece is mostly for, like, manager, but also you maybe also come over here and say, okay, we got some work to do over here. You never want to make your tickets do most of the tickets if it's overdue like that, and there's so many tickets open and there's so many unassigned, that means somebody's not using the ticketing system, and then of course that's a problem area right there. So a lot of people will come in and the first thing they will do is to prioritize. They're going to have to know which ticket is more important than others. So when they come over here and they look at the basically the open and unassigned tickets, they're gonna have to come and see, okay, which ones are the more critical one. So the first thing is like, okay, we got 3 ones. Now do remember that when you are looking at the ticketing system, some people will just say, I need that software, and this may not be a critical call at all. It's just users are so used to, I want to make this critical. This is a little problem of educating their own users. Maybe somebody didn't do a good job of telling people how you should prioritize. Don't just put one out there. This is going to disrupt the whole flow for our technicians. They're going to drop everything and they'll say, okay, what's so critical? And they'll look at your ticket and they'll say, oh, they just need this software like in 3 days, and why did they make it critical? That would be a problem, right? Then they will need to do some education for their own users. So that doesn't mean that you're going to start running around. You should really look into the ticket, what it's saying basically. So for that, of course, you look at the description, but you have to actually open the ticket. So then how do you open a ticket? Let's go back to our latest ticket, which is right here. So you'll just need to click on it, and now you see you're in that ticket. So this is where, when we were talking about the whole lecture and you did education on how to find out who is going to be responsible, all that stuff is more of like you need to learn about the company. But here you go. This is your area where you just need to come over here and make sure that maybe you need to categorize this little better, so a user will not know if this is a hardware or network database. Some people may know this stuff as well, but most likely they're just gonna use a generic whatever things is available to them. But then maybe you need to come over here. Okay, they need a hardware, so this is a keyboard, and then maybe they will say, okay, the state of this is what in progress, because I need to get that keyboard and I'm gonna need to, maybe this is gonna take me some time, so I'll just do a in progress, because if I'm doing other tickets and this is not that important, maybe like after, let's say, 15-20 minutes, I'm just going to go to the room, unbox a new keyboard if it's not unboxed. So that time that it's going to take, you just want to put it out there and put in progress in there. And then if a user put a high, this may not be too high, this may be low, or if it is high, that the work is being stopped, then of course you're just going to keep it high because of that level. Now, priority, like I said, this is going to be based on, how your company has, set up the priority level. So you may be able to do this from here, or they may not be able to. You may not be able to change it because it's already done for you. So other things are, of course, you can add more description to it. You can assign it to somebody else. So if you have assignees, you're just going to come over here. Let's say, for example, Beth is the one that I need to assign this ticket to. You're just going to do that. Or if it's you, you're just going to assign it to yourself. And then, of course, there are work notes right here. You may want to add more work notes, additional comment. This is like customer visible. So you may want to add more stuff like here. And of course, you see this is a whole update, resolve, delete is where you need to update stuff if there's a comment. Now, related records is another thing. Sometimes what happens is that this may be related to a different incident that's already been in this ticketing system, or a problem, if they have the ability to use problem and incident at the same time. Or they may use a change request, or they may, change the cause of change would be like, changing something. If you click on it, they will have something like, okay, I needed to, this was the cause of the change because add a network switch to cabinet. Maybe this was that change that was required. So you see, there are multiple things that can impact your ticket when you close it. So it could be just simple. You got the keyboard. Of course, you may not have to do none of this. And depending on how people are using their ticketing system, they may be very detailed about it, or they may just want you to open the ticket, fix the ticket, close the ticket. So if it was just fixing and closing, you're just going to come to the resolution information, and you're just going to put the resolution that it's resolved by this date, by who, by the date, and then of course you can add some more stuff if they want you to add that stuff. Like you don't want to just close it. They may say, okay, make sure it's closed permanently. So if closed permanently, then that would be you fixed it. Solve remotely. If this was a remote fix, not solved, too costly. Of course, this is all company specific information. So now, of course, I'm putting done in there, but that's not how a lot of people will like that. You don't want to just put done to things, but certain things are so specific, so small that maybe there's nothing else you can put. You just need to put something that you have done it. You went to the room, you replaced it. You replaced it is a better answer. But there could be certain things that may require you to put specific information and resolution. This is where people really hate in IT, like where somebody comes out here and they spend, let's say, 3 hours on fixing a problem, and then you just came back here and you just put done. And now the same issue happened again. You were sick or you went for vacation, and the person, told you now that, hey, another technician came in, he spent 2 hours, he did a lot of stuff here and there, and you're so happy, okay, at least this was fixed by that technician and it was done before. So you came and you searched that incident, and now you see that there's only done, right? So that's not going to be a good situation, because that you didn't do a good job by putting a resolution. So then you do update, and then of course if you want to close it, you close it. But if you look at the ticket again, it's assigned to Beth, and if we go back to our ticket here, you can see, if we refresh, so things are getting changed right now. You see how it's basically saying that Beth on the top is the agent working on this incident, and it's in progress. And of course, when you're done with everything, you're going to come back and then actually close that ticket. So this is how the whole process works, but of course it's more than that. You may just need to come back and add some more information if it was in progress and you have to order something. The ticketing system, like I said, could have many different type of features, so this may take you to other things. So sometimes what happens is that, okay, a user called you on the phone, but that you're not going to go and open your own portal like this and you're going to create a ticket. That's going to create a ticket as you, right? And what would you do that? You have to just come into your portal, and most likely you're just going to click on create new ticket. And you see it has a new number already assigned now. And you're going to basically see who's the caller. So most of the time, we actually use this process. Because think about it, how many times you're going to get an email if that email was not automatically connected to your ticketing? How many times you're going to get a call? How many times you're going to use some kind of chat system where you're going to get an issue? And now you need to create a ticket because you're working on it. You create the ticket, and here you quickly put stuff in there, but at least you created a ticket. If it needs to be resolved after your resolution, you're going to put everything that was involved in that fix. If it requires you to wait on something, then of course it's going to become just a normal process. So if you remember, not a master tip, but an experience tip. So where do you really go and learn from the ticketing? Now, when you go to the resolve option, this is where when you close these tickets and somebody work on it, all of these tickets will show up right there. So if you're brand new, I highly recommend you go to the resolved section in your ticketing system, open that ticket, do not reopen it, or it's going to generate an email or whatever it is. Don't try to do that. Just try to go and open the ticket itself, like what's going on with that ticket. By clicking on it, that doesn't mean that ticket is open, but do ask some people that, I don't know if they have made such a ticketing system. I don't know if you click on it, it will just open up. So make sure you know what you're doing, and then you just come to the resolutions and okay, if this was an issue with a web server, then they assigned it to web development. If this was an issue with that application, they assigned it to that department. So this is going to really make really help you. I've done that throughout my career, and that probably is the best way without asking too many questions. And of course, I don't discourage you from asking questions. I'm just encouraging you on how to learn quickly in the company. You should definitely go and ask questions if you don't know. So of course, after that, you will have your own ticketing system. You will be given different type of access to make sure you can personalize the same ticketing system for yourself, because it's all about you being kind of like productive with your own ticketing system. So sometimes they will let you do your own customization for the dashboard. Okay, I like to see my tickets first, and on the side I want to see critical tickets, or I want to see the whole dashboard. So this is really up to the company how they do things, and you will have that ability. But again, 2-3 different things: create a ticket, assign a ticket, find the groups, who are the power users, searching, going for the resolve tickets, and then if they have more advanced stuff, just ask them. Nothing wrong with that. So this is all about ServiceNow. We're going to move into a different ticketing system after this. Hope you guys are liking this. Thank you. Welcome to another demo for our ticketing system course for IT professionals. In our last video, we have picked ServiceNow. Now, if you remember why we picked ServiceNow, because it's well known to the IT community and to the managers. So when you talk about it in your interview and you put it on your resume, it's just going to leave a good impression. Now, The next tool that we have decided to work on is Spiceworks. Again, we didn't get sponsored by them or anything. It's just the IT product. They have multiple IT products that a lot of people use in the current IT community. So many people know about this product. Even if people are not using it, they have some type of interaction with this. The reason for this is that they have a very large IT community. Every time I do training with my members, when we do technical stuff, I tell them that Danish is not going to be your friend. I'm not going to be your friend after the training. The reason for that is that I'm training multiple people on a weekly basis, and we have 40,000 followers, so this is not possible for me to specifically invest my time with just one person and then help them out. That's a support basically. And I never make them rely on me, because a real IT professional should never be relied on somebody else. He or she always have to use the master skill is to go to Google and how to find solutions and to be in a community at least. So then if there is an issue and you send it out into that community, it should have millions of followers. So in few minutes, you're going to start getting responses from professionals at the same skills or even more than what I possess. I mean, I don't even consider myself extremely skillful. There are people that are just way too good in IT, and we learn from them. This is how we all learn from each other. It's a simple rule in IT. You got to learn from other people. But of course, at the same time, you don't want to rely on one or two people. So that's how I train people. So you, first of all, if you didn't know about Spiceworks, you should go to spiceworks.com and become a member. It's free membership. Everything that I'm going to show you today is free. No charges, everything, advanced stuff. That's why we use it, because they get paid by their sponsors, and we get the product. It's a simple thing for that. So if you look at it, why we picked Spiceworks is because of these requirements. Look at this. If you go to Indeed.com and type Spiceworks, you're going to see so many different type of positions that has to do everything with IT, like Spiceworks right here, Spiceworks, even specifically this one says Spiceworks helpdesk ticketing system, and then of course information technology managed Spiceworks. So many people are already using Spiceworks. Even if they're not using the helpdesk piece of it, they may be using the asset management and some other tools in Spiceworks. So it's definitely gonna leave a good impression when you talk about Spiceworks. They will know that, okay, you know a little bit more than A+ kind of study. You are not a theoretical person. You have done a little bit more effort. So let's just hear you out. So there you go. You start breaking the wall right there. So now that we have cleared the why we are doing this, so we're gonna go to Spiceworks. So the first thing you should do is to look into this pricing. I wanted to show you that there's no charge for this. Everything, advanced stuff, unlimited technicians, everything is free. So if you have the time and you have the ability, or your company is using it, so that's great. Somebody's already managing it. It's extremely easy to manage. They also provide support. So this is something that if somebody is looking for a ticketing system, an advanced ticketing system, quality ticketing system, then of course they're going to be looking at something like this. But not to promote them. I mean, of course, you need to research and you need to find more reviews about them, and then pick your decision. This is not your decision, level 1 decision. If you don't see a ticketing system, then this may be a good time for you to suggest something like this to show them that, look, you have done something for the company, and that's where they remember you and you move up very quickly. Now, to get the Spiceworks helpdesk, you just need to go to the spiceworks.com and you're going to see this page. Then you will basically go to tools, and you see they offer you 2 types of ticketing system. Now this is another warning to people that they didn't have cloud-based ticketing system. Almost all of their cloud is not going to take over in the future. You can see maybe at some point they will discontinue their desktop version of helpdesk and Spiceworks. I'm sure when they get too advanced at the cloud, I'm sure they're just going to say, why do we even need this? But as for now, like I said, it's both things are working in this market. It's more of a hybrid type of world, on-premises and cloud working together. So right now we're going to go into the cloud helpdesk, and then you only need to do is you need to basically register with Spiceworks, and then you click on the launch helpdesk. So here you can download it, here you can launch it. So here on the bottom you have a lot of features. If you want to know what features does it provide, then you can see that they provide you ticket, use self-service, Active Directory integration. It will integrate with your Active Directory user, so it's a lot of authentications are simple and everything. help desk management, and then you have ticket collaboration, multi-site support, and this is the requirements if you're gonna download it. But if you're gonna use this self-paced versus versus the cloud-based, so you can see this, the help desk online is minimal setup. I mean, there's no setup, no maintenance, nothing. Standard help desk, with all this kind of stuff right here. Customizable to meet your needs, integrated with Active Directory. Here you have a little less options. You say full control, runs on your network, and you're not dependent on slow, unreliable ISPs. So basically, you can even learn more about it, but we're gonna go into more of hands-on. So here you're gonna come over here again, click on Cloud Help Desk, and we are gonna go ahead and click on Launch Help Desk. You're going to register with your username and password. As soon as you register, it's going to ask you, what do you want to give your help desk, this link a name. So you may say, let's say, IT solution dot on Microsoft, sorry, dot on spiceworks.com. I'm keeping saying on Microsoft. On spiceworks.com. So I'm going to go ahead and log in. I already have an account. So here you go, without any time. I mean, of course, I talked about 6 minutes of what it is and everything, but if I would have started right now, this would be like in a 1 minute, you have a whole help desk ticketing system from your browser to practice on. So what you need to do is, you can come over here and click on dashboard first, just to see how the dashboard looks like. And if you remember from my last ServiceNow video, I told you that every ticketing system has similarities. So dashboard is there. You can quickly see, okay, new tickets right here, your tickets, open tickets, unassigned tickets. So if you want to practice, then this is where you need to go to the tickets. So when you go to the tickets, this is where you can just come over here and say, okay, you know what? I would like to practice some of the tickets on my own. So the first thing you should do is to click on new ticket. So as soon as you do that, you can see that you can put the contact information, and then you can put the summary. My computer is slow, and then you can put more data in here. Assignee, we have only one assignee. We haven't added more people, so this would be the people that you have been working with, right? It's going to be like the people that, it could be a group, it could be a one technician, or it could be a systems administrator, anyone. It could be based on that. So we're going to pick this. We don't have to put due date. Again, you see the similarities, priorities, category. These two, the areas that you have learned in the lecture 2, is very important because you need to understand what these are. So here I'm going to say hi, and I'm going to say category is, let's say, for example, my computer is slow, would be more hardware, or could be even a software, because depending on what the situation is. So we're just going to just click on that and click on save. So there you go. When you put a hi in Spiceworks, the cool thing about this is show the whole red mark like that. So that shows, look, okay, you know, this is something that I really need to look at it. And it's already assigned. Why is it already assigned? Because you are the one who created the call. So this could be a scenario where you got a call from a customer or client or an employee, and they were talking to you on the phone, or they maybe sent you an email. It's not a direct ticket. Then you will come over here and actually create a ticket yourself, and you can see the assignment will be right there. If a user have created this ticket, then you'll just need to come over here and open that ticket. And the good thing about Spiceworks, I like this because it doesn't open like multiple or pop-ups or anything like that. It's really easy. If you click on the ticket right there, it's right on the same page. So as you can see, I can do multiple things from here as well. I can change the priority. I can change the date over here. It's really cool right here. I like the way the way it works. It's so neat and clean. So then here I can do the categories, and let's say network, whatever. I'm just picking things. Time spent. Your manager came in. How much time did you spend on this? So 45 minutes. And there you go. I'm just gonna basically go ahead and do that. So when I did this, you can see everything is changing right here. So activity, this is activity. I can add activity. It has a nice line right here that shows what's happening and everything. And then if you go to details, this is the details right here. And you can see the task. You can even add more tasks in here, maybe for another technician that you need to do certain tasks. So go check the task section. I did step 1, I checked the power, whatever, whatever your sort of process. So you see, you can even make your task right there and create it for yourself before you even go to the ticket. So this means it's kind of like, it gives you a little bit more, if you don't forget things. Some of the things that when we work in IT is pretty tedious, right? So you have to, like, if you miss one task, then you will be like, okay, I need to go back and do that and check it. Or this may be a task for another technician. So make sure you do these things before you work on this type of ticket. For a new person, this will be great because a new person may not remember everything that we do, who spend like 10 plus years. Now a new person may just go to a task and say, okay, you know what, this is the flow right here, this person is asking me to do. It makes it super easy for a technician to come and check it out. Okay, then they have related devices. Is another thing, is like if this issue was related to some device which is already in the Spiceworks, because Spiceworks is not just about ticketing system, it's way more than that. It comes with asset management, it comes with so many things, inventory and things like that. So if your Spiceworks is the one that is being used in your company for overall scanning and everything and collecting data from your computers, this would be a perfect tool, because then you have everything connected. You can pick a computer and it will show you all the tickets on side of that computer. And then if, let's say, you join a company after 2 years and they were doing a great job by connecting the computers and keeping things in track, you may just join that company and open that computer and you will see all the tickets from 2 years. That gives you a lot of data. And even for the users, it gives you a lot of data behind that user, that this user is calling a lot and may need more help than other users. Or this user may specifically be having this type of issue, so in future I'm going to get these type of calls. So when you're new, you already know if this user call you, you go back to their tickets and you kind of study the users also. So you see, your job becomes pretty easy when you do a proactive learning, proactive searching, and proactively making yourself ready. So if the ticket requires more attention, then of course you can click on the remote session, and then if it's already set up for the Zoho Assist, then you will be able to remote in. Now this type of feature is usually a company will have already something implemented, like SCCM or different type of solutions. If it's a MSP, they have different type of solutions that they have already implemented for remote sessions. So this is something that you will learn from our training in our help desk course, because that's a different skill right there. Now, like I said, if Spiceworks is connected to the device inventory, when you click on it, then it's going to give you all the machines that are in your network, and based on that you're going to see tickets on top of those machines. But that's again if they have already implemented this solution as well, because these two are different solutions. The ticketing is separate one, and then if you want the device inventory, then you can use it. But like I said, maybe a company is using already SCCM, and every other solutions will have their own type of system. So some ticketing systems like Remedy and BMC and iSupport, they already come with these type of features. So they may already have something like this in place if they're using those type of ticketing system. Even if they're not using these type of features, they basically go with external tools like SCCM. There's so many other Manage Engine. There's too many out there. Itarian. There's I think Big Fix. I forgot what's their new name now, but that's what it was called. So you see, you have so many different type of things that you can do. But in terms of ticketing, you just need to come over here and kind of play around with this stuff. Like you see, every ticketing system that we have touched so far is almost the same thing: ID, summary, assignee, creator, priority, category, due, and updated. Everything is the same, and I can also come here and change my layout if the way I want to. You saw that ServiceNow was a little more advanced. It's a little more simple. So like I said, it has to come at the end. You have to make a decision that you want a simple ticketing system. Does it do all the things that you're looking for? Then you may want to go for simple. Why would you want to go for advanced stuff that if things can be done easily? But then of course people then have more customized requests and things like that. Then you would need more robust enterprise level ticketing system that you have learned in lecture 2. So then once you're done with this stuff, you can go back to the dashboard, and your dashboard will be updated. As you can see right here, we got graphs coming in now, and all that cool stuff is happening. And if you go to the activity, then it tells you what's going on. So maybe somebody at any level can just come here and see what's going on and what kind of activities are in place right now. Knowledge base is, again, this is another part of that You know, we talked about that people are going to come and see, okay, where can I find password reset policy, or how many characters should I put on in the password and stuff like that. Then it will be in the knowledge base, and you will be asked to come and create articles. Now this is another cool area that you can come and do practice. So you already know you can do practice on ticketing system, right? You can also come to the article base and create some articles. Just add some links in there, add some steps in there, just get a feeling of writing a knowledge base. KB. So if somebody asks you now inside the interview, so you can actually talk about the whole process that you have done, and you created the whole cloud ticketing system for yourself, and you created some tickets, and from that ticket you did some technical stuff. Of course, if you were our member, you would be going to the labs like this, for example, domain controller, and then here you implement that on-premises Spiceworks, because that's another skill. Somebody has to install it and everything. We're not going to do that in this training. This is too basic, and we're not going to go into that because it requires all these equipments. So a lot of our members are going to come over here and install this, create a ticketing system, portals to these machines right here, and then they will go in and create a ticket. And once they create a ticket, they resolve the ticket by doing that technical process. So it's like I said from the beginning, this course is a part of our complete training, which is the the IT support professional training that we're offering on our website. So this is a part of it. So it's still, if you're doing all this ticketing system and you're becoming an IT professional, you're just learning a small skill of doing things. But again, you can come here, play around with dashboard, tickets, activity, knowledge base, and then go to the reporting. Once you go to the reporting, you can create yourself some reports right here, and just to see if you can, just play around with this stuff, because most of the time the reports are going to be created by your managers. In level 1, you're not going to be doing reporting, but you may come across, let's say, an issue or something that you need a report for. Maybe somebody asks you, can you run a report that how many Snagit or how many ABCD application we're using in this whole company? Then you may just come over here and run a whole report on top of the machines. If you're using the inventory system, then you will give that. If you're not using that, then maybe they'll say, how many unassigned tickets do we have? Can you run a report and print it out for me? So you may have to do this part as well. So other than that, to be honest, there's nothing in the ticketing systems. We can go for like 15 ticketing system online, and that's going to have the same process, same everything. But the reason we are picking some of it just so you can put it on your resume, because everybody knows about these ticketing system. After this, we're going to touch only one more, and that's going to be Manage Engine. Once we finish that, you have 3 products to put on your resume. You have 3 products to talk in your interview, and that should be it for the ticketing system. You don't want to invest too much time in here. You should be going back to the trainings that you can learn more about the operating systems, deployments, imaging, and more of that advanced stuff like Office 365 now, Azure. That's the stuff that you need to be focusing on. Thank you. Now you must be wondering, why did we start with virtualization? Why didn't we just start with CMD, IP config type of stuff? Now remember, this is 2020 and this is a real world IT skills, and most of the environments will be already set up. Now most of your domain controllers, Active Directory, most of your servers are virtualized. Now you may not know these terms, but this is why we want to start with virtualization, because this is the current technology right now, and now a lot of people are even moving to cloud, but still there are a long time people are going to be using virtualization and cloud together. So that's why we will start with virtualization. Hello everyone, this is Danish from Jobs.to. So we are going to start some of the our training on virtualization. So before that, you need to understand how virtualization usually affect our business and how do we do things. So now this is a lab environment. Of course, servers are not like this in a real world environment. They have racks, but here, since this is a lab environment, we want to take it off quickly, open it up, change the RAM for teaching purposes. So you see these are RAMs out there, and this server is HP, and it's an AMD CPU, and it's installed. It's a 24-core server, so it's a pretty powerful server. Usually 24-core servers are kind of used for virtualization, or maybe you need it for something really intensive like SQL server. You may want to need it for that. But virtualization is like this: you have a physical device with a lot of cores like CPUs and a lot of RAM, and what you do is you install it, and then you can virtualize 2 ways. One, is specifically, it's like a hypervisor. It's a special operating system. You install it inside the server through USB or CD DVD, and then that operating system directly interact with CPU, RAM, and then when you install something on it, let's say operating system, another virtual operating system like Windows 10 or Server 2018, 19 or 12 or whatever, right? So it separates that virtual environment from the other one. So see, if it has this much RAM, let's say is 256 GB RAM, so you can assign that little bit of RAM, little bit of CPU, little bit of storage to that operating system. So think of this like this area like a virtual server. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now that's just an example. This is actually not how it works. These are fans right here. But for this to understand, you need to actually watch things, but you also need to understand where the virtualizations are coming from. Usually it's a hardware, it's one server like this, or it could be multiple servers. Then multiple servers are managed by one portal. So usually that is kind of the main purpose, because now you have all of these servers with so much RAM and so much space and everything, and if one virtual machine goes down here, automatically it will move up to the second server, third server, fourth server. Back in the days we didn't have anything like this, and that's why IT was a little hard for people to understand, and it was a lot. It was more of a physical job, I would say, because you had to play around with these big hardwares, remove things, and if things goes down, you need to have a duplicate, another backup for it, and yeah, it was a lot of hardware. So people move away from that. They came with these nice, cool technologies like virtualization. VMware is the top one. Then Microsoft. There are Citrix. Other ones like open source like Proxmox, Virtue, something like that. There's so many virtualization. Nutanix. There's so many out there that you can install and then you can use it. But since we're training ourselves for help desk positions, the only thing that they require is that, do you know what is host? Host is a hardware right here. Do you know how to install a virtual machine on this hardware? Can you manage it? Can you take a snapshot of it? If I tell you I'm a sysadmin and I need your help to get into the VMware and turn on that machine, can you do that? These are something that now companies are looking for the help desk position. So this is our part 1 project, where I am going to basically show you guys how we can convert this server into a monster, like a virtual, we can put a lot of virtual machines on there. So this server, specifically, we're going to use a Windows operating system. So I'm going to teach you 2 things. First one, this is a host. I'm going to put a Windows operating system on it, server 2012 R2. We're going to install the whole operating system on this whole host. So it's then inside that operating system, we're going to use Hyper-V option, which is now inside the operating system. So that's one type of virtualization. Another type would be me installing, I'm going to get another server and I'm going to install VMware. Meaning I'm going to install in a hypervisor type of operating system on it now, and then that will do the virtualization. So I will show you 2 methods, and that way you will have a very clear idea of how virtualizations are being utilized. Usually in a companies, people pick one and they don't use 2 together, but there are scenarios where one may not have a feature, so they will install like Hyper-V on the operating system, and then they will have something like VMware, which that machine is running a VMware, as you can see. So we're going to do that on all these servers. Again, this is a project, so it's going to be rough type. I'm going to be like moving around things here and there. It may get boring at some point, so you gotta be patient with this. And if you have any questions, make sure you put comments and let us know what you think. And after this, you're gonna get access to the VMware environment online when we do the training, because now you don't need to know about the physical part. Physical part is done once, and usually these are the people like sysadmins, network engineers, or virtual VMware system administrators. If they hired people specifically for that, they're going to be taking care of this whole changing things and everything, CPU and all that. That's a little advanced stuff. So then you need to just manage the virtual machine part, where they're going to give you access through the web browser, give you the username and password, which we're going to do, and you're going to just do that part. You don't need to stress too much about it, because if you really want to get into it, then later on you can decide if you want to become a VMware system administrator, or you want to get into this career, virtual side of the career, you know, and then you want to be, you know, going towards that route. So this is the part 1 video. I'll see you in the next video. Let's configure this monster right here and put 2012 server on it, put all that memory in there, and then do everything from that operating system. Let's do that. Part 1. I'll see you. So the first thing you need to do is to install the application called Rufus. Basically, you will click on Rufus like this, and then you see they have portable version in there too. So I'm using portable version. I already did this part, so I downloaded, unzip it, and then open Rufus like this. It's gonna open up like this application. So then after that, you need an ISO file. This is the file, this is the installation file. You can use a CD, DVD, but I'm using Rufus because usually these days DVDs are hard to find and it's easy to find USB. So I have a pretty large USB, more than 8 GB, and 256 GB also works. So now basically you are going to download this ISO, and then you'll open up this application, plug in your USB, and then it will automatically either detect it, or if not, then just make sure you go ahead and detect that USB. Now warning, anything in that USB, it will be formatted. You cannot use that data in that USB, so it will be formatted. Then you will need to pick the ISO that you downloaded from the internet. The ISO that I'm talking about is basically like the Windows server, whichever server you prefer to install. So I have Windows 2012 because I like to use that. It's a licensed version, so I don't want to use evaluation for my own labs because I'm going to be using it for other purposes. So for you, if you want to train yourself and you have the hardware in home, then you can download the 2019 or 12, find 12 or find 2016, and download the ISO part to your computer, and then use the Rufus, and simply once you pick these two, then click on start and it will start formatting, and then after that it will look like something like this. It will look like this. Your USB will have a setup file right here, and that is the file that we're going to be using to you know, install our operating system on the server that we talked in part 1. So now let's go ahead, and we did this part. The Rufus you know, part is done. After that, I remove my USB, and now I'm gonna head out to the server physically, and I'm going to install the Windows 2012 server on it, and I will show you before that what needs to be done before installing that operating system. So part 2 continue, and we need to beef up our server. So you will need to, of course, invest some money to make sure your server is great for virtualization. Now our members don't need to do that. They can buy it directly from us, and they get to access hardware like this from our community portal, where we basically give access to VMware servers in our labs. So when they buy live training, they get this type of access with it for 30 days. So you don't have to like buy all these equipments and everything. But let's say you do want to, then you have to do something like this, because if you look at it, this is a 24 core server, but the hard drives comes with it is really small. So this is only like 125 GB right here. So we don't want to use this. Yeah, right there, 125, and it's 10K SAS. This is an enterprise grade SAS. It's 2 TB and very fast. So that's all we need right now. Now, in a real world environment, people do a lot of rating and stuff like that, but for virtualization and lab environment, people just turn on. They don't want to mess with rating and all that. If this fails, something goes wrong with it, it's a lab environment, we replace it. It's not that expensive. So that's number one thing we need. We need a lot of space for virtualization, because if you want to give somebody 5 labs or 5 virtual machines, now imagine that, multiply that space with memory, with the CPU will never run out of. I mean, 24 core is a lot of CPU right there. That's not going to be an issue. The issue is going to be space and memory whenever it comes to virtualization. Okay, so we're going to remove this bracket right here, and we're going to replace it with this one and plug it in here, and we're going to put all the memory in this server, and then we need to install the operating system. And let's go and do that. So the 2 TB hard disk is installed. Now we need to put all the memory in there just to make sure which side you need to put the memory on, and exactly, of course, before this you need to do your research, right? You need to buy a hard drive that is compatible with this server. Of course, I'm not showing you that. This is something you have to do on Google, depending on what type of hardware you use. And then you need to make sure the memory works with this server, because you may buy a 256 GB RAM, spend like $400, $300, and it may not work. Or the CPU, everything, if you're building everything, that is out of this thing. Like I said, that's not going to be your job. For now, I'm just showing you. I'm going to fill all this up, and then we're going to put this operating system on that. But do keep that in mind, that you need to do your research before you get everything, networking and everything for this hardware. Okay, now when everything is done, you need to plug in your server, and then you need a VGA line to your monitor like this, and get a keyboard, or if you can get a mouse too, because later on you're going to need that for operating system. Once everything is done, make sure you cleanly close the lid of the server, because even if it's a little open, then it's going to start screaming. So let's go ahead and start it, and then do the other part where you need to install now the operating system on this server. Now before you start, make sure you plug in the USB. Few troubleshooting that I came across is that if you put a memory the wrong way, which I just kind of quickly put it there, I actually didn't see that there was actually different memories that I had. So you have to make sure you look at the manual of the server to put the memory in the right place. If you put the memory just like, blindly, of course you're going to have issues. It's going to start bleeping and everything. It's not going to come up. Look at the the manual. Right now you see I put the memory correct way. I plugged in the USB, and the server just started to open up. Now for virtualization to work, your server needs to be at the level where it can take virtualization. This hardware has to have the virtual the CPU has to have this feature enabled in the BIOS for it to work, and you can put more operating systems on top of it. That's the only way it's going to work. If it's too old, make sure, that's why I say that you have to do your research, that can this server do virtualization? If not, then you don't want to buy it. It's too old then. So there you go. We have 2 CPUs right there. Advanced memory mode is on. 32 GB RAM is installed on this server. We will in future upgrade it. This is just the installation part right now. And the first thing we need to do is to go to the BIOS of this server to see if we have the virtualization on or not. So we're going to wait for that information right now. So in this server, of course, if you're using a Dell or something else and you have to watch the screen, I think Dell is F2, and this I'm going to skip and then move on. And right now it's basically updating our logical drive. This is only one drive on RAID 1. It doesn't matter right now. We just want to get into the system. As you see, we have all these information just came up. System menu F10 is the one that I'm looking for. So if I go to the F10, this is where I want to be right now. So system utility, and let's go to the system utility. And this is what I was talking about, that you need to find out in your server where you can find the virtualization feature. So in this one, we're going to find that option right now. So that should be, the virtualization option should be in the system option. That's the first one right there. You will click enter. This is an HP. Now on other server, maybe you need to do arrow, or you have to space or something like that. Make sure you look into that. We're going to look for processor options, because we want to see if this has the virtualization. So you see right there, AMD virtualization. So let's go ahead and see the status. If you click on it, you see it's enabled. So that's a good thing. We don't need to do anything. We need to just restart this now, and now boot this server from the USB right here, so we can start installing the operating system on this server. So all control delete, it's gonna restart again, and we're not gonna boot the server from the USB. Alright, so in this option we're gonna click F11 because we want to boot our server from USB. And now it's asking us which option do you want to use. So in this we're going to look for the USB, the third one. So there you go. So when I pick the third one, it's booting from that USB. You see start blinking up, and that server setup that we did, the ISO, we put it on USB, that file is now kicking in, and now we need to install the operating system on it. Now remember again, in this phase we are installing an operating system first, a normal operating system, and then we will put virtualization on top of it. So it's a full operating system, a Windows operating system server, and then you put virtualization on it. So you see it's a little different story. When the next phase we are going to install hypervisor operating system full, that's going to be totally operating system designed for virtualization, so you won't have any GUI, you won't have start menu, stuff like that. It's just going to give you an IP address and you go in there. So that we will discuss in our next part. Here, this is why I say that you need a mouse, so I'm going to get that, and then we will continue with the normal installation, and when this finishes up, then we will put the username and password and get in. Okay, the mouse is attached now. As you can see, click next. We're going to install. So I'm looking for Windows 2012 R2 data center, and I'm going to click next. I'm going to pick the agreement and click next. And since we're installing a fresh operating system, we're going to pick custom, and you see it picked up my new hard drive right there. If for some reason your hard drive is not showing up here, then you have to do some other things, like you have to go use some other sometime I like to use XP, Windows XP. I actually put that XP in there, or Windows, another installation on it. The reason I say Windows XP because it has a really nice formatting tool in there, and it works. You will have, maybe you will buy a hard drive from a friend or something like that, and they will have multiple partitions in there. So this will not work, then it will either not work or not show up. So you need to get rid of that whole partition, and you need to format it as NTFS. So as soon as you plug in the XP by USB or maybe by CD, usually you're going to get a CD, download it from internet. I don't know how you're going to get there, but you can use other tools to plug that in, turn your machine on just like that, format everything from that hard drive, then do this process again, and then you will see this. And sometimes it even works if you have a partition, you can format it from here and just click new and create a new one, and that works as well. So here, if I click next, that's it. So after this, I'm gonna come back in part 3, because after part 3 is just a normal operating system of Server 2012. Once it's up and running, then we install the Hyper-V virtualization on top of that. And then if it gives you us error that you didn't do something in the virtualization from the boot menu or something like that, we'll find out. I believe I did enable it, but if let's say I forgot to click enter or something like that, then yes, it's going to give me an error. But at least at this point, our server, our hardware is ready, because now I can remote into this machine. I can do whatever I want to do as a host provider or as a lab provider or whatever I am, whatever my business is. I have my hardware ready to give virtual features to other people. So while that installation is happening, I thought it would be good to just jump into what we are actually doing in part 1. We're using a Hyper-V architecture. So if you go to Microsoft, and I like to use the official documentation from Microsoft, and if we are installing Hyper-V on the server, what type of virtualization we are using. So we're using Hyper-V feature as a type 1 hypervisor based architecture. The hypervisor virtualizes processor and memories and provide mechanism for virtualization stack and root partition to manage child partitions, virtual machines, and exposes services such as IO devices to the virtual machines, like your hard disk, memory, CPU, blah blah blah, all that stuff. So even though we are installing this under the operating system, but it is still considered to be a type 1 hypervisor because of its direct interaction. And right now on the bottom you see this little image. So this is the hypervisor right on the bottom layer, and then you see it basically interact directly from the device, processors, memories, and then go above to the other things like IO and basically like virtual machines that you're installing. So you can go ahead and read about this. Type Hyper-V, what type is Hyper-V virtualization or Hyper-V information trying to find out more about Hyper-V. This way, then when you have an interview, then you can talk about two things, Hyper-V and VMware. And when you start talking about these two terms in your interview, nobody's going to ask basic question. At least they're going to know you know about it. You are not just straight up coming from a college or somewhere you got the A+ and you have no clue about virtualization. So that is where this type of video are going to really help you, and especially with our training as well. So then you can go a little bit deep inside and try to get more information if you really want to become that virtual admin expert. If you really want to land those type of jobs, they pay pretty good though. So yeah, and let's move on to the installation of the operating system, and let's finish this part 2. Now once the installation is over, then you just need to restart the server. Make sure you unplug the USB out of this server. I did that, and then we'll just restart this machine. So just keep in mind and be patient, because sometimes in the beginning when the operating system is getting installed, it takes a lot of time. So right now this is the first screen that we get. We're going to get an admin password and we'll move on with this installation. Right, so now we logged into the operating system for the first time, and there you go, 2012 is ready. And of course I connected my server to the local network, so whatever network you have, you will be connecting to that. Make sure you have an Ethernet on your server. So right now you see it got the connection. So as a system administrator or virtual administrator or whoever you are at this point, you need to before you leave the server physically, you need to do few things, because you want to manage this remotely now. The rest, virtualizations and everything, should be remotely done. Your host is up and running, but you want to make sure a few things before you leave the physical hardware. The first thing you need to do is to right click and go to system, and then go to remote settings. Now if you're using a different server like 2012 or stuff like that, it does give you options from here. Like if you open a local server, in a local server you will click on a work group here, and then you can click on remote. You see there are multiple ways for you to get to the remote stuff. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to allow, and in the beginning I'm just gonna because this is my lab environment, I'm gonna be doing things to get to it without any problems. Later on I can secure it if I want to. So you have to look at your your place, like where you are and how sensitive this server is gonna be. So you want to make sure, maybe if you don't want people to try your server or hack in, then maybe you want to allow this one, check this one. But hey, I don't care about this. Is a lab. I'm probably gonna remove it in 2 or 3 days again. So here I'm gonna click apply and OK, and then of course I want to change my name for this server and restart it, and then I want to install any other features. But before that also I want to disable my firewall, because I'm gonna be logging in after this from my laptop, because I don't want to be sitting here in a cold room, right? You don't want to be doing that at the same time. You're an IT person, you should be able to get into things remotely. So turn off the firewall for now, so then we don't have any issues. And then the first thing I want to do is to change the name of this machine. So I'm going to give it a name, and then I'm going to restart the server one more time, and then I'm going to try the Hyper-V feature on this server. Now while this is restarting, you may have a question, okay, so what is cloud now? Cloud is basically kind of exactly the same thing. They will have a hypervisor, or they would have something more like similar type of technology. Even a VMware vSphere, you can get it in the cloud, or Hyper-V or anything what Microsoft built it, but it's just managed by somebody else. Just like you guys are buying the labs from us directly, or you get it from in our live training, you're basically kind of like accessing your labs from the cloud through the internet, through your browser. We have the ability now, by doing virtualization, putting it to our systems like online systems, but it still uses hardware. It still uses a virtualized environments like this somewhere. So that is what people consider cloud. It's nothing different. It's just that they made it easier now for even IT people, that they don't need to have all of this stuff, the virtual stuff either. They can just buy it from people, and they can use the web browser and get to it. But yeah, it depends on the business how they want these things. So now we're going to get into the server. So now that our server is ready, this is where we decide that Hyper-V option. This is where now we decide this is the operating system that administrator is managing it, and from here on administrator will give little pieces like server 1, server 2, server 3, server 4. He can install it on top of this server, and then he can assign it to anybody. It could be whatever business model. So for you guys, let's say I'm gonna give you 5 labs to 1 student. So I can do this now, but I don't have to give out the whole server like this. I can give out 5 labs because depending on what we're teaching, right? So we can change things around. So what do? We first go to manage, and in here you need to click on add roles and features. So you're going to click next, and then click next again. Now here you see this Hyper-V information. If you click on it, move this on the left and just read about it first, because you're learning stuff, right? Hyper-V provides the services that you can create and manage virtual machines, their resources. Each virtual machine is a virtualized computer system that operates in an isolated execution environment. This allows you to run multiple operating systems on top of this server, and then it basically adds more features. So then you click next, just add that and just wait for a second and click next, and then you get these other features too. We're going to click next, and then if you have 2 Ethernet cards, you can use that, because maybe if you're creating virtual machines, you may want to use a different network, but in our case we have only 1 network. We're going to use that physical network. So here we don't want to use that, forget that part. We're going to click next, and then click install, and that's it. Hyper-V is getting installed right now on this server. So again, you need to restart the server. This is why I say that don't leave your physical server before. If you get an error at this point, then you'll need to fix that. So here we are going to restart our server by taking an action. The restart is pending. You must restart the server to finish the installation. So let's go ahead and restart this server by clicking here and then restart. So restart here. So now the server is restarting. I don't need to be physically here now, because I know I have done everything. If it has any issues, I was here physically, everything is good to go, and it's gonna restart with the same name. Network will be working. Now I need to go to my laptop. I will be on the same network, and I'm just gonna do this from different room, office, wherever I am. I will just configure this server from there. But it will be easy for you if you're using Hyper-V and you need to install more operating system. It will be easier if you put the USB, the ISO inside the USB. Now ISO, remember the first time you install the ISO to put the operating system on this hardware, now you need that ISO to install operating systems inside the virtual machines, that's what's happening right there. So that is what we're gonna do right now. You see it's restarting again. So this is where it's easier, because then you don't need to go to online and download that ISO again, right, on that machine. Why would you do that if you already have it here? But if you do need, let's say, operating systems now, other operating system, Linux, Windows 10, anything that can be virtualized, that can work with Hyper-V environment, then yes, of course, then you need to go to the web browser in that main host operating system, download that ISO, and then you will be using then that ISO. But for me, I have Windows 10 and Windows 2019 server on this USB, so I'm gonna basically just use that and copy directly to save some time. And now I will basically log in from my laptop to configure the rest and show you how the virtual machines are done. Of course, we're gonna do that in part 3. We're not gonna make this video too long, but I want to just show you that at the end I can log into this machine from laptop, and then we will do part 3. Okay, so now I'm on my laptop. So of course you need to be in the same network. You can use your Wi-Fi, LAN connection, however you want to do this, but you need to make sure that you are in the same network of that server so you can ping it and you can see if it's working. So the first command that you want to use to see if it's up and running, you can use mgt ping mgt 2012v. This is the name that we gave this server. As you can see, it's going out there and it is pinging, so that this tells me that the server is up and running. So next thing, I want to remote in remote. We're local right now, right? I'm in the same office and I want to basically log into that server now because that room is cold. I want to get away from that, so I'm going to remote in by using RDP, remote desktop. But to get into that server, remember, you're not on domain environment. You have to use a local server name, mgt 2012v/administrator. If it was a domain, then you will be using the domain netbios like JSS7 whatever, HQ/ whatever that is, and then you will be using your password. And then you will be basically logging into that server. Right now it's looking for that information. Say yes, and that's it. We are done, almost here. So now we are inside that server, and that's a great thing. Everything is working. The server manager will come up. What I need to look for is the Hyper-V option. So you can do it by searching it here on the server. Actually, let me move my on the server. I think you guys cannot see my screen, but on the top right side there's a Hyper-V option. But if you look at the apps, there's a new feature that just got installed. So if I click on that, you can see I have my hypervisor Hyper-V manager running now. So this is the server right here. So now if I want to install virtual machines, I have the ability to do that. If I right click here, you can see I can click and create a virtual machine, virtual hard disk. I can do a lot of different things in this right now because I have the ability to do that, right? But your ability is coming from where? From the main host. If I went to the system, I have 32 GB RAM, and these are the processors that I can use, and that's it. And the space that I have in this main host, which is 1 TB right here. So if I open this up here, this is the space that I can use, right? If I want to, and this is where I say that it's going to be easier for you to copy, put ISO already in the USB, so it's on the same server. So now I can basically come here and install the ISO directly from here without worrying to download it again. But of course, if you need more ISOs, you need to download them, you can do it. So in part 3, we're going to install the virtual machine, how to take a backup, how to take a snapshot, and play around with virtual machines. And usually this is what you do as a help desk. You are given access to this level, right? Or maybe a little lower level than this, or maybe just a virtual machine level. But sometimes if you're working for a company, then they give you access to get into the machines. A server administrator will call you. Can you restart? Can you check if it's shut down? Can you do this? Can you change the RAM? And they will guide you. Or maybe you're working with somebody remotely. So this is what you do. You don't do the part that you just saw, installing the hardware, server, everything. Nobody expect that from a help desk. But by looking at it now, at least you have a clear idea of how virtualization in a Hyper-V environment happened before. If you go to the company and they're using Hyper-V, or if you're using a practice lab, you're a premium member, you know that you have ability to work on Hyper-V directly in our labs. So if you're a premium member, you go to the practice labs. Some of these labs are designed for Hyper-V as well, so you can get into it, but they're not going to give you that hardware type of training, right? That's something that we do, and of course, even we don't just show you hardware like, hey, this is how you do it. We did this part because then now when we do live training, we're going to basically show this to our members, that this is how things happened before you got into Hyper-V. So it makes pretty clear sense to people to understand things now. Okay, so welcome to part 3. Now this is where we are on that host that we created, and we are ready to install some virtual machines on top of that host. Now this is where it depends on what is your business, and why are you doing this. This could be you're working for a small company and they may require a second server, like a file server. This could be you working for another company and they may need a backup solution, but you don't want to invest into a big hardware. You just want to keep something small, virtualized, and give it space and memory. The possibilities and you working in a virtual environment is unlimited, and it's business to business based model. So in our business, let's say for example, I want to provide live training to 50 people. Now of course I need a lot of compute power for that, and for that to do this, I would be exactly doing the same thing. I would spin up a server, and then I will spin up some virtual machines on top of it, and that's it. I will use another tool, remote tool, where I can do like more advanced stuff like firewall stuff, and maybe work with a developer to give you a member access to that virtual machine, or I will just go for another third-party softwares and connect it to our servers and do a lot of different things. Of course, I'm not going to be kind of like getting into that right now, because we want to be doing things generic skills that can be applied anywhere, and that really is going to be up to you wherever you land a job and how they use it. So in our case now, we have a host ready. I don't know why I opened Paint. We have a host ready, and then we need to install our first virtual machine, so then you guys can see how to do that. So the first thing I needed is what? ISO. Just like we did the first part, you need to download that. I copied it to this server from a USB to the local folder ISO, and I have this 2019 server with me right now. So let's see. Yeah, this is a server 2019, and maybe you want to create a personal lab for yourself. You can also use that for this, right? So now I'm gonna go ahead and open Hyper-V by clicking on Start Menu option here, and then I'm gonna go to the apps, or you can go to the administrative tools. Usually if you do this, you can also pin this to the taskbar, so then next time you don't have to open it from there. So I'm going to open up right now, and we're going to create our first virtual machine on MGT 2012V. Now what if you have more servers? What if you have more hosts? You can right click here and connect, and then from one server you can manage them. So easily there on the right side, it gives you information you can create directly from here. Since we're creating our brand new first VM, I would like to do it from here. So just to show you more options here, you can see there are options, and on the right side you have options too. So then we're going to click on virtual machine. Now this is where, of course, we're not going to go too detailed in this stuff, but it's a click next kind of options, just like any other virtualization, VirtualBox, VMware, all of them had the same type of templates. So we're going to click next here. We're going to name it. What do we want to install? So if I want to say I want to install my first domain controller for this lab, I'm just going to call it DC1. And where do you want to store this? If you don't pick, then it will pick the normal program data, but I like to keep it a little bit simple for myself. So I'm going to go to the C drive and then create a folder. I'm going to call it VMs. And here I am going to go and check this box and go and pick that folder now. And I'm going to click go to C drive, and here I'm going to call it VM. And now I'm going to click, oh, I shouldn't have clicked finish. That's a mistake right there. But let's say I did a mistake. What happened then? I did a mistake. I clicked the finished. How do I go back? If I right click and go to settings now, you see now it gives me all these settings, and I can go back and change things. But I don't want to do it this way now. Later on, you guys can come and do these edits. But let's go ahead and create another one. Now I'm using the second option. Next, and here again, I'm going to click on DC2. And I'm going to use DC2 now. Store this image right here. Browse. Go to PC, VM. And click next now. I didn't click finish this time. So you see you have two types of generations in the Hyper-V. So one has a little bit more advanced features, just like VMware. When you put VMware tool inside the virtual machine, it gives you more enhanced features. Here you have to pick a generation. To keep it simple, I like to use generation 1, but if I want to go a little bit more advanced, I want to do Pixie boot, secure boot, and things like that, then I would go for generation 2. And this is where you play around with this stuff. Like you can change the memory here. I'll say, okay, you know what, I am going to give it dynamic memory, or maybe I want to give it more memory. Let's say I want to give it 428, and I randomly pick this numbers. Of course, you're gonna look into what this turns out to be. That probably would be 4 GB or a little less than that. Or if you want to do 8028 or something else and want to make it exactly 8, just go to Google and type what is MB. My mind is not working at this point. So here you need to pick Ethernet. So you're gonna pick Ethernet here. And if you have 2 Ethernet, then make sure you pick the one that you want to use. We're going to click next here. Now that's where it tells you, okay, where do we save your disk? This is important stuff right here. This is going to be your hard disk. This is the virtual hard disk of your operating system. So if you want to be copying things next in future, you want to make things super easy for yourself, then this is important for you to know where it's getting installed. So we're using this, and we're going to use only 35 GB space from this whole, and maximum you can go to 64 TB. That's a huge space right there. So we're going to use, later on we're going to show you in part 4 how to use other options, but here we just want to click and simply install our operating system. But how do we install an operating system? If I click install now, it's going to D. So if I had physically plugged in that DVD, then I would be choosing this option. But if I want to use an image file, I'm going to use ISO, and that's the file that I copied over to my C drive, ISO, and here I'm going to pick that. I'm going to click next now, and here now I'm going to finish it. So this way I had the ability to go and pick it for myself. But if I want to go back to DC1 and go to edit, and I did that mistake by finishing it, can I still do it? Yes, of course. You can come to the memory, and here you can change it. You can see you have other options to enable too. If I want to change the processors, because I feel like one virtual processor is not enough while having so many cores, 24 cores. If I have it, then that means I have a lot of virtual cores in this. And like I said, you're not going to run out of the cores if you're playing around with in a normal environment, unless you're working for a huge environment and you're deploying some huge operating systems and things like that. Yeah, you will need that then to be beefed up. Here you can see that I was if I didn't pick up the image file in that option, when I click finish, then I can come here and change that. If I didn't pick the network, it's not going to work. If I install operating system, it's not going to work. Why? Because it's not connected. I'm going to have to connect it here, right? And then you have other options too. Then of course you have, in virtualization, you have lots of different options that you can play around with and to get really, really good at. But at your level, at help desk level, like I said, some of the things will be done for you. The decisions to make how many virtual CPUs, how much RAM should be used, is by your manager and system administrator. Why? Because you don't want to go into the host and assign one virtual machine everything. What if you do that? And what if you have so many different critical systems working and nobody told you that? They will not let you do that, because you will crash everything, because now you have given so much power to one virtual machine and it impacted every other system in that host. So yes, you are not going to get this type of, you're going to have to ask, just like Active Directory, you need to ask what is the naming policy, what is the policy of this. You need to ask about what is the virtualization compute policy I need to be using in my business, right? So that's where we decided the next option, and then I showed you how to do the edit option if you do a mistake. But if I turn this on, how do I turn it on? So here I took a little break and I started recording again through a remote connection. So what this is basically remote, as in logging in from a different area, a different network. So I install a client on it, and you can do that as well. You can use anything, TeamViewer, Itarian, many different tools that you can use for if you want to log in from different area. And that would be because maybe you're not at your place anymore and you want to continue your work. So this is how we do things in reality too. And the recording will start again. So here I'm going to click on connect now, and after that connect, what do I need to do? I still need to make an action. So if I go to the action and I'm going to click on start, and remember we point this to a CD. Now it should ask me for the so if you point this to a CD, and sometimes if a CD may say that you need to click on any key to continue, and that works. So sometimes, but the new, you see that changed with this 2019 server and this new 2012. So I didn't see that option. It just came up, 2019 just came up straight, or maybe I missed it. It was so quick, but I didn't click anything. So here, this is where your 2019 server is getting installed on 2012. So if you're brand new to virtualization, this is the power of virtualization. As you can see, 2012 is running behind. That's the host, that's the hardware operating system. But inside the virtual operating system, I can now, you see this is separate from our main operating system, and I can install it. I can click next, I can click install, and I can then basically move on with other you know, normal installation of operating system. So this is exactly the same thing that we did for this main host, but it's a different operating system. So here you go, we got the data center, and I'm going to click next and click next. Now this is the things that people may ask you, that do you know how to install an operating system on a virtual environment like Hyper-V or VMware, which we're gonna do later on. But you see, our Windows has started to running now. Now that is where, after this, it's more about you're getting a call that your Windows is slow, or maybe at some point somebody asks you, can we up the space for the C drive, or can we add another drive? This is such a common scenarios where we deal with this on a regular basis, not a daily basis, regular basis, because this window machine may need something more, and that's where, when you add more features to this server, people are gonna be using it more and more and more, and that's where you come across a space issue. Perfect example I can give you is if you run an FTP service, right? FTP, where you transfer your files from clients and stuff like that, like FileZilla, WinSCP, many more. So if you want to add new space, then of course you're going to then come back where? Now you can manage so many machines from this one area, right? You can add as much as this host can take. So I can come here, turn off this machine. I can do a lot of things with here now. Let's say I install this operating system. I'm fully done with it. I put a key in it. I put some softwares in it. I spent, let's say, 2 hours just to fix it, just to kind of make it ready. What do I need to do? Then I need to make a checkpoint. Now, in other virtualizations, usually they call it snapshot. Like VMware, they have a snapshot. I believe VirtualBox have a snapshot. So checkpoint is the same thing. So that 3 hours of work that I did, I can take a checkpoint of it, and that's it. And after that, if something goes wrong, let's say after 2 months, I can come back to that checkpoint and I'll save my time that I spent in the beginning. I can keep making more checkpoints if I think that, let's say for example, you want to install a software and you are not sure about it. It may cause an issues. It may have some type of malware, whatever, and it does have it, let's say. And then you can go back to the checkpoint that before installation that you did a checkpoint. So that's it. One checkpoint, few seconds, and you're back. Now, for new people, this is for you. If you're watching this for the first time, you may think, oh, okay, that's pretty cool. But remember, we have worked on this stuff in a real environment, and we didn't have these options back in the days. And that was a pain. Imagine if we had a malware and I spent 4 hours on a computer. Then I need to create that machine again, all over again, or I had to take a backup of it, and backup would take hours and hours and hours as well. I mean, that's a lot of work. So this type of options became very powerful for sysadmins and for companies, that they will make a checkpoint and bam, everything is done. I don't need to do anything. I can just go back to the checkpoint. I can reset it. I can pause it. I can save it. I can then save the whole system also. Let's say if something, let's say if I put one server installation, if you want to go back, you can just click connect, or you can, yeah, there you go. You can click connect like this. Let's say I install this operating system now, and I don't want to spend this time of installation. Then what do I do? Now, when this is finished, there's an option called sysprep. So when this is finished, I'll show it to you. When you open it up, you can take a sysprep of this machine. What sysprep will do is when this machine restarts, it will assign its own SSID, meaning its own special ID to this machine. Every time a machine gets restarted, you name it, that's it. You have a unique ID in there for these users, for the computer and everything. But if you want to make sure that you want to use this multiple times, and we call this imaging, or in a virtual environment, it's going to be the virtual disk image. So you basically sysprep it. You run a sysprep command and shut it down. So what we'll do is this will shut down like this. after this is done, right, you install everything on it, you did some basic configuration, and you want to call it master image, golden image, whatever you want to call it. And then what you will do after that, when you run a sysprep command and it shut down, so you go back to the source, that hard drive that we installed, so here, and what you do, you basically copy this. You copy this whole thing. It's gonna be probably a few GB, but you copy it and put it in a different folder. Let's say you want to name it copy from here. You don't want to say start from here or anything. Copy from here. Because this drive that you did a sysprep is this is like a image. So you don't want to be using that again. You want to be using, you don't want to be using this from here actually. You copy it from here, you copy it to here. Then you make a new machine already here. Let's say you want to call it DC3. What you do is that you copy that hard disk and then put it here. This is the machine that then you want to create from then, you know, because if you use this, then your machine is running from here. So that's not a image then. That's directly just like these other machines right here. So you want to be always using the copy option from here, and this is very powerful option. When we give our members labs, what do? We have 15 people taking live training. Of course, I'm not gonna sit there and make a virtual machine or tell help desk or support with me to just let's go and just create 15 machines for every training that we do after 2 days or 3 days. That's impossible. So then we have these things like images. So I can just quickly, even from a script, I can create just a normal, like in one script, I can create like 15 machines if I have the ability, and then I will assign this hard disk to it. You see now, in the job that can be done for almost a day, that can take 24 hours now, or maybe few hours, or 8 hours, or 4 hours, still it's a lot of hours. That can be done in 5 minutes. So that's kind of like the power of virtualizations, and what it opens a lot of opportunities for you if you want to run it as a business and anything. And like I said in the beginning, it really, this is what you need to train yourself on, just to move around virtualization. And then you need to go to the settings. Basically, this is where I would like you guys to kind of like, work on it. There's a replication too, but that's little advanced stuff. So I'm gonna come here, and let's say somebody asks for, okay, my machine is running slow. So you're going to turn off your machine, and then this is the things that you're going to be looking at. Processor, you put one processor. Some softwares even requires you to have at least 2 virtual processors to be able to run, so you need to up it. And then you need to go to the memory, you need to up that. If you're having a space issue, then of course you're going to come here to the hard disk area, and then you need to add more hard disk, and by clicking here and add, and then you can add a hard disk. So this is kind of like the basic overview of virtualization. Of course, there you go. So this is where what I was talking about, that you can turn off this machine and keep this image. Like right now, like this machine is like not ready at this point. But what I would like to do is, like, for example, you want to get into this server and then run a sysprep. So let's go ahead and let's quickly create a password and do the sysprep part, and then we can conclude this Hyper-V training for this virtualization session. So we're going to go into this, and when you work on servers, you need to understand the menu parts too, because some applications have different type. This is the application running web-based, have different one like VMware. So action, alt control delete. You're not using the alt control delete of your computer, okay? Most of the time people do that mistake, and there's like, why am I seeing a lock screen? Because you're using your own keyboard and you're telling your computer to do the alt control delete. So that's why in virtualization, these are the things you need to be careful. So now we have a 2019 server ready, and you should now think about things, right? You should think about, oh, okay, if I can do this from my machine or my server, or the practice lab or the training that I'm taking. So what can I do with this now? I can create a domain controller. Okay, I can create a client. So then after that, I can open an Active Directory. I can open a group policy. I can do a software deployment. Oh, you know, Jobs.to are teaching everything that relates to in this environment, because we only teach in a domain connected environment. We train you for business, right? So now we have this ready. As you can see, the problem with this is going to be if you're running some type of, like my laptop has a lot of resolution, and my server don't have that type of resolution. So yeah, I'm going to have a little struggle here to move around here and there, but you can fix it. You can go online and how to fix it exactly if you want it to be like, you know, running. But you know, what are you going to do if you are working in a virtual environment? This is exactly like you're working in a real environment. So as a system administrator and as an IT person, are you going to sit in front of it, try to play around with these options? No, right? You have to make it ready so then you can remote into it. And that's what we did the first time for the host. So the first thing you guys should do is to go to the computer management, or better than computer management, in a server. It's an easy way. I'm going to show you right now. Here, let me just move this down. If you move this up and go to the server manager and go to the local server, click on this right here, the work group section. So these are the settings that I'm talking about. If I have some tedious type of settings and I need to allow this, click OK. I need to do this, and then and like right now I'm creating an image for my members, right? My business is like, okay, I always create images for members. I have to work on these things to make sure that these are the things that are working in the labs and everything. So I need to work on all of this stuff. So what do I do here? I'm gonna work on it. I'm gonna come down here, and you see how I'm struggling with all these different type of views. So I'm gonna try to get away from it quickly as possible. But before doing that, what I would like to do is I'm gonna click on firewall, and I'm doing the same stuff that I did, which I did before. But one thing I want to show you now, that then I want to use this image, right? I don't want to waste my work that I did for this server. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn off this. So right now, okay, I did two things that I felt this is important for my labs to work for my members and when I train them and stuff like that. What do I do right now? I don't want to waste my energy and work. So I'm going to right click here. I'm going to go to run, and I'm going to do sysprep and just enter. And when I enter now, this is what I was talking about. You double click on it, generalize, meaning go out there, remove every SSID that you just created right now, and then shut this computer down. Out of the box experience, right? What is out of the box? It's going to keep everything in the server. That settings that I just did, that remote control, the firewall, it's going to keep that. It's not going to touch that. But it's going to remove the name of this machine. It's going to remove the username SSIDs, and it's going to shut it down. Then I'm not turning it on, because what is my next step after that? I need to copy this image now. So if I'm going to wait for it first. So two things I'm going to do here. Once this machine is turned off, right now it's running, I'm going to make a checkpoint of it. So even if I'm working on DC2, I can go back to it very quickly. But I also want to take that virtual hard disk image. So then I can right click here and then, I can right click here and then create a new machine on the fly. And I'll show you that once this is shut down. So, and there are many other advanced things that we're not going to cover in our training, because like I said, then you are becoming more of a virtual system administrator rather than becoming a help desk. This is the part where help desk will stop, and of course company will teach you more if they want to, and company will have their own applications on virtualization. They will teach you that stuff because that's kind of normal. They may show you a few things that a sysadmin is doing repetitively, and you may help them. So that is what kind of things that you may do. But try to understand that when you answer in the interview, be very confident, because you need to touch these things, you need to create these things. If you don't have the ability, then you want to ask us to help you out If you have the ability, then do it, because then you need to be talking about it. So right now it's turned off, right? So the first thing, I'm going to create a checkpoint. So here I create a checkpoint. Look at this. I create a checkpoint so I can go back to this place after when I do everything with this server. I can go back to it. But you don't want to delete this. You don't want to delete this because that will get deleted, right? But okay, well, how do I now do the image part? So I got DC2 right here. DC2 snapshots are there. And DC2, this is what I was looking for. I'm going to copy that and go back here and copy from here. So you see now it's copying that 8 gigs of file to this folder. So let's just assume that I spent 3 hours setting some tiny tedious things on that image, and now I want to basically change that. I don't want to do this work again. So I want to create, let's say, 6 domain controllers for my lab for the live training that I'm doing. Usually we have 2 people, 3 people, maximum 5 people in the live environment, and we got to do this before they start labs, right? Before they start their training on the first day. These are the kind of steps that we have to perform, and then through our online applications we connect them and everything, like VPN stuff, and then they get access. So here I want to click new virtual machine, and I'm going to click next. DC3, remember we created a DC3 folder. Now I'm going to point this to that folder, VMs DC3, and I'm going to click next, generation 1, and I want to create, let's say, 428, and I'm going to use the same network. This is the part. So use an existing virtual hard disk. Use this option attaching an existing virtual, either VHT or VHTX format, and you can even do this part, but I'm gonna use this one right here. You see, I'm not creating a new hard disk. I want to basically use my image now, right? I'm gonna go back here, C drive, VM, DC. Sorry, copy from here. So we put it in DC3. Where did I put that? Oh, sorry, we copied it there, but we didn't copy it back to DC3. So you do want to do that, because that was good. That's going to be a mistake right there if I directly go to the copy from here. So if I use that, that's it, your image is messed up, because then you need to create another image, because now you have created another SSID, and that's why you need to name it that way so you never forget. Copy from here. Don't use it. Put that something in there like copy from here. Don't use it. So then you always remember, okay, I'm not gonna create a virtual machine from that virtual hard disk. So here we are gonna basically go in there, and now it's almost done. And with this, we will conclude our video for Hyper-V. And all right, done. So now I'm going to use this virtual hard disk. I'm going to click finish here, because I don't need to do anything else. It's already done. Everything else, the parts are done. So creating everything, and if I now turn this on, and if I, let's say, start, and now if I turn DC2 on, connect and start. So watch what happens there. So check this out. Both machines are, yeah, there you go. The CD part is actually there. It just, I think it was too fast in the beginning. But look at this. Both machines are on now. So this is the power of virtualization. You are on what? You are on 2012 server. That is your host. Then you have two 2019 servers running on the same hardware, using what memory? Using the memory that is available in the host. This memory right here, and this processors and everything. So this is what we call virtualization. And this is what we call virtualizations in terms of Hyper-V, Windows Server feature. So that this is kind of like the Hyper-V stuff. So again, after this, we will start on VMware. If you really like this video, please like it, subscribe, and let us know what you think. Did you learn something from it? And what do you think about it? Thank you so much. All right, the recording is on right now. First of all, who are we? Like, you know, I probably know most of you probably something about what is RAM, what is ROM, or what is a computer, what is operating system. Then they'll throw something like ticketing system on you, Active Directory on you, Office 365 on you, imaging on you, deployment on you. None of that stuff. Back in the days where nobody was teaching that stuff, now they're kind of like putting little by little, because they see that there are people that are kind of pissed off from this type of learning. And me myself, when I went to college, and I was like, what did I learn in this course that all this instructor did? And nothing bad about instructor, they did give me a lot of information, but what was it like? It was just slides going through, and once we were done with the slides, we went for the exam, and we just did some kind of like, you know, cheat sheet, you know, look at the username, you look at the questions and password, and all that kind of stuff. And basically we passed the exam, right? And most of you are in this case too, where a lot of people come to jobs.to and say, hey, I got MCSA, I got Network Plus, I got this certification, I got these huge certification, but I can't really land a job. And I have no clue how to use these certification. So long story short, this Active Directory is a piece of training that we do in a live training. And I think Majid is our current member who took our live training yesterday. He finished it, phase 1. So you are actually taking, out of that phase 1, you're taking one skill, and I'm teaching this for free on the YouTube, and this is going to be this will be put on YouTube, and you guys are part of this. So Jobs.to story started like that. It started from an issue, a problem, which I wanted to fix. And of course, it's not just me. There's so many other people now, like Hadi Wali. He's a security expert, AWS certified, and he went through the same stuff in his site. And, you know, that's how he kind of like also felt like, I want to be a part of this platform. And there's so many who are like, you know, in this platform, they're helping us with, you know, combining all these gaps between certification learning, between college learning, and real world skills learning. So the most important thing for me from this training is that how much real world training can I give you in this short training? But of course, it's not going to be complete. It's a pretty short training, right? So if we look at it, where does it like, how do we when we train, where do we put that on the resume? So when we train live training, you guys are actually training about this right now. So if you guys have any question, just open up your mic and ask me, okay, about some things that I'm just straight up showing you like a resume, and you're like, okay, I don't get it. So you see that the training that I'm teaching you guys is basically covering this Active Directory user management. And where is it going to help you? It's going to help you when you open up a descriptions, Indeed.com, and you look for information like, you know, help desk, entry level help desk, IT support. So in that, usually they will have this section in there says, you guys need to know about Active Directory. You guys need to know about creating users, passwords, stuff like that. And when you go to the interview, that's where this is going to help you. This is what we are covering today. So in our live training, when we start with a pretty big training, but we basically set up a domain controller, and then we work on Active Directory. So you guys are in this session right now where we set up a domain controller, and then we also look into some, in day 2, we basically teach about tools to manage Active Directory and a whole training on Active Directory. Now, sometimes in our live training, we miss some of these things, and then we basically send videos to our members. So in this training, we will be kind of like doing very quick type of, you know, domain setup. Then you guys will be setting up accounts. Then we'll be practicing some password resets. Then we'll be getting some scripts and stuff like that. So of course, this training will go a little bit more than 1 hour. So if you feel like you want to stay, you can stay. If you feel like you don't want to stay, you can leave, and then we will send you the video, and it will be on YouTube too, okay? So before we start, we need to understand Active Directory as a whole. So when I say Active Directory, what does that mean? Can someone give me an answer? Like when I say Active Directory environment, domain environment, what am I talking about?
A domain is typically like a group of computers in a workplace in which you manage the access, or possibly the computers, which is what I know so far. I'm just getting into the intro of it.
No, that's perfect, because a domain is very important. And the reason I started with Active Directory live training, because without Active Directory, you will not be able to do your job. 80% of the time, you will not be able to do your job. Why? Because you always, when you get a job, you're in a domain connected environment. People don't hire you if they have 5 computers, right? Why would they hire a help desk and pay $40 to $50,000 for managing 5 computers when they can manage them themselves, right? They would hire you because they're in the business environment, and we're training you for more corporate level type of businesses. There are 300 people, 400 people, or you work with a company who's working with the smaller offices then. Even though if you're managing 5 people then, but you're not managing only 5, you're managing, let's say, 15 companies with 5 people, right? So you gotta know Active Directory and domain, and what's the difference between a work group, what's the difference between a domain connected. So if I ask you all a question, in your home, you have a laptop and you're connected from a mobile devices, is that a domain environment or is that a work group environment? Can somebody give me an answer?
It's a work group environment.
Yes, it's a work group environment. So if you have a phone or you have a laptop at home, you see only you can log in, or you can add somebody else to that computer, let's say your brother, your sister, whoever, and they can log in then, right? Whoever bought it first, you got the admin account, then you add account to that computer, the same computer, and then your home members can log into that computer. But if your home member, another member, let's say brother or sister, they bought a laptop, can you log into that laptop without knowing the password? No, right? You can't. You really need to hack into it then. And that's not legally right. That's not morally right. Right? That's not right. That's not how we're doing things right here. So basically, that's a work group environment. And what are the challenges behind this then? Because you cannot manage that machine. So what if, let's say, everybody goes on a vacation and they need something on those computers, right? This is something that you guys are doing for whatever reason, and they need something on their computers. Everybody needs to send you their username and password. And think about it. It will become a pretty messy job if you're working in a company that has 300 computers now, and they want a file or something to be done to those computers. Are you going to go to each and every computer trying to manage them? Of course not, right? You need something managed. For that management, you need a domain controller. And domain controller is a normal server operating system. It could be 2012, 2016, 2019. There's no 2018, by the way. 2019. So you put Active Directory on top of that server, and that's where it becomes a domain controller. Do you guys get this? And of course, we're going to do this lab right now, so you'll get it even more. So
the domain controller basically manages the domain, essentially.
So yeah, the domain controller manages all your computers, all your users, all your groups. Everything is being managed in that one machine. And that's where you can say, then, okay, I wanna let Katie log into the other machine. So you can just add Katie to Active Directory, and Katie can then go to other machine in that work environment, and she can just log in if you allow her, right? So you see how you're managing it from just one place. Makes it super easy for you to manage 10,000 computers if you want to, 10,000 users if you want to, right?
Got it.
Okay. So if you look at this image right now in front of you, it says work group. You see how work group is connected to just one network. It could be a switch, it could be a router, whatever it is, but it's connected to one network and it's not being managed. There's no management in between. They got the internet, that's great. They can log in themselves. We already explained that. So the domain, network looks something like this. As you can see right now on your screen, you guys, there's a directory server. That's also like a domain server. People will ask you in the interview, can you tell me about domain connected environment? Or they'll tell you, can you tell me about Active Directory? Or they may say, do you know anything about client server network? You see how they're naming it client server network? That is what it means basically. You're in a managed network, right? So you have computers like this, and then what is Active Directory? Now, this is a text base. You guys should learn this, or just type it down, or maybe next time when you are watching this video, you should be able to say something more like this. It's a directory service available with Windows Server Platform. Remember, we're talking about Windows here. We're not talking about Linux. Windows Server Platform, it stores information in a central database and allow users to have single account called the domain user account. So you see, if I say, Gene, when I put you in Active Directory, is that a work group account or is that a domain user account? That is a domain user account, right? Of that network. So here we have an example of an office where you can see there on the left side, there's an executive office, there's an IT administration office, Office 1, Office 2, this could be marketing, sales, whatever, and there's a lobby. And on the right side, there's a support guys right there, and then there's a networking room right there. So this is how a normal environment looks like. Now, this is one floor. You can make it bigger if you want to, but they will have multiple floors for people, right? You're still managing it from one place then. So that's how you do kind of your IT, like a real world corporate environment looks like this. It can just grow more. That's it. You will be working with different companies or different service providers. If it's too huge, then of course you're going to have layers and layers of IT people working with you, and that is something that we discussed in our first day of training about roles and everything. That's not something that I want to cover here today, but just to give you a clear idea that you in a work group, in a corporate level environment, you're working in an office like this where you have your office and you manage computers from one place. Okay. So now we're going to talk about, we're going to move into, so basically I'm actually using a live training slide. So I'm going to move you guys to Active Directory. I'm going to skip through the help desk ticketing system part, but I wanted to show this image before I move on to the Active Directory session. So you see, if you look at it, how do you get, like if you start working in the company tomorrow and they will give you a computer and the computer will be already connected to the domain controller, things will be already done for you. So then for you, when you're so new to the technology, you feel like there's too much behind this, like that happened. How did this person create my machine? There's too much they have configured for you. So today you're learning to be like a help desk who can configure your own machine. So when you go to work tomorrow, you're not stressed that how did this whole thing happen? At least you have some practical idea of how things are happening, and you can also use the tools and things like that to make your job easy. Usually in a company, what happens is something like this. You have a user will have issue, they will call, they will email, they will use web portal, they will use chat, and then they will do what? They will send an issue, right? Then what do? You use ticketing system, which is in our day one, we use ticketing system for live training, just like what I'm doing live training today for Active Directory, we do ticketing system training. And in that, you basically open up a ticket, and then let's say if it's an issue about user being locked out, then what do? You assign that to yourself, and then you resolve that issue in Active Directory, you come back to the ticketing system, you close it. As a help desk person, as an IT person, or an entry level, whatever you want to call yourself, 80% of your performance is based on how you close tickets, how you open tickets, how you close tickets, how you assign tickets. That's 80% of your job. Think about that. So because without you, companies cannot function, right? You're the main person assigning things. You're the real important person for the company. So that's why they're very picky. Yeah, there are a lot of jobs there, but they're very picky on picking people. And that's why people struggle if they cannot answer about ticketing system, if they cannot answer about Active Directory, if they cannot answer about Office 365, deployments, basic troubleshooting, they're not going to give you a job, especially these days. Nowadays, things are very hybrid. It's not just a normal CompTIA plus kind of thing and you're good to go. So that's where things really that's the background of it. So now I'm going to fast forward and just kind of move into Active Directory session right here. All right. So if you guys are looking at my screen right now, because I teach reality and I just straight go to jobs, and that's how I create the trainings. That's how all of our trainings are based on. We look at the description in current market and we change our training, agile type of training. So we change our content. It changes all the time. So you look at this, if you search about Active Directory in the Indeed.com, why people want to learn about this is the reason. Look at the titles on the left side. It says help desk technician, IT support, IT field technician, anything IT support. You need to know about Active Directory. And they specifically put it in the description right there. It says create new user accounts, manage those accounts in Active Directory, and of course they can put Exchange, whatever they want to add. But most of the people will have something like Active Directory in there, okay? And they will either put something like domain or, well, most of the people will use Active Directory specifically. So when you go to the interview and you say that, hey, you know, I have done a training on Active Directory, user management and everything, that's very different than you going there, I have A+, because A+ does not cover Active Directory like this. So when they start asking you a question after this training, you should be very comfortable. So far, any question about this whole lecture that I'm doing? Any things that is coming to you right now?
Quick question.
Uh-huh.
So I currently work in a cybersecurity office in which we have a systems administrator, and he's the one who manages the Active Directory as well as, you know, using the ticketing system. Is a systems administrator the same as an IT help desk technician?
Yeah, so it depends on the company. How, like, for example, an Active Directory job normally is a help desk job, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, because you're adding a user, resetting a password. I'm having an issue with my password, lockout. But some companies may kind of lock it down a little bit more. They don't want people to be logging into Active Directory because there's too much can happen with it if you have access. But it depends on how the company structure is, because a system administrator can then really define access at Active Directory level. Like, I just want you guys to only access certain groups in Active Directory, and that's it. You cannot access anything else. And that's how the real in the companies, that's how things are done as a system. And like, for example, my clients, if they tell me to build an Active Directory for them, then I'll say, okay, how many groups do you have? You have system administrator, you have security administrator, you have network engineer, you have help desk, and then I will make a group by group access. So you see, you still get access to Active Directory, but only at the level of users, right?
Okay, so it's like your access is managed based upon where you are in the company as far as structure.
Exactly, the structure, and like I said, it doesn't have to be always like this. It's up to the companies. And sometimes maybe some people say that no, we just don't want any Active Directory stuff with help desk. They can do the ticketing, no problem, right?
Got it.
All right. So here's a real ticket, because when I train, I basically take this a real ticket out, and then I train like this basically. So it says Kimberly Moore first day is on April Monday 30th. Please send her computer Outlook. Her office is 321. Is it okay if I schedule time or orientation? Blah blah blah. Okay. So even though if you started a job right now and I ask you, look at this ticket right now, and you may like, what does that have to do with Active Directory, right? That would be you having no experience, right? Because if you look at this clearly, they need Kimberly Moore first day is 30th. So what, they didn't even define Active Directory. They don't know about anything about Active Directory. Yeah, user will not be saying Active Directory, right? They're just going to say, we have a new user. But you as a technician should look at it and say, okay, we got Kimberly Moore starting on April 30th, right? So what do you need to do? You need to go to the Active Directory. You need to create an account, right? Now you may ask me, how would I know? How do I name this and that, this kind of stuff, right? That's something you have to talk to your manager. They will tell you that we're going to be using this naming convention in Active Directory. So you're going to be using K Moore. That is going to be the account. Kimberly first name, last name, and then the date. And then also it says Office 321. Now in Active Directory, you also need to define Office numbers in there, because that's how other applications then look at Active Directory and grab that information from there, right? So even though it doesn't look like there's nothing about Active Directory, but there's two things about Active Directory right there, and a computer too. So there's three things that it got assigned to you automatically. You look at it, okay, that's my job right there. Account, computer, and then adding information in that account. So that's a ticket right there, and you need to resolve it. So if you're brand new, you look at it and you're sitting there and they're like, and you say that I have some experience, and you just put something on your resume, which I tell people don't do that. But if you put like 5 years of resume and you go there, they don't expect to come and teach you then, right? Because you put 5 years of experience in your resume. So if you say that I'm an entry level, I just did some training, then they're more open to you to, okay, you know what? I think let me teach you a little bit about Active Directory here, and they will teach you this stuff on the job too. But if you know it, then that's great, right?
Basically, the keyword you're looking for. Hi, I'm Hadi. I work with Danish for 12 years. So basically what the keyword you're looking for is called documentation, right? So if you know how to document things, you can also look at it in a way like, okay, this person knows how to document things. So like going back to the ticketing system, it's all about documenting how well you document, because the next person who's going to see the ticket will also going to be following up on what you did previously. So if you have a good skills in documenting and writing logs, they're like, okay, this is a good thing. And you can also mention that, look, my documentation skills include this, and so on and so forth. And trust me, in the long way, you will appreciate it yourself, because sometimes a ticket after like maybe a couple of days will come back to you and you won't know what happened or which engineer worked on it. So I always tell my friends, my coworkers that, hey, whatever you do, even if you click somewhere on the screen, just document it on the ticket or somewhere where I can see what you did so I can backtrack it and follow up on it.
So would that basically mean that you're going to document each step that you take? So say, you log onto the computer.
Yeah, so a lot of times what happened is, like, for me, I used to be a system engineer, and I had a log that would always pop up in the beginning of my logging screen. It would pop up for everyone. And if they updated something, they clicked on something, like, for example, if it's a really sensitive server and they clicked on something to open up a file and closed it, those things, okay, not really need to be documented. But if you clicked on something that had an action to it, yeah, make sure you document it, that, hey, I clicked on this pop up and this is a result and things like that. Now, you don't have to document every single move, like, oh, I moved my mouse to the left or the right.
Yeah.
No, you just need to document, like, if you clicked on something that had an impact, or you made a little modification, or you changed the font size, whatever. It just helps the next engineer.
Now, an example I can give you in terms of Active Directory, you may come across an issue by adding a person to, like, say, domain controller, right, Active Directory, and you may come across an issue and you find a solution on internet. Now, another technician comes in and they do the same process and they're having issues. So they have some type of document that they can look into, right? But of course, most of the time, it's a simple process that people know about it, right? And if they have to tell you something different, then that's going to be the documentation that we're talking about, is the naming. Like, they'll put a different name out there, right? Like, say you need to use K more, or you need to use the 3 letters of your first name and 3 letters of your last name, right? And the date of birth. So that's the company's policy, structural policy, to use naming convention, right? So you need to know that stuff ahead of the time. So you will basically ask the managers over there that, hey, I want to add this person. What is the naming policy? What is the naming convention policy in this company, right? Or you can go to the Active Directory and find out yourself by looking at the accounts, right? So, of course, then we can go on and on with this. This is our live training, and we basically kind of, like, train like this, and we put more real world examples. And this example is a template ticket. So that was just an email. This is a ticket coming directly from a web portal, a ticketing system. So that converts into an email, and then you see is on the bottom, they just want to update the title of a director. So Active Directory can create so many calls for you. You can be just hired for Active Directory stuff. If it's a big company, let's say if this company have 10,000 people, they're going to get a lot of calls, right? And maybe you just got hired to do this type of job where you need to change the title for a director, you need to add a person, reset their password, people got locked out. There's so much you can do in Active Directory, right? And if it's a big company, then you're working on that specifically. If it's a small companies, then yeah, you move on to other things like troubleshooting, remote troubleshooting, and all that kind of stuff. Okay. All right. So of course we got more tickets here again. So let's talk about. All right. Let me let if you come in. Okay. So you see the Active Directory. The main part for you guys to learn about Active Directory is what are you going to manage in Active Directory? Like you said, Gene, that's something system administrator was working on that company. Now they may be working on the higher level, meaning they may be doing policies, they may be creating groups, they may be creating OUs, a lot of different things they can create in Active Directory. And also they may be working with the bigger environments where Active Directories are replicating. That's more system admin job, where one Active Directory went down, another one is up, and now he needs to configure, make sure that what happened here, because he doesn't want the other Active Directory to go down or his whole company will go down, right? So that is more a sysadmin level job right there at the back end. They're checking the logs, they're creating domain controllers, all that kind of stuff, right? And I'm going to show you that in a second, what sysadmin do, and then how it turns over to you guys, okay? So mainly you guys are in Active Directory manages user, groups, and computers. So if you go to the interview and somebody asks you, what level of information do you know about Active Directory after this training, then you can say, yeah, we manage users in there, we manage computers in there, and we manage groups in there, and anything related to that. It could be a user changing password, name, whatever, right? groups, changing, adding a groups, adding people to groups added to another groups, computers, changing computers, deleting computers, blocking computers, all that kind of stuff needs to be done in Active Directory. Okay. So this is how the Active Directory looks like. I'm sure most of you guys already know the Active Directory is like this. So if I ask you, any one of you, tell me what is the domain name of this Active Directory environment. If you look at the screen, can somebody tell me?
Job skills.org.
Jobs.to is the domain name right there. That's correct. So when you join a company, you're going to first open up Active Directory and look at that name. So now, not all the time, it's going to be like a website type of name. They may use like headquarter.jobs.to, so nobody else knows about it, right? CEC, whatever they want to name it, they will name it over there, okay? So our lecture part is over. Now we're going to jump into the lab. Before that, does anybody have a question, anything to do with the lecture?
I want to ask you something about the Active Directory. It's supposed to be as a backbone of the system. Okay. So supposed to be the access is limited to the system administration, because anyone can play it or do something wrong about it, for editing people or create account like this. Because what I understand now, it's same like you can control all the system, like the backbone of the company.
Yes, and that's why you need Active Directory. You can control everything in Active Directory, like, you know, specifically at the user level, computer level. But then after that, there's another piece to it too. Once you have Active Directory up and running, it opens up another features in your server, like group policy. Like, for example, if you say that I don't want people to be changing their wallpapers. Now, Active Directory is not doing that. But through Active Directory Access, there's another feature called group policy. That gets deep inside the computer then. Then you use that feature, which is not a part of this training, but I'll show it to you guys. Then this is why you use Active Directory, but then you have this other feature in the server that uses Active Directory kind of like that access, and it goes to really, really like tiny, miny type of things. I don't want people to right click here. I don't want people to change this. I don't want people to change the wallpaper. I want people to lock out after 7 tries when they type their password 7 times. I'm going to show you that because that's important for Active Directory. And you see these are the things. So it opens up more to you once you are in the domain.
And those things are usually defined by your organization and your company and policy. So you won't be doing anything policy related. You'll be just following the rules and regulations of your company.
Okay.
To kind of help out on that, so the sysadmin would create the groups. As a help desk person, you would just assign those groups to the computer.
But say it again. Sorry, I didn't understand.
So the sysadmin would create the groups, but as a help desk person, you would just assign those groups to the computers and the users.
Yeah. So if I'm understanding correctly, so basically a sysadmin will, let's say, create the whole directory environment, right? He's going to create a server, put Active Directory on, and then he's going to say that this is a help desk administrator group, right? Then you get hired and they will add you to that group. So that group will have specific permissions to do certain type of management, like resetting a password for users, adding new computers. So yeah, you will have ability to add more machines and everything, but you won't have ability to delete Active Directory or specific things that they don't want you to touch, right? So that's kind of like control access that sysadmin can do before they even let you get into the Active Directory. Make sense?
I just wanted to confirm. So jobskillshare.org is the domain overall, and then underneath in the drop-down menu, those are going to be the groups assigned within the domain.
Yeah, that's yeah. So if jobskillshare.org is a company right now, physically, let's say this is a company, right? And I have physical computers and servers, everything will be shown in here, in front of the screen that you guys are seeing. It's going to show in under the computer. Users are going to show under users. So let's say Hadi is my employee, he's going to show under users, right? If you're the employee, you're going to be shown in the user, but that's just a generic folder. You can create more if you want to, and then you can put you can apply policies on top of these groups then, that I want certain people to be accessing certain things, and that's where you get really more like refine it more for organizations.
Got it.
So if everybody's looking at my screen, can you guys confirm that you guys have direct access to your lab like this?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yes.
All right, so now there's two things right here that I want you guys to understand. Helpdesk is you. I gave you this machine so then you will become a part of my company. Now on the bottom, you guys see the remote company abc.com, right? Everybody see that? DC 300, staff 300, staff 300B, system administrator.
Oh yeah, I see
Yep.
them.
Okay, so now on the bottom, this is the company that we're talking about. I am the system administrator, for example. And let's say we have some conversation going on between me and CEO, and I'm like, hey man, I'm too tired doing all the stuff. You need to hire help desk, right? This is how it happens in the companies, right? That's where help desk, like, you know, the job gets created like that. Or if it's a too big company, of course, they have a better way to do it. But smaller companies, medium companies, they get help desk like that. A system administrator get frustrated. I can't do the servers and security and everything all by my own, man. You need to hire another person, right? And usually people leave, or the CEO say, okay, I will hire another person. So let's suppose in abc.com, I'm a system administrator, and I was assigned the task to create my work group environment into what? You guys need to give me these names now. Domain controller, because interview, that is what people want to hear, okay? Domain controller, Active Directory. So right now, this abc.com is not a company that has any domain stuff. It's just names right there. We're going to create it. So I want you guys to, when I do things, I want you to make sure you guys follow me. Now, you won't be able to do anything in the abc.com because that's kind of like controlled right there, right? Then I will let you control things. So then you, just like what we talk about, then it becomes more of like a practical thing to learn that, okay, that's how I get access in the real companies, right? We're gonna go to the domain controller machine, and somebody asked me yesterday a really good question. They said that in interview, somebody opened up a computer like this in front of them and then asked them, is this a work group computer or is this a domain connected computer? Can you tell me? So this could be your technical question right now in the interview. Tell me, guys, if you guys look at this screen right now, is this work group or domain?
It looks like work group to me because there's no option to, sign in as a different user yet.
Perfect. That is what, because now you do, when I add a second user, you may get that option in there, but that still doesn't do that / domain in there, right? It's going to just show the computer there. It's just not going to give you any other option. Another option, another question that I got from live training yesterday, a user told me, and it was pretty cool what I would say, people will ask you, how would you log in, if I put this computer on domain, how would you log in locally to this computer? Anybody knows?
Domain / username, and then
what is a domain? When you say domain / what are you going to put in there?
So it would be like your job skill share / username that is in the directory already. And the
So
computer
that's a domain. That's your logging in as a domain user. If I say locally log into this computer, then instead of domain, what are you going to put?
/
Yeah.
Okay, that may work, but sometimes that also doesn't work. What do you need to put exactly is the computer name, DC, whatever that is, right? Computer name / local user and password, right? Then it will let you log in to that local. Why would you need that? If your domain is stopped working, if a user is complaining now they have some really high sensitive data, if domain is stopped working, they cannot log into that computer, right? You need to somehow log into that computer, right? So you do need to have your own local accounts, which a company will have one standard account. And then we use some automation tools. It goes out there and changes password, which is a little advanced, but if you work for a smaller company, they'll just have one password and they'll just save it somewhere, okay? Okay, so we're gonna log in first and we're gonna create a domain controller right now. Now, have you guys seen this before, creating a domain controller environment, or is this the first time?
I've seen it before.
Oh, you've seen it before, okay. So we will kind of do the same process here, but we'll do it in a lab method. We're not gonna spend so much time just to create a real domain, like, you know, we're not gonna sit down and do like a full documentation on it. Usually that's how people would make domain controllers. When they sit down, they'll create a whole structure, infrastructure, backups, all that kind of stuff. We're not going to do that. We're just going to stick to the lab information here. So the first thing as a CEO assigned to me as a system administrator that say, hey, Gene is going to be joining the company. Dale is going to be, so, you know, the CEO assigned me let's see, okay. So they assign this, like, you know, this task to me that Gene, Dale, these people we are hiring, and they're going to be supporting other people. So go ahead and create a domain controller. So the first thing I'm doing right now is I'm creating a domain controller by going to manage. I'm going to click on add roles, and then I'm going to click next. Now, every time you make a domain controller, even in your lab environment, you need to make sure that you have a real name like DC300. Don't use generic names that just when you install a computer. That way it's a little easier. And in real environments, you're going to have a static IP address. In lab environment, we don't care about that. So we're just going to click next here. So if you guys tell me if I want to install a domain controller, does anybody know which option I need to pick over here?
Network controller.
What's that again? Sorry?
Network controller.
So here, check this out. You're going to use Active Directory domain services. So before you join a company, this is what happens, right? They add this domain controller. So here on the right side, you see Active Directory services, ADDS, store information about objects on the network and make this information available to users. And network administrator, ADDS, uses domain controller to give users access permitted resources anywhere on the network, right? So that is what we're doing. As soon as we click on that, then server said, oh, you need to have more features in there. So it will automatically pick those features, and we're going to click next, and here we're just going to install it. So right now we're installing a domain controller on DC300, and it will take a second. And while this is doing, you guys can ask me questions. So except Dale and Gene, and anybody else there, like are you guys watching this?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm watching.
Okay, I just want to make sure you guys are not sleeping out there. I'm just kidding.
Nah.
So yeah, if you guys have any other questions while these type of like installations are going on, just feel free to ask me.
How does so with the Active Directory, how does it work with the DNS?
So basically with the Active Directory, the DNS part is like if you work in a real company, you have your own DNS server that comes with Active Directory. A lot of people back in the days used to have their own DNS servers, but then they find out that computers are very powerful these days. You know, virtualization took over, and you can give like, you know, CPUs on the fly, RAM on the fly. So they will use two domain controllers, and usually the naming convention for that would be DC1, DC2. So that also serves your DHCP, DNS, and Active Directory from same computers. So if one goes
in a big environment, in a very well-established company, you're gonna have maybe 5 or 6 domain controllers spread out throughout the nation, not just for working reason, but also for disaster recovery. Right. So
yeah.
A lot of times, you know, one domain controller is not enough. Obviously, it's not a best practice, but if one goes down, the work transfers over to the next one. If that one goes down, and, you know, so on and so forth. So, and with that, what you said, DNS server, that's a bit advanced along with the DHCP stuff. But you as a technician won't have to deal with most of it. You may have to troubleshoot, like, let's say, ping a web server, things like that. But that would be for a network engineer level people. So
yeah, like if there's an issue with the DHCP not assigning an IP address, that wouldn't be your call. You would just straight up send that to your sysadmin that, you know, oh, you know, I'm getting a message that no IP available, or that machine is not even getting an IP address. So you tested it from different machines. Now that's more like troubleshooting skills that we teach, but you would go open up different computers, open up Wi-Fi if you have a company, and then nobody's getting in. He clearly knows that this is an overall spread out issue. So this could be one of your domain controller having memory issues, because one of my examples I can give you, let's say DC2 was out of memory, something happened to it. So whoever at that point was connected to DC2, and that all of these people were having issues. Now, how to fix that issue was that because virtualization, like I said, made our job really easy now. I went to the DC2 and I saw the alert, and there's a memory, clearly a memory issue is hung. All I did is that just shut down the domain controller DC2 and change the memory to, let's say, 16 GB, right? And then when I turned it on again, everything was good to go. People need to restart the machine, but that still fixed the issue after that. So yeah, there's a lot of issues that can happen. If one goes down, then the other should take over. But if somebody's already connected to it, they need to restart the machines, basically. So now this installation is done. We need to promote this domain controller right now. This is like the step that you need to do to make sure that this becomes a domain controller. So we need to click on this little icon here. And then after that, if we are creating a first-time domain controller, we're going to create a new forest. So that's the first main primary domain controller you're creating. In a company, this will be the first one. Then later on, you can add the other domain controllers to it. So let's say you have a remote office. The remote office will be using the other ones, like, add a new domain to an existing forest. And you can even use the other one too, like controllers. The controllers will be just doing a smaller job. So that's how you can spread out your domain controllers throughout the nation, if that's something you're doing. And that's where sysadmin skills will come in, okay? Now remember, you guys saw that domain name in that picture. This is where it gets defined. So that's why I like to show this lab, because then you know where it's coming from. So in your lab, we're going to use JSS 9 because I already assigned a lot of JSS numbers to other members. So I'm going to use JSS 9, and we're going to do job skills share .port. And we're going to click next here. So once we do this, after that, it will ask you for this recovery password. You guys don't need to worry about this stuff. This is something, like I said, sysadmin will be working on. If your domain controller goes down and something happens to it, then you have a recovery from this type of thing. And here's a DNS question. Domain controller cannot work without a DNS. Active Directory cannot work without DNS. So you need that first DNS if you're using that first time installation. Then later on, you can change things, but you need that DNS for this installation, right? So it will automatically install it. Without this, you cannot even install the Active Directory on this machine. Now, NetBIOS is very important for help desk people, and that's why I like this screen, because every time you go and help users out, think about this. You're gonna get a call. I need to install this software, and when they double click on the software, they get a prompt, right? You cannot install it because you don't have permissions, right? So they usually have this box in there. In that box, then you need to use something like this, JSS9/ whoever is the admin or the user that we have added to Active Directory, and then the password. A lot of people forget this option, and then they think about, what do I need to put in this hole? If they put help desk, the password, sometimes it works if they have done correct DNS stuff. If it doesn't work, then they will have trouble. So you will need to type JSS9/ helpdesk. What if your company have different type of domains working, and somebody is remotely coming into your office, and now you need to log in with a different account. So you're going to use JSS10/ helpdesk password, right? Understand this, and we'll do a practice on this too. So we're going to click next here, and after that, we are just going to click next, and after that, we're done. It's just going to throw some errors, which is fine. This is normal in Active Directory. These are yellow icons. And we are going to install our domain controller, and after that, you guys will log into your machines, and you will perform some actions. So you see that waiting for DNS installation. So right there, it's telling you that we need to have a DNS. So while that's happening, and it's going to get restarted and everything, let's ask you the same question. Can anybody tell me, is this on domain controller? If I do send all control delete, is this on a domain is this a connected to domain controller? Like, is a domain connected machine or not?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, that's how you figure out, because that's an interview question for you guys right there, technical interview question. If you cannot just say that this is so simple, then that's where people will know that you don't know too much about the domain connected environments, and that's going to be hard for you to then move on, okay? So then we will log into this domain controller now, and this is where the thing starts actually. This is where you get to come into the company. Now, the first time when you are getting into the company, somebody has to set you up, right? You can't just automatically go there, turn on the machine, and bam, you're on. Somebody actually let you access the Active Directory. And you have more access rights, permission rights than other people, right? And that's where I'm going to define that right now. I'm going to do it at a very high level, but of course, people can really, really go into it real deep. So if I open this server right now, and I want to just make sure that you guys know about Active Directory, which a lot of people should, and they, even though you don't have server knowledge, but they still expect you to know where the Active Directory is coming from. Where would I click to get to the Active Directory stuff?
Added rules and feature.
Where?
Added rules and feature.
Yeah, tools. So guys, you guys will click on tools right here, and then you see the Active Directory users and computers option just got enabled. Before we didn't have this option, right?
Yeah.
So before we didn't have this option. So now if I click on Active Directory users and computers, you see our Active Directory will open up. Now you see the domain right there that we just created on the left side. So this is our domain that we have created. But look what happened. By default, it created few folders. Now, another question people can ask you, can you, by looking at this screen, can you tell me what is the difference between a folders right there? There's some difference in that folder. Look at it very closely. Can somebody point that out to me?
One has a access control, meaning you need to have a password in order to access it.
So yeah, it's kind of like, right, but it's a difference between folders. So the folder, if you look at it, there's a dot on one folder. That says domain controller, right? So if I create a folder, this is basically our organizational unit. So if I want to create something here, I'm going to right click and I'm going to basically go ahead and click on new, and then I'm going to create organizational unit. So if I create this organizational unit, I'm going to call it staff, right? And you can call it whatever you want. But look, every time I create something, it's going to have that dot on it. But there are other ones that don't have dot on it. These are containers, okay? That comes automatically from Active Directory. The problem with that folder right there is you cannot apply group policy on it. Now, group policy is a different feature, which I basically explained that you can really, really tie people down. So you cannot be in that container group and then apply those type of policies. You have to create a different group, put users in there, and then apply all these policies on it, okay? Does that make sense to people?
Yeah.
Okay, so now if you look at it, we need to add you first. The first thing I want to do is I want to create and help this account for you guys now. Now you all are on a work group computers right now. You don't have access to none of this stuff. But once I add you, after that, you will be able to start connecting those machines to your domain controller. To do that, I need to create one account, and I'm going to call it helpdesk. How do you create account in Active Directory? There are multiple ways. You can right click on the user, and you can click on new, and you can click on user. You can right click in the white space, click on new, and then you can click on users. You can click on this little dot right here, this little icon, and you can create a user. So if I create a user right now, I'm just going to call it helpdesk. And I'm going to name, this is the account name. So you guys have to remember this, that every time, yes.
Just use me as a example, it'll be easier.
Okay, Hadi. We'll use Hadi as a help desk right now. So we're gonna create him a normal way of, so now here's the information. All right, so he has to join later on. I'm sorry, if new people come in, they have to join in later because we're too farther right now. So basically, if you see something like this is where your help desk things will start. Like if you're trying to add an account, this is where people will tell you that, okay, in our company, we're going to use a temporary password, and you must check this first option because I don't want you to give people a temporary password without them changing it, right? If people have a temporary password and you don't do this, then that's a security risk, right? Some people will not change it. Trust me, a lot of people are like that. They're just like, okay, I don't want to change my password. I don't care. It's easy. I'm gonna keep it like that, right? So you use a temporary password, then change. The temporary password gets changed all the time because you don't want to keep one password, then, right? But in this example, since we're doing lab, we're just going to uncheck it. Later on, you guys will add more. So we're going to click next here, and we're going to click on finish. Sorry, actually, we didn't add a password in here. Oh, we're just finishing it. Okay, guys, so the password that I'm going to use over here, everybody note this down to yourself because this is going to be important for you guys to join your computer to domain. So can you all see my notepad?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go to the fonts, and I'm going to make it bigger so all of you can see it. So guys, use this password. So $NN, so I'm going to use that, copy that. I'm going to put it right here. Now, you guys are not doing anything right now. You're just watching it that I just created a user. You guys will need it when you try to join this machine to your domain because now this help desk is you, right? The Hadi person is you right now, right? And actually, I need to change this name to Hadi because that's going to confuse you guys. So the account name is Hadi, and the account login is Hadi. Now, if you guys look, this process that I did I make a domain admin or domain user?
Domain user.
User, right? To give somebody more rights, what do you need to do?
You have to add it to the admin group.
Admin group, right there. Good answer. So where are the admin groups? Look at the users. These are the admin groups right here. These are the super users right here that you have right here, like domain admin, enterprise admin. And that's where, like I said, an admin can come here, create more groups and refine access based on the group policies. A little bit advanced stuff, but that's where they can create a total new group, help desk, and put you guys in there. And then you will have certain limit access level of rights in there. So that should answer one of your first questions on how does this work, right? So this is how it works. So if I want to make you guys an administrator of this domain, what do I need to do? I need to go to properties and I need to click off member off, right? And then you see right here, it says that it's a domain user. So if somebody call you tomorrow that, hey, I want to find out if this person is an admin or not, how would you find out? You're going to click on properties, you're going to go to the group, and then you will find out if this person is a domain or not, or you can straight go to that group and find who are the users of that group, right? So now if I type domain admins, then we just created Hadi a domain admin. So we just gave him a superpowers now. Any machine in that network can, using that Hadi name, now they can join their machines to that domain right now. Before doing that, let me quickly show you that what I was talking about, the group, you can double click on the group and you can see the members and look where Hadi is now. Hadi is in there. That's an easy way for you to find out if the person is a domain admin or not, right? So this is what I want you guys to do first. Because this is a lab environment, we need to make sure we connect. We need to make sure that we connect your machine from DNS level to this domain controller. In our lab environment, we don't give DNSs out like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 like that. You basically point your machine to this DNS like forcefully. How do you do that? The first thing, if I want to find an IP for a machine, what do I use? Do you guys know?
ipconfig/all.
You can do ipconfig all or just ipconfig, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can do cmd. Now, guys, if you guys don't know this, now this is a little bit out off the training. If you don't know this command, I can guarantee you, if somebody asks you in the interview, you're 90% not getting the job. This is too basic, okay? ipconfig is like the core of commands that you guys need to know. So if you don't know this, then there's something really big missing, right? So ipconfig, what is our domain IP address? Can somebody tell me the IP address?
It's 192.168.10.206.
If I ask you, what is 192.168.10, what is that?
It's 192.168. It's a Class C.
I see. And that's a network address, right?
Yes, a network address.
What is 206?
206 is like the host.
The host. Perfect. Good answers. So that is what people are going to test you on basically in a help desk level interview job, right?
Yes.
So now we have the IP address 206. What are you going to do now? You guys will go to your machine, and I'm going to pick one machine and help somebody out here. Who do I want to take over? Some maybe 300A. Is that fine with you?
Okay.
Okay. So 300A, guys, watch my machine now. You guys are doing this part now. You will right click on your machine or just go to the machine directly and then go to the desktop. Now, if Ola is having issue, you can simply click on it and go to the desktop on the top and then connect to the machine. You should be already connected.
Yes.
What I want you guys to do is to change your IP address, force it to that domain controller by right clicking on the network. Look at my screen, right click here.
Okay.
Go to Open Network and Internet Settings. And once you go open the network settings, go to click on Ethernet. Now there are multiple ways of doing this, but I'm just kind of taking you guys for different routes. Change adapter option. Are you all on this section right now? I want to make sure that all of you are on this right now. Anybody's behind or anybody can't see this? I'm gonna mute few people here just to make sure that we have that cleaner. So if you guys want to unmute yourself, but everybody is on network and adapter. So I'm just gonna wait for 30 seconds and then I'll move on, okay? So while you guys are doing that, let me check on you. Connect. So B is okay. C, I'm not sure if I signed that one. C is not there. And some people are ahead. That's great. F, okay. So let's go back to 300 and move on. So if you're not there, just let us know. Right click here and go to properties and idlib. I'm going to have you take over now. IPv4, click on IPv4, go to properties and idlib. Go ahead and type the domain IP address in there. I'm not sure if he's listening. Oh, Husni. Husni, can you hear me? Oh, there. Okay, that's good. 192.168. 10. Yeah, you're putting wrong IP address there. Change 169 to 168. If you do a mistake right here, then in our lab environment, you won't be able to connect to your domain controller. It does give you some good information though, like errors and things like that, which is good. So here you're gonna type 168.10 and our domain IP address is what? Let's go back
It's 206.
Man, 206. Thank you. My memory is pretty bad. I think I got pretty burned out from my last training, so I think Majid already know this. Majid, I'm kind of surprised that you're still alive.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening to. I'm grasping all the information.
Nice. So 206 is the one that you guys need to put, and then the second alternative route, space, put 88888. Now we do this just for internet reason. So that's nothing that's nothing you guys need to learn from this right now, because usually in a company, this will be automatically done for you. You don't have to go to each computer and try to do this. Like I said, in a company there will be a DNS set up for you. All you do is just turn on the machines and IP address gets assigned. DNS gets assigned. That's a sysadmin job right there, and you are good to go. So let's go back to 300A, and we want to make sure that everything is good. All right, so can I take over, Husni? So this way we are a little bit faster here. 192, 168, and then 10, 206, right, Majid?
Yes.
And then we're gonna put 8, 8, 8, and 8 here, and then just say okay and close it. So now, if you join the company and they give you a machine, let's say any machine, there's a client machine. Here you go, guy. You said that you're a help desk. You said that you have 6 months experience. You said that you went to Jobs.to Share, you got the training, and we're gonna give you the job, no problem. Here's a machine. Go ahead and put it on a domain because a sysadmin already gave you a username and a password. What is the username? Hadi, right? And the password is the one that I gave you guys. And I'm gonna put it up again. If you guys don't know the password, let me know because we need to, right now we need to do a step-by-step process, okay? So here, this is the password and this is the username. I wanna make sure everybody get this. So just write it down. So I'm gonna move out of this machine then. Actually, I'm gonna open another tab here. Okay, guys, now, how many of you know already how to join a computer to a domain? Anybody knows? Can you guys do it? Anyone wants to take a lead on joining a computer to a domain? Rodney?
Yeah, I can try.
You try. All right, let's go. What are you? 300 B, C?
B.
Let's go to Rodney. So Rodney, you gotta also give us little explanations too, like how are you doing this, okay?
Okay. So basically, I go to computer and properties.
Actually, let me make it a little bigger so people can see that. There you go. So how did you go again? Sorry, one more time.
Yeah, I just go to my computer, this computer here, and then click on properties.
Okay.
And change setting.
Perfect. Then where do you go?
Yeah, I have to wait. Oh, I change.
Perfect. Good job.
Remember, and what's the domain again?
JSS9.jobs.to.org.
JSS9.
Dot. You're putting a full domain name here, right?
Yeah.
So we're gonna put a full domain. JobSkillshare.org.
JSS.
So here's the prompt that I was talking about that you guys will see all over your helpdesk, however many years you spend in there. So you're gonna get this prompt a lot. So you need to know how are you gonna put that username and password here now. So to use that, you're gonna use what? JSS9 / which is the slash above your enter key. The slash above it, there you go. And you're gonna put Hadi, that's the username. Remember, if you were to join this work group computer to that domain, that person needs to be a part of that domain, right? You can't just automatically, nobody can just come in and just start adding things on the domain, right? You need to be a part of that, right?
Yeah.
So that's the access level that we're talking about. You're given that access. Now he's able to do that. So let's go ahead and put the password that I shared with you.
The password is EASS.
Now this is the password that I created now, right?
Yeah.
But my guy right now.
Hopefully I tap it right.
Welcome to the perfect, man. Good job. You just did it.
All right, thank you.
So here you go, guys. This is how you join a computer to domain, and this is kind of like the job that you do. This is a ticket. You just did one part of the ticket. You assigned it. The computer is where now? This computer got taken over now, right?
Yeah.
Got taken over by the domain that I have here. If I show it to you guys, if I then go back now, how do you find out if that computer is now part of this domain? How do we find that? In Active Directory, where do I need to go?
You have to go on computer to see if it's in the computer.
Perfect. So 300B, good job. 300D, good job. A probably is having other people. What's going on here? Let us know what is the issue, so other people can learn from you. Anybody's having issue right now?
I'm trying to add the name. Where do I go to?
What are you again? E?
Yeah, E.
All right, let's go back in here. So when you come here, basically after
I'm
this,
there right now.
So here you're gonna click on change settings.
Okay.
In change settings, you're gonna click on the bottom change, bottom option change. You see that, Ola?
Yeah.
So click on change.
Oh yeah, I see. Sorry.
No problem. All right, now you're gonna click on domain.
Okay.
And now here you're gonna type JSS9 dot job skill share. Yep.
JS what?
JSS9 dot jobskillshare.org. Dot. You're forgetting the dot, so you have to put the dot in there. Go back. Dot. Jobskillshare.org. There you go. Org. And now click OK.
Okay.
Ah, you got an error. Guys, can somebody tell me what is she doing wrong over there? Anyone?
Domain name?
I think you forgot one step here, like the IP address. Did you do that part?
Yes, I did that part.
Okay, so let's figure out why is this happening. So if you come here, 300E right now, you're on 300E, right? So we're gonna come here, we're gonna go to open, and we're gonna go to Ethernet. We're gonna go to change adapter.
I click on that.
Properties.
Yeah. IPv4.
All right. So what's the issue over here, guys?
On the preferred DNS, she should have put 192. Oh, she chose a static IP address.
Yes. So Ola, you are putting an IP address in the wrong place. That's an IP address where, so basically a DHCP works like this. We have a network, we automatically gives you IP address, right? And that first option right here, which you guys are seeing, if I open it again here, the first option shouldn't change because we are giving you this from our server, like from a network.
Okay.
Get that IP, right? The option that you need to change is this one, 192.168.10. And what is the IP?
206.
206. Got it. And then here you're gonna put 888. That's the Google DNS, just for internet reason. We want you to route towards that. That's fine. We're gonna click OK, close it. And now if you go back to your Active Directory, and click OK. And now if you click OK, what happened now? You see you got the patch. So here you're gonna type JSS9 / slash is right above your enter key.
Slash.
The other one.
The other one.
So it's right. This one right here. I'll do it. Right. Oops, sorry. Oh, what happened here? All right, let's go back to that. Change. Domain.
So can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
So when you change the IP address, what is that process called?
When I change IP address, hold on, let me, what do you mean by like the process?
So meaning, how does changing the IP address enable you to add a domain or like join a domain?
Okay, so when we created the Active Directory on that server, we also created a DNS server in it, right? It has that automatically got created, right? So, but if you look at it in the lab environment, you are connecting from a different network, right? So the IP addresses that you're getting this is a different DNS that's giving you internet connection. That's why you are getting to these labs, right? But we are forcing your machine to go back to the domain controller we created. So to force that machine to talk to our domain server, lab domain server, you need to put that IP address basically. So every time you have some type of, let's say, issue going on with the computers, you can actually go to that IPv4 settings and you can put static IP addresses so then it doesn't change. You can force your computer to go to one route or another route, right?
Got it.
So that's where if you want to talk to this domain controller, you want to be a part of this domain controller, you want to practice, then you need to force your machine to talk to that domain controller by DNS. Or else in our lab environment, if you just say without doing that, it will say that, okay, I don't find this machine because I already have a different DNS and that doesn't have this information in there. That DNS don't have any information about that machine, right?
Got it.
All right, so now we're gonna put Hadi in here and all the password that I created, just go ahead and type that. And basically from that machine, try to create a folder in there. Like, try to just create some folder, and we want to do some sharing information here. We want to see how can you guys now put get to shares or share some stuff with us, and that is also connected to your Active Directory stuff. Okay, so on your desktop, create a folder and just name it something in there, and then I will just go over it quickly. So while you guys are doing that, I'm going to create a share on the domain controller right here. So I'm going to do it in C drive. And if you guys are watching my screen, you guys can do the same thing. I'm just going to C drive and go to folder. And here I'm just going to type share. So how much do you guys know about sharing between a server and sharing inside a desktop? Like, what is the difference between these two? If I want to share a folder on the server, how is that different sharing a file on a desktop?
When you share it on the server, multiple users can have access to it.
So you think desktop won't have multiple access?
I think the desktop, if you create it on a desktop, then it would just be a local folder.
No. If let's say in the domain environment, you're on a domain environment now, right? So if you share, what is your machine name? What is your lab name, sorry?
I'm watching from my phone, so I wasn't able to.
Oh, yeah, you didn't have lab, sorry. So let's say, for example, if I jump into 300A lab, and if you're watching the phone, if you come here, he's actually joining this to domain. So if I do 300B, whoever is 300B, can I just take over?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so if I come here and let's say, for example, I'm gonna open a new folder area right here. Just gonna go here, and if I go to C drive, and if I double click here, and I click create a new folder here, right? That's might got stuck. Okay, if I say share right here.
Oh, I already have a share one.
Oh, you already have one. Okay,
yeah.
Let me. Oh, you okay? Right. When I right click on it, I'm gonna go to properties. I'm going to click on sharing, and here if I click on advanced sharing, here, now to answer your question, again, look at the screen now and tell me how many people can log into that share.
Up to 20.
Up to 20. So Gene, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
You see the difference, right? When you share from a desktop, up to 20 people can like basically all of them together can connect to this simultaneous connection, right? So if I do share here permission, I want to give permission everybody, and then let's say, hey, why did I do this? Because you need to learn about sometimes you will get a call, I want to share this information with somebody else in the Active Directory domain environment, right? So how would you find that? First, look at it. You are a part of the domain JSS9, and then I can put anything, any number of users or domain users in here. Look, if I do that, then it's going to ask me for username and password. And if this machine have access, you can just put the username and password, and it will let you create that share, right?
Right.
Okay. So to answer your question here. So let me put somebody on mute here. Who's on?
That was Gene, I believe. He muted himself.
Okay, great. Okay. So guys, you can unmute yourself. So now, this machine can let 20 people connect to this folder all at once, right? But if I do the same thing now to give you a little bit difference between these two machines, if I do the same thing on my domain connected or server, any server, if I right click on it, you guys watching it, right? If I go to properties,
Yes.
go to sharing. If I click on advanced sharing, look how much can server offer now. Look at the number. Isn't that huge? That's a huge number right there. 1677216. That how many? So that's why people are using share in a domain connected environment from the server, not on the desktops. So if somebody come and say, hey, what would be the better way to share a folder? You're going to always say, yeah, you're going to put it on the server if it's something that people need to be accessing it throughout the company.
Another reason you want to do it on the server is because of the space, amount of space the server can have versus your local machine. And you don't want to overwhelm your local machine from all these connections. It's going to slow your productivity down, which you don't want. And the safest place would be a server, because what if you shut your machine down? Nobody can access that folder, right? So the server is the place you want to put it. It's centrally controlled and located.
Yeah, and this is where you're going to get a lot of calls too, that I want to add this person to this share folder. I want to add that group to that share folder. So this is where Active Directory will come into play big time, because you need to now create groups in Active Directory. You need to know about your groups in the company. So if we go to the Active Directory environment right here, they will have groups out there: marketing, sales, IT, whatever, right? So rather than you adding 300 people in one share, one by one, that's going to take you the whole night. Then you just come in straight, just go to that group, put it in that share, and everybody got access, right? So that's an actual call for you guys, that you're going to get a call. Hey, I need you to add this group into Active Directory. How do we do that? Okay. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to create a normal user now, and we will test that normal user, and we'll log into your machines, and we'll see some kind of differences between passwords and login and stuff like that. How would you log in as a user? And then you see things right there. Okay, well, first let's create a new user here. So I'm going to create a new user in actually, before doing that, I forgot, you guys need to be doing this. So you all are logged into your helpdesk machine right now, right? As a Hadi machine, right? So what I want you guys to do is this: log into your machine, and I'm going to double click and open up your Chrome. So the thing is this, that if you guys can help me out, if we have an Active Directory, would it be a good option to let helpdesk log in directly to the server and manage this stuff?
No, use RSAT tools.
RSAT tool, there you go. So we need to download RSAT tool in the helpdesk machine, and then we need to connect that RSAT to the Active Directory. Then from there on, you need to log in with your machine. You have the Active Directory right there in your machine, and then you basically manages everything there, right? Right now, I'm as a system administrator directly managing it, but when you join a company, you need to do this stuff for yourself, or they would have done it for you already. So there are multiple ways you guys can get RSAT. Some machines comes built in now with that feature. So you go to the program features and you get it. But this is kind of like a trial version, and we downloaded it earlier, so I'm sure this will not have it. So how do you download it? We're going to go to download option, and we're going to download it here. So if I'm too fast for you, you will get the recording, and then you will basically watch it and do it, okay? So if I want to find out the version of this window, which may not match, but let's find out. You're going to go to System. And if you go to the System here, it's taking a second. I want to go back. Huh. Are you guys having the same issue here? Well, we're going to go for this one, the 803. If you guys are having some type of issue that is not coming up, like a system that pop-up screen, then maybe restarting a machine would be a good idea, but I wouldn't want to do this in the lab right now. Of course, that's just going to delay us. So we're going to go ahead and download a 709 first. Now, there are other ways you can find, just typing the version name in a CMD and find the version, but I'm using an enterprise version that is a trial-based, so that's not going to work for a lot of you, because most of you guys are using professional version or home version, I think, in your at home. Most of the people don't buy enterprise, but enterprise is kind of like, even in companies, it's an expensive license, and a lot of schools or people, they want to buy that if they don't want these applications like side loaders type of application, if they don't want that, they will go for enterprise version. And in that also, there's different versions in there that people use in there, okay?
Yeah.
All right, so I think we're having issues with there. Is anybody else having the same problem where you're clicking on something, it's not coming up? All right, let's check if the other people. So let me know, guys, if you guys all are having some issues, then I think we have some problem here.
Yeah, trying to start it from the downloads folder. It's just spinning.
Okay, maybe it's... So other thing about this stuff is that why would this type of things happen, you know, in a computer? Because remember, you guys are using a virtual environment, and let's say it's a 64 GB RAM server, and if a lot of people are on it and people are downloading things, the memory of that server is screaming like that. Of course, in future training, we can make it up, and based on this training, but that's how in a real world, that's what happens, right? You have many people working on things, and then as a system administrator, you need to up that memory, you need to up the CPUs for servers to be running pretty nicely. But that's another thing you guys will be learning in your IT career about virtualization. So it's very important, and that's something Majid spent 5 days with us and another member to learn about those type of things too. If Majid is here, maybe he can talk about his experience a little bit, but if he's available right now, I'm not sure if he's on right now. Majid, are you there? Yeah, I can see his name, but maybe it's not. So anyways, guys, so this is gonna basically, what is it gonna do? It's gonna download, just like the Active Directory you guys see on the domain controller, just like that. It's not downloading a domain controller. It's like an add-on, right? It's like in your machine, there is now a system where you can connect Active Directory, group policy, DNS, and as a system administrator or a help desk person, you have your own machine to manage Active Directory from your access. So you don't have to log into the server all the time. So people will ask you in the interview question, what is RSAT2? So the good thing for you guys will be to just go to documentation and read something about RSAT2, maybe go some YouTube videos, watch that. If you're a premium member, we also give you practice labs, and that you have all the labs about A+, and that teaches you all that stuff. So there's a lot of ways you can learn about it. And the first thing, you should go to the Microsoft site and just know what is RSAT, right? So that's where, at least when somebody asks you a question, how do you manage Active Directory from your machine? It's just like Rodnell gave me an answer. That was a quick answer right there. That's all I'm expecting to know. Like, okay, yeah, this person knows about this too, right?
Yeah.
So while this is happening, let's just move on to the Active Directory stuff and just quickly talk about some of the other things, and then we will round it up. And of course, later on, we may add more things into these labs, and you guys will watch the videos in that too. Now, if I ask you guys, do you guys want me to give you this access for next, let's say, few hours and let it on? Do you guys want to work on these labs, or how do you guys want to do it? I'm okay with that. If you guys want to,
I have a question about that software we're downloading now.
uh-huh.
So is it like a software pretty much like Citrix? Because usually I use Citrix to get access to Active Directory.
Yeah, it's kind of like Citrix, but it's more defined for a lot of management inside the Active Directory. So let me show you quickly here.
Okay.
But Citrix might not be giving you the same level of information what our site is giving you, right? So here, if you look at it, this is our domain right here, right? All we're doing right now is this. You see, guys, if you guys come here, this information right here, Windows Administrative Tools right here, if I click on it, it will open up this folder, right? All these are like different applications, right? Inside this Administrative Tools, right?
Yeah.
The RSet that you're installing is exactly on the other machine. You're just installing this feature. Now in this server, it already installed it for you when we did the Active Directory, right?
Yeah.
Now in that machine, the help desk machine, you're installing this piece right there. So then you will basically log in by just clicking exactly the same way. Administrative Tools will come up and you will see Active Directory users and management just like this. And you're going to open it up and then you will be able to connect to the domain controller, right?
Okay. Good.
So that, and the reason it's more than Citrix, because I'm not sure if Citrix will give you group policy management like this, which you open up right now from there. I don't think Citrix will do that. I don't know too much about that.
Okay.
So if you open this up, you can see you are in the same domain and there's a group policy. And this is what we were talking about after, when we, like the basic stuff is like in Active Directory is that you add a user, you delete a user, you add their permissions and stuff. So if I quickly go over this stuff before we end this meeting. So you see like here, like if Hadi is a user, what else can you do with Hadi? Every time Hadi calls you about a lockout password, where do you go? You go to the same place, right?
Yeah.
And you're gonna click on properties, and here you're gonna click on account, and here is a Hadi account is being locked out or not locked out, right?
Yeah.
If they call you that my account is locked out, you're gonna go to the account and unlock it. That's a ticket, right?
Mm-hmm.
You just got a call, you unlock them, ticket closed, done. Your job is over, right?
Yeah.
If Hadi gets married, Hadi said that I just married to someone and I need to change my last name. Now, male and female, some countries do change their last names. I don't know, right? So let's say Hadi's a male, he wants to change his last name. Then he's gonna come over here.
What kind of man changes last name?
Hey, we don't know, man. Come on. So the thing is this, that you're gonna come here to the first name, last name, and you change it. Remember, we're talking about that office information, numbers, and everything. This is where it comes right?
Yeah.
You're gonna type the office information, and that's a call for you. That's a help desk call that I need to move this person to that office. Now, automatically, things are not gonna happen. You're gonna come here and change the office numbers, right?
Yeah.
If they're using Active Directory for this stuff, they may be using inventory systems that we also teach. That's a different story right there. Maybe different, using a different software right there, right? But again, if Hadi needs to be added to a different group, then what do? You go to members of, and you just add him to this group right here, right? If Hadi needs to change the title, Hadi becomes a CEO of this company now. And what do? You're just gonna go and click on job title, department, company, and who's the manager, you put the manager in there. So think about, just by right-clicking and going to the properties, how many calls can you create for yourself as a practice? Like, if you're doing a practice, how many calls can you create for yourself right now by watching this? Probably 10 or 10, more than 10, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And these are regular calls. 40% of the time, I'd say you work on Active Directory. I got locked out. I changed password. I want to change the password. Help me with the title. Help me with the name, right? So very basic stuff right here, but at least this is what you do at the entry level position. You don't need to, a lot of people think that this is something too technical that I need to learn. Think about this as a process, a business process, and you just have to do it repetitively, right? So that's kind of it for the user side of it. Of course, there's a big feature that you guys always be using is a search. And every time I help people and they say, I cannot find a user, right? So I tell them just one thing, just go to search and change this user folder to entire directory. And when you do entire directory, what happens? It search all over your Active Directory. So sometimes people mistakenly move users to a different OUs, right? And now their search is on user, and then they're stressing out that they can find the person, right? So what you do is you change the entire directory, and boom, you got the user right there. And then you can move that person to the right department. By right-clicking on it, you can move everybody to another place, right? All tasks, you can move right here. If somebody call you for resetting a password, what do? Simply right-click and reset a password here. And how will you make them change their password next time? You click on that check mark and unlock their account if they're locked, and then that's it. You solve the issue. Any question about this stuff?
Did the install finish so we can actually connect our set to the directory?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's done.
Is it done on 300B?
Yeah, it's done.
It's done. Okay, so now so if the RSAT installation is done correctly, which I kind of blindly did it, then what you need to do, you need to come here and look for administrative tools right here. You're gonna click on that in control panel, and look what happened there. You're in the helpdesk. You're in the helpdesk machine right now, right?
Yeah.
And you have Active Directory users and computers in your. To manage users and group, use local user groups. To manage user and groups, use a domain login. So if you click on it, this account that we're on right now is local account, I believe. So if I click here, and to find out, you can, let's say, sign out right now. To manage, now we join this machine to the domain, but we install RSAT on which account? Anybody?
The local help desk.
Local help desk. And that's not the right account to use for this stuff. Once you join a computer to a domain, we did a mistake by logging into a local help desk account. So that's still a local access right there. You want to be logging in to Hadi's account, right?
Yeah, that's true.
And that is where you, when you click on it, you're going to get that. But somehow it's stuck right now.
Hey, Danish,
Uh-huh.
if you install something on a local machine, like local account,
Uh-huh.
wouldn't that apply to the entire machine and any user logs in?
Wait, say that again? Sorry.
If you install a software using a local account,
Mm-hmm.
and then a domain user log in,
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't that software be already on the machine?
So based on what this software is about to do, right? So this software is on the local, everybody can see it, but then it uses your rights to connect to Active Directory, right? So that's why when this local account got on there, this local account didn't have rights to talk to the domain controller, right? It cannot apply these rights on the domain environment, right? So that application is still there, but it's not working, basically. It tells you right there that, okay, your access is not what I'm looking for. You need to be an admin account, right? Or domain admin account, right? So sometimes when you even install a normal application on a local machine, yes, it's like Firefox. Now those are different. That's a local type of applications. And even in some applications, it will tell you, do you want to install this for all users or do you want to install it for this one user? So it depends on application though. Make sense?
Yep.
All right, guys. So 300B is giving us some issues. So what do we do here? If somebody asked me right now, like, okay, how do I troubleshoot this stuff? What would I do right here? Like, this is an agent. This is a web-based connection. How would I troubleshoot this? Anybody knows?
You got to use the universal answer. Reboot the machine.
Yes. Let me tell you, sometimes I spend like 4 hours or 5 hours on a fixing a help desk environment. And then at the end, after 4 hours, the fix was just to restart a machine. So you don't want to be in that in that scenario where you spend 4 hours and you say, okay, I could have just restarted this?
Now, another thing, going back to the ticketing system, is that let's say you get a ticket from another technician and he didn't properly document it. And then you call the user, say, hey, my name is Hadiwali. I'm calling because I have your ticket. It's been escalated to me. What's the issue? And then, the user explains. And then you can be like, all right, why don't you go ahead and reboot the machine? And then user most likely will get mad at you because she or he will be like, you know what? The previous technician told me to reboot 5 times. It didn't work, blah, 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 blah. Now you'll be like, okay, why didn't he document that step, right? So a lot of times you just get frustrated because, first thing a lot of IT technicians say is like, hey, reboot your machine. And then we go from there. So make sure you document whenever you're troubleshooting with like users, especially if they're VIP. And you will know they're VIP because your company will tell you they're VIP.
So this issue was actually not a restart issue. This was the agent that is giving you the remote desktop connection. So 300B, if you're there, that was the issue right there. So to fix this, usually we work, sysadmins and even help desk guys used to know a lot about services. Like all these applications that we're providing you or companies, they have some services running in these systems, right? So this application that we're using for remote desktop is called Mesh. So you just basically click on it and restart that application. And then after that, you see your machine is up and running, right? So our first mistake in that was, and we're going to conclude after this, and if you guys have any questions after this, I will take it. So you see, if I log in to this machine, what do I need to use? I need to use Hadi's account. And can you log in 300B, Rodnell? Can you log in with that password? I feel like I forgot about it already.
Yeah, I got it.
You forgot about it?
No, I got it.
Oh, you got it. Okay, go ahead. So, what? Why is this logging in with the help desk? I thought we put Hadi in there. I will check it. It seems like it's a new account. Okay, guys, any question about stuff that we have covered so far?
Danish, the reason it's showing help desk because when you created my account, you put my name as help desk.
Ah, good job right there. I didn't know.
Now you gotta owe me some food.
All right, I get you. I got you. All right, guys. Last thing, 5 minutes and we're done, okay? So here's the thing. You're going to get a call. And even though you guys are seeing group policy management in front of your screen, it's not an Active Directory thing, but how would you know when you get a call, let's say somebody call you, hey, my account, I'm trying my, these two are connected right now. So if somebody's trying, let's say a password, 4 letters in there, ABCD. They say, I want to use ABCD, right? And it's not working for them. Or let's say they're using only 4 characters, something very complex too, like steric, whatever, right? And it's not working for them, and they're getting pissed off now. They call you. They're like, hey, I'm trying my password for the past 4 hours, or of course they're not getting 4 hours, but let's say 4 minutes, and they got pissed off and they call you. How would you know this? How would you know this information that, okay, they'll keep locking themselves out? They need to know some information. How would you know that? What am I talking about?
Find the user in AD. I usually do a search on the domain because the list of users is too large. Check the properties and see if they're locked out.
So that's the lockout issue. But what I'm saying is that if a user is using 4 letters or 5, right? They keep using 5 and they're not moving up, right? They somehow feel like that 5 is their password, and they, of course, they're locking themselves out, but that's not working. How would you know that information? Like, who decide it's 5 letters or 10 letters or 8 letters that you need to put in there? Who decide that? And where would you find out? So here's what happens. Like policies, like, how we name an account, right? This is a policy, right? We put a name, right? Like Hadi, right? If I'm running a company, I need to put a policy out there that the password has to be minimum of this many characters, right? So if somebody's putting a lower number than that, of course they're locking themselves out. It never will work, right? And if you as a help desk don't know about it, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Pretty bad, because you should know about it. If you go there and you spend another 40 minutes with the user and you're trying to like use their 5 characters, okay, let's try this, and they're keeping that, you're also not moving up. Then there's something that you didn't, there's a knowledge gap between your policies, right? So how would you find out? You're going to go to your group policies and you're going to right click on domain policies. Now, group policies are total different sessions, but these two are connected, kind of like connected, because now I'm going to prove it to you guys why you need to go to your group policies in the company and need to find this information. So you're going to go to the group policy, computer users, policies, and here you're going to type Windows settings. Keep disconnecting. Okay, here, let me go back. You're going to do Windows settings, and it will open up the security policies. So are you guys watching this?
Yeah.
So if you look at security policies and account policies, right here is the password policies that people need to set then, right? So if I double click on it, you see these are my numbers right there. Are you guys seeing my screen?
Yep.
So if the password is less than 7 characters, will that ever work?
No.
No. And that is where it's so important for you as a help desk to know this information, to know where to find out, because you don't want to be at the position where you spend another 20 minutes with a user and then you tell them, it used to be, it has to be 7 characters. Like, how are you an IT person that you didn't know this and I spent this much time? You see, they're going to start that gray area will be there then, okay? Because then you need to be a person who's kind of a little bit more, if you don't know, do research before you you take on a call. You don't want to just straight up jump into the call, right? Because if you're so new, you need some information behind you, right? And that is where you're going to be having a stress-free type of troubleshooting, environment for yourself. You want to be more proactive. You don't want to be just reactive all the time. If you're proactive, you learn about this stuff, then you go there, you already have the answer. And you look good, you're stress-free, you know what the issue is. You tell the person, hey, you're putting 5 characters, that's not allowed. You need to put 7 or 8, right? Now, where do we decide that this many account time will, if you type it this many times, it will get locked out? This is where it gets decided. So if you see account lockout policy is 0 here, I can change this to, let's say, 5. And I'm going to come here, apply, and OK, and it'll change the other numbers in there too. So if you can tell me, somebody, if I tried my password wrong for 6 times, what will happen to me?
Will lock your account.
You will get locked out. And how would you unlock the person? How do you unlock the person? You guys just learned that.
Yeah.
You right
User, right click.
click on user's name.
Right click on username, go to properties.
Yeah.
And then of course, after that, you click on account. And where's the unlock? It's right there. It says unlock account. And let me tell you something, that when you start a job, that's what you're going to get, probably like I believe like after a few minutes or a day, you're going to get this. And of course, then you don't want to be sitting there, right? So this is kind of it, guys. So I think we spent a lot of times getting this done, but of course we're going to be adding more stuff to it and more tools, because I didn't actually cover almost half of it, the tools that we usually use for this stuff. And of course, in the future trainings, we're going to start add more tools into it. So you guys can always watch those videos then too, to kind of catch up on this. But again, our Active Directory training starts from day 1. So when we create a domain controller, we don't just teach Active Directory in one day, right? It takes 5 days for us to complete the whole training. We're doing other trainings too, but at the same time, we're in Active Directory environment. So we teach little by little, little by little, little by little. So the whole training conclude the Active Directory with all these other type of trainings, right? So yeah, it's a pretty big thing. But for you guys, this is a good information to even tell somebody that I know about Active Directory. This is how I install RSAT rules. This is how I add people. This is how I reset password. This is how I change their titles. This is how I change their group information. So you see, right from just 1 or 2 hours of training, you can answer almost 10 to 15 questions right there related to Active Directory. And let's go ahead and confirm it on YouTube as well. So yes, we are live. Everybody, welcome to our troubleshooting, technical troubleshooting videos. Basically, this session is going to be live with KevTech and with other people who are already in IT. Some people have landed a job already, and some people are just coming in and joining in for the first time. So this is an open type of session, and we're going to learn a lot from different type of people, how they think about troubleshooting. And this way we can start our this session. Basically, this session is an open session, so it can go left or right. We're going to keep it more to the topic, which is troubleshooting, basic level troubleshooting, and a little bit of sysadmin. How do you basically talk to sysadmin? What do they do in their part of their job? It's a connection. It's everything connection. We'll talk about it. So first, before I start, what I would like to do is I'm going to share my screen so everybody can just let me know. Can you guys see my screen? Once I share right now, hold on. There you go. So I'm going to share my screen right now. Can you guys see my screen, everybody?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So before we get into this video, the people who are new, they haven't done their introduction before. The people who are already with us, we already know about them. The people who are brand new to this session, can you guys come up on the mic? I'm going to basically call you out. If you have a mic, just come up quickly. So, and just 20 seconds, why did you choose this session, and what is your expectation? So Miguel, since you're on the camera, go ahead and give us a little quick introduction about yourself.
All right, so my name is Miguel, most likely. What I could say is that I do have an associate's degree with network and administration security. The reason why I kind of joined this community is to find ways of how to increase my experience in IT, pretty much. So at this point, I'm still in the entry level position, like in the entry concept where, although I do have some type of experience, I'm trying to gain more. That way I could expand my skill as a technician pretty much.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much, Miguel. So is Ishi there? Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, go ahead and do a quick introduction and then let's.
Okay, my name is Ishi. The reason I joined this group is that actually I worked in customer service for over 5 years. And I had actually just started in just basics, just dabbling in a little bit of like tech support, but not really fully. And I guess, well, since not many of us are working, I found KevTech and actually Jobs.to shares videos on YouTube, revamped my resume completely, actually have already started going through their channels and awesome. Kind of learning how to troubleshoot and just do basics of help desk. So it's good to just communicate and also connect with others sharing the same, platform.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Jerry, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Good evening, everybody. My name is Jerry Lerma. I've been working with an IT person. Well, I was working with an IT person for about a year, and I decided to try to go on my own and learn more of the IT world. When I was working with this gentleman, I actually learned a lot from him. And just things went a little different, and I'm actually went on my own. I got a couple of customers that I have.
Okay.
And then trying to build up their network and stuff.
All right, cool. Thank you so much. Welcome. Andy, are you here? Do you want to come on the mic, Andy? Okay, so if Andy's not here, Ricardo, are you here?
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me, but.
Oh, sorry. Who's talking here? I don't even know.
This is Ricardo.
Oh, Ricardo. Okay, what's up, Ricardo? Go ahead and do your introduction. I already know about you, but go ahead and do your quick introduction right here.
Hey, what's up, man? My name is FaZe. I'm always in the comments. I'm a network tech / field service tech for 12 years. I recently got my CCNA, but I joined you guys and I watched this so I could learn basically the inner workings of a just a regular IT job, like what everybody do on the everyday basis. I need to educate myself more on the everyday applications and the policies and the way you guys do things from the inside, because I'm trying to work my way in.
So let me ask you a quick question, because you've been watching most of our sessions since you have a lot of experience already. Do you think you have learned something as a technician who was already working in IT from the past session that we were doing? Did you learn anything new?
Yeah, I learned some stuff. I mean, my thing was, I just recently learned I did a lot of follow a lot of the Active Directory stuff that you have shown.
Okay.
Which is something that they asked a lot in the interview. I'm not as good as I could be just yet. And then, I also follow, KevTech. I just follow one of his courses he did showing how to install Server 2016 and, Exchange Server, which is something that I did for the first time, which I never would have done in my job. See,
yeah,
but
Exchange is not definitely.
Right. I never feel comfortable talking about these things in interviews, which is why what you guys show is great. You know what I'm saying? So it's wonderful. I've been to numerous interviews where they ask me these questions, but I'm familiar with it, but I don't feel comfortable talking about it because I never implement.
All right. Thank you so much, Ricardo. Right. Who's next over here that we haven't talked to? Mary Carr, are you there? Mary, sorry, I'm kind of not pronouncing your name correctly, I guess.
Hello. Yeah, and you said it right.
Okay, so go ahead and do your introduction quickly, and then we can move on.
Thank you. So it's a pleasure to be in this discussion. I just finished my ITA, Information Technology Administrator, 2018. I had a little bit of experience from my internship, a short 2 contracts after that, and then almost a year now that I don't have a job in IT, and I'm trying to get back into it. So my challenge right now is to get back into IT, and then I had a few interviews like on the phone, video, and in person, but they can tell that I don't have much technical skills based on the interview that we had. So I can go further because they can tell, the interviewee, the company can tell that I don't know what I'm talking about, but I need more on hands-on.
Hands-on, okay.
That's how I learn.
Okay, thank you so much for joining in. Radha, you just joined in. Would you come on the mic and give a quick introduction? And this will be the last one, and the rest we can just do it next session then maybe. If you're there, you can just come up on the mic quickly and just do the introduction if you want to come.
Further, because they can tell, the interviewee, the company can tell that I'm.
So Radha, go ahead and mute your.
I need more. That's how I.
So sorry guys, Radha, I think our voice is very, it's like you're getting it too late right here. So Kev, you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, so before we start, the first thing what I want to do is I want to basically play this audio from Rahal, because I told him that you landed a job, but you can't just land a job in our platform. The one of the things is that you got to give back to the platform, and everybody who lands a job in our platform has to come back and give us all the interview questions and the kind of like experience, because that's exactly what you guys are looking for. Most of you want to know what happens in the interview. So it's just a quick audio, and let me know if you guys can hear this. Can you guys?
Danish, I started posting my resumes 3-4 days ago. Then I got a call on this Monday, yesterday. Then I got this interview like a network and system technician. That was the job title. So today was my interview, and in the first it was like a normal talk. Then he started asking me some technical questions about Active Directory, how you add the users, Then he started asking me about some hardware stuff, like how you install printer. After that, he told me, he asked me about some questions about Microsoft Office 365, how you set up email, how you set up Outlook. So yeah, I told him, he asked me about my ticketing system. So I told him I worked on Spiceworks, but he told me they are using some different kind of software. So he told me to go on YouTube and learn a little bit of that stuff. But man, one thing I'm gonna tell you, the resume is outstanding. That guy has like almost like 10 resumes, and he told me I picked.
Okay, guys. So I know the last voice he's basically saying that the resume.
He was so impressed by that resume.
And he also joined in right now. So what I wanted to basically, the reason I played this audio has a lot of something very important. No, everybody is asking for what? Active Directory, Office 365, printer, and these are all they're asking you. Do you know how to use it or troubleshoot it, right? So it's so important for you to know troubleshooting, because in reality, if you look at it, yes, you're learning all the Active Directory stuff from the last sessions. These are all actually processes, and if you don't know these type of things, then you cannot troubleshoot. So what I'm basically implying right here, if you don't go to our first sessions, then this session is kind of like not too useful, right? Are you guys getting the point? Because if you don't understand what Active Directory is, or let's say in the beginning we were talking about some of the, like, you know, how do you add permissions, or how do you add a computer to a domain, right there you got issues going on right there. If you don't understand that, so this means you're going to be struggling with all of these troubleshooting things that we're going to talk today. Most of it, 80% of the time, you will struggle in the real life. Now, that doesn't mean that you're not going to learn anything from this session. You're going to learn pretty good stuff, and it's going to be directly what we're teaching you. But when it comes to troubleshooting, troubleshooting has to be understood. You cannot just go and specifically start troubleshooting on a specific issue. You got to understand how to approach troubleshooting. So what is the key term right here? Approaching, right? How do you approach an issue? Anywhere you have an issue, if a baby is crying, you want to know why the baby is crying, right? You just don't just go there and, you know, apply things over there. I'm sure there's some cases you do that, but you want to know what happened, right? You want to protect that as well. So it's not just reactive troubleshooting, it's actual proactive troubleshooting as well. So you want to be able to save yourself and your time for in future. So the first thing, what we want to learn, and I'm not like KevTech, who's like, you know, he has a really nice documentation going on and everything. My documentations are pretty simple, like, you know, no notepad, right? So I'm an outdated tech right here. So the first thing, I already played Rahad video right here. And first thing is why we need to understand roles first in this training, in this session. Now, if someone can just look at this, what I'm asking, why am I asking you this? Can anybody give me an answer? Why do we need to understand the roles in IT first before we get into troubleshooting? Why am I asking that?
Can I say? I mean, I got a guess.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. My guess would be the better you know your role, the more you know how far your limits on what you can work on, like as far as troubleshooting or whatever. You know when to stop.
Perfect. That's a perfect answer. Now, if the people who are brand new to this stuff, the reason I started with basically talking about knowing your role is extremely important. So the first thing we want to talk about, if you're going to land a job, where are you going to be placed? What kind of infrastructure you're going to be working on, right? So the first thing we need to understand is in terms of troubleshooting, you have to understand what kind of company, what kind of infrastructure you're going to be getting hired. So if I tell you that one company is like this and they're calling themselves what? MSP, right? And if this MSP hired you, the level of troubleshooting, the things that you're going to be troubleshooting is going to be totally different than the company that is going to hire you in a very small building. Like let's say this is a very small building, and this is also, they're also looking for IT professional. They're also looking for IT professional. Now, if somebody knows these two things that I'm talking about, can you guys give me an example? Why would these two be a little different type of troubleshootings right there? They're not going to be too different, but there's going to be differences. Even KevTech can talk about this. Why did I say that there's going to be differences in troubleshooting?
Because they basically have more clients. Perfect. More infrastructure.
More infrastructure. So if you landed a job with MSP, you're going to be managing many businesses from this one place. So then it would involve more tools, more ways to troubleshoot these kinds, and then you're dependent on the infrastructure or the design of that company. So you can't just, make up your own things right here. So you're very much going to be relying on a documentation, a process, approvals. It's going to be a pretty hardcore thing for this guy. But if you get hired with this company and they're looking for one technician, right? And they have, let's say, 20 people, then you're going to be focusing on what? How is going to be your troubleshooting, basically how you're going to be troubleshooting. It's going to be very much what they use inside that company. So if they use Windows 10 operating system, and then they have your few Windows servers right there, and they have then specific custom applications, then it totally depends on what they are using, and your troubleshooting will be very much focused into that, right? So what basically I'm implying right here, I'm giving you some kind of image first to break you into troubleshooting. I don't want to just start into, guys, what are the 3 W's right here? Let's talk about who, when, where, whatever. Well, I don't want to do that. I want to first give you an image. Is my image working right now? So if you guys are not getting it, please ask me questions, because this is the time right now. Okay. So is this working? Is this are you guys getting what I'm saying? Or
yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yep.
So here we have cleared that it doesn't matter where you land a job. The place is going to basically kind of it's going to be a controlling factor of your troubleshooting. So if you landed a job with somewhere they're using a lot of Macs, then your troubleshooting goes towards Macs, right? If a place is using a lot of Linux, then you're going to be having to learn about Linux. If they're using a lot of Windows, then you're going to be learning a lot about Windows 7, Windows 10. So that's what I'm saying, basically. We are dependent where we basically get hired. So that's the first concept. Okay, so I hope this is cleared. Now, the second thing is like this. Guys, if somebody's mic is on and you're not talking, please mute yourself. There's a lot of noise coming out. So the second thing we want to talk about, let's go to a new page right now. Let's go ahead, a new page. The second thing is we need to understand roles right here. So I'm just going to start roles with this. Like we have, let's say this is our career ladder right here. Like this is our career box. And like you guys are like, say right here, level 1. Don't feel bad if you're on the bottom, okay? Level 1, okay? And then you have this second, block right there that we are going to call this level 2 right here. And then we have this third block, and we're going to call it level 3. So if anyone can come on the mic, can somebody explain to me what is level 1? When we talk about level 1 technician, what is that?
Help desk.
Help desk, exactly. But help desk, what kind of troubleshooting this help desk will do if he's considered level 1 or she?
Maybe reset passwords, probably break and fix hardwares.
Exactly. And these are going to be the first line people, right? They're just going to get a ticket. And sometimes you may be hired for ticketing. What I mean by like you will understand a product, some kind of product, and then people will send an issue to you, and then you will be basically assigning that issue based on that level 1 knowledge, right? So you could be also fixing that issue and closing that issue. So most likely, if you get hired by a large organization, they have thousands of people, then they're going to have hundreds of IT people, right? So then they're going to have levels, and in levels, then they will be basically assigning these calls to different type of people. But it's not always like this. You may get hired with a company, and you could be a one-man IT shop right there. You could be a sysadmin. At the same time, you could be an IT person. You could be a help desk, and you could be doing every single thing inside the company. Now, I don't like to promote that kind of IT stuff. If you find it great, learn it, move on, and go for bigger companies. So then you can, enjoy your IT career based on your skills, right? So, of course, this is what we are targeting today. The troubleshooting starts from here. We cannot jump to level 3 while we haven't even talked about level 1 over here. It doesn't make sense, right? We cannot talk about something scripting or PowerShell, stuff like that, how to fix things through PowerShell. Well, we have never touched PowerShell. So that won't make any sense. So after this, of course, in roles, when we talk about roles, then after that, you have multiple different roles in IT. Now, I'm just going to talk about the one that are well known in IT. There are many out there, but we're just going to talk about a few. So you have one role that's what? Sysadmin, right? I'm just going to call it sysadmin right here. And then you have another one that's network administrators. So if somebody, network engineer, I'm just going to make it a little more clear. So if somebody tell me what is sysadmin and what is a network engineer? Anybody knows anything?
Yeah, sysadmin mostly responsible for servers and network engineer for network, obviously.
Network, what do you mean by network is everything?
Well, I mean like for how traffic going through the network, how is like switches, set up switches, yeah.
You know, it could be maybe, you know, even at firewall level. But here's the thing, a sysadmin can be doing the network stuff too, right? A network engineer could be doing the sysadmin stuff too. But most likely, like I said, if it's a very big company, then they basically separate these roles. So a server engineer or sysadministrator doesn't mean he has to only know about server these days. You have to know about virtualizations. You have to know about websites. You have to know about cloud now. So there's so many things for a sysadmin to learn. And why are we talking about this role like this? Because this level 1 has to know, because if the troubleshooting tickets come to level 1, he has to be able to define who gets this call, right? They don't, in IT, okay, if you're brand new, they're gonna be okay with you for 1 or 2 months. But of course, like if I ask Ricardo, after this many years, could he assign a very basic call to a network engineer that's supposed to go to a sysadmin? Of course, he's gonna tell me that would be a piss off type of ticket, right? If it keeps happening again, because they're gonna say, hey man, I mean, you should be assigning tickets correctly, so it saves us time and stuff like that. So that's why, again, you need to know a lot about just overall network and overall fundamentals. This is where I'm going, basically, like you're gonna be asking me, okay, this video is telling me to learn, but where do I learn it, right? That's gonna be another question. So the first thing, and from my notes, we're saying that after this, when you want to understand about the whole infrastructure, or understand about the roles, this is for the brand new people who want to get into IT. This is my recommendation, and I'll put this course inside our description. So we created this course. It's called IT Fundamental V 1.0. And if you come down, this course is basically free. You don't even have to register. The things basically that I want you to learn. I'm not talking about the labs or here, stuff like that. That's not free. But if you look at it and if you click on these plus signs, you can click on these videos and start learning today. So you see, it's tell you what, transitioning to IT career. So you need to understand what kind of jobs do we do, right? So then you have these real world daily scenarios. In these scenarios, we're teaching you on a real camera. We're showing you printers, we're showing you equipments, and we're showing you different type of calls that we're doing on the work. So they're like basically about 10 to 15 tickets that we have kind of performed. So that gives you, okay, this is the kind of work that I have to be doing as a level 1. So that what is happening with this? That build confidence. And another thing is that we also want to make sure that we don't waste people time. Like in colleges, they drag you, certification, they drag you, and then you at the end find out that this is not what I wanted to do. This is not the IT that I was thinking. So by just looking at this video for free, you can decide today that if you want to invest money, time, and energy in IT, because you will clearly find out that do you really want to do this or not, right? So that real world video, that unit right there is going to really, really help you. And how long it is? About 37 minutes. Then if you come down, it says IT complex infrastructure. Understanding the complex infrastructure these days is super important. I mean, we have on-prem thing working with cloud. And inside the on-premises, we have virtualization working. So even as a level 1, if you don't know what is virtualization, and you don't know most of it, then you're going to struggle. It's not that you're not going to be able to land a job. It's just that you're going to be struggling. So now if you come back over here, I want you guys to definitely come all the way right here and do not miss this right here where it says core IT learning for IT professionals. This is what I was talking about in the beginning. If you don't understand how networks are connected, how networks are talking to each other at a very basic level, this means your troubleshooting is going to suck. If you don't understand the model of network, then this means it's going to take you, instead of 3 months of learning, it's going to take you probably 2 years of learning to understand everything. Some people learn it manually by doing it, the same process, and it takes them 6 to 7 years to realize that I'm still struggling with my base, right? You cannot build a building without a strong foundation. Have you ever heard somebody building a building without a foundation? It will break, it will go down, right? You guys agree with that, right? So the foundation over here is extremely important. It has to come down. You guys have to come down and at least learn about these things, because troubleshooting has to do with this. TCP, UDP, IP addresses. We're not teaching that kind of stuff in this training, right? And all of that stuff is pretty boring stuff. So just make sure you have a little patience while you guys are going through this. So Any questions so far? Wait, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hear you.
Okay, sorry.
So far, so good.
Okay, great. So now this is where it's a free course, guys. In the beginning, the whole thing's like what I want you guys to learn. This is a lot of content right there for free. Now, of course, the bottom one is an actually hands-on learning. That's not troubleshooting. It's actually getting into IT. That's something you have to become a member. And we don't want to talk about that right now. But the top part is important. And then you can come back to YouTube and you can start keep on learning. It's exactly the same thing that we're teaching, but that's more hands-on, like using our labs and everything. And later on, I'll talk about it. I don't want to talk about it right now. So if you want to stick around later on, I will tell you. If you really want to get into this hands-on of our courses, then I will tell you that. So now I want to bring in KevTech. Are you ready for just your starting point, and then we can phase in to the more technical stuff?
Yeah, you could let me share your screen. Let me take over.
Okay, go ahead, and you got a screen now.
All right. Hopefully you see my screen. You guys see my screen?
Yep.
Here we go. All right. So, I want to go over like entry level stuff. Job skills. Is that okay with you?
Oh yeah, that's definitely. That's what we want to do. Entry level. Everything has to be like extreme entry level.
Okay. So today we're gonna go over common entry level help desk issues. So the first thing I want to go over is Outlook, and I don't want to do it on my computer or my desktop. I want to do it on a virtual machine. So I already have it set up. So I have a virtual machine right over here, and I'm gonna log into it. So if you guys don't know, I have a virtual machine that has server Exchange 365 and server 2016 on this, and I have Outlook on it as well. So I'm about to just go over it real quick.
And while Kev is logging in, 60% of your calls are going to be coming from Outlook type of applications. It's one of the most common tickets that you're going to see is from Outlook. Why? Because so many people are using it at work. So that's why we want to start with Outlook.
So common issues you're going to have with Outlook is Outlook is not responding. I'm not getting emails. My Outlook keeps crashing. My Outlook items are going to the recycle bin. I just deleted my folder. I need access to a calendar. I need access to contacts. So I'm going to go over it little by little. I'm not going to go like crazy because it's like too much information. So I'm going to show you a couple of things. So if someone's having an issue with Outlook, common sense is you go into file, you go into options, you go into add-ins, and you go into, if you guys think I'm going too fast, let me know and I'll slow down. And go into COM add-ins. So under COM add-ins, sometimes you'll have plugins that are not affiliated with Outlook, and that might be causing Outlook to crash. So that's like a level 1 thing. So if anyone has an issue with Outlook, it might be that they have a plugin installed on Outlook that's causing it to crash. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that. Maybe you've seen that before, but typically that does happen, unfortunately. Another issue you'll have with Outlook is basically your OST profile gets corrupted. So basically your Outlook profile gets corrupted, and then basically you can't open Outlook whatsoever. So a way to get into that, into creating a new mail. So you go into control panel, you go into mail, and then you see where it says show profile. You just create a new one. You could just remove the other one. So like if I create one that's called Outlook, for example, and I hit OK, it automatically generates the server, and you hit next. And it's going to just establish the connection. And then it should be good after that. So now you want it to always open with Outlook instead of test. So you just change the default to Outlook. You hit OK, and you open Outlook. And when you do that, it's like opening for the first time. So when it does that, it opens for the first time, and basically you just recreated the Outlook profile. So that's like another thing you will see with Outlook. Another issue you'll see is when, for example, someone is getting a bunch of emails, and for some weird reason, some of the emails are going into the trash bin. So the first thing you want to check as an IT person is you want to check the rules. So usually there's a rule, it's called manage rules and alerts. So they might have a rule that's telling it to go to a specific folder or a trash bin. So you might want to clear those rules first, or see which one is causing it to do that. Another Outlook issue, or another Outlook thing that you should know or be aware of is it's account permissions. So say, for example, someone wants access to a calendar. Obviously, on the calendar section, you could right click here and go to properties, and you go into permissions, and then you could add the person on the calendar. And then, there's different things you could do here. There's owner, there's publisher, there's editor, there's free busy time, and then you just add them in here. So I'm pretty sure most of you guys know what this is. So there's a calendar tab, then there's a context tab as well. So you do the same thing on context tab, and you could add someone here. If you want to do like delegation access, like give them access to your whole mailbox, your contacts, your calendar, that will be under file. So if you go into file and you go into account settings and you go into delegate access, basically you give someone access to everything on your account basically. So you have, editor for calendar, editor for task, inbox, contacts, and notes. So, and that's pretty much Outlook. I could go in more depth with it, but
now, Kev, let's just stop over here with the Outlook, and I want to ask a few questions from other people who have been through the Outlook stuff. So, guys, is there something that you guys have dealt with in Outlook that you feel like you want to share in this live session? If you have done it, this will help our community as well. So, have you guys did anything like this?
I've had issues with people when I've went to like customers, they will complain about their like the view set of how Outlook would look, pretty much because they'll just randomly just touch buttons. So pretty much I will fix their view the way it was previously. Like if a migration happened, like update will happen, pretty much I will fix their view the way it previously was before the update.
So, guys, one other thing I want to talk about in Outlook is that, some people will be, for example, they will be using this command safe mode. And while Kev is on there, what happened with the safe mode is that if, let's say, for example, your Outlook is having a lot of issues, right? And people want you to troubleshoot. Now, this is for the people who are going for interview. They may ask you to run Outlook with a safe mode. So see what Kev did. He basically went in there and he typed Outlook/safe, right? Right, Kev? That was a command?
Yep.
So he write that. Now, what happened was that it disables all of the other external add-ons. So this way you can eliminate the problem. So for example, if there's an issue with the add-on, it's going to basically disable all of the add-ons and it will open the Outlook. So now what does that tell you? That there's an issue with what? Right? There's an issue with add-on, right? Or this could be an issue with other things too. So it's like for you to understand that there is an ability for you to turn on the Outlook from the Windows. They have given you this command. And why did I bring this up in this session? Because people are going to ask you. Some people will ask you in the interview technical question, how do you open an Outlook in safe mode? What is the command, right? They're going to basically do the same thing what Kev is doing. Now, the second thing I want to talk about is a very common thing, and I'm sure Kev has seen this, is people start clicking on Outlook and it never comes up. Right, Kev? Have you seen this? It will never come up. So where do you fix it? You see how, Kev, go a little slow with them. See what they're seeing. Here you go. Right click, go to Task Manager, and then you will see Outlook like 10 times. Like his Google Chrome is showing there, right? Like 5, that's his real tabs right there. But the Outlook will also show like 10, 15 times, and people complain and they're getting mad. Okay, it's not coming up. I clicked on it 10 times. Now, of course, you don't want to just go there and start clicking on Task Manager, killing everything. You're going to be in trouble. You don't want to do that. So you want to make sure that you kind of take your time here. Now, troubleshooting right here, because we're talking about troubleshooting, we have to teach you how to perform troubleshooting as well. So first of all, be calm, right? When you go in there in front of the computer, people are going to be mad, or people are not going to be happy in the beginning. People are going to have attitude problem. People are going to have, they're going to maybe say something that you may take it personally. So the first thing you should learn in troubleshooting is what? Be patient and don't think about what they're telling you personally. And that's your moment. When they start talking, that's your moment to grab information for yourself, so then you can troubleshoot it with a calm mind. So did you guys get this point? Because that's more important than troubleshooting, basically, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so go ahead, Kevin. That's what I wanted to just add a little bit about that.
All right. Yeah, so thank you, Danish. So I'm going to go over Excel now, because those are like the majority of your issues. I'm not even going to lie to you. Like the majority are Outlook issues and Excel issues. I don't know. It's just common for some reason. So Excel is the same thing. So we go into File, go into Options, go into Add-ins. And then when you click on add-ins, you want to check Excel add-ins. And then you also want to check the comms add-ins. So there's another tab called comms add-ins. So you want to check that as well. So it's usually stored in two places. Some people might have an add-in, like, I give you an example. I had someone who had Macavicus, CapIQ, and Bloomberg on their Excel, and they're like, why does it keep crashing? And then I disable Macavicus, and then Excel was working fine after that. So it turns out that Macavicus and CapIQ don't work together with each other. So basically, I had to disable one add-in, and then after that, I had to call the software team in CapIQ and get a different version of CapIQ because it wasn't compatible with it.
But Kev, how did you find out that?
So I basically opened up safe mode and I just started unchecking add-ins one by one, basically. So
guys, are you guys hearing this point? Why did I ask him? Because that's very important. Troubleshooting. He did a process. He knew something about a command, right? Right, Kev?
Yep.
So he used that, and he basically then started to go one by one. This means he didn't know from the beginning that, hey, I'm having issue with this one specific area. He has to go one by one, so that requires patience. And at the same time, he needed to know this process, or somehow he learned this process of troubleshooting before he wouldn't get to this part, right?
Mm-hmm. That's correct. Yeah. So then there's other options. There's like a lot of different things you could do on Excel. And there's also like you right click, and then if you could create a new book or a new tab. So basically, if someone is having an issue with this specific Excel file or Excel sheet, maybe it's corrupted, maybe something happened to it. So you might want to go to previous versions. Like you right click and go to previous versions. It actually on the shared drives or on the IT infrastructure side of things, you could go back in time and get a working version of that Excel file. You could do that actually. So some companies back it up 2-3 times a day. Some companies do it 4 times a day. You know, every company is different. So here you might want to create a new copy of it and see if that fixes that Excel file from crashing. Another thing you might want to do is say, for example, I'm going to create a workbook, right? Just going to create this workbook. I'm going to put it in downloads folder. Say, for example, it still doesn't want to work for some weird reason. If you open up Excel, and if you go into the blank worksheet and you go into the Excel file on your downloads folder, so let's just pretend that that's a corrupted file, right? So in downloads folder, there's this tab called open and repair. So you could actually open and repair the file, which people don't really talk about, or some people do know about if they've been in IT for a while. So there's open and repair. So you could actually repair the file. If the file keeps getting corrupted and it keeps crashing, you might want to try that as a workaround to see if that fixes it. So if you do that, it's going to ask you a bunch of stuff. It might remove some formulas, blah, blah, blah. Do you want to repair? You hit yes, and then it'll repair the file after that. So that's another thing you might want to do. Another thing you might want to do is you might want to have someone else open it on their Excel application, because you want to see if they're having the issue, or is it like everyone's having the issue, or it's just one person having the issue. So basically, if someone has an Excel file and it works fine for everyone else, then you know it's specific to that one user or that one person. So you want to do process of elimination and see if it's just one person being affected by it. So if you know everyone else it's working for them, so obviously you go to the person that's not working for them, and you have to figure out what's going on. Maybe they had a Windows update. Maybe there was an add-in. Maybe something recently happened to their Excel for some reason. Maybe you have to run a Microsoft Office repair. You don't know. So if it works fine for everyone else, obviously there's something going on with their Excel. Another thing is like the last thing for Excel. Another thing you want to look at, and these are all the things I'm recommending. These are all Microsoft fixes. These are not fixes I made up on the fly. These are Microsoft fixes. So if you go into the view devices and printers, see this one that says Microsoft XPS document reader or writer. So if an Excel file is crashing and you set this as the default printer, and actually, if you set this as, I know that sounds crazy. If you set this as a default printer, that actually fixes Excel from crashing. I don't know why. It's a Microsoft recommended fix. I'm not making that up.
Crazy.
I am not making that up. So it's just because I work in a hedge fund environment, so I'm always having people open up big crazy Excel files. So that's something that you might be wary of. And one last thing, I forgot about this. And go to options. Maybe there is if you go to Trust Center, you want to make sure that it's not macros enabled. And also you want to make sure that the location is trusted. So you might have to allow the location and trust the location of that specific shared drive or that file in order for that file to work. Because sometimes it has stuff in it that might be causing it not to work or open.
Yeah, and just want to add one point to this, and make sure if you don't understand about specific, like, macros or opening up a trust file, then maybe you should involve a technician that knows this stuff, because sometimes macros can lead to hacks. So that's just wanting to add one thing on that.
That is correct. It's actually a vulnerability if you enable all macros on an Excel, and it could cause for a backdoor for someone to get into your system, what have you. So is this anything that I mentioned? Is this anything that you guys seen before, or am I making this up? Or
I haven't seen some of it, man. I'm learning it for the first time. What do you guys think?
That tip with the auto repair, when you put the tab where it repairs itself, I never even knew that existed. And I've seen situations where the Excel will crash, and so I definitely seen that before. That's a good tip to have. I definitely took that down in the notes. That's a good pointer though.
Yeah, same here. This is actually the first time that I'm seeing in terms of how to repair Excel sheet. Like really the first time. So it's a great tip.
Now you guys tell me, how many people are gonna call you about Excel, and how many people use Excel in their job? I mean, you will be amazed. Every administrative level, manager level, everybody uses Excel, right? So think about the calls that you get as a level 1 are this type of calls. Exactly this. Level 1 doesn't go out there and fix a router over there or fix a very big networking issues. They're not doing that. They're exactly what Kev is teaching you right now. This is exactly what you're going to be doing, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, Kev.
All right, so I'm going to teach you guys a real quick trick, which Danish has gone over before, and I'm going to go over right now. So there's this app called Lockout Status Tool. I don't know if you guys ever heard of it. Maybe you guys are familiar with it. This is Active Directory, by the way. So now I'm actually going into a little more advanced stuff. So say, for example,
I love Active Directory.
Yeah. Say, for example, let's just go over this person, Aaron Wells. And you want to find out what's going on and what's locking him out. This is actually an application that allows you to check this. So if you do select target, and for let's just do A Wells, and you hit OK. So it would actually show you the server and everything, and it would show you how many times they had a bad password count and last bad password, and last time the password was last set.
And let me tell you, I got a call today from helpdesk, and they were saying that because everybody's working from home, and this one person is saying that my account is keep getting locking out. So the helpdesk was like, how do I know if which machine this is getting locked? So we use similar type of tools to know the source. So I was like, okay, he's using his home laptop. Can you verify that this is his laptop name was laptop Mickey Monkey, something like that, right? So yeah, that's my laptop, and he was keep getting locked out for that. Then he figured out that he at one point saved his password in the password credential, which is inside your computer. And that was keep locking him out. So he went in there, removed that, and now after a day, no lockouts. So we use these type of tools to make our job easy. We've been through this stuff. We have shown a lot of scripting in this platform. And Kev is showing you two guys right now. This is like gold right here, guys. If you guys understand these and how to use these tools, trust me, your learning ability, your troubleshooting ability will not be like a person who's spending a year or two just to know this stuff. You're going to be way ahead of them. Okay.
And you also want to keep in mind that when someone changes their password, make sure they change it on every device they have. So that means their computer, their laptop, their iPad, everything that they have. Just make sure they change it on everything, because something will lock them out. So if they have an old password stored on any of these devices, it will lock them out, just letting you know. So, all right, getting back into this. So I'm going to open up CMD, and I'm going to show you a cool command real quick. So say, for example, you get a call from someone in your job, like someone that needs help with a password reset, or someone that calls you and they're like, I think my password is expired or something like that. So you want to type net user, and then you put the name of the user. So like this one's A Wells, for example, you put /domain. So if you do that command on the command line, it tells you when their passwords expire, when it was last set. It would also tell you what groups they're part of, and it will tell you a bunch of other things as well. So this is very interesting. Just letting you know, this is something that you might want to be using as a help desk guy or an IT support guy.
Now, let me hold you right there. This is a very good command right there for people who are going to be brand new. Now, let me tell you, when a person user is expired, right? They won't get a notice on their machine that when they're trying to log in, most of the time, what happened is that if they're in the current session, it's basically either going to lock them out, or they're going to get prompts and everything. But if you go to the Active Directory, the Active Directory doesn't tell you that the person user is expired. Like, you can pull up the Active Directory right now, right click on it, go to properties. It won't tell you that this account is expired. So now if you're a brand new technician, you're going to keep unlocking that person, and nothing will happen because the password is expired. So you may go to the computer and you start troubleshooting things, and everything will not be working. Like, application will not work, Outlook will not work, and you will spend a lot of time. But here's the thing, the fix is what? You restart the computer. You simply restart the computer, and then the computer will tell you that your password is expired, you need to change it. You see, so what is the troubleshooting right here? Go there, think about it for a little bit. Now, since you know this command, why would you go to the office and not run this command? I mean, like, that wouldn't make sense anymore now, right? You got to run this command. You got to look at that tool. You got to right click on that user and see if that person is locked out or not. It will save you so much time. And when you go out there, you already know the fix. Or why would you even go out there if you are on the phone or remotely? Hey, can you restart your computer? That's it. Done. 2 minutes and the whole situation is over, right? Thank you for showing this command. This is extremely important, right?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, so that's something. So I'm gonna go over. Yeah, that. All right, so I'm gonna go over the bane of IT: printers, troubleshooting printers, software issues with printers.
I think I'm gonna go, guys. I don't want to hear this stuff.
Everyone is scared of printers. Even I hate printers. I'm gonna be honest with you. So, a couple of things you want to do. So, obviously, you're an admin. You want to type services over here on the bottom. So it would be under admin tools as well. So just letting you know. And also it would be under task manager. So if you go to task manager, actually there's a tab called services. You could do it right here as well. So there's a bunch of places you could go and look for it. But say for example, someone is having and this has happened to me. I don't know if this has happened to Danish, but a printer shows up online, then it shows up offline, it's grayed out, then it shows up online again, then it shows up offline again, and it keeps doing that over and over again. And you're getting really frustrated and annoyed by it, and it just doesn't want to work. So you might want to go into what's called Print Spooner. So it's a service actually. So it's called Print Spooner. You want to stop that service because it's affiliated with the printers, and you want to start it. So that's something that you might want to look into. If you're having an issue with a printer, you might want to reset the services for Print Spooner. I know Donish is want to say something.
I want to add something to this type of training, because guys, convert this training into interview questions. I like to do this for my live members. So whatever he's doing right now, think about an interview question. So they're going to ask you about what? How do you fix a printer issue from services, right? What would you restart? Print spooler is something that everybody knows. Everybody knows that's like it's fixed right there. Most of it gets fixed right there. So then you understand this way. If you are watching this training, convert our troubleshooting into interview questions. And right now in 1 hour or 2 hours, you're gonna have a bunch of interview questions. A lot of people ask us, right, KevTech, can you guys give us an interview questions? These are interview questions, right? You just gotta convert it.
Pretty much, yeah, give or take, pretty much. Another thing you wanna do is print management. So most computers have print management as a tab. So you click on that, and actually you could remove the printer from here. So if you have a printer here, you could actually delete the printer from here, and then actually you go into properties as well, and you can actually add a printer here too. So say for example, I'll give you a hypothetical example. Say, for example, someone wants you to add a printer and they can't add it for some reason as logged in as them. And you could open this as admin and actually add it for them on their computer. So you don't have to log them out or anything. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. So that's actually a fix, actually. So that's another thing you want to look at. Another thing you want to look at is under see local user. Now this is a little dangerous because you got to be careful what you play here. So there is something called, I think, Windows, and then if I am correct, because I haven't checked this in a while, I think it's System 32. And then there's a tab called, I think it's called Spoon. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so in this folder, there's a bunch of drivers in here and a bunch of printers in here. So I'm not gonna go in depth with this, but if you go to Microsoft, it will tell you to delete certain things here in order for that printer to get removed completely from the operating system or that computer. So obviously the common fix for printers as well is obviously if you go into devices and
If
printers.
somebody asks, what if it happens for one specific printer? Do you still restart the print spooler?
If it happens to one specific printer, like is it
Yeah.
Is it happening for everyone or is it just happening for one person?
Well, he's saying one printer, one specific printer. I feel like he's saying just one printer, basically. You know, like how it's connected to the domain, and if there are a lot of people sending a job to that printer, would we do that? In my position, if a job is stuck, then every other job is stuck after that. So you got to go for restart, right? I don't know if there's any other solution. You first have to cancel it if it can cancel. But most of the time, we go for spooler because we can't cancel it, right?
Yeah, you gotta delete all the jobs. So like, see how this one you see was printing, and then basically you cancel and just delete all the jobs, and then after that you restart the printer. That usually will fix that problem. Sometimes restarting the printer will fix a bunch of problems. It's just,
I mean, to be honest, that was I was gonna say, like restarting a computer, restarting a printer will fix most of the job. But I'm sure you guys don't want to just show up in a room with a director or something and just go there and say, I can fix this. Let me just restart the machine, right? That doesn't look good. That won't make sense, right? You won't just go out there. It's like, let me just restart the machine because I heard that restart can fix 90% of the issues. I mean, try to play around with it. If you have thinking, even if you have that in your mind that I'm going to restart the machine, it's just naturally people don't like that answer, right? Like, I could have done that, right? You don't want to make them feel dumb or something like that, right? So that's why you want to make it little more political, a little more spicy in there. Let me check something. Put a CMD command or ipconfig or something.
oh my god, you're funny, man. So all right, so I was gonna go back to this. Yeah, so another issue. I'm not, I'm obviously, like I said, I'm not gonna go in depth, so I'm gonna get out of this for a second. Another issue is your sound settings, which is something really dumb. Obviously, I know you guys probably know how to troubleshoot it, but sometimes people have issues where the sound don't work, so you might have to change the default sound. They might have a speaker in the headset, and you have to set it on the right setting. So like, say for example, someone has a headphones and they're like, the sound's not coming from my headphones. Why is it not coming from my headphones? You got to change the default sound, obviously. So if you go into the sound settings, you open that up. Obviously, you have to go into it. You have to right click on it and set the default sound. So you have like this recording, this is for like your microphone. And then this is for your headset, basically. So another thing you want to know about this, which people might not know, I'm not sure what Danish has, but this is a Microsoft Windows update. You have to allow the microphone on Windows 10. So I'm not sure if you guys know what I'm talking about, but I'm going to go over that right now. So if you go into microphone privacy settings, so you have to allow the app in order to access the microphone. So this is included for Skype. So if you're using Skype in your domain or your Skype in your company, you have to allow Skype as a microphone setting, if that makes sense. Otherwise, Skype doesn't work. Danish, I don't know if you've seen this before.
Since you're talking about updates right now, you just picked on that. Most of the issues, even not, this is a specific feature right there, but then most of the issues also you have to wait. Like for example, yesterday we were doing what, and you were actually live on you were doing a administrative tool installation, but you are looking at it and it's not coming up or anything that could be related to anything. So maybe the Windows is waiting on updates. It has to complete its updates for you to get something then. So make sure you always keep that in the mind. If you go into troubleshooting and you're not able to achieve your goals and you think that that's how 10 people did it, they are seeing the results. Why am I not seeing the results? This means maybe your computer is waiting on restarts, waiting on new updates, security updates. You really got to do that process. Okay.
Yeah. So you wanna. So sometimes this is the like Danish said. Like sometimes you wanna a hypothetical example. Someone's having issues with the computer. You want to make sure when was the last time it worked. You might want to check the latest updates. You want to see when was the last time it worked, basically. So like this, and that has to do with applications. That has to do with the operating system. It has to do with a bunch of things on the computer. So, you know, you wanna investigate first before you just start troubleshooting. You know, you want to ask a series of questions, you know, before you start. Yeah, like someone's having an issue with a printer, and then you remove the printer, and then it doesn't work after that for anyone. You know, it's just, you know, you gotta troubleshoot everything, if that makes sense. All right, so I'm gonna go into. Dash, you want to say something?
Kev, would you be okay if I take over? Because since you mentioned this process and I talk about this process and then you take over again, this will give you break too. So then you can, you know, I know you're a tough guy, but I'm sure you want to get some break too, you know. So guys, this is important thing that he just discussed, process. So let's just talk about that a little bit, because we started that in the beginning and then we jumped into technical. So make this training more lively and you can understand what we're doing right now. You know, these are basic stuff. But if I share my screen with you, can you guys give me a kind of like a, you know, kind of tell me that this is working?
We see you.
Okay. So this is actually a part of, you know, when we give out this training or somebody buys our membership, they get like multiple different type of accesses from us, but you don't have to get it. You can go to professormesser.com and type Professor Messer CompTIA A+ and troubleshooting process. And he has the same flowchart type of thing. And everybody has some type of like a chart right there. Now this is a video, but I'm not gonna play the video over here. I wanna basically show you this chart right here. This is the flow that every technician's kind of somehow uses it. It doesn't matter if you have to be professional about it. You can change things around. If you know the fix, you can quickly fix it without even thinking about the process. But at a certain point when you grow in your career, like for example, I'm doing a sysadmin job or I'm doing a network engineer level job, I can't just jump around to certain things. There's a lot of things that are involved in that. And with that, I'm going to show you a real example in a Word document, how many things are involved for a sysadmin to fix an issue. So that will give you an idea. So if you look at number one, the first thing that we're talking about right here is what? Is the problem, right? We're talking about you got a call, somebody called you and they're saying, hey, we got a problem going on, right? So this is where then you have to know that a lot of people don't even talk about this. This is where then you have to know what kind of approach are you using and what kind of issue is coming from what type of medium, right? What I'm saying, is this coming from an email? Is this coming from a phone? Is this coming from a chat? So what am I talking over here? You need to have a customer support type of skills, because soft skills to pick up a phone. Now you have a phone with you. You're doing multitasking. At the same time, you are showing reactiveness to do the troubleshooting. So think about that. Now, this is not going to come to you without practice. I can guarantee you right now. If you go and land a job today without training or without doing this practice, I can guarantee you, you will pick up the call and you'll start shaking. I'm not joking. You'll start shaking. Why? Because if you are not used to this stuff, you can't concentrate. You're being reactive to do something technically while you need to listen to a person. So this is something that requires what? It requires practice. So how do you practice? You basically create virtual machines, just like how Kev is using. Create your own virtual machines and then talk to yourself, or maybe tell your members or somebody. And if you take our training, we actually test you, and we have done that in this training too. We will say, hey, Bilal, go ahead and pick up the call and call us. And then if they're like stuttering, we're like, hey, bro, you cannot stutter. This is not a job where you can be like, okay, I'm gonna. There's nothing like that. We're gonna train you so that you become a smooth type of technician, right? So after that, what happens after that? You have to think about it. What is the cause right here, right? The cause can be so many things in troubleshooting. There's no end to it. Nobody can teach you on causes over here, right? We're teaching you certain things right here because this is the stuff that it gives you confidence. But it doesn't mean that me and Kev Tech showed you 5 things in Outlook, then you're not gonna basically, see this thing. Did somebody wanted to ask a question? I'm hearing my own sound right now. Can somebody go on mute, please? There you go. Okay. So basically, this is after that, when you determine the cause and you kind of like, go over okay, this is where it's coming from. I got some idea. You don't want to just go to the computers when you're brand new to start applying your fixes. You got to make sure you test it. So inside, if you're a brand new technician and you're starting to work, ask people, ask them, can I get a virtual machine? Can I get a second machine to because I'm brand new? And when you have this attitude to tell people that I want to learn, Trust me, a sysadmin, network engineer, a level 1 technician, they're all there for you. This is how we learn, by the way. In IT, we are not evil people, right? We love to teach people. If a KevTech has so much experience, a brand new person sits with him, I'm sure he's not going to tell the person, don't ask me. He will love to be teaching that person, but at the same time, you don't want to make up things. Now, this is how a person got fired that he was working with us. And at that time, he was a sysadmin and we were the help desk. And now he was telling us to basically, you need to take out the NIC card from a machine that has a built-in NIC in there. So I brought the machine to him and I'm like, brother, how do you take this NIC card from this machine? Show it to me and I'll just leave this IT job right now. And then this is where I got into kind of like a fight with him, like, don't say things if you don't understand things. Don't use anything. Don't make up things. So similar goes to resumes. Do not make up stuff on there. And also do not make up stuff inside, when you start working. Do not show that I have so much knowledge. If you tell other people that I'm here to learn, they're going to help you. So that's where it's going to really, really be beneficial when you're starting doing tests. And then, of course, planning comes into the virtual machine and stuff like that. And then the implementation with more customer service skills. You go into the office, you're being nice to the person. So this is where I give another example, Kev, and you may want to also add into this. I tell people, if you started working from the beginning, let's say this is your first week, and you got a call from a 3rd floor. Now, would you take up a machine and remote into that machine without introducing yourself? Or would you go down and actually meet and interact with that person? What would be the best thing here? The best thing would be to go down, meet that person, can make connections as a help desk person. This is going to help you in future. In reviews, in performance reviews, and when you're growing with your career, that's the attitude that people are going to like. They're not going to just like, you're brand new, they don't even know you, and like, I know the remote skills SCCM, I know I learned it from Job Skills Share, and I'm just going to remote into the machine, fix the problem, and they're going to be like, wow, this person is so new and didn't even have like no customer service skills right here. Like he just kind of fixed it. Of course, he's a technical person, but that's not what you want to do right here. Then after that, of course, you want to verify it. And the last thing, the most important thing for you as a level 1 technician, everybody's going to be looking at you like this, like an eagle, is documentation. If you do something, even if it's a basic thing in the beginning, document that because you're showing something to them. Now, later on, this is a good, skill to have, and this is a good practice, but I'm sure a lot of people slack it sometimes. So I don't want to be like, you got to document every single thing, or here, you don't have to say, I right click on an Active Directory username, then I went to the properties, and after that I fixed it and this. You don't want to do that. You just want to, of course, do a little bit of basic documentation. But if it's something that it took you 2 to 3 hours to fix, then you want to make sure that it's documented. So that's the whole process. Of course, it's even better than this. Like there's a lot of better explanation than this, but that's just a kind of like, for beginners, I want you to add these few points in there to make more sense to you when you do troubleshooting. So then I'll go back to KevTech now, and he can take over. Kev, you there?
Yep, I'm here, and I actually agree with everything you said, because definitely you need to document everything. You have no idea how many times I ask for something specific, and then only one person knows how to do it, and they don't tell anyone else. So that gets really annoying. And then actually we had someone. Not to sound like I'm like we have a bad company, but actually I had to let somebody go because of that.
There you go.
I fired somebody because of that.
Yeah,
because they gave really bad customer service, and they never documented anything. And we gave them like more than 3 chances, and they just don't.
Yeah. So the thing is this: look, you're gonna either get fired by doing stuff like that, or you're gonna get fired by not getting or understanding or taking trainings or training yourself, because then it has, people have limitations in IT, right? They cannot go with you for a long time. You're a technical person, right? They cannot go with you for a long time. So you gotta develop a proper way of doing IT, basically. And when we're talking about doing IT, everything is troubleshooting in IT for you, right? Everything is resetting calls, fixing my problem, fixing a software, fixing a printer. I need this software. I need to go to that site. I can't get to it. My computer is slow. Can you fix it for me? Everything is troubleshooting over here. So it gotta have some kind of understanding, learning, and then applying all these things. So now I'm gonna give it to KevTech, and he can take over, and then we'll come back again.
All right. And I guess I'll be taking control of the screen again, if you don't mind. Give me a second. Hopefully you see my screen. You guys see my screen?
Yep.
All right, so this is another weird. Well, this is a common sense issue, but obviously since we're doing level 1 IT, not everyone's gonna know, and there's entry level techs. There's a lot of people that don't know about IT, so obviously this is something that is silly. It's kind of silly that we don't talk about. So power options. So power options, right? So if you guys are gonna be like, what is he talking about? So obviously I can't do it on the VM. So I'm gonna go on my computer and do it. So power options. So on laptops, but you can't see it on this because I don't have a laptop. So on laptop, when you close the laptop, closes the lid, it shuts off the computer. So you want to go into power settings and actually change the power settings when you're telling like there's an option here to choose what happens with the lid. You won't have it here. This is a desktop. So you have to actually tell the power settings what to do. Because some people they close their lid and then the whole computer turns off and they're like, what the hell happened? Why is it not working anymore? And then some other people, they use their laptop as their main machine. So they want to close the laptop lid and they want to have 2 monitors with a docking station. And then sometimes as a technician or as a tech, you forget to change that setting. So then you start getting calls with them and like, why is display 1 working? Why is display 2 not working? Why is this not working? Why is that not working? So you want to make sure the settings are set up properly prior to giving him a laptop. Always make sure everything is up and running, make sure it's working, and then you can give it to the user, the client, whoever it is. And I don't know if Danish wants to add anything to that.
Well, why is it so important to know about power options now? If people are using desktops in their offices right now and they're doing what? The whole world is doing what right now? The whole world is doing what? They are remoting into their desktops, most of them, right? If they don't have laptops at home. So what's happening? We are getting bombarded with, can somebody turn on my machine? So there are people inside the building, 1 or 2 people, poor people, they're running around and they're turning on the machines right now. Now, the other fix is that you can do a wake on LAN, right? So you can do that and you can turn on the machine through packets, but that creates a security issue for a lot of people. They're like, no, we can't do this. A lot of security people say, no, we can't do this. So then you have a fight between the security IT managers and sysadmins. That's a different level right there. But why this is so important? Because if you are getting these type of calls, you got to know this stuff, right? You got to go into the machine and then you got to do it for them. Or if they are complaining about something else on their laptop and they're saying my computer is after like I leave for coffee at my home and I was given this laptop by you guys, and then I come back and I'm not even there like for 3 minutes and the computer is like the screen is off right now. So that they're talking about power right there, right? You got to go in there. You got to go do these changes. So of course this is going to involve other skills like remoting into their machines, and we have a full playlist on remoting, and this whole thing started from a remote troubleshooting skill. So that's where some people are asking about ticketing system like Ishi. Some are talking about remote troubleshooting, remoting in. So those are skills, those are processes. We have done that in our first videos. We have covered 10 hours of videos, and then our YouTube channels, both if you go to KevTech and Jobs.to share if you're listening, then we have specific playlists on different type of skills, not troubleshooting. Okay, go ahead.
All right, cool. Yeah, so another thing you want to know, I'm just going like basic stuff. This is like the last one. I'm not going to go over more stuff. It's too much. Yeah, so CMD is your best friend in IT. Like CMD, you can't go wrong with CMD. And obviously if you work in an environment where you need admin rights to do CMD, you want to hold shift and right click, but I'm not going to do it on this. But basically hold shift and right click and you do run as admin. And then there's a couple of things you could do here. Like say, for example, you want to open up task manager, you type task MGR. So say, for example, for some weird reason, group policy is blocking task manager for someone's computer and they don't have admin rights, you could actually open CMD as an admin and open it for them. So they may want to close out a process. They may want to do something on their computer. And I deal with this all the time. So I have different... So where I work is one company, but we have multiple companies within that one company. So some companies have group policy, some don't have group policy. So when you right click on task manager, it's not available for them. It just doesn't work. So they call me and I have to run it as admin and, do task MGR, which actually allows you to run admin as, as basically in the command line. So that's like one thing you might be, might want to know or might be wary of. And obviously you want to be wary of your admin tools. So if you have your admin tools, right over here, and you hold shift and right click, you could run as, same thing with anything, and Danish knows what I'm talking about. Same thing with anything. When you're installing a program, you have to run as, if you're an admin, it's going to ask for admin rights. It's going to say this is blocked by policy. This is blocked because you don't have admin rights. This is blocked because of blah, blah, blah. You're going to have all that. So in some companies, they have 2 admin accounts. I mean, one admin account, one regular account. And some companies have 1 admin account only. And basically, you could basically install everything for them. You always have to run it as yourself, So they will be limited to what they're doing. They won't be able to install anything unless they call you, and then you'll be expected to install it. And Danish will probably agree with me. But obviously, you want to figure out why they need it, why they're installing it. You don't want to just randomly install stuff on that computer, and then it could get a virus or something like that. So you want to make sure you get approval for that. Make sure you're installing something that makes sense. It's not just a random thing that you're installing on the computer. I don't know if Danish wants to say anything about this. You want to say anything?
I mean, the thing is, it's like I said, if you're level 1, like that's what I said in the beginning, if you feel like you don't understand, or this is a software, so a lot of people have policies even on softwares. So if you even have to do anything for a user, it has to be approved then. Some places are a little open, so then of course you can, use your best judgment. Don't just go for something that you don't understand.
Yeah, because I had someone install malware on someone's computer, and they didn't know it was malware, and then they got in trouble. So as soon as they installed it, we have Silence. Silence blocked it immediately. So Silence grabbed it and blocked it immediately in quarantine.
Hey, let me give you guys a tip. Don't just Google scripts or products in the beginning to do your job. Right now, why are we keeping this so low level in the beginning? Because even this low level is not like low level. It's basically we're using a trusted computer built-in applications that nobody can stop you to troubleshoot. Why would they even hire you then, right? That this is like you can use it anywhere throughout the world. But then in the future, we're going to show you more scripts or more tools that can be inside the company already, or you can use it to think about that. If I have training on this type of tool, then they may be using something else, so I'm good to go, no problem. This is how I'm confident in my career, because if I got fired today, I can go to a next job and I will become a sysadmin because I already know certain skills that I can implement it over there, or I can learn quickly. Kev will say the same thing. If he get fired from this job, he'll probably go to a different place and he may not be able to use the same tools, but he can understand the other tools. So that's the concept of this training, because you cannot be training yourself on a specific thing over here, guys. So one thing I want to basically, talk about and implement in this training is that don't just focus on one specific way of learning. Open your mind, basically. That's what I'm saying, right? That's what we're doing this. Like open your mind to more stuff.
All right. So Danish is absolutely right. Also like something for me, like I do, like, I don't know if Danish does this, but this is what I do. Like, for example, if there's a computer that I can't go, I don't know, some companies do this. So for some reason, the computer, I can't find certain applications on the start menu and I want to get access to it. I usually go into C drive, local C. Obviously, if you don't know, if you don't know what you're doing here, don't mess with this unless you know what you're doing. And then I actually run as admin over here. So I look for CMD and run as admin on system 32 for that computer. I don't know if any Danish does that. I do that. When I can't get access to a specific thing, I do that. And yeah. This is another thing that happened to me. I'm gonna tell you another thing that happened to me. So a user had an issue where you can't click the start menu, you can't click anything on the desktop, and you can't click the task manager. And I couldn't restart the computer. So since there was a when you go to start menu, you hit shutdown or restart, that wasn't working. And the computer is remotely, like it's remoted in. And I run shutdown -I, which basically I'm going to go over that right now. So I run shutdown -I, right? So when you do shutdown -I, it allows you to restart a computer. All you got to do is look for it and put it in, put it here. You put the name of it and you hit OK, and then you can restart the computer. So I was trying to do that and it wouldn't work. It just wouldn't work. For some reason, it just wouldn't work. So then I'm like, you know what, let me do this. So then I went on his desktop and I right clicked on the desktop and I hit new folder. I started a new folder because I was able to do that. Then I got into the new folder and I went into Task Manager and I opened Task Manager from there and I closed all the processes and then the computer worked fine after that. Nice. That happened to me. I don't know. That was a weird issue. I was just sharing you an issue that happened to me. All right, going back into CMD, there's obviously your commands, IP config, you could see my IP address. I don't care. There's IP config release. Obviously, you want to release the DNS.
Now, why would you need to know this stuff, guys? Because a lot of time you either have to do this to find out if this machine have a real IP address. It may have bogus IP addresses, or it may be required from another engineer. Specifically, when you work with a network engineer and they're troubleshooting some type of network issues, you're going to be in the call with them and they're going to say, hey, can I get an IP address? Now, you're not going to tell a network engineer what kind of command should I use to get an IP address, right? That wouldn't look good. So you need to know IP config. Now, sometimes they may say, can I get a default gateway or a DNS? So you would do IP config /all. So maybe Kev, if you can run that all with it. So go ahead and there you go. So you get more information. So they may ask you these things. So what do you need to know? What do you need to do with your practice? Find out how many other commands can you use with IP config. You already know about a basic one, IP config. You already know about /all, and he's going to show you release. But make sure you go in there and find more. Just try it. See what can you find out, right? That's how you're going to learn.
Exactly. So then there's this thing called IP config /help. So if you do that, it'll tell you about all the different commands right over here, actually. So if you type -help, it'll tell you like renew, release, flush DNS, IP config all, renew, release. It tells you all that. So you could actually type help in the command line and it will tell you, it will help you. It's not, it's there's a help tab right there. There's also ping as well. So you could ping like 8.8.8.8. And obviously I'm gonna get that because I'm in the server and it's a little messed. The DNS is messed up.
I'll do the ping one because I was. It's funny that we haven't done. We don't call each other like, hey Kev, you're gonna do this and then I'm gonna do this. We're kind of like in sync right now. So when he's done, I'm gonna test you guys. Like there's something not working. So it's a test time. Everybody gotta get ready now.
All right, and that should be everything for level 1. I could go in depth, but I'm not gonna go because I don't want to make this video too long. So
yeah. The thing is this: we want to keep it, guys, in the beginning. At least you can absorb it. I know there are people who already know a lot of stuff, but you got to keep in mind that our trainings are being watched by people who are totally new, coming from like accounting, coming from business area, coming from that. So we got to respect that, right? We're also kind of like helping those people, right? So if you're ahead of the game, then we got all these other videos that we have done for you on our YouTube, and they're very advanced stuff out there. So make sure that's something you can combine. I'm sure you can search things, right? So you want to show something in an exchange now?
No, I'm not gonna go over it. I just logged into it. I was trying to see if I remember my password.
I was like, whoa, exchange. Okay, there you go. So guys, okay, let's take a break.
Next time.
Is there any questions from you guys? Anything that you guys can think that this may be asked or anything, so we can just see if you have any questions.
You mean questions just regarding what you've covered?
Yeah. For like this stuff. And if you have more questions about career-related stuff, stay on. We're not going to take this too long, by the way, today. And then you guys can ask more career-related questions, and we'll answer any questions, even if it's not related to troubleshooting. Okay. So guys, it's a little test time right here. Okay, let's see, because these are the stuff you're going to see in a very normal business environment, right? So first of all, can you guys see my screen?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, so guys, if we want to, when we basically create a machine for the first time, right? It's a brand new machine, and you already know about the process. I don't want to go there for like what is Active Directory. We have done that. We have added a computer to a domain. We have done that. So if you're watching us today, make sure you watch the video before this playlist. So this is in the playlist, and every video is kind of like in sync. So make sure you watch that video to understand where are these two machines coming from, and how am I using a domain controller inside the cloud, and how this cloud domain controller is connected to a local business. Remember, this is a laptop in UK. This is a laptop in Canada, right? Laptop UK, laptop Canada, and our whole domain controller infrastructure is in Microsoft data center, which I don't know where it is. Okay, so we already know that we are going through some crazy networks right here. Now you tell me if, let's say, for example, the laptop from UK, the laptop from Canada wants to RDP to the laptop in UK. Let's say this is a scenario that somebody from here in the UK is sitting in the office or from home right now, the virus is going on, and they're saying, can I get into my laptop in UK? Because I used to work over there, that desktop is running and stuff like that. So how would you guys deal with this? Can anyone volunteer right here? How would this person connect to that machine?
We'll set up VPN.
So VPN is set up. We're not talking about network right here. How would you get into this laptop UK right now? From here, from Canada to UK. Let me make it a notation right here. From here to here, how would I remote in? Let me even make it easy. How would I remote into that machine from this machine? How do I remote into this machine?
From application remote desktop.
Okay, remote desktop. What is that application name?
RDP.
RDP, perfect. Okay, so let's go ahead and clear this. So you guys say that it's RDP, so let's go ahead and find RDP, right? So the first thing is you're gonna find RDP, right?
Yeah.
So is this the one?
Yeah.
Perfect, okay, great. So what do I need to put right here to get into this machine?
IP address that machine.
IP or the name?
Or name.
Name, okay. Let's do the name, perfect. Laptop UK. Because this is what's happening.
Domain?
It's already in domain. This is something done, Eddie. So you gotta go back if you are confused about domain stuff. This is already done. So now if I click here, this is what's happening, guys. Exactly right now, people are sitting out there and they're calling 10, 15 type of tickets, and Kev can verify that the ticket is about this right now, as we speak. These are the tickets that you're resolving right now. What's happening over here?
Question why I can connect. So we need to ping this host.
Oh, okay, that's a good point right now. Now let's say if this machine was not, I mean, of course we're showing you in a virtual environment, everything is there, but you, in a majority of the time, in normal environment, you don't see the machine, right? You don't see the machine. So what would you do the first thing to find out about that machine?
Ping it.
Ping it, perfect. You gotta ping that machine. So where do I go to ping that?
CMD.
Perfect. So the people who are brand new, this is the stuff. I know it's gonna look too weird to you or something very strange, but once you do this like 10 times, the people who have already done it, they may be laughing right now. Man, I know this stuff, right? I know you guys are feeling like that right now. But put yourself back in there for the first days. Even opening a CMD is a big deal for a new person, right? What the hell is CMD, right? So now what do? You're gonna write that first, this command that is gonna stick to you for entire your IT life. You cannot get away from ping command. I can guarantee you on that, right? So now what should I type, guys? Laptop. Okay. Now I'm a network engineer and you're telling me, Vilad, I'm gonna pick on you again. I'm gonna always pick on you. I won't leave you, bro.
Great.
So Vilad, I'm like, Vilad, what's going on with this?
Well, I see you have IPv6 address, so you would probably want to use IPv4.
Guys, I gotta come down in 2 minutes. Kev, can you take over just for 2 minutes? I have something important that came up. Okay, just 2 minutes. So.
Yeah, sure.
So I guess it's shut off IPv4.
So you see that he ping and there's a reply. You see it, right?
Yeah. Well, just usually they use IPv4. Well, but it's pinging, yeah.
So you see there's a reply and he was unable to connect. Does that make any sense?
I guess the port on the remote machine closed. It could be one of the issue.
What's the port number?
3389.
Yes. How do you allow the port on the machine?
Through Windows Defender or Windows Firewall.
Sorry guys, I just came back. Something happened over here. Okay guys, so if a network engineer is telling you, Vilad or anybody, that, okay, is it pinging? So you're gonna say, yes, it's pinging, right?
Yeah.
And he's gonna say, okay, can you give me the IP address of that machine? How would you give the IP address now?
Well, this FE80 colon.
But he said, man, you're giving me IPv6. That's not what I want. I want IPv4.
Okay, IPv4 you would need to turn on then.
You need to turn that on. Is it off? How would you find that out? Is it on or off? How would you find that out?
IP config all.
IP config all. Okay. Okay.
So
now, is there any other method, guys, for you to find out IP config? Sorry, the IPv4.
I think if you go to adapter settings.
From ping. Let's make it more specific.
Well, I would need to ping the IP address of the remote machine if I know that.
Anybody?
Isn't there a flag that you can add to get?
Can you put IPv4 right here like this?
Okay.
No.
Maybe.
It's not working.
I guess you need to put like slash or something.
There you go. Good job. So look at this. Knowing commands can help you very much in this situation right now. All you got to do write what? -4.
-4.
Now you got -4. Sorry, not -4. -4, and you got the IPv4 right. This type of knowledge can really help you when you're actually working with a network engineer or sysadmins. Of course, you can do IP config all. That's another way to do it. I'm not saying that's wrong. That's actually right. You're also right, Eddie. You can go to the graphical GUI, but how many steps did you took for that? You took like 6 steps to find an IPv4, right? So this is what you can make your life easy, but if you know these things right there. So now, guys, if I can get into, and the IP is working right now, then as a network engineer will tell you what? Vilad, networking is working, bro. This is not a networking issue.
Well, I would the next step, what I would say, like, can we check, like, is your firewall like blocking that?
Firewall,
so check
usually firewall, let's say I'll turn it off too if it's on or off. Maybe it's already off right now. I think we already turned it. It's almost it's probably off, but we can, I think, turn off this one thing right here too. But it's connected to domains. I don't know if this is gonna be a good idea. Okay, here. We turn it off. Here,
okay, I think the first thing what I actually ask is the RDP configured on the
what's configured?
Remote machine. Like remote desktop.
Oh,
is it configured on the remote
there you
machine?
go. There you go. So how do I fix that?
I go to the system, start system.
I go to start. I go to what system then?
System info.
System info.
Yeah, about system info. Okay, and remote setting.
Remote settings, perfect.
Okay, allow the remote connection to this computer.
It's such a basic thing, guys, but it's such a everyday kind of thing that you're gonna definitely at some point hit this ticket for sure, right? Because how many people are remoting into this machine, and specifically today, the reason I'm doing a lot of remote troubleshooting is if you landed a job now, this is what you're dealing with. And of course, after this, there's more other remote tools like Teams, you can take over the screen, Zoom, you can take over the screen. We're talking about a real RDP right here. Of course, those are other things. And that we have a full playlist in our Job Skills Share channel. And then the full playlist is about how do you use Zuho Assist? How do you use Zoom? How do you use this and that? How do you use AnyConnect? How do you use all that? We have done that. So if you want to enhance this learning now, you should actually go and do that part right there, okay? So if I do apply right now, then what happened after this? Can I do RDP right now, guys?
Yeah, you should.
It should.
It should work.
Yeah, you should.
Perfect. It should. It should work. Now, most of the time, a lot of people then have this problem if they're using their home RDP. Can you guys see my screen, by the way?
Yes, we see it.
Okay. So if you see this screen right now, which KevTech already talked about, this prompt is going to be always, you're going to come across it always. How are you going to come across this prompt? Through software installations, through evaluating the admin rights, to joining a computer to a domain, to RDP. So this prompt is very important for you. And actually accessing a site that is Active Directory control. So if there's a website that you use SSO or authentications kind of stuff from your local on-premises network, then it's going to give you all these prompts inside the browser. So you can still lock yourself out from this. So this is a perfect place where people start locking themselves out. How do they lock themselves out? Because their computer usually shows something like, let's say KevTech. It's going to show something like this, right? And then the password on the bottom, it's going to be something like local machine name, not this demo DC here. So if they're keeping doing that and doing that, then it won't work. It won't work. Nothing will work. So then if they change their domain and they don't put the right password, they will lock themselves out. So that becomes an issue, right? So where do you need to now learn about this type of troubleshooting? You need to learn about what? What is that? Where do you fix these issues when people get locked out?
In Active Directory?
Active Directory.
Active Directory.
Perfect, because we have done Active Directory like millions of times now in our platform. So make sure you guys go and type Jobs.to Active Directory, type KevTech Active Directory, and you're going to find gazillion amount of videos from us. Trust me, it's like too many. I mean, Active Directory is like our platform is full, because that's such a place and such a first core requirement for you. If you don't understand that Active Directory thing, then of course now you're stuck. And this is why I wanted to do this lab with you guys. Why? Because if you didn't know about Active Directory, can you guys use a common sense over here? Would you be able to fix this issue if somebody get locked out right here?
Probably not. We'll
No.
escalate that.
So let me tell you right now, the whole part of this video was what? So you got to understand the process. You got to understand the network at least such a basic level, so you do not get stuck in here. Now, I can train a person like for 15 hours and doing troubleshooting. And to be honest, I will not even cover 0.00000% of the world troubleshooting that's happening in the whole world right now. So it doesn't make it's making no sense for a professional or for a trainer or for a mentor or for a YouTuber to spend that kind of time without teaching a proper way of the first areas, like the Active Directory stuff. So if you think about our training, and when we started with KevTech, in the beginning, we started with what? The first video was what? About career. The second video was what? We started to create a whole domain controller from scratch. So even though that was not your part of your job, but now you understand how this whole network was created in the first place. Then when we phase you into Active Directory, and then you started to learn all these troubleshooting. So it doesn't make sense to you guys these days now, like, well, why we are doing this in sync? Does it make sense?
Yeah, it does.
And the quick note I want to say is, like, you could sit here and teach somebody all this, but the thing is that it's not about doing it. It's about understanding why you're doing it. And that's something that you got to keep in mind.
Yeah, perfect. So of course, after this, if username and password is correct, you can RDP into the job is over. I mean, the ticket is resolved, the troubleshooting part is over, the rest is another thing. Maybe you may get another call that I cannot print locally now. I cannot open my audio from there. And of course, you can go along and we'll never finish it. So that's something you should learn. You should Google things and find more issues. Or if you are not taking stress, I'll say, if you know this much, don't take too much stress over here for level 1 people. If you know this much, land a job and learn what you're going to see then, right? That's my concept of telling people. You don't want to get into becoming a master before you even land a job. It won't work. You'll just burn yourself out. Am I right, KevTech, in this one?
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. I actually was going to ask you like, I'm trying to RDP to my UK computer, and for some reason it's only showing me on one screen. I want to use both my monitors. How do you fix that?
There you go. This is going to be another, like, if you have 2 monitors right there, then you got to make sure you go into the RDP settings and the settings, and you have to turn on certain features in there. Some of them are you have to turn on the printers, or you got to turn on the monitor. Like he was telling in one of his live session, when a person couldn't do a full something about resolution, right? You talked about it. And then he was saying that, hey, we're using Citrix for that. Citrix is controlling that stuff. I can't fix that on RDP. So this is where then you gotta go understand the product that company is using. And that's where, what do I say to you? If you know about RDP, if you know the basics of getting into the machine, then let them teach you that stuff. If it becomes a specific product later on, let them teach you that. That's why they're okay with that. That's why you heard Rahal on the phone in the beginning. The person who was hiring him, he hired him with almost no experience. But he told him that I went through all this training and everything, so I know all this stuff. So he's like, okay, why don't you learn these other things like log me in, TeamViewer, stuff like that, because that's what they use, right? So he wasn't expecting him to know all that stuff. He just told him to, can you just kind of go outside, and learn it on your own. And Rahal did that. He's doing that right now. Okay. Is Rahal in this meeting, by the way? I want to see if Rahal, are you there? Okay, maybe he's busy. Okay.
Hey guys, I'll be back. I gotta feed the dog.
Okay, sure.
Donish, I wanna use both my monitors. Why is it not working? Why is it only working on one monitor?
So one of my monitor is basically I pick him and trashed him. So here's the thing, guys. So I set up a monitor today. I think I'm gonna show this right here on the uploaded right here. So let me just pull up right now. What did I do for this one? So there could be many reasons for that, right? If you are using, there are many different type of solution for this. So let's say, for example, I bought 2 monitors from my brother today. I'm going to upload that video, by the way, today. So I have one monitor that was using HDMI, and I have one monitor that was using VGA, right? So what happened was that when I went in and I logged in and wanted to basically help him out, he wasn't using the right settings for one of the monitors that he wanted to remote in, because the right side monitor has a lot of resolution. On the left side monitor wasn't like that. So RDP has limitations, right? So basically, you went into the RDP settings, and since these are virtual machines, I can't do that right now. But you'll basically go to the RDP settings, and you have to basically then pick the monitor's settings from there. There's a resolution settings, and then still, the monitor was not actually working correctly how you want it. You cannot do 2 monitors like this. Like if you're sitting remotely, you can't just do like screen, I'm gonna go from left to right monitor like that. That doesn't work in RDP unless I'm kind of outdated on this. Maybe KevTech can help me with this, but I couldn't do that. So what I did for him, I was like, okay, you gotta use a different tool for this kind of stuff. So we have this tool called, I don't know if you know about KevTech. I even use it on this machine right here. Let me show it to you. Here. Mouse without border. Have you ever heard of this one? I don't think so, right? So when we got into RDP right here, this is the tool that probably I'll make a video. So on the left side, he has a monitor. On the right side, he has a monitor, and he has a second machine, and he can use 3 machines by going like that through the network. I know it's a little advanced stuff, and I'll make a video on this, but this is what we did for him. And I wasn't able to fix that issue because one of his monitor has a very low resolution, and one of the monitor that he bought is a curved monitor. So the monitor is this big, right? So that didn't work for him. So I'm not sure if you have a better way to do this, Kev. I don't have a solution for that, for this kind of 2 different monitors that have a very extreme low level and a very extreme high level resolutions. What do you think about that?
No, we usually have them. We usually have everything uniform, so they use the same 2 monitors. It's not 2 different monitors. It's not going to work.
And that's a common issue in the companies, right? If they buy, if a director say that I really love that curved monitor, can you guys buy it for me? And if your team has already bought, let's say, a very low resolution, all type of monitors, then you're gonna have a problem right there. Then you have to buy at least either the 2 exactly same monitors to make it work, or you gotta basically come up with at least a little better monitor that has a higher level resolutions, or else you're gonna have a lot of issues. And that's a very common thing that we face in IT. Of course, then you have more, solutions for this, but it gets more advanced. Like I said, the one that I'm using, I have 3 machines in front of me right now, and I can go through all these 3 machines, but that's not RDP anymore then. It's like you need more than that. What Kevin was saying, that you need Citrix for certain things, and that would be that. We also use Itarian. That has its own tools to connect to a machine. So that has its own way of connecting to the monitors. So there's a bunch of solutions for you, but at the same time, as a level 1, we don't want you to get into that detail because you're not going to be fixing something like that, especially for first week of your job or the second week of your job. You won't be able to do that. But if you really want to understand and kind of like in the beginning, I highly recommend just making sure you go to the local resources of the RDP. You go in and check these things out right here, because that's going to matter right here, right? Kev, this is where you're going to come across, and you're going to basically start to playing around with the voice that people are going to be calling you. They're going to be calling you by the printers, which is a very common one. They log into the machine and they want to print from their office machine, right? From their office machine, then of course you gotta understand this process. Or they maybe want to using their local machine and stuff like that. And then sometimes if they are VPN-ing, they're using a VPN, and then they're using RDP, and then they're using all these settings. There's a lot of issues that we're facing right now. There you go. Kev is like shaking his head like, I know what you're talking about. Okay, guys, so One last thing I want to discuss today in this session, and then we're going to end it, and we're going to make session 2 on this, because this is such a big area that we're just going to keep making videos. What do you think, Kev? Is that a better way to do it?
I'm still waiting for our IT dance off. We didn't do that yet.
I'm going to do that at the end of the video. I'm going to do that when they start asking me. I'm going to do a dance off right now.
Okay. All right.
So guys, one last thing I want to talk about now is that, okay, these are certain type of things that we discussed right now. And kind of like, you know, giving you a practical start to kind of like a feeling of it. So if you think you're a brand new person and you're watching this and like, man, these guys are like too fast, or this is just too much for me in the beginning, then what did I tell you in the beginning? You got to learn what? Fundamentals, right? You got to learn where the things are starting from, how things are connected, TCP, UDP. If you're doing RDP, what kind of connection is it using? If you are inside the network, is it LAN, WAN, PAN, CAN, MAN, CHAN, PAN, TRAN? I don't know what that is. There's so many, right? So what is that, right? There's hubs and there's switches and there's routers. So certain things you just need to understand at a very big level, right? Fundamentals of it. Then you can slowly phase in. If you want to invest money, then of course you can take this type of courses, like which is hands-on labs right there. Like as you can see, this is a CompTIA type of courses, and it's a hands-on. If you don't want to invest money, then go for professormesser.com. He has a free content, the same content, but it's free videos. Everything is like theoretical videos and some demos. And then you have KevTech channel full of real world stuff, basic stuff. Every day he's posting videos. So it's a combination of learning multiple different type of things to become an IT professional. You're not going to become an IT professional from 5 or 6 or 7 sessions. I can guarantee you on that. You're not going to become, even if you land a job, that doesn't mean you are an IT professional. IT professional, when I say IT professional, this person has kind of like can go over the level 1 without even thinking. That's an IT professional, like in my word, because that IT professional can get fired anytime and he can land a job anytime. But you as a level 1 right now, if you get fired by just learning how to RDP, you cannot land another job. It might be really hard for you, right? So you got to understand this. What we are telling you right here, we're telling you that there is some learning required before you do this, and the learning is provided to you for free. The first phase right here, this whole right here, this is like a huge amount of content right here. All of this stuff, if you finish it and you jump into our YouTube videos, I think you're good to go. But then, of course, some people want to do more hands-on stuff, then I want to also give them ability, because I have members sitting in this training, they have spent $1,000 right there. So I want to also tell them that you guys have what? You guys have a practice lab, a $48,000 value for 1 year. So why would you even waste this access? Kev, I sometimes give this access to people in trainings and they never open it. And I'm like, you spend that kind of money and you're not going to open something so powerful right here that we're giving you, you have paid for it. So my suggestion to people is that if you then, you know, are interested in knowing more advanced or hands-on stuff, then you got practice lab right here and go for it. Open these labs right here. If you click on CompTIA A+, all the things that we're discussing, it's like 48 hours of content is right there, hands-on. So you can see it has everything: security issues, practical issues, change management, every single thing that you can come across. So you don't want to lose this access. With our YouTube channels, those are real world scenarios, those are live, those are the things that are happening. With then you have more professional learning that you can keep doing it to develop your skills, right? So now, last thing I want to jump into is one example to you, because we didn't touch sysadmin and we're not going to go into sysadmin in this session, but I'm just going to give you a feeling of it, a touch of it, right? Because I have spent so much time in this area too. So now guys, if I am, let's say, downloading a Firefox on this machine, right? This is a normal user. He's using a Firefox machine, and I think Kevin already touched this part right here. So I want you guys, somebody to volunteer of what's happening right here. What's happening?
You're not allowed.
Why? How do you determine that I'm not allowed right here? Because of this message?
Yeah, it says your system administrator, contact your system administrator for more rights.
Okay, so who can give me a better answer that where is this getting blocked from?
Is that like a group policy issue?
Perfect.
Active Directory?
You just hit the nail right there. No Active Directory, don't say Active Directory, it's a group policy.
Group policy.
Okay, if I want you to confirm it to me, how would you do that? You cannot log into server. You're not a sysadmin. You can log into my server right now. How would you confirm this? Win2, you don't have access. You don't get that kind of rights as a first technician who is joining this company for the first day. You don't get group policy access. Especially
Well, I will take screenshot of that and send it to the sysadmin through the ticket system.
Let me tell you something here. Another thing that's very important before we end this training is knowing where is everything logged. So what am I talking about here? If I say logging, what are we talking about here?
Event viewer.
Event viewer. Who said that?
Jerry.
Me.
Jerry's a pro right here. I'm sure he's gonna say. So guys, event is something. If we have to leave this training, I want you guys to go to your own event viewer inside your computer, and you're gonna be amazed if you're looking at this for the first time, how many things your computer is logging right now. Everything that you do in this computer is getting logged. You log in, you log out, you click on something, you have errors, you have problems going on. Your event viewers are already telling you stuff, right? So if, let's say, for example, you come over here and somebody says, can you prove it to me that this is group policy? Where would you go? You're going to go to Windows.
Security.
Security or applications?
No, application.
There you go. So what does it say, guys?
It's right there. Firefox installer exe has been restricted.
It's right there. So what I
Yeah.
wanted to basically show to people is that certain things are outside of your hands. You can't do anything about it. If they have blocked it, and now here's another problem with this. Not every application will give you a system administrator have blocked it. Now what are you gonna do? It doesn't give you a message. It just goes away. You're still gonna come back to what?
Check your event.
You still have to come back to events, because this is an example that it was by design I blocked it, right? But not, what if you have an application that is having a normal issue, like you double click on it and nothing is happening. You click on it and you get some weird error. Where should you come first then? Go to the events, right? Yeah. And it's not going to be so sweet and simple for you in the beginning, right? They're not going to just say, oh, we blocked this application and we have this. Maybe sometimes will be some weird error. And then after this, what should start? What should kick in after that? If you don't understand this message and you find out, okay, this is a message about this and this and this, this is the warning, this is the event ID right here. What will be my next approach after this?
I would take the event ID number. Sometimes they provide you a link on the bottom, and you can search it through the messages. Or if that's beyond your level, you could give that to your admin or whoever's in charge of fixing that.
Or you can use one of the best friend in IT is who?
Google.
Okay. Google is also best friend, but also you should be in a community. Now, today I want to share another tip with you guys. I know you guys already know from my training and other people, Spiceworks. Heard of this name? Anyone?
Spiceworks.
Okay, so write it down, Spiceworks. Spiceworks has more than probably 6 to 7 million right now. I'm outdated. So the people that you're looking right now, KevTech or me, there are tens of thousands of people who have better experience than us in Spiceworks. Now, that should tell you something now. If you went to Google, you can figure it out, right? And you did all the research, you did all your troubleshooting, then you take all that, query or question, and you did it what? You went in out there and you now asked specifically IT professionals in their community for free. And in 2 minutes, they're gonna start sending you solutions. Now, isn't that a better IT friend right there? So you got Google in there, but then you went in more specifics, because you cannot call me that, Danish, I was checking your training on YouTube, so let me, there's an issue going on, can you fix it for me? No, we don't do that. Mentors or training don't do it, because we can't do that. I mean, are we going to be fixing people's issues, or we're going to be training people, right? It's just not going to work. So this is my thing is like, do not rely on me, do not rely on KevTech. Come back to our trainings, come learn from us, take advices from us and everything. But at certain places and certain time, we cannot even help you legally, right? If there's an issue going on inside your company, Kev is not allowed to remote into your machine in a company, right? So you cannot. But you can definitely use what? Google. You can definitely use Spiceworks, because they can only suggest things to you, and then you have to apply that, right? So this is one of the examples that I wanted to do. Now, how did I do this, and how this whole thing is happening? That's, of course, as a sysadmin level. stuff. I can go back to group policy and show it to you, but it's going to get too big. But before we end, I want to just to show you what are we going to do next time is this right here. So I think this is something that if you guys want to see, okay, hey, I'm really interested in knowing this stuff. So this is what I'm talking about right here. So guys, this is about, I don't know, about 100 tickets or about 150 tickets. Watch what it is. I cannot, these are real tickets. It says I cannot open Microsoft Teams. It says I can provide, this site cannot be, this site cannot be open because it's having a secure issue. And on the bottom, the other one, have you seen these letters? I'm sure you guys seen this. The site can be reached, right? This is the real tickets, the real tickets that we're dealing with these days as a help desk or as a sysadmin. Both we work together. And then of course, if you guys started seeing this type of messages in this session, I'm sure you guys are gonna pass out right now. Because if you see now, a sysadmin is what? Dealing with this type of errors. A sysadmin get into, and then he get this type of errors. I get this type of errors. And I need to understand these type of gibberish right there, right? You don't understand this, right? So then I get into more detail and detail and detail. And as a sysadmin, I don't just kind of like, this is why I wanted to show this at the end, just to give you an idea of what sysadmin usually deals with. Sysadmin don't have the ability to just give out the ticket or image machines to anybody else. A sysadmin is hired and they get paid more. Why? Because they gotta what? They gotta fix the issue. They can't say, I gave up. They can't say, I gave up. I'm gonna give it to another person. Now, I'm sure in some companies, they have the ability and everything, but that's just, sysadmin is not designed for that. That's why they got the job. They got this 80, 90, 100K money right there, because they are dealing with an error like this in the beginning. They're gonna see a site cannot be reached. So the help desk job is gonna be what? To verify that this site is not working overall. It's not just a one specific machine issue, right? If it was a one machine issue, then it's a help desk call, right? You could have fixed it by many things, like maybe open a different browser, maybe it's something is wrong with the IP address, maybe you can totally re-image the machine. This is your master golden key machine, like image, right? You just give the new image, new machine, and your problem solved, right? You can get away with many things, right? But let's say if this after this is not an issue, it's a whole overall company issue, then a system admin has to know this type of stuff. Now, how many people have, when I do IIS, site down, app pool, how many of you know this stuff?
Nope.
Nobody?
I'm familiar with it.
Yeah. Well, who said that? Kevin? Yeah, Kev. Okay, Kev is there.
Yeah,
I'm looking at your video. I'm like, where did you go? So guys, a sysadmin has to know if it becomes a level issue where a technician cannot resolve, or technician have assigned it to sysadmin because technician says, this is not my job right here. I checked it with all of the machines that I know and it's not working. So guys, it's going where? It's going to sysadmin, right? So a sysadmin then needs to know something in very detail. They cannot get out of that detail. So that's why they pay them what? They pay them, that's the next level, right? After help desk, that's the next, because you need to understand this code right here. So if you send me this code right now, I say, this makes no sense to me. I need to know, I need to get a better code than this. This is not the code that I want, right? So as a sysadmin, then I need to get into, do something to generate a code like this. Now, this is the issue that's going on with that site. A real error is this. So anybody looking at this screen, can somebody tell me what's going on over here? Ricardo is like, what the hell is this, man?
No, because I get the email that works.
Something with SQL Server. SQL Server configure.
Somebody said what?
Something with SQL Server.
Something to do with the SQL Server. Now, this is a great point. But here's the thing. Now, as a sysadmin, what do you need to know?
Well, I guess you need to figure out, SQL Server.
There you go. I wanted to know. The reason I show you this example is just one example, but look how many things I need to know. I need to know about server. I need to know about the web server. I need to know about the things running inside the web server. I need to know about the config file of the server. Then I need to know about what SQL Server, because I know this issue is with the SQL Server. It's just not right. Something is not right. So as soon as you, of course, after that, when you realize that there's an issue going on, then the other thing about sysadmin is that this person has to be really good at finding information. And how do you do that? You gotta use like notepad. You got to use like even some tools that can look for a specific issue right there. So we're here, this is, I'm pointing right here. I'm looking for what SQL, and then I need to change a SQL value. And after when I fix that, the site comes back up and the developer is happy, the users are happy. But I just wanted to show you this, just an example to you guys that a sysadmin training is not a joke, right? It cannot, that's why I tell people that you cannot become a sysadmin without going through level 1 for this specific reason. How can you fix this issue if you don't even know that this kind of, who's that?
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a, when can you scroll down? Those are all instances, right? Like
all of these
errors that are coming up on that particular server. So if something happens,
yeah. Sorry, I'm having a little trouble right here. Hold on. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, like when you saw the thing, when you saw the error with the SQL, right? Like all of those are instances. So that's a problem. You have to look for where. Obviously, that means something is broken somewhere on that server, one of the scripts. So you got to. So you were saying earlier, they would just clear up wherever is causing that error, and then it'll get.
So basically, in this specific example, of course, you have to see what exactly the error is. So the error is basically it's not pointing to the right SQL server at all. It's just that, so a server was upgraded, a site was upgraded to a new server, and now somebody didn't do a good job with the config files, they didn't upgrade that, and now we have this issue.
Okay, I got you.
Right? But the first issue is actually not a SQL issue. If you look at this one, this is not a SQL issue, guys. This is actually a part of that, but this is a different issue. So if you see a message like this, what can happen here? I put some information, right? But we're gonna go over this stuff. Don't stress too much about this stuff.
Some trouble with DNS.
Something to do with the DNS. So basically, this site is down because it doesn't have the right IP address. There's no IP address in that server. So it's just, if you don't have an IP address assigned to a website, then how can you open the site? It won't work, right? So anyways, guys, don't put too much stress on this right now, because this training is not gonna, this is gonna go somewhere else then. So, but I just want to say that you see this document right here. This is all help desk tickets right here, and we're gonna go over one by one. These are all real tickets. So this is right here. This is gold right here for you guys. So if you guys want to come back to the next session, we're not gonna talk about theories and basic stuff. We're just gonna straight get into the tickets like this, and we're gonna talk about it. So if we can talk about these tickets, and trust me, if we can finish all of these tickets in 1 or 2 sessions, to be honest, you got an experience of, let's say, 6 months worth of professional experience right here, because we do things repetitively. And these tickets are what? These are unique tickets. So you make these tickets and multiply into then another 15 similar tickets, then you got like 500 tickets right there, right? So that means throughout my 3 months or 6 months, that's how many tickets probably are resolved. And if you learn this stuff, this means you have that kind of experience. This is such a goal for you guys that nobody have taught us like this. We have learned it on job, and we spent so much time repetitive. And then we get to the point, I'm like, why am I doing this repetitive crap? I need to learn better than this. I need to learn something different, right? Correct. So guys, this is it for today. I'm also exhausted. Kevin also exhausted. If you have any questions right now, basic career-related question, please ask us and we can talk about it. First thing I want to ask people that, did you guys like this training? The people who are in this training?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, it was good, man. Yes, definitely. Yeah, it was good.
Basically teach live training, and we have self-paced training. So something like this is an updated videos for the people who have taken our live training and did our live sessions with us. Of course, in our live sessions, we try to teach everything that is very important for a job, but sometimes you may want to come back and do more detailed learning, and this is the part of that detailed learning. So we teach a live training session throughout our series. So when we start our full 5 days live training, every time we teach about a tool, we talk about how do you use it for remote troubleshooting, this and that. So it can go pretty detailed, but here we're going to do a step-by-step approach. First of all, you should be asking a question: why do we need it? Where does it come in my learning experience, why it is so important? So simply go to Indeed.com or any main sites that you're applying for jobs like help desk, user support technician. And this skill is not just limited to the help desk. This is a skill that every single IT person must know, because it doesn't matter which type of career you are in the IT. You need to be able to talk to people, you need to be able to connect with customers, you need to be able to connect with vendor, you need to be able to let the engineer connect to your system, you need to be able to connect to your own employees and staff members. So you have to be really good at this skill. And if you look at our screen, we have help desk technician on the top, and here this says perform remote troubleshooting. So people can definitely ask you this in the question, in the interview question, that what kind of tools do you use to remote troubleshooting, and have you ever used any internal tools for remote troubleshooting? So we will explain things step by step. This video will not be one video, it's going to have multiple parts. As long as we cover everything, we're going to let you know which part we're going to cover specific things. Now, if you look on the bottom, in Florida, we have a full remote job. So this means this person has to know a lot about remote, getting into the systems remotely. And so that's why it is very important, because you can even land a whole job by just doing remote stuff. So of course you're going to be using your own skills to fix computers or to fix routers, switches, security, stuff like that. But at the same time, you need to be able to very smoothly and easily connect whoever you are trying to help. So the first thing we need to decide, because a lot of our live members and premium members, they actually buy our labs, or the live members, they do everything with hands-on. First, I want to go and help them out in this case, because you get something like this. As you can see, this is our current live member lab 700, and if you're watching this video, probably any other live member 600, 500, whoever is right now live on these labs, you can use these machines by the things that I'm doing right now. So this is kind of one network that we're giving you, and you will be using one network that you have, because in remote troubleshooting, and there are different type of remote troubleshooting which I'm going to explain in a second, you need at least 2 different networks, because specifically the one that you're going to be using tools that are famous outside, like Zoom, TeamViewer, Zuho Assist. So many tools are available out there. There are third-party tools, and you will be using to help who? The customers who basically take their laptops outside of the building, or maybe they have their own issue on their machines, or your job is to support a normal customer who's like a home-based users, and you need to use tools like these, because then you don't have what? You don't have a full setup like a normal company. Companies will have software like SCCM, which I'm going to show you in a second, this one right here. So you do have access to these resources. This is a practice lab, and you can turn on administrator and deploying system center configuration. This is a very advanced tool, but you can actually come over here and actually use these access that you already have, and apply and to learn these on these machines right here. Now in the practice lab, you're going to be using these machines right here, but the things that I'm going to show you later on, and we're going to expand on this video, we're going to install internal remote support tools. So you're going to have like a server, and then you will be remoting into these other machines to learn that skills internally. But then you also have a different skill, which I just explained. You need to use tools like Zoom and stuff like that. Now you may say, why Zoom? Something that is going to look good on your resume, something that people are using it heavily right now. It used to be a lot of WebEx and stuff like that. That's still out there. GoToMeeting is still out there. You may want to touch up on that too. But I'm going to be teaching you Zoom, because Zoom is kind of taking over most of these remote type of conference, remote type of meetings. So people expect you to know about this stuff, because you're going to be going to what? Meeting rooms. They're going to turn on Zoom, and they're going to call you. Hey, Mr. So-and-so, we are having issue with Zoom. Can you come and fix this for us? Or that person who is attending our Zoom meeting can't open it, and so what's the issues? How would you even go to that person machines and do these kind of things? So let's first figure out what we need to learn in terms of troubleshooting, remote troubleshooting, and kind of make this training a little bit more clear. So I am just going to create a few diagrams, and you guys can basically understand a little theoretical aspect of this training. So one, let's say this is a company A. We're going to call it A. and let's say this is a company B. All right, so we got two companies, A and B. So in this company, you basically started your first job, and let's say in this company they have about let's say 10 staff members. Okay, they have 10 staff members, and out of these 10 staff members they have 2 remotely working from home. So now when you join a company, the administrator or the help desk person, another help desk person, told you that to support these staff members internally, we have a tool called SCCM. Okay, I'm just going to call S right here. And from your help desk machine, you will connect to our SCCM server, and when they call you for issue, you're going to use that SCCM to connect to their screen. Now remember, we're not talking about RDP, remote desktop connection, so we're not talking about this right here. If you click on it, basically this will be like used for you connecting to this machine by getting into the profile. So you connect from your machine. Let's say there's a machine that you are using, and you connect to this machine by using RDP connection. So that will take over the profile. They will get if you log in as a user, then you will need their password, and then their screen will get blacked out, and then you will log in. Then yeah, you can see the issue there, but of course that's not a great way of a person being on the phone. How can they show you, how can they do things? So that's not going to be a good scenario right here. So this is why you're going to use a tool like SCCM, which gives you the ability, while the person is on the screen, you get on their machine and nothing gets disconnected. You are there just an extra person by using our different tools, and they will see that a support person is on my screen. And then you can take over the computer, you can take over the mouse and stuff like that to basically troubleshoot things. So that's an internal tool. We're going to talk about this later on in other parts. So basically what we're trying to achieve is this. We have these two people right here that are outside of the building, okay? And here we are saying that these people they went to a different country and they're having some issue with one of the PowerPoints. So there are some tools that are publicly available, so it only requires internet connection. So to support your employees that are remotely available like that, then a company will make a policy of going for a tool like Zoho Assist, or maybe they'll say that we don't have this, but you can use Zoom because we already pay for it, so you can basically create a meeting with them. But remember, Zoom is more of a meeting type of software. At the same time, you can take over the screen and do all that kind of stuff, while Zoho Assist type of applications are going to be more specifically for the support staff, because then if it's your machine, let's say it's your company machine, your company laptops, you can put like an agent on it. This is going to call it an assistant agent, and every time they need help, you will be able to connect to those machines as long as they have internet, and you will not require to send them emails and get them involved in it. So you can actually take over the machine. That's where the company will decide what kind of investment they would like to do, because both of these tools are going to be paid tools. There are some open source ones, but we're not going to touch it because we want to use this for your learning, so you can put it on your resume, and of course these are the tools that people know. So the first one we're going to talk about is Zoom, and it's a free access. This is where I say you need another machine like this one, because you need one main machine where you can download it, you can register and create a meeting, and the second machine is going to be like your client, because you do want to practice, right? So this is how you're going to do it. First, you're going to sign up for free. I already did. It's a free account, so go ahead and log in with your email and password. I'm going to log in right now, and then we will create a meeting. So I signed in with my account right here. As you can see, this is a basic account, and it gives you about the capacity and things like that. So this is where a lot of people you need to be learning these skills, because people will call you, how do I schedule a meeting? And of course, a lot of time team members, when they buy this product, usually someone in the team will teach them. But sometimes you will get a call from people that, hey, I'm trying to schedule this Zoom, I never used it, can you help me? Because that's their first thinking that you are an IT person, and you probably will know this, which none of us probably know this kind of stuff till you really get in there. So you see, you can create or schedule a meeting, you can join a meeting. So you can do two things with Zoom. One, you can schedule a meeting for someone who you would like to help, or maybe the other person needs to see your screen or whatever, vice versa. So, but you can do it this way. So we're going to click on schedule meeting. And then here, I'm not going to change anything, but you can see you can put all the description and everything. You can put a host on and off. All these things are just normal application settings. And you can put a meeting password in there if you would like to require that. I'm just going to click uncheck that. And you're going to click save here. It's very simple. And now the meeting is created. So after this, you basically copy this invitation and then you copy paste this and send it to that user that you would like to help remotely. So in our case, let's say this is the meeting number, join Zoom meeting. So let's say if I was to support somebody right now and they call me from, let's say, Denmark, and let's say this is the machine from Denmark. We're going to call this one right here. I'm going to connect it, and if you're a live member and you have this access, you can do the same thing. So I'm going to log in right now to this machine and practically show you what will happen. And here, so you can tell the member to go to Zoom site and either type this meeting ID and they will get connected, or like I said, you can do the email. We're going to do the Zoom ID first, because email is pretty simple. You send it, they click on this link, and everything opens up the same way, right? So let's go ahead and connect to this server. So right now it's opening up. We're gonna go ahead and open Firefox. So remember, right now I'm a support staff and I'm helping this member from external network wherever they are right now. So all we need is to tell them that your meeting ID is this. So go ahead and open Zoom website, and later next I am going to take over. So they're going to come here and they're going to Google. Just have them go to Google and then have them open Zoom. So when they open Zoom, just have them click on the main link right here. And on the top, you will see something that if somebody wants to join a meeting, they can click on this button right here, join meeting. And then after that, what will happen, they're going to type that ID number. So here it is. We are going to type that number 2222 627 222 627, and then they'll type 536. And here they will click on join. Now, it's probably not going to work in the beginning because it's going to ask them to basically download Zoom. Now, you could use a web version to connect. So some people may have issues downloading things. They may have something blocked, or another company might have, an IT person might have blocked that stuff. So maybe you can tell them to use a web version, but here they can save it, and then they will need to open this application. Now this is a very strange situation because you will have people that may have issues with this download. Then how do you even help them in that scenario? So see, you need to know two different tools. This is the skill. If you want to take something out of this video right now for yourself as an IT professional, then learn this, that you need to know two different type of tools. Where one is not working, have them try the other one. So even if you wanted to use Zoom, you can actually fix it by using like Zoho Assist, exactly the same way. So, but at least one will work on their machine, and this way you have a ability to troubleshoot things. So I'm going to go ahead and click on yes, and this will basically say that your meeting will begin soon, because I haven't started the meeting yet, right? So I'll have to go to my meeting, and as a meeting organizer, I need to actually start the meeting. So I'm going to click on start meeting. You see it is asking me also to download Zoom, so I'm going to do the same thing and then basically run this, and this will open up and start the meeting. Okay, so there are many other applications, but again we're using Zoom because it's kind of like, you know, known in the market, and people a lot of people know about it. So let's go ahead and open it. Probably it's right here. So there you go. It says that it's, you know, the meeting is started right now. And if I come over here and say right here, see how it came up, and you can join this with that computer right there. Once the meeting is started, you can say I want to join by phone, or they can click on join by audio. Now this is where technical question may arise, that okay, I am joining this machine, how do I click on the phone one? So you see, they will start asking you questions, and then when they connect, you are going to get a prompt that this person is connected to the meeting, and of course after that, organizer will be controlling this system. So of course, this training is not about only Zoom and Zoom features. It's about an IT professional having issues, or how will you get some calls. So number one call you're going to get a lot of times is the microphone. A lot of people will call you about, hey, I can't get my mic connected and things like that. So you need to tell them join computer with audio, or if you're going to have issues, make sure you call the number. So if they click on join computer with audio, if your computer have audio, it will detect it. If it doesn't detect it, then maybe you need to tell them to go to this little join audio icon, and this little arrow that's going up, you need to click on it, and then there's an option that says audio settings, or they need to pick their microphone from the settings. So once you click here, there's actually another tab that's gonna pick their microphone, and usually a lot of people don't pick that, and they may have two microphones, like built-in laptop microphone that's muted. They may have another external microphone that they can check on here, and that will start that process. So after this, the thing is this, that you need to be working with a user where you can tell them that, okay, I want to I want to see that problem that you're having. So you're going to basically share your screen. So let's say if I open our Zoom right here, so this is kind of like our Zoom that we are just connected. You can see this is where the help this person is connected with me. Maybe this is like a user right now, and I can say, okay, I would like to share my screen with you to show you something, or have them share their screen with you, so then you can see their screen. So if they share their screen, and they may share whatever they want to share, so here they'll click on share, and now basically we will see their screen in our Zoom settings right here. You see, this is where you will see the user screen right here. Then of course you can ask the user, okay, let me help you out by requesting a remote control, because that is where then you need to help them technically, like, that's the problem. Okay, I see that problem, I know the fix for that, and let me take over your screen. So you're gonna ask for permission, and then you will basically request for mouse access, and that's it. After this, you basically take over the machine, and that's how you do Zoom troubleshooting. You just got connected. And I think the main thing for you to learn is what to connect to Zoom, and connect to the user machine, and then how do you get the mouse control, so then you can take over. And after that, it's just whatever you know about these troubleshooting, or whatever the company had taught you, that what kind of problems you will get. Maybe you're using specific application in the company, and you need to get into that web browser, and then help somebody out, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. But how would you practice it? This is how you practice. You have two machines to practice right now, just how I have demonstrated, by using my main machine and using my lab machine. But if you have your own lab machine, you have computers in your home, you can do the same practice just like this. But again, you may be asking a question, okay, that's pretty simple, and that's kind of like a lot of people are going to be using it for meeting, but what if these two were laptops that we own and people take it with them? So then what kind of application will I use? So for that, I suggest you go into Zoho type of application, Log Me In type of application. TeamViewer is another one that you can use, but I will be only demonstrating this one, which is pretty cool for learning. So you're gonna go to Zoho Assist here, and then here you will basically log in, getting a registration. So they also have a free forever account, 1 remote technician, 5 unattended computers. So you can create 1 account, you can install the client on 5 laptops, and then you can access it anytime you would like to access. So for example, let's go ahead and log into this one. I'm going to use my username and password here and log in, and I'll demonstrate it to you. That now, let's say the issue is that this person is in some country, and then they need some help with something on a computer, and they just want you to connect. So because they think they don't want to use all this Zoom and other things, because they know you have some kind of connection already done for them. So all they call is hey, can you get on my machine, there's a problem with updates before my meeting, can you fix it for me? And you will just say, okay, turn it on, make sure it's connected to the internet, make sure it's not, you're not doing anything at that time when I'm logging in. So they're going to give you some time and say, okay, it's connected, go ahead and log in. right? So then after that, you'll basically log in with this web-based software. Now again, this can also do what Zoom is doing. You're gonna get an email, you're gonna send it to a customer, they'll open it exactly the same way, same process. If you can try, you want to try it this way too. But I'm gonna show you a different feature in this that differentiate between these two, like just Zoom type of meeting and also unassisted the unattended type of feature. So let's go ahead and get that. I'm gonna log in right now. So once I log into Zoho Assist, this is what I was talking about, that you should know two tools like Zoom, and if Zoom is not working, you should know definitely about this one. So then basically you can either access remote screen or share my screen. So this way you're going to type the customer email address, you're going to click on start or schedule, and as soon as they click on it, that link, then one of these two things will happen. But again, this is exactly what Zoom is doing, right? But what is the difference between this one? How this one is kind of a little bit more towards IT personnel, because you can do this unattended access, which is pretty powerful because you can do deployments, you can turn on the machines and everything once you add that agent on that machine that you would like to manage. But of course, this will require approval from your manager. They may already have some system, a cloud-based system that they are utilizing. So you do want to ask them what kind of systems you guys are using. But for your practice, you can use the same labs and your machine like this. So as you can see here, it says deployment. So what you need is this link right here, and you need to basically send it to your machine, and you need to basically open this up. So usually you will be using this in a email, because it's such a long link, or maybe some other way, USB, whatever you want to use. There's a GPO method. There's deploying using native tools. You can actually do this also. So there's a lot of different ways you can get this application installed. Now in our labs, you have the ability to click on type icon on the bottom right here and just copy paste that link, and then click OK, and it will show up on your bar right here. But make sure you click on like this, like make sure you select all of your bar, and then you will go into that link. As soon as you can see, when you put that link in there through your email, through this method or whatever method you use to get to that link, you're going to download that unassisted client. So again, this is going to be what? This is going to be your clients that are going to be using laptops outside of the building, and then they may call you, they may be a CEO, important people, and then you want to help them without any issue. Then I think this will be one of the best type of tools that you can use, because then you kind of cut down on all that user customer versus IT communication problem, because a lot of people may not get you correctly. They may get frustrated the way you're explaining things. So this way things gets very easy for an IT professional. So right now we have installed the client on this machine. You can see right here, this machine is successfully added to my email. So if I go back to our system now, and we're going to open our Zoho Assist and go to computer, you see the app server is now added. That machine that is in our lab is now added. What can I do with this machine now? I can rename it, move it, and delete it if you want. If I click on connect, what will happen now? You got a call from a CEO. I need help with my PowerPoint. I'm having this issue. Some error came up. I need immediately somebody to help me. So this is where things are gonna get really nice for you, because all you have to do is to just click on connect, and boom, you just got a connection on that machine. And it's going to show up right here in a second. So after that, what you can do is you can actually take over that machine, and you can basically change some of the things, like, let's say sessions. You can invite another technician if you feel like you need help from the other technician. So you see right here, you can send some keys in there, take a screenshot, black screen, meaning if you want the user not to see a password that you're applying or something more sensitive, then you can black the screen out for the user. So if I do black screen, you need to do upgrade on that. Of course, some of these things are going to be paid, so you can do power off, log off, reboot, quick launch, administrative task, files, chat. There's a lot of things you can do over here. So this is going to be my recommendation for you who are using these labs or your own home lab and you're practicing this. Make sure to go into these things, play around with these things, because this is the hands-on skills that you will definitely come across in your IT career, especially as a technician. You're definitely going to be working with somebody in your career like this. I can guarantee you, at least on this part, I can definitely give you a guarantee that you're going to be working on this. So these are the two type of troubleshooting skills you need. And what my suggestion is that, of course, play around with the tools. What can you do with this? Can you actually reboot a computer in a safe mode? Does it really help? Does it work? So when you do these kind of things, then of course you can use it yourself, or you can recommend it to your company. I do not get paid for this stuff, but at least when I see something good and I see something very easy for our members that they can use, then of course I will tell them that this is the tool. But don't just go buy it. Of course, there's so many other remote tools that you can also go try and find out. One of the best links you can do is type Zuho an alternative. Just type that in the Google and you'll find Zuho alternative. There are other people that are kind of competing with these companies, so they're building better tools and they're making their tools better. So you always want to be up your skills like that. So this is it. After this, of course, you can see right now it's connected, and what will the user see? A user will definitely see who's connected. I see right here this JSS is connected, so the user have the ability to do things too. So you may want to also learn from the user end, what can they see, because if you're going to be guiding them, sometimes your connection may be slow, or sometimes it may blacked out, or something will happen that they may see the screen is still connected, and then you might guide them that, hey, can you click on here, can you go back to download and run that installer one more time, or something like that, that will make sense to you when you're troubleshooting their machines. So thank you.
All right, this is your first day as an entry-level IT help desk, IT support specialist, desktop support, whatever you want to call yourself. But this is your first day as an IT person. They gave you a computer, a system admin or IT engineer or manager. They gave you the computer, a pretty powerful computer, because you have a lot of access right here. And luckily they told you to go ahead and configure your computer the way you want. Now most companies are kind of restricted on things, because when someone start new they have little restrictions and things, but since we said that we're gonna do everything from scratch, we are opening up to this, that you have all the access and you need to configure everything yourself. So the first thing you need to do is to create an easy account for yourself for these labs, so then you can move around and do things. So you will click on the server manager right here, and like I said, we have done this in courses. This is lab, so I'm gonna go through very quickly on some of the things. So if you are confused, go back, take the course. So Active Directory users and computers, we are going to add a new admin account. We're going to click users, new, we're going to say user, and we're going to call it helpdesk. Actually, we already have a helpdesk right there, so let's cancel that out. And there's a helpdesk right there. We're just going to right click on it, reset the password, we'll uncheck this one, and we'll give it a very easy password. Hopefully it will take my easy account. Yeah, okay, it did. And I'm going to check my properties, membership properties. I need to be a domain administrator, so I'm going to go and click on member off. It says right here domain user, so I won't be able to do anything. So I need to make sure that I am a domain admin. Click yeah. Alright, now this help this person is basically me, that's you, or whoever you want to put in there. I have all the access to other computers. Now things are getting started and the fun will start. Now the first thing, we need to set up some softwares over here to kind of do things, and I will explain what software will do what kind of calls and what kind of things you will be considering or doing with these softwares. Again and again I tell you guys that do not just focus on this software only, focus on the idea and the calls you will be getting, so then you can use any other tool if you're faced with that situation where they say no, we cannot use PDQ. So yeah, first of all, we will configure PDQ deploy. PDQ deploy is an easy software where you can deploy softwares to other computers. If there are like Adobe updates available, a new Adobe software came out, Java, Adobe Reader, Microsoft Office, you can deploy anything you want to scripts, even some other cool stuff with this, you can do that. So PDQ deploy, you're gonna run it, click yes, it will start installing, we're gonna click next, agree, next, install. We're going to launch it. Then it will ask us some questions. Click next. Free mode, we're going to use the free mode. Click next, and then it already automatically picked up my domain, which is cool, right? But here I'm going to change this name to the one that I created, a domain admin account, because I'm going to be using that same account everywhere else. So it should go ahead and do this. Yep, it took it, and now I have PDQ deploy ready to roll. So there you go, your PDQ is ready. And again, if you want to know about PDQ stuff, go back, take the help desk course, and take the section where it says software deployment. We have covered that in very detail, and you can see there's a lot of things that these things provide, you know, a 7-zip file. And if you go to the packages on the top right here, it will show you all the packages that's available for free, so you can actually drop, you know, install these packages and start deploying it right away. And they give you some of the things for free. As you can see, they're available right here. What kind of calls can you get with this? Maybe someone will call you, hey, you know, I'm getting this pop-up from Java. You need to just tell them, okay, go ahead, close your browser, make sure you save everything, and I'm going to push out an update. So you'll just go to Java, which is like right here somewhere. There you go. You basically install that to your packages here, and you just push it out. It's simple as that. It is so simple to use this software. I mean, I've been using it for years. Awesome software. Anyways, that's the kind of calls you can get. And you can see, you can just click on all of these and just think about it, what type of calls you will get. Browsers, Firefox, Chrome, all over. And you can actually deploy a full Microsoft Office service packs into these, and you can see these are big softwares right there. So there's going to be a lot of testings and things like that involved when you get these kind of calls. So this lab is over. I'm going to click on cancel. And now we're going to go ahead and set up PDQ inventory. Inventory, by its name, it's basically doing an inventory out there. So it scans your network, it scans your Active Directory, whatever you want to put in this, it will scan it, and it will give you the results of what is installed in that computer. You can actually log in from here. You can do a lot of things. So let's go ahead and set it up. You'll click next, click accept, next, install. And we're going to click on finish. Same stuff again. Picked up our domain controller, change that to helpdesk admin that we created, and that's it. So it automatically pick up the first, you know, Active Directory that is running your machine. So you can just close this out. And look at it here, is basically when you scan all the computer, it will automatically put all the computers in the right places. Like, you know, memory, if the computer is 5 to 8 GB or 4 GB or less, it will put it here. And online system, it will put it here. And Microsoft Office, it will put it right here. And it's just awesome tool, because now if your manager comes to you and they say, we are ordering 300 computers, I need to know out of 300, basically the computer that we have, the 300 computers, I need to know all the computers that have 4 GB RAM. Can you run a report? Now there's two ways you can do this. If you don't know, you basically are going to go to each computer, opening it up, imagine the reboot time, logging in, finding it out, writing it down, multiply that by 300 computers, then I'll tell you good luck. But if you use this, then in one shot, you can just, in 5 to 10 minutes, you'll find out how many computers you have. You can run a report and give it to the manager, and you're good to go. So these are the things that you will be basically doing as an IT person, that you're trying to do a lot of things that can be automated, but at the same time, you're not forgetting that you're a helpdesk or IT entry-level person, that you'll basically really need to sometimes go to users and kind of build that relationship with them. So at some point, meaning if it's very small stuff like updating a browser or things like that, I suggest you to go and talk to them, because that's how you build your communication with them, and it's really important right there. But if you have some project like this where there's like 300 computers that you need to find out on a weekend, then 100%, I mean, I'm thinking that IT person or manager will be crazy if they told you not to use something like this. Okay, that's kind of like the way to do things. So that's inventory right there, guys. That's how it's going to help you out. So I'm going to cancel that. Now, the next thing, we configured deploy PDQ, this one, and let's go ahead and configure one more thing before we call it part 1, and we're going to move to part 2 because I don't want my videos to be too long in one video. So the other one that we're going to be setting up is Spiceworks in this video, and we will end this part. So Spiceworks is another tool that does the inventory. It's a live scanning, so basically you can just anything that adds to the computers. So for example, if you have 400 machine, you have 100 machine, you have 15 machine, you have 10 machines, and somebody install a software on it, and your Spiceworks can scan it and it will tell you this software is installed on this computer recently. Or if there's an errors going on or a hard drive is going bad, you can find out. One of the best thing about this, you can use plugins or some add-ins where basically it will tell you that this computer or this server is running out of the space. Go do something about it, because one of the major thing that can happen if you have some domain controller or exchange or some good computer that's you configured for some services and it ran out of the space, everything will get corrupted, nothing will work. So that's kind of really important. A lot of people use Spiceworks. It has huge community for IT people. They're really good. If you have any technical issues that are advanced, you will definitely find someone that will help you out, because these people have lots of experience. They're new, old, every type of IT person is available in this community for free. So let's go ahead and set up Spiceworks quickly. So just use the default port for now. We're going to just click next. WinPCAP, just make sure you click next on that one. It's basically used for scanning and all that good stuff. You'll find out everything later on about Spiceworks when you start playing around with it and do a lot of searching about it, and on internet you'll find a lot of videos, and we have done that in our course also, so you can watch those videos how we did everything in detail. So in this video we will just quickly install and run the Spiceworks for the first time. Spiceworks is something that you can also use for reporting. It's very powerful because you have everything so accurate, and then like I said, it has a lot of reports that you can just customize, make it, or you can install someone else's report. So our Spiceworks is already installed. We're just going to say start Spiceworks now. Go ahead and click on that and it will open up your browser. It sees right here, it's on the right side, it's starting, and it will open up your browser right now. So there you go. Now since IE is a little restricted because you're running a domain controller, now most of the domain controllers are going to be restricted, I would suggest you to close this, copy this link, close your IE and open your Firefox, and you will have access to Firefox in this lab to make things easier for you. Now definitely you will probably get a Windows machine from your system administrator where you won't have these type of issues. They will not let you use the domain controller to install all of this stuff. That is definitely not going to happen. This is only happening in this lab because we want you to have a full IT entry level to admin level access where you can play around with the server at the same time you're doing that entry level stuff. And this is most of the admin stuff, but to be honest, there's really nothing more in helpdesk entry level position that helpdesk ticketing system and troubleshooting things, but there are a lot of positions that we came across that they are just one-man IT and they're doing helpdesk admin at the same time. So when your Spiceworks is started, you will basically get this. You'll put your information right here. If you already have an account, which I do, you'll log in, but if you don't, you just make this information and click create account. So you'll get this. To get to this screen, you basically you have two options in this Spiceworks which we will touch. One is to you have let's say your boss comes to you and say, hey, you know what, you're a new helpdesk person and we would like you to create our helpdesk ticketing system. It's a small company, we want you to take a lead of this project, and so you can use Spiceworks, which is free. You can just click configure helpdesk and you will have a full ticketing system inside Spiceworks. If you're doing scanning and you're doing that inventory stuff and all that cool stuff, you will just click on discover my devices. You can also do that for mobile devices. I'm going to do click device discover my devices. What's going to happen, it's going to ask you some questions here. what we will pick right here is inventory management, and then we'll click next. Then it will ask you for the same. Remember, we were talking about the domain administrator and all that stuff. So if you have like printer using a different username and password, you'll put that here. If you have Unix machine, you'll use their passwords right here. And if you have Windows machines right here, you'll put that helpdesk HQ. Make sure you put that HQ because that's your domain headquarter. And then you'll put helpdesk and put the same password here. And we're gonna go ahead, go to inventory. I don't have this. We'll just need to make sure that we click on that. And then what's happening right now, it picked up 2 devices right here. One is the test staff. Remember, we have the test staff that we right here, this machine. It already picked up. If I go to system staff right here, actually another machine is picking up. Okay, it will find that address too. It will be a staff machine right there. But it says staff right here. That's another machine. This is another machine, and if you click on it, it is already started its scanning, and it tells you right now they're scanning. You'll find out very quickly some information about description, manufacturer, and all that kind of stuff. Pretty cool stuff right here. If you go to the dashboard on the top, you can just remove these. If you don't want your front page to look like this, you can just click on it and remove that right there. Click OK, and you can remove it. And if you want to start scanning your network, all you have to do is to start network scan, and it will basically look around for computers in your network. Now let me warn you, if you are a brand new person to IT with scanning and stuff like that, if you have a security team in IT and or a system admin that have any security stuff in place like firewalls and things like that, it might start prompting them that there's a scan going on the network. So you need to be careful. I would suggest you, anything you try over here, make sure you talk to your manager or IT person that, can I do this, or can I do this in a lab environment where I can test out these things, because I want to use these tools. They're kind of good because I can you know, it can make my job easier and all that. So before you even try these scans and everything, that's your warning right there, that if you run this scan, you probably will get some kind of call, or someone might come to you and say, hey, are you trying to run a scan, or what are you trying to do? And then it's gonna get awkward. So make sure you don't get into that point where you just start doing things and you don't know what you're doing. So make sure you take a lot of that course. That's why I'm keep saying that, you know, you can do these things in the labs right here, and just feel free to just break it down and scan the hell out of these things. But make sure you don't do these in a environment when you are you know, first person and you're just like new to this stuff, and don't just throw things around, you know. If you get any login errors, make sure that you can always go back and use another account, which is your domain admin main account. So you can use this account, copy this, just like with the credential area, and then drop it. That's your troubleshooting right there. I wasn't really going to show this, but I think people are going to get stuck with this. So that's your tip right there. You can use that account to scan your computers. So it says currently scanning the network, right here, error login. And then when I change that account, it should work. But like I said, you will have probably errors like this, and you see that I'm getting errors right now. Both of them got errored out. Now to fix this, we need to go back and see what's going on. We basically need to do some type of firewall thing, because this computer might be blocking some of the things. And even says login error, but our login is correct. We can click on fix login error, and here it says, right, take these steps to fix this additional 50% of your network. So sometimes you need to really put the right password. It says right here, Windows firewall permission issue. Now even the login is correct, but we have an issue right here. Now this is something for you guys to resolve. A great scenario right here where you can go to Spiceworks, make an account in community, and say, hey, I'm having this issue on my machine. Don't say I'm using a testing machine. People won't be serious. Just say, you know, I'm having an issue with this, and exactly give them the same thing. And even Spiceworks might already have this. Fix this issue. If you click on it, it will take you to troubleshooting, and I'm going to leave that for you. So this part is over. Hopefully you guys will love this type of troubleshooting, and that's what it's going to make you a real IT person, where you will be really confident on working on these type of issues, and when you either work or go to the interview, you will just nail it. See you guys in part 2. Welcome to part 2 of our lab, cloud lab. In this lab, first lab, we configured just our machine. We got the job the first week. We were just configuring things, and we left some of the softwares for you to test out more and more, like patch management system and other ones, file and imaging. Like again, these are covered in our courses, so don't just get confused right now and think, so make sure you take the course. So all of these other softwares are for you to test out and play around more. But we're going to move on in this lab, and we will spend our second week. This is the second week where you start learning about employees and things like that. You're getting comfortable now, and bam, you got your first call from HR. Then Mr. Danny, your new IT guy, we are giving you a task where you need to add our new IT director to our system through Active Directory. Now in the interview you told them that I know Active Directory because I took a course, so this should be really easy for you. What you need to do is, again, in this lab you have access to domain controller. You are a domain admin. You open your server. Usually you do this from your computer, Windows 7, Windows 10, and the same way you click on add-on. There's like basically administrative tools are available for you. You install that on your machine, but in rare cases, if you are that domain admin, you can do it from the server like this. So you just go to tools, go to users and computers here, and then here you will apply everything you learned in our Active Directory course, which is free also. So go ahead and take that course, and then come back here and apply all these skills about adding a person over here and all of that we have discussed. Remember, our Active Directory are pretty good and they're pretty famous on YouTube, so if you even if you don't want to take the whole course, you can actually go and just take the Active Directory videos, and that will help you out too, because there are full training on how to do this process. So we're not going to do this in this lab. We'll leave that for you so you can do your own testing. So in this case, what you will be doing is you will be using your second computer. Since this is a part of the lab, that's why I want to clear it. When you access your second computer, as you see right here, this is on work group. So you need to first make this on a domain. You need to add it. So you are adding this IT director machine for the first time. So think about him as this is your IT director machine. And now you are basically getting off your main computer. You have done the configuration. Now you're actually doing a server client type of troubleshooting or process like this. So you need to go to your machine. You will add it to your domain controller, which is hq.jobskillshare.org, and you click enter. Now you see right here, as soon as you did this, there gotta be a mistake when you do this kind of error. Maybe I did not put it right, so let's go check it. Oh, there you go, I'm missing L. Oh, it's still not working. Oh, okay, things are not good. So how do you fix this issue? Since this is not a real domain environment, we have just did it for you so you can start kind of like getting around things. So the way to fix this issue is, in your lab environment, you're gonna go back to your domain controller, and this is what you need to do, because you need this to do your processes and do your troubleshooting. You're gonna do cmd ipconfig, and you're gonna find the IP address of the domain controller, which is 10.240.0.6. All you need to do is to go back to your workgroup computer. This is your IT director computer, and you are going to basically I think you guys can't see my screen here, but right click on the right side of the computer, that little network icon, and click on open network and computer settings here. So once you get here, you click on Ethernet right here, click on properties, and go to IPv4 properties, and in the DNS section you are going to put that domain controller IP address. I'm going to put it right here so you guys can see that. That's my domain controller IP address. I went to my workgroup computer, and in the DNS section I put 10.240.0.6. 2.6. Now again, don't get confused with this stuff, because you will probably never touch this stuff in your work environment. This is your system administrator job to do these kind of things, so you probably are not touching this stuff. This is for you to make your lab easier, because you have to connect this to the domain controller to do everything else, like deploying a software where you learn in the classroom, like the online classroom that we have. All that thing that you will learn, you can apply it right here on these computers. So you're going to cancel this out because we added the IP address. And now if we go back and we try to add this to a domain controller, we are going to right click, go to system, and go to change settings here, go to change here. And now if I click hq.jobskillshare.org, bam, right there, put that username and password, help desk, and we are going to say add this to the domain controller. Bam, there you go. Welcome to hq.jobskillshare.org. And now if I restart this machine, what's going to happen? It is totally under my control from that domain controller. I can do anything with this computer after this. I can access this computer through other domain users, and some other good stuff like deploying software and other things like scanning this computer, security, every single thing you want to apply, you can use that. So that's why I did this process, because I wanted to show you guys, and because you guys will definitely get stuck at this point, because you guys are doing inventory from this machine now. If you're doing a deployment from PDQ, if you're doing a Spiceworks, trying to access this machine, if you're doing the patch management system where you deploy the patches, where you do other things. One last thing now is that you have access to like I said in the beginning, that this is a domain controller, so you have access to IIS and some advanced stuff. So maybe you probably will be a person that is also going to be taking care of site, meaning if they're a member, they get added to the site and you reset their account. So just for your testing, we also give you a WordPress admin section. So if you click on this right here, there's a username and password on the bottom right here, and if you click on admin, copy paste this information right here and click on help desk admin, this is giving you another skill right here. It's not just about computers also these days. A lot of people are using internal intranets or external sites where they might give you some task about resetting passwords. Usually it's more of the web team people, but if it's a small company, you might be also doing this stuff. So they will give you all these tasks, that's kind of IT stuff, you know, but some of them can be more web related. Like I said, if you want to be that person, look good in your interview, then you want to also try out these things like WordPress administrator. So you go ahead and play around with this WordPress site. This is your site. You can play around with it, and if you want to check something like plugins, go to YouTube. We have actually a course about WordPress. Go take that course, or go to YouTube, learn something about WordPress, settings, things like adding things. Put a site there, make your own site in there in these 3 days. Play around with all these things, and once things are not working for you or you want to troubleshoot this site, you can use actually IIS, because a lot of people are running big sites on IIS. So you could actually use IIS and learn about that in your tutorials outside this course, and kind of apply it right here, and then also use that you have done projects on IIS, like you've done some training and you came over here and you have tested it. So that's going to give you another good extra skill for you. To go to IIS, basically you just need to click on start here, go to all programs, go to the where is it, administrator stuff right here, go to control panel and administrator tools. I don't know why it's not, well, here, right here, I was looking for that. Okay, so administrator tools right here, and then here you will see everything that you need to access. So for example, if you're trying to access IIS manager, this is right here, internet information services. If you click on that, it will take you to where the WordPress is actually running. So here you click on that, expand it right here, and just cancel that, go to sites and go to default websites right here, and this is your WordPress. You got other sites. No, in reality, you know, this is more of an admin person will be doing this stuff. Or like I said, if someone is a little bit higher levels, they just do these things, you know, because you know that's your main site. So they might have 1, 2, 3 sites, or they might have, like, you know, separated like this. So just for you to have more, you know, not just ticketing system and Active Directory, you have a lot of things in these labs to kind of try out. Remember, entry level and mid level is our target here. So you can do these things and also apply for a mid-level help desk positions, or you can also try these things and finish the whole courses and try out to entry level or to administrative level positions. So it's really up to you guys. This part is over, and again and again and again I'm going to tell you and remind you that this is a lab. So we are not going to do the whole courses on these things. This is for you to come here, and now you are in charge of this stuff. You have learned everything in the courses. Now come here and start playing around with these things, because if you don't put your hand on these things, you will always be confused and you will have very low confidence when you try to face these things or you try to go to interviews. So this is your chance. Take that whole thing away from you, be confident, and try these labs. See you guys in a different videos. Thank you.
In our Help Desk Real World Skills V1.0 course, today we're going to do external tools that are well known. So basically this is the imaging part, and we're going to talk about an external tool and why is it important, because we already talked about why learn imaging and OS deployment skills, and we basically learned about single images using the OS operating systems images and, you know, things like VMware images. So let's talk about the tools, the names that are going to make your resume look good. And you can also talk about it when someone asks you, hey, how much do you know about imaging? So when you talk about this stuff and you throw a well-known name in the interview, this is where you're marking that I'm a little different than just a normal person who knows about just the backup stuff. You know, I've learned this in A+, and now you're talking like an IT person, like an IT professional. So let's go and first find out. First, we're going to do this in our lab environment that you have either purchased or you basically are doing it from a live training. So you can look at your status, and if you have the days for these servers remaining, then you can do it, or you can purchase it from us and you can do it that way as well. Or if you have your own labs, then of course you can do that. Now the first thing we need to talk about is why is it important for us to talk about VM, and forgive me if I pronounce it wrong. You can actually go online and find out how people are pronouncing it. So but my pronunciation, I will call it VM. So basically this is kind of like a tool that is used in IT. You know, different type of companies are using it and it's known. So basically it can do a lot of different type of backups and restore. It's a pretty much very advanced solution for most of the things that we're using these days. For example, Office 365. So it can take a full backup of a OneDrive, and it can also restore things like that. You can see the whole attachments, everything that is in OneDrive, you can take a backup and restore. Now you may think, hey, why don't you do that from Office 365? You can, but then you have more ability over here. They just add more things to it, so that makes it more a tool that you would want to use, because maybe they have a limited things available on the web version. So other thing is that it's not just built for Office 365, it's built for entire systems, even the hardware. And here now you can see this is a virtual system, so you can see the whole VMs can get backed up and replicated, and you can do a lot of advanced stuff with it. So we're not interested in this right now. Right now you're learning just a basic help desk level skill. So we're going to be focusing on how can you use VM to basically take a backup of a single machine, and then you can restore it later on if something was to happen to that laptop or desktop. Usually a lot of people use this type of solution if they have, let's say, a few different type of machine, and and they're pretty important people, let's say like a director, and they're always moving out of the office, and you know that sometimes they're going to mess it up. He or she's going to plug in the USB and something will happen to it. So you want to be safe, you want to keep a full backup of image, and you have done all the hard work on that computer, you have installed all the applications and everything on that, you spent so much time on it. You really don't want to, when he brings it back, at least you can get it back to that that initial image that you can save yourself 3 or 4 hours or how many, maybe few 30 minutes is still, it's still a time right there. And still also it saves you from reinstalling the operating system, redoing the whole applications and everything. You do have to do an updates after that and do anything that is being missed in these in those days from initial image. But of course you can set this whole software up for backups too. Like it can take full images on a weekly basis, daily basis. But I'm just going to keep it very simple. I just want to show you what VM can do, how you can practice, and then just tell people that how much do you know about VM. You really don't need to master this at this level. This is a level 1 learning, so don't worry about it if you don't know much about it. Do not get stressed. Just learn what it does. Once you get the point, that's it, move on. Okay, let's get started. So we have been working on Staff 300B lately, and first we want to see how much space do we have. So if you come over here, you can see we have 67 GB in data store 2 and 52 in the data store 1. So probably we'll be using data store 2. So right now we're going to go ahead and basically go into Staff 300B machine, and we will turn it on. And let's say this is the laptop that we wanna, or the desktop that we are going to take a backup of. So we're gonna log in. Now again, this is something that is a part of a premium and plus level, but this video may be available to a lot of people. So the first thing we need to do is we need to install the VM and the free endpoint. So let me show you how you're going to install it. You will need your account for this. So let's just go to the website. You're going to open a website, and we're going to type VM free endpoint. So just like that, you're going to click on free Windows backup for endpoint. Endpoints are like your laptops, desktops. So here you're going to click on download now, and then it will ask you for the sign-in. So you need to create a VM account to actually download this. So I'll log into my account, and I'm gonna go down and find that product. So here it is, and we're going to download it. We're going to agree the agreement, and then we are going to accept. So we're gonna go ahead and save it. And there you go, we have saved it. We're gonna go ahead and open that folder and unzip that file. I'm gonna right click, and we're going to extract all and extract it. So you're unzipping the file, and then we can get to the installer. Alright, so now it's done. We are gonna go ahead and right click on it and run it as an administrator, and then you'll click yes. So here we're going to accept the agreement for this, and we're going to click install, and it may take a little while, so just be patient. So I'm gonna go ahead and just minimize all this stuff. Okay, so that's done now. Now here's the important part right here. It says insert backup target now. So basically you can skip this part for later, or you can continue. Skip this, I'll configure later. So I'm just gonna basically skip it for now. And this is another important one, which we will show you in a second video too, when we do a restore on a laptop. Actually, right now you're just learning how to install VM and how to make it work. But here's the important part is that you need to have some kind of recovery. When you create, every time you create an image like this, then you need to have some sort of recovery, so you can plug it into that laptop and recover it from. This could be a USB, so, or a DVD, something like that. So you basically will plug in the USB at this point and make sure there's nothing in that USB. If you do, it's gonna erase everything. That's a little warning for you. And when you finish it, then it's gonna run it, and it's just going to format it, which I'm going to show you right after this video. I have actually done it on a real laptop. So I'm just gonna finish this for now, and this is it. The VM is installed right now, but there's no configuration done at this point. It doesn't know where to back up things right now. So first thing is we need to first look where do we want to back this machine up. So in our last videos we basically did our OS operating feature, like that's what's built in this operating system. So we use this imaging, this E drive that we have connected through in a virtual machine. So I'm just gonna format this drive right now because we don't need this image anymore. So I'm gonna go ahead and format it like that and just blow it away. So that's gone. So I want to use this tool now to create a backup instead of my local built-in features. So let's go ahead and open that software one more time, and now it says right here the installation operation is a free mode, would you like to add? So I'm saying no, the free mode is good for you, and you can always come back and make a recovery media if you haven't created one. And it says right here backups are not configured right now. So right now basically it's not configured, so we're going to do add a new job in here. Okay, so we're going to do add a new job, and then we're going to tell it what do we want to back up. So you can give a job a name. It's gonna say that this is the computer name. Okay, we're going to click next here, and then here it's recommended that you should entire computer, but I don't want to include any USB drives. So if you had any USBs, it's gonna also do that. You can also back up things at a volume level, meaning like let's say for example you just want to back up the C drive or D drive, or you can do a file level backup. You can do this too, but we're only interested in imaging right now. We're not talking about backing up files in this module. So we're gonna create this one, and then it tells you that okay, where do you want to back up this destination, like where do you want us to keep this file, because it's going to be important. Of course a lot of people will not use the same machine to put a image on it. Now you can if it's an external hard drive, right? Or because if that one hard drive has partition and it got messed up somehow, then it's going to be really hard for you to use the same hard drive to get the image back up and running. You always want to save these type of things to either network drive or to an external USB, something like that, to make sure you can get to it. So for example, you can use a network by share folder. There's other options that it can give you. You can even send it to OneDrive. I didn't know that, by the way. This is a new stuff that they have added. So that's like cloud-based backing up right now. If you have a lot of space in your OneDrive, you can actually send this whole backup to OneDrive. That's pretty cool. So I'm going to click next here, and then you see I have that volume that I can actually use this. So you see free space is this much, total space is this much. So my C drive can be done in this E drive, so I can just use that, right? And then he says right here, keep backups for 14 days, excluding days with no backups, blah blah blah. You can actually go a little bit more advanced, like you want to keep backing up at after 7 days, incremental backup. So it wouldn't capture the whole image again, but it will capture the changes. So that's important if you have someone that is too high level and you really are worried about losing data basically. But a lot of people don't do that. A lot of people will actually take one image and they don't care about the rest. If they come back with a laptop, you'll just put that whole image again, and at least you can then update it, put a Windows update, or you will put more applications on it. I mean, that's most likely you're going to be doing this because most of the data for documents, images, people use network drives. Usually a lot of companies don't recommend people to be saving their personal data in the computer in C drive, because they say, hey, if you lose it, you lose it. That's why we give you network drives. That's why we give you OneDrive. That's why we give you cloud drive. So you should be responsible for that. So here we're gonna click next here, and then it gives you the schedule, how many, periodically, how many you want to do this, like every day, do this kind of backup, that kind of backup. What do you want after the backup? You want to lock the machine, you want to log off the machine. I'm not gonna do anything. I'm just gonna basically enable to perform internal image. So yeah, so basically the reason it's not performing is that because we're using the same drive, even though we added it as a virtual drive, but it's still the same drive. So I'm actually gonna go back and change some of the things. So let's trick this system that we're gonna make it kind of like a network drive right here. So I'm just gonna go ahead and copy this, go to properties, actually go to properties here, or maybe I'll just do it this way. I'm just gonna create a shared drive folder. Oops, messed up with the share. And I'm gonna right click on this, and I'm gonna go to properties, and I'm gonna click on sharing, advanced sharing, and I'm gonna go share this folder. Like I said, you won't be doing this if you have a physical USB connected to this machine. You're just gonna go straight to that, no problem. But here we're doing certain things to make it work. So this is the share I have right now. Okay, and we're gonna go back here, and we're gonna click actually go back, and we're going to do this part. And click next, and you see right there is our share. So it's going to ask you for a username and a password. So let's see which format is this going to take. So if you go do, this is a workgroup machine. Remember, if you are using a workgroup machine, you have to write the name of the machine, and then you don't have to write the username and password for this machine. But in a domain environment, you're going to just use whatever the initials of that domain is, probably CC, whatever you have named, the JSS 0/ the name. So we're going to do this part, but it may work, it may not work, and we need to troubleshoot if it doesn't work. So it took it, and we're going to do apply, and there you go. That's how you trick a system. Right now it was telling me that an internal drive cannot be added. I mean, virtual drive is actually is an external drive in the virtual machine, but it somehow considered it as internal. So we just tricked it by actually doing a share folder. So you learn two things right now. One, you could have simply straight go ahead and just plug in the hard drive, and you wouldn't have seen this issue. That's actually good that we came across this. Another is that if you're going to be sending this image to a network location, which a lot of people are going to do this way, and then they're going to send it to that network location, and then later on you can retrieve it also from a network. Once your laptop is connected and you use that recovery, you have an internet connection, it's going to actually go out and bring it from the network, so no problem in there. So we just basically did that, and now we have started we have created a job right here. So we're going to go back, and so we created the first job. So once you click on it, you see the first job is created. Now this tab is enabled. I can also come here and just go this way and do the active full backup, standalone backup. I can do all that, but I can just click on backup, and it's going to give me that information. It will start the backup right away, and there you go. The process is started, and now we're just going to wait for it. See, the job folder got created and the job started. So the full backup is going to be done, and the rest is going to be however you configure this system. So this may take some time, and that's how you do a full image backup. Now I'm going to actually show you after this video how do you actually first of all, how do you if you have this system already installed, then how do you make it up to date? So you're going to go to about, and then you're going to click on check now. So if you have this available, you can actually install the new version in here. Then from here you will create a recovery media, which I'm going to show you, and then I'll show you a real world example of I took an image of a laptop just like what I did right now, so you understand how to install it and take a backup. But then from that real world video, you're going to learn how do you restore a full image on a laptop. So then this will be a complete training for you from starting to end. How do you take care of laptops using this tool so this way you're going to learn all that. So right now if I go back, you can actually see the backup is started, and it's going to take time. Let's forget this now and let's move on. So when you install VM or update VM, this is the first option that you get. So I recommend that you create this media recovery. Basically this is going to be that USB that you're going to be using on a physical machine that I'm going to show you, that you will need for recovery. So you need to create a USB, and this should be a spare USB, should keep you somewhere safe, and with the backup, and then run this. So I'm going to plug in my USB and run this media creation. So here in volume D, I have added one which already had the VM, but this may be older, so I'm going to go ahead and run it anyway, and we will run this to create a new media. But remember that this is going to remove any data from that USB, so do know that it's going to create problems if you have some information on that USB. You will never get that back because it will be formatted. Now it says include network connection from this computer. Now I don't want to do this because if I have to use this recovery media, then I really don't want to use this computer drivers and things like that. So I'm gonna go without the recommendation because I know that I'm not going to be using the same computer for recovery. So here we're going to go ahead and click on next. It's going to ask you to pick the media. So this is our media. We're going to click yes, and right now it's going to ask you, do you want to do this, because after that it will be formatted. So we're going to click yes. Then you're going to get this option where you need to click on create, because it will erase all the data from that USB. And this is where then we just wait on it. Once this is finished, we're just going to click on finish here, and then we will use that USB for recovery on the machine. So once it's done, you will remove the USB, and let's go and show you how to do this on a real. Right, so in this real world scenario, we have a laptop that, let's say you took an image using VM, let's say 1 month or 2 months ago for this director. That's important laptop. Now the operating system having issue, or something went wrong and the computer cannot come up. Now there's one thing that you need to remember, that when you take a backup like this, if you didn't schedule imaging or taking backup on a regular basis, then you are going to go back to that 1 month old image. So whatever this director have after that 1 month, you cannot recover that. Okay, maybe you can recover it some other ways, but that's not a part of this course. That's going to be just a little too much for this course, so we're going to keep this for later on. Right now we just want to get back this laptop to that original image. Now how do we do it? We created a recovery media by using a different USB, and this is your backup is right here. This is 250 GB USB, and that is just few 7 or 8 GB. So we created a restore recovery on this USB. We plugged it into this laptop, and you turn on the laptop. Now depending on what type of model, what type of make you're using, you need to go and search that. This one is F12, so I'm going to hit F12, and then after that it's going to give me an options right here that says that you need to start this machine with the USB. So I'm going to hit that option and start that laptop with the USB. Make sure you go online and Google and find in your documentation for the laptop that you're going to be working on to find out how to boot that system from a USB, and this is how you are going to be learning stuff. So be patient with this, because if you're using SSD, then it may be faster, but if you're using a normal hard drive, then this can take a little time. Even the imaging restoring part will depend on what type of system you're using. If it's SSD, it's going to be fast. If it's normal, then it's going to be a little slow. So now you can see right now the computer is starting with the recovery media. As you can see, it's saying right there. And now we're going to just wait for it to it's fully come up. And then we are going to add this USB that has a backup and image of this machine right there. So at this point we're going to pick up our USB and we're going to plug it in to this laptop. So there you go, we just plugged it in. And now what we want to do is we want to do bare metal recovery. Windows recovery is another way to recover. Like remember in our first videos about Windows, using a Windows built-in tool, you can actually use that. But here we're going to use bare metal recovery. And then it's looking for a USB right there. You see that it went out there in the G drive VM backup job, and it found actually a backup. And you can see it was taken 9 days ago, and it's Windows 10 Pro. So that is exactly what we were looking for. We're going to go ahead and click next, and you see it says full right there, and we're going to click next again. So here I want to basically show you something that I like to do more of a manual restore in advance, because yes, these two other things can work, but I like to do manual. I'll show you something, because this way I can see what is getting backed up. So it's telling me a full story right here. You can see what I want is I basically want all these drives right here. You can see cannot find original disk layout. Do you want to partition this manually? And I will say yes, basically. And then it will take me to this option right here. Now this is where you need to make sure you right click and apply backup layout. Now that's going to change it to exactly how it is in that image. So this way you're not going to have any mistakes. You can see now it changed, and it's just using the layout that's in the backup, and that disk will change to this one. So I'm going to go ahead and click OK, and I'm going to click next, and I'm going to click yes. And then we're going to do restore. So this is where we're just gonna wait on this, and when it finishes up, we should have Windows 10 Pro coming up again on this laptop with no issues. And if you have your documents saved for this person somewhere on a network or images or anything like that, you will just put it back again, and then you will set up anything else. Let's say if there's an email setup or whatever is there like that you have not set up after the image, then you will do that. And that is the beauty of imaging, because that's what we do, that's how we save our time, and that's how we basically save our time on multiple machines. And that's how you actually work in IT, because you don't have time to be installing operating systems, single operating systems each time, putting everything again and again. You don't do that. You're trying to make your life easy by using these type of tools. Our image is completed, and now we're just going to click on finish, and we're going to reboot this machine. And when we reboot it, I'm just going to remove all this USB stuff from there, and you can see this is getting started, and now we should see Windows 10 coming up with no issue. So Windows 10 will come up, and after that, of course, this is a new image. You went back to, like, let's say a month or 2 months back with a fresh system. So whatever is missing, you're going to start updating that. Number one, you should be updating the Windows updates for security reasons. Second, you should be updating any softwares that you have installed on this system. You should be updating that, which you're going to learn later on in our course, how to use this, some of the tools to make your life easy by picking the software automatically. And there's a lot of things you can do to make your life easy at this point too. But of course, we're going to go slowly to learn these different type of skills. But at this point, things are good, because if the operating system is coming up with the boot image without any USB connection, you know everything is coming up clearly. After that, it's just a matter of you spending some time on it and getting the things back up and running. So that's how you do imaging and make your life easy. So here's the final confirmation. If you have any questions about this, please write us in the comment area. We will help you out with this type of learning.
Hello students working with TCP IP command line tools, networking fundamentals. This is your module 8, and in this module we are going to looking forward towards the command that is really useful and much repetition in working and dealing with the TCP IP suite. And we have a lot more command that we have to use in the repetitive mode, and that are much common and necessary to work over TCP IP. And those are the tools which is started from here. The IP config command, it is so basic command and used to get the information about your network adapter, your IPs, your utility you have, and it may also show and represent the active connections and whatever your IP details, your IP6, your DHCP enable or not, all going to be displayed by using that command. And if you want to see the usage of this command, here we have on the packet tracer, just you have one switch and router. And if we take the laptop from here, click to the laptop, go to the desktop, command prompt and type IP config, and here you can see, as we didn't provide any IP, we didn't provide any subnet mask, that's why it's not supposed to show you any address here, but it shows only the link local addresses, which we already explained in the IPv6 lecture in the previous module. So here, this is the example. That's how you got the detail by using the command ipconfig. Let's return to the slide here. Here I already pasted a picture where you got the IP, you got the subnet, and if you have the different adapters connected to to your machine at the moment, so you're gonna find those type of material, those kind of IPs and addresses while using this command. And here you have some switches, or you can say extensions, to differ the result which you got with the previous IP, previous command. So if you go with the /all, that could report you for the all interface and the detailed configuration of that port. If you go with /renew, so the IP address you got and your adapter got through the DHCP could be changed if you wanted to release your IP that is already taken through the DHCP protocol. So you're gonna use /release. Then if you wanted to delete all the DNS entries from your system, from your DNS, so you could use ipconfig space //DNS. So there are a lot more things and a lot more extensions you can use according to your application and requirement. Then the second very most important command we have in the TCP IP suite is traceroute. This command is used to get the details about the path packet takes to reach a destination and how many stops it takes, how many destination points it have to get that point where it is subjected to flow, which can be detected through the traceroute command, as you have the word trace, and the command is inspired and extracted from the word trace. And here it has some more options and extensions here. So here, as we have a topology where the EIGRP is totally implemented, and we can use that topology for the example how to use that command and how you're gonna use its extensions while working on this TCP IP suite. So here we have the topology, 3 different networks we have, and I'm going to use the third one and go to the command prompt, and if we use the command traceroute and the IP address, we are sending the packet from this node to this node, which has the IP address 14.0.0.2, and here you can see that's how it traces the hops it takes, and the maximum hop number is mentioned by the syntax. And first the packet reach to 10.1, that is the first hop, then it reach to the next hop it has, that is 11.2 on that hop, then the 13.0.2, that is its third node, and then the final, which is the destination, and it shows all the hops between source to the destination that are all represented here. So that's example. You can add further extensions according to your application, according to your requirement. All are listed here, and here you have some example. Here the person type the command and enter a website, because the website is somewhere on the server on any remote location, and if you type the traceroute and put the address just right after this blank, then it is start to note all the hops a single packet take from source to that particular destination where the server is physically available. So this is the best tool to get the in-between path, how much distance, how much hops it take to reach that point. So this is the application of traceroute. Then you have the third most important command, is netstat. As you got the word stat, that means it definitely providing you some stat about some network, because it has the starting part, the prefix is net and the suffix is stat. This command is used to get the detail about your computer, which is on communication with the other network devices. Moreover, it provides some protocol based knowledge of your packet that is being transferring from one point to another, and it has several different extensions which you are going to perform in your coming task on the practicelabs.com equipment, and it has several options and command lists which you are going to familiar just right after completing this task. And here you have the description along the extension and the syntax which you may add to that command. Then you get the detail how it is making the agencies. If we are going to the command prompt and just type the command netstat, then see what's gonna happen, because right now the active connection is not maintained because there is no ping here. If we maintain some connection on the backend side, and if you want some more learning, so I could show through on my machine how this command works. And here this is my local command prompt, and if I type netstat, enter, and there you can see those TCP connection are on active mode and that are been keeping time to time. And if you further going to the pinpoint, wanted to get the pinpoint knowledge, so you may further add those extensions, the options according to your application. Then your NSLOOKUP command, this is the simple and the basic network tool that really helps the network administrator to resolve the queries related to the domain name system, and it is mostly used to troubleshoot the DNS problems. Here you have some example. You have two kinds of NSLOOKUP, interactive, non-interactive. In interactive mode, you just got the default server and the address of the particular server where you are a member of that. But in non-interactive mode, you may type the website, the remote addresses of the server, then you got the detail how and which IP is related to those servers. And these are different usage of NSLOOKUP, and obviously those are non-interactive mode. Then you have another command, the path ping command. It is another useful utility, but used for your Windows based diagnostic tool. It provides the network path. The delays happen during the travel of packet from one point to another, and it is much similar to the tracehead and ping command, and it may use along with those command. And it also have some extension. If you wanted to find out, just go to the PC, the command prompt, and type here path ping space question mark, enter. Here maybe this command is not working on the packet tracer mode, and if I may launch the command prompt, then I definitely got the result path ping space, and it is working right now. Because we had to add the location and the destinations, that's why it is not responding at the moment. If we wanted to get the option, just add the / question mark, and here are all the extensions which you may further add and get your desired result. Then you have ARP command. It has two parts. One is working on your machine, and the other part is working on all over the world, all over the machine. The switches are the best and main part of the ARP protocol, and it stands for Address Resolution Protocol, which is responsible to make the IP addresses to the MAC addresses, and it's responsible to provide the information which IP is bind with which MAC address. And it has so many options, but here we are going to discuss those one which is been included in your task and you had to perform. -A shows the host name in the ARP, and the -T is used to clear that cache which maintain the physical address with the IP address. And this is the representation, pictorial representation, how ARP is stored those IP addresses and MAC addresses along with. Then the ping, the most famous command and the most important and the backbone of your networking, the ping command, that is the Internet Control Message Protocol, ICMP, echo request. And through this command you can assess your network, you can judge your network, and through you can pinpoint the default, the faults of your network that maybe occur at any moment, at any point during your production. And it has a lot more usage and application and so many extensions it have, but we are discussing the few ones because that are your coming task. So if you're gonna add -A, so it will reply you with the host name of an IP address target. If you add -T, that will extend the ping command until you break that sequence. If you use the -I, so through adding this extension you may have the privilege to configure the time to live. Time to live is the life of your packet, which is really important while ping to the destination. Then you have the nb stat command, that is a greater command used to display the net BIOS or the TCP IP statistics, and this is the main and important command where you are in need and you wanted to display the net BIOS tables for both local and remote computer, so you may use this command. And it also have some extensions and options which could be used according to the requirement, like -C is responsible to display the content of the net BIOS name cache, and display the net BIOS name table of the local computer. So things are so vast and so expanded, but you are need to just focus on what you required. Like the NBT stat is responsible to release and then refresh the net BIOS name for the local computer, and here is your output response for the extension -C that provide the complete backend detail of the connection and the net BIOS over the TCP IP. So that's all for this task based lecture, and hopefully you will attempt all of those tasks and you have a great chance to get more familiar and your skill get more sharp by using those equipment and using those commands on that equipment that could really expand your knowledge and explore those things in your mind. So be focused and show your most valuable capability to learn that sort of skills. It is the most important and some basic command of the TCP IP suite. So stay with us. Thanks for watching.
Hello and welcome back. We are going to continue our series for technical interview question. In our last video, which I'm going to put in my description, we talk about how you can use the premium lab, which has so many different type of labs. And if you do, let's say CompTIA A+, 902, any lab in this, you can turn these learning into interview questions. So this can become an unlimited technical interview questions that you have no limitation here basically. But let's say if I take you now to some of the basic interview questions that people may ask you, and this may not be a complete video, we will keep making more, but here we can start with something extremely basic. So a lot of time when you go for an entry-level position, people are interested in knowing some very basic type of information from you. When they say, I'm going to test you for a technical interview, or they're going to put computers in front of you, they are only interested in something very, very basic, okay? So here we are going to talk about starting with that basic type of interview question. The first thing, you can actually do this yourself by having 2 or 3 different computers. If you don't have that, you can purchase our server access like this, which you have multiple computers like this for 1 month and 1 week. So you can do that. So here basically we have 4 different machines. 2 are servers, as you can see, app server, DC, and helpdesk and helpdesk staff. These are all work group machines. Some are servers, some are desktops. So they may open a computer like this and they'll say, okay, I'm trying to the scenario is that I want you to what command you will use to connect to check the connectivity between app server and DC 400, even though both are on the same network, and you can see they're online. So you can just say that right now they're telling you, you have to focus on these words. They are on the same network, they're online. So take that away, that computer will be off or that kind of stuff, because as soon as if you say that, what if the computer is off? Computer is right on in front of you. That's a detailed question. You didn't even listen to the details, right? So you have to look into these details. That's what they're looking for. So first they're saying it's on the same network, then they're saying it's online, then how will you check the connectivity between these 2 computers? So now they're looking for that skill. Do you know about IT stuff, right? So the first thing you will do is that, okay, you can tell them, I am going to open a CMD command tool, and then I am going to use a command called ping, and then I'm going to type the name of that computer. So when I do that, then it will basically go out and it's going to look for that computer. Now take this screen in front of you. One scenario is that it's not reaching out, so they may ask you, okay, what do you think is the issue over here? So you can say that then, okay, I think the issue may be either the computer is not set to allow connections, meaning it's not allowed to take connection, or maybe the firewall is blocking it. So then, okay, can you fix it? Then you can say, okay, let me just go to the firewall first, just to see if it's not a firewall issue. I'm gonna go ahead and actually open firewall. So I'm going to go ahead and open the firewall, and then I am going to see, okay, the firewall is set to not basically the firewall is set to not take any connection. So you can see right here, block all incoming connections, including those in the list of allowed app, block all incoming connections. So you see, I'm going to uncheck this. For now, I'm just going to turn off the firewall just to check, is it really a firewall issue? So then you can say, I will work on basically if this is the firewall. This way I can decide very quickly if it's a firewall issue or not, because then I can come back and turn it on and fix it by going to these specific options that you just saw right here, block all incoming and stuff like that, right? So if I turn it off totally and then I go back, and let's go back, and then you can actually show them that if you do the up arrow, then your ping command is written for you, and when you do a reply ping there you go, the firewall issue is there. So at least this way, it's not about you getting the fix correctly, meaning they're not looking for you to, why did you turn off the whole firewall, that's not allowed, or blah blah blah. They're not going to tell you that. Here you're just explaining to them that first of all, you know about ping, second is you understand what is going on, third, you went into the other machine and you went into the option where you thought could be an issue, right? So that's it. That an entry-level person, this is what they're expecting. They're not looking for a correct or the solid way of fixing something. That's the level 2, level 3 people. Then if they want to really get into that, they may be looking into that kind of detail-oriented checking. Here, they're not doing that, right? So that's number one. Then they will say, okay, how would you find? Okay, that's the ping. When you ping that, that's okay. That's it's getting the thing. But how would you find the IP address of this server that you're on or this desktop? Very basic commands that people want to know. Now they're asking you for specific command right now. Okay, there's no trick. You just need to know IP config. If you don't know about IP config, then it would be hard for you to even get that job. It's so simple, like the ping, IP config. These are very simple type of commands. You can't really miss these. Okay, so IP config is there. Then if they say, okay, I'm not seeing some other information like DNS or DHCP, what would you add into IP config? Then you can say, oh, that command is IP config all. But if I don't understand something, then I'm going to put question mark and then I will read more. But here you go. Look at this. You got a DHCP server, you got a DNS server right there, and then you have more information about that. So these three commands right there, right? Ping, ipconfig, ipconfig / all. Now they may ask you, okay, we have our system administrator have applied a group policy. Now you see, group policy is something that some of the terms now. These are the terms that you should know from the courses and stuff that we teach, because that is what you're learning in our courses, like Active Directory, group policy, Office 365, things like that. The only way you're going to be able to give answer like that is when you know that. So when they're going to tell you something, okay, a system administrator have applied a group policy. See, they're not asking you about group policy stuff here, but they're saying that group policy, so something has to be connected to group policy. And as a help desk person, as an entry-level person, you should know how to then apply the group policy on computers. Let's say a sysadmin did a group policy, applied it on a machine, but then he assigned you to go to these computers and actually run that group policy command. So then what would you tell them? You can say, okay, for that we're going to use GP update. Okay, we're going to use GP update, and we'll click enter, and then what will happen is that policy will be applied. Then now if they said, what if it's not taking that policy, what is the other command that I should use? So you were going to basically say, okay, for that you're going to use GP update / force, right? And that will force the policy. But you want to add something here, that some policy may even not work with force. You have to either restart or log off the computer, and for some you have to actually restart the whole computer to be able to work that. Now see, these are the things that then they know, okay, this person have done some training, this person knows what he's talking about. Okay. The next thing, very common question a lot of people will ask you, okay, so show me how would you RDP to this server. You see, they're not going to even say the whole thing, remote desktop, stuff like that. They're not going to say that. They're going to say RDP from apps 400 to DC 400. Can you do that for me? And then, okay, you're going to go there, you're going to look for RDP, you're going to type RDP right there. So you see I typed it. So the first thing is you knowing how to get to RDP is the first thing. So if you don't know this means you're missing something very basic. So that's where then of course you need to learn about that in the live training or help desk courses, okay, or that practice lab CompTIA A+ kind of stuff. So you're going to click on remote desktop connection here, and then you will type DC 400. Now this will be happening like this right in front of you, and then what will happen, it will fail and it won't be able to connect to that server. So here you go. So even if you don't know this, give some attention to the errors that you're getting, because sometimes they may just want you to just read out the error for them. Look at this. The error is saying that remote access to the server is not enabled. First one is the most common one. The remote computer is turned off. But remember, they told you that the computer is on and it's right in front of you and it's on the same network. The remote computer is not available on the network. So that's probably third one is a pretty much not very common. But here you see, if you're going to do a remote desktop to this one, then they will check you, do you really know how to get to the remote desktop settings? Because that is one of the settings that a lot of people will be working in a help desk environment. You want to turn on a machine for remote desktop connection for clients, staff members, or you yourself. You need to know this to get into servers. So it's very basic. So you're going to come to the work group. So basically the way it's going to work is you're going to go to the server manager, or in a in a client machine, in a Windows desktop machine, you're going to go to system and then go to remote settings. Or if you don't know, just search allow remote settings. So as soon as you type allow remote, you're going to see that settings, and it's also in control panel. So there's a lot of way you can get to this. You may want to search it a little bit more and play around with it on your own machine to get to understand this stuff. But here, if I come to the server, I can click on the local server, and it says work group right here. And on Windows machine, you're also going to see then almost same options right here. Okay, so there you go. You got a remote settings right there. But look what is the option here. Then you can explain to them. So basically, yeah. So if I think this is the issue has to do something with the remote settings, because it's not allowed. So I'm gonna come here and allow that, machine, and then I'm gonna click OK, and then you say OK. Once you do this, if I go back to the machine now and I click on connect, you see it took the connection, and now I will put the username and the password to connect to that machine. So for these next stacks, I'm taking you to the premium lab access because I need Windows 10 with Outlook. And here, if you open the one with Windows right here, Outlook 2016 core communication collaboration. Now this is about, the full lab is about Outlook, but I just want to use it so we can do the basic stuff. So here they may put a computer in front of you and they'll say, okay, Outlook is having an issue. I would like you to open the Outlook in safe mode. So you need to know the command. How do you run it first? They want to check that. You are going to right click and click on run, and here you are going to type outlook.exe/safe. And as soon as you do that, it's going to open Outlook in a safe mode. Now here they may not want you to troubleshoot the whole Outlook, but here you have passed the technical question, because it says on the top right there, safe mode. Now they may go in detail of there's an Outlook not coming up, how would you remove the add-ons and stuff like that. That's a little bit too much, and that's where I would recommend you take our course then. So next they may say that we are going to give you an IP address, and you need to change your dynamic IP address to static IP address. So two terms they're using, and if you don't know about dynamic and static, they're looking for like knowledge about DHCP versus how you're going to get to this stuff to get the static IP address. So that's something, of course, you need to learn a lot about. There's a whole learning behind that. But to get this going, and if they give you that IP address with just changing that to static, you can show them that by coming here to the network connections, open a network connection here, and then you will basically click on show available network. So you see right here, these are the available networks, and then you can click on Ethernet, change adapter settings, options, and here you can come over here. Now, every time when you open something from the new modern way of using Windows 10, you see on the top, it tells you where it is. So if you are used to the old way, this is under control panel, all control panel items, network connection. So here you're going to come here, go to properties, and once you go to properties, of course I'm on a normal level. So if you get a prompt like that, then maybe when they ask you something like, okay, why are you getting this prompt, you can say, oh, this user doesn't have privileges to install application, so maybe we need admin rights for this. So they may give you that admin rights and say, okay, now we are giving you admin rights, good job, you have actually detected what was the, something that we wanted to know, that do you understand between privileges, stuff like that. So here we are going to put the admin username and password. Oh man, not doing well today. Okay, so now you see I got the admin stuff done, and I'm going to click on TCP IPv4, or if it's IPv6, usually they're going to use this one. And then here you see it is already static, so it's going to be like this, right? That means it's on DHCP, it's getting an IP address, and they're going to give you IP address. Then that's what they want you to do. Actually, they want you to put this IP address here, and that's, you have done the job there, because you have passed that interview question, because you know where to give the static IP address to the computer. So that's where you can do that. Now the second part is that my suggestion to you is, of course, this can never end with basic type of interview question. People can pick anything, so make sure you go to the start menu, and then first by clicking the left click and understand what's in the left click. So if you click on here you have lock screen, blah blah blah, all this kind of stuff. So if somebody asks you how do you lock the screen, you can do lock here, or you can hit the Windows key with L together and that will lock the system. And then you can also go to the settings here and it will open up the computer settings. If they say that, okay, how do you get to the settings in this computer? So you can change the account name, display settings, network settings again, applications installation, uninstalling applications. So if they throw anything inside that, let's say they say, okay, show me how you're going to configure a new Wi-Fi, or show me how you're going to uninstall an application. So you see, you can show them multiple ways. And okay, you can go from here by clicking here, go to the settings here, or you can right click here and then go into the apps and features for uninstalling stuff, power options, event viewer. So you have to kind of make interview questions for yourself as well, because the computer is just too big. Nobody's going to give you a perfect solution for this interview technical questions. Somebody can come up with anything. Other common one is a lot of people will say, okay, how would you find the name of this computer and what model or what version of this computer is? So you're going to go to right click and go to system, and you see all the system have all these information. It tells you the computer name, the version of the computer, Windows 10 Pro, the stuff like here, like what is the processor. And if they say command line, you can also make it look a little cool. If you type WinVer right here, and you see it will open up a box like that, and then you can see the things, Windows version and build number in there too. So here you don't see the build here you see the build. So that's a few ways that you can do these things right here. Okay, now another common question could be about file sharing, because file sharing is very common thing in companies, and you may be working in even in tech, like you may be sharing your own files, and they want to know, do you know this basic sharing stuff like that, right? So they may put something in front of you like this. They may say, okay, I am creating a share here in a server, so let's go ahead and create this. They may create that in front of you, and then say, okay, we're gonna call it share. All right, we're going to call it share, and this share will be then accessible by the whole company. So they'll say, okay, I'm going to go ahead and start sharing this, and they may do this part for you, or they may ask you to do it. So if you don't know how to do all this stuff, then of course it's a little bit more stuff, so you need to know how to share files. I'm just doing it quickly, but I'm going to close this quickly because there's something tricky here. So I already shared this file, right? They may say, okay, now you're a help desk person, I want you to access that shared file, and this is the computer name right here. How would you do that? So you can tell them, okay, you can do two ways. One, you can do it by searching the computer from here in the run command with 2 slashes right there, backslash, backslash. I don't know if you call this forward slash or backslash. I think it's forward slash. So then you need to put the computer name or the server that is sharing that file. So it's dc01 slash. As soon as you do the slash, see what happens there. Anything that is shared in that computer, you can open it from here. The second method is that, okay, you can tell the person that I can open that share by using the IP address or even from the Windows Explorer. So I can go in there and type that in the Windows Explorer, and then I can get to that. And also I can type the IP address in here, and then that will open up that file. So that's how you basically get to that share. So another question people can ask, that how do you map that share, like the one that I just created on the server? How would you map it for the user? So you're gonna say, okay, you're gonna go to the Windows Explorer, you're gonna right click on this PC, and you'll click on map network drive, and here you'll pick the letter, and we'll do the same process. You see, it gives you an example too, by the way. PLAB. As soon as you come over here, they already know that you have done the job right here. Okay, so this is how you share the map, and to get to that map, click on this PC, and you see this is a map drive now. It's not a share folder, it's a map drive. Another question they may throw to you, that they may open some application and this will error or show you some type of error, and then they will say, okay, what will be the first thing for you to check? How would I check errors in here? First, If the application just say this application has some error, right, then maybe they will not give you such a clear error. They're gonna say, how do you check that? Simply, you're gonna say every type of logging is logged in the computer in an event viewer. I'm gonna go to event viewer from here. I'm going to open application here, and then I'll see if it's that error is available there. If it's a system type of error, then I will check it in the system. So see how we have one error here, and then you can tell them about, okay, that's where the error is, and I will basically then after that copy this information, and if I I will talk to my IT members, and also I will search online to find more about this. So by just coming over here, you already gave them the correct answer, because now you know where the errors are, where the logs are for computers usually, and that's where you're going to come and fix things after that. So another most common one is going to be, they're going to open an application like multiple times, but it's not going to be coming up. They're going to probably tell you, okay, I tried to open this application multiple times, but it's not coming up. Where do you think I can fix this issue? So most of the time the issues like that, when you click on an application and it's not coming up, or it has some type of, they want you to like kill this application. As soon as they say kill or something like that, they're talking about Task Manager. And Task Manager is also a common place for us to come here and troubleshoot things. So you will see that application will have multiple entries, and you just need to kill it, and then you will see that, okay, let's try again, and then it will open up. They may even throw another question. Okay, a user is complaining about a software that comes up all the time when they restart the computer. They're looking for a startup, and startup is also in a Task Manager. Now if you open it here, startup is right here, and you see these things are getting started at the beginning. So they may put an application in here, and they'll tell you, okay, how do I stop it? You're going to right click and disable it, and they'll tell them you need to start the computer, and that's where the user issue will be resolved. Next, they may throw another one to you. How do I open services? How do I stop and start services? You can do also that from services, but this is not the only place to do these things like services and users kind of this stuff. You can also go from other places like control panel. That's why I say that you have to really play around with these things, and specifically if you really want to learn about Windows stuff, that's where I recommend. In my last video I talked about MD100 Windows 10, and also the CompTIA lab, which is this one, the top one, this one, and also these one right here. So if you even if you do all these tasks, turn this into a interview question for yourself. But of course they don't want to go too much detail. They want to just know, did you even get to the right place, or have you even tried something that is even 50% correct? Trust me, they're gonna take that. They're gonna be like, okay, this person at least know how to navigate. The rest is all you learn on the job, and of course with our courses you get more better, you become a very quick IT professional, but you're good to go after this. And so this is it. Of course, after this, my recommendation for you is going to be to go to the website, either take our live training or take the free training or take the labs right here, and that's the reality between IT that you need to keep learning. And if you're new, then create scenarios for yourself and then do it practically, and that's where you're going to become a better IT professional. Thank you. All right, before I start this lab, I want to say congratulations to Ritish. Ritish ended up getting a help desk job. Ritish actually did a live training with us like a month ago, and now he got the job. So I am very, very happy. And there are other people who have done the live training after this, and hopefully they will send me the message like this. So again, congratulations, Ritish. This is Ritish right here. So this is another success story for us. If people want to know, hey, go to Jobs.to, click on the Instagram link on the bottom. You will see so many different stories. Like for example, I'll show you quickly. Click on this link, and right here it will take you to one of our, every time we see some kind of success right there, I basically put it right here. So you can see there are many people that have landed job. You can see right there, hi dear, my lovely brother, thank you. I'm so excited. I just got an offer of 50K, and on 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 and on. These are the people that are landing jobs left and right. I want you to be like them. So let's get into our basic lab. Hello everyone. So today we are going to do a small basic lab for your interview questions. So just in case you finished the courses on Jobs.to like IT Fundamental V1.0, this one, or maybe the help desk entry level to specialist course on jobskillshare.org, or maybe you finished the live training with us. And because the live training is a little bit more advanced, and we recommend that you already finished the IT fundamental course, but this lab could be used for something very, very basic, like, you know, someone just wanted to test your extreme basic skills in IT, where they can just quickly say that, okay, you are not ready for this job. So number one, what we're going to do is just kind of like go to the lab. I'm using the Network Plus lab, and in this lab I'm using the OS updates. So let me just show you quickly. I'm using this lab right here. So if you have a premium access, then I'm using the Network Plus 007, and this is the labs that I'm using from this specific lab. So again, I'm gonna make it big again. So in this lab, I want to test your skills, because if you went through all of these courses, the basic ones, entry level, IT fundamentals, this should be a piece of cake after this, after these courses. So this could be your interview question too. Someone will just open up a server like this, and I even answer my question. Well, that was dumb. If someone asks you, what is this? What is this? Is this an operating system? What operating system? So they're not testing you specifically of, like, you know, they don't want answer like 2012 or 2, something like that. No, they might just test you by you telling them that, okay, this is an operating system, it's server, because I can clearly see it says server manager on the top, but server manager can be installed on a desktop too. You know, it could be add on, it could be added. But if someone asks you, what is the whole operating system, can you tell me by going to this operating system, and can you tell me what it is, where to go, where to find this? Simply right click on the start menu, go to the system, and I'm not doing any command stuff like right here. Maybe they're not testing your command type of skills. They can, but you know, most of the time if someone wants to check your extreme basic skills in IT, then this is what they're looking for. Then you tell them, okay, this is a Windows Server 2012 R2 right there, and other information is also available over here. Now they may have Windows 7 like this, and I'm gonna reconnect it again. And they may ask you that, can you tell me, in this Windows 7 machine, can you tell me how to find if this machine is connected to a domain environment, or is this machine on a workgroup environment? Now, if you don't know about anything about workgroup and domain environment, then you're going to be like paused, right? You're going to be like, I don't know, what is he talking about? So this is the stuff that you have learned in the course. And what you will do, you'll go to start, and then you'll go to my computers, right click on my computer, and then go to properties. And from here, you can simply say that, hey, okay, I can tell you this by going to properties, and this computer is connected to the domain controller, and our domain address is practicelabs.com. You can also tell them that you can change it by going to the settings and change it over there. Now, what if they say that, how would you find if this is on workgroup? Right on the top, on the bottom, this is going to say domain workgroup, and then you can change it from here by click on change, and then of course you can put the workgroup to put it back in the workgroup, or you can put it on another domain. Changing a computer name, I mean, that should be known to so many people, how to change a computer name. You just go there and change the computer name by changing the settings. Now, what if someone say that, you know, how do you add a person into Active Directory? Now, of course, if you don't know this term Active Directory, that's it. You probably will not get a job if you don't know anything about Active Directory in a help desk environment. So this is why one of our course, like we made a whole course on Active Directory and specific skills like ticketing systems. So make sure to go to jobskillshare.org and take that course. And also it is one of the sessions, the second sessions that we're teaching in live training. So by going to Active Directory, you're simply, okay, you're going to go to domain controller, or they may be added like, you know, like an add-on to one of these desktops. And then you will have the same features, like go to tools, then you're going to go to Active Directory here. In Active Directory, you will find out your domain, and then you will expand that right there, and then here users. then there are many ways you can add a user by right-clicking on here, right-clicking on here. It could be another folder. And that's not the only way to go to that. You can also go to the start, and then from start you can click on administrator tools, and then administrator tools you'll find the same options, Active Directory and users and computers. So by doing this, by showing this to someone, I already know that you know this basic stuff, which is extreme basic, I would call it. What if someone tell you, can you go to Windows 7 and ping Windows 10 machine, which is this one? How do you ping it? Now, if you don't know this, by going to CMD and ping command, that is extreme basic. You really need to know this, okay? So how are you going to do that? Simply go to start, and in start you're going to type CMD and then open CMD. Now I'm showing this in extreme basic way also, because I don't want to put any hotkeys or, oh, you can do this with the keyboard, stuff like that. No, I just want you the basic stuff, like how do you get to it the normal way, by searching it, finding it out, and then ping that machine. Ping plab win10, and that's it. You ping the machine and then you get the results. Now if you get a IPv6, like some big amount, big number in there, then what you are going to do, you're going to type just -4 with it like this, and then it's going to give you the IPv4 address if you get the IPv6 first. Okay, this is basic. Now what if someone tell you that, how are you going to log into plab Windows 8 machine? I want you to remotely log in from this machine, which is our basic task. Everybody in IT, when you configure a server or when you configure machines, at some point you need to RDP to that computer. Now what is RDP? How do you get to RDP? Simple, click on start right here, and then you will type remote desktop connection, and then this will come up like this. You'll click on that, and then from here on you're going to type the computer name, which is going to be, let's say for example, plab win10 810, and then you will get the prompt. Now this is a very common call for you in a real world. When someone from outside, this could be your staff members, when they connect VPN connection, they get like some kind of secure connection going on from their normal machine to their work machine. So what happened is that their normal work machine domain is showing, work group computer is showing over here. Every time when they call you, they will call you like, I cannot get into my machine, I am connected to VPN, but most of the time they're not using the right domain address. So they will do other user, and then here they will use the domain, like for example in this is practice lab, but in your case it could be like, let's say CCQ HQ headquarters or something like that, you know, whatever you want to name it, jobskillshare.org/ the username and password, and then they get into the machine. This is a very, very common call for the help desk. I mean, I've been in help desk and I have seen this call almost every time I try to install a VPN or try to set up a laptop for somebody else. The next day I'm gonna get this type of calls. Okay,
another basic thing people can just test you on, something like an issue, which is a very common issue, and that in a help desk environment, because every machine is connected to the Active Directory environment, and sometimes it will lose that trust relationship between a domain and your computer, because either it was turned off for a long time or something weird happened, and you need to know fix it. So you'll see something like this, and people can give you this type of scenario. Can you put it on domain controller? And the fix is pretty easy. And of course this can get technical, but the normal fix would be extremely easy by you logging in to the computer itself. Right now, you can clearly see that this is using a domain account right here. So you can see, if you look at it, this machine name is plab win10. So this is the kind of skill that they're testing right now. What I'm doing, I'm actually logging into the computer account now as an administrator. They will give you that password to know that, okay, yeah, this is what we were actually looking for. You needed to log into pwin10, and then you will be able to fix this issue, because then I'm going to rejoin this machine back to the domain. So when I log in right now, I'm logging into the local administrator account of this machine, and then I'm going to go into the settings. And in settings, I'm going to go back, and then here I'm going to say change settings. So the fix usually is like this. This is connected to if you go to this, okay, this is already on domain, why it's not working? Because it's already lost the trust relationship. Usually the normal fix is like, you just go to the work group, just type the work group again, like that, and then say okay. And then okay, I'm just going to say okay again and restart this machine. So what will happen, this machine will remove itself from that domain. It is going to go back to the work group, okay? After that, you restart it and then put it back on that domain again. So I'm going to go ahead and do that again and restart this machine.
Alright, so when I restart this, see, it automatically log into now administrator account without using that plab account. So now I'm going to go back now, go to systems again. And in systems, I'm going to join this computer back to the domain controller. So remember in the first time when I said if someone can test you that they can give you the machine like this, and they will ask you how would you find if this is on a work group. Right here, it's clear example that this is on a work group. This is not connected to our Active Directory right now. I'm going to go ahead and change that and add it to our domain by clicking on change. And here I am going to click on that practicelab.com. Practicelab, I think it's practicelabs.com. And now I am going to get a username and password. I'm going to put administrator. And say okay. How did I find if this machine is on the practice lab? What is the practice lab? This is our domain controller, remember, right here. And it is also disabled. Now there are other ways to fix this issue, but I'm going to show you what you can do from the desktop side, which is pretty easy for you. Now this is connected back to the domain. I'm going to go ahead and restart this machine and click OK here, and I'm going to restart it, and that's it. That issue will be fixed. But if I go here now and I refresh this, watch, see how it's showing that little arrow that is disabled? But I'm going to refresh this and see it went away. This means that this machine had, it went back, it created that trust relationship again, and the issue is fixed. Now if somebody will test you in this and you do all this process, I'm telling you, they're not going to ask too many questions. That's it. Like, few things that clearly tells me that about the domain environment. See how it's using the practice lab /administrator now, and that's it. You're logged into it and you're on that domain environment. So in this scenario, we will, let's say, test you on sharing file between one server and with other people in the network. How would you create a folder? Let's say I want you to create a folder, and this folder should be accessible to everybody in your network. So I'm going to say right click and create a folder, and let's just call it everyone. Now you can see you have two ways to share a folder with the whole network. You can right click on it and there's a share with, and you can just click on specific people or everyone. Another way is properties. I prefer this way. Properties, going to sharing, and in sharing you go to advanced sharing, and advanced sharing you will click on share this folder, and then you will click on permissions, and let's say I want to use everybody to give them full access. Of course, when you go a little bit more in detail, you never do this, but it may be required in some cases. So you'll click on apply here and click OK. Now how can someone, first they can test your skills by knowing how to share, but then the second skill of testing would be, basic stuff would be, how do you go to Windows 10 and access that share? Then that will be a test for you, and they'll be watching you and monitoring you. What do you do right here? As soon as you come here, they know what you're doing right now. It's // I already know that now you know your stuff. I will type the plab dc01/, and even if I just enter like that, it will show me everything that is being shared from that computer. As you can see, if I want to look for the one that I did, it should say everyone, and there should be one in here, right here, everyone. So when I double click on that, you see I can get in there. I'm gonna go here and create a folder from this machine, and then add like let's say a text file, and then you can prove it to them that this is, there you go, I just shared something in this folder, and now I can go into here, and then there you go. You can also do the same thing by coming over here, right click on it, go to run, and when you go to run and just type the same path, plab dc01/, you can put the same full folder name. As you can see, it just popped up right there, or you can just click enter and it will open the same way. So that will be another way you can kind of like show it to them that multiple ways of doing one task. Now another basic question they can ask you, how would you know if this is DHCP, or is it getting an automatically IP address, or is this the static IP address? So it's something like, as soon as they ask you, you should be first like, okay, I can find this out by showing them. Now there are other way commands and stuff like that, but I want you to really do it this way, because then they know where you are going. Actually, they may want to know that how would you go to adapter settings by clicking here, going to the adapter right there by clicking on adapter, one of these adapters, like this is the one that you're connected to. You'll click on Ethernet, and then after that you will click on IPv4. This is the address that you have by going to properties. That's something you can explain to them. Oh, okay, you came here, you go to properties, and here you go. It is actually a static address. If it was a DHCP address and automatically getting an IP address, then it will be DHCP. Now there are other way by going to like IP config and stuff like that, but this way you can actually show it to them that graphically this is how you do it. Now another question someone can ask you, how would you tell me by not going here, how would you know the IP address of this computer? Simply there are many ways by going to the command prompt, but I'm just going to right click here and go to the command prompt right there, and then just type IP config. Now this is the command that you should definitely remember, because people can ask you, can you find the IP address of this machine? And when I do IP config, you can see right here, this is the IP of this machine, which is the same IP over here. Okay, and most of the system admins do the same thing. They will have that tool installed on the computers, and then they can see everything from their machines. Okay, so here, number one call, a lot of people will ask you in the interview, do you know how to add a user in Active Directory? Then your answer should be yes, because it is pretty simple. By adding a user, simply right click on the user, and then you go to new, and then here you click on user. Now this is exactly what you will be doing if somebody new start job in your company, and an HR manager or someone sends you an email that we have a new person, please add that person to the Active Directory environment. Or you could have a vendor, or you could have any scenario like a testing environment. You will be doing this kind of stuff. It's a very typical job, like you will be doing this. It's a very normal stuff that you need to know how to add a user in Active Directory. So here we are going to, let's say, add a user here, Dkhan, and I'm going to basically call it Dkhan here too. Now this is where a lot of people will ask questions, and how do I know what kind of users do I need to use, and how did you know, why did you use the first initials and last name? Usually this depends on a company policy. They can say that you can use the first initials and last name, or they probably will say they use like a date of birth to make it a little bit different. Maybe there might be another Dkhan, Daniel Khan, or something like that, so then they can come up with their policies, and that's something they will share with you. Okay, then you'll click on next. Again, this is another piece where you need to know the policy of your company. They may be using a very strong password, they may not be using strong passwords. So here I'm going to put some password in here, and most of the time a company policy will tell you that make sure that you put user must change the password at next logon. Usually this means that as soon as a user log into a different machine, it will get a prompt that, hey, your temporary password expired, please change your password, and this you need to put a new password in there. So again, that is up to your policies, and then you click on next. Password did not match. Nice. I mean, that is what we do. Nothing matches first time. So I'm gonna do something very simple, and that's it. I finished it, and I added that person right there. So now this is a normal person that you just added. What if they send you a message? Another call could be this. These are all like tickets. These are all calls, or these are all emails that you're going to get into your environment. Someone will call you now that Dkhan, we need them in our publication department group or something like that. Then how do you add this person to a group? And usually groups have to do something with access. Do you want to give this person access to like a folders and things like that? Then you may want to add him, or maybe an email, so member of, and then you go to the member of, and then you add that, and then here whatever group that you want to add this person to, you can add them. Now what if this Dkhan was my colleague, an IT person, another help desk? Then I want to give him more rights, like domain admin. Let's say I'm gonna add him to domain admin, or maybe lesser rights. It depends on whatever group have what kind of rights. So here you add Dkhan to the admin group, and then apply, and now every time Dkhan logs into other computers, Dkhan will be already an administrator. So this means, remember that 300 machines that we were talking about here, when these 300 machines, when Dkhan let's say I assign something to Dcon, then you need to go out and install the software on many machines. Now there are two ways. You could do it manually, or you could push it out. Now push it out, you learn that in the course, is more advanced skill. But let's say you are going directly to these computers, then Dcon don't need to log them off, log back in. Dcon can just run that application and it will prompt for a username and password, and Dcon can put the username and password in that prompt, and that application will be installed. And that is kind of like the beauty of Active Directory, that everything is done from few clicks. What else can you get from Active Directory? Active Directory usually is very known for password resets. A lot of people will ask you in interview, can you reset a password for Dcon, or can you reset a password for users in Active Directory? Can you show me the method? Simply, you can say right click on the user and then you click on reset password, and here you will use the new password and then whatever method you want to use. Sometimes people will log into the machines and they will type 7 or 8 or 10 times and then lock themselves out. How can you unlock them? Simply the same method. You basically right click over here and then go to the reset password, and then you can actually unlock a user from here. Okay, that's one way. And there are other scripts that I have shown in the course. You can actually download those scripts without getting into Active Directory. You can type Dcon in that script, and in a nice graphical way it will show that Dcon is locked out, and now click on unlock and it will unlock them. That is something that I have shown in that course. It's a free course. Okay. Okay, other things, maybe people get married and they want to change their last names, so maybe you will need to come down to properties or renaming them. So maybe you need to change their names over here, the last name or department name, and these can all be calls to you. Every single thing can become a call. Like someone say my telephone number changed, someone say my organization, meaning my title changed. That's something very common, right? People start from one title and then change to a different title, then you change everything from here. So this is all about users, and learning about users and things like that. If you're really interested in knowing more about user side, then make sure you go to this course. Again, I want to stress this again, it is a free course. You only pay for when you want a certification or some advanced skills at the end. I have done a lot of I have probably provided this course for free for a reason, because I wanted to give a complete free course, not just few videos and then you get stuck in somewhere. The new method is that we are not providing new videos for free, like in this course, but everything that I have done so far is until the last video. All these are for free. So anything that is new now is not free. Okay, so you can see right here, adding a user account, managing computers and stuff like that. Everything is done over here. Alright, another question could be, can you tell me if this computer is on Active Directory or is this on a workgroup computer? So let's, for example, this is a Windows 10 machine and someone is testing your practical skills right now. They may just put this computer in front of you and tell you, can you tell me if this machine is on Active Directory? And simply you just need to go to right click on it and go to the settings, and of course in Windows 7 you'll go to properties by going to like my computer, stuff like that. And then when you click on systems, you see right here on the bottom it says domain. Domain is connected to practicelabs.com. So if you go back to your domain controller, what is this right here? practicelabs.com. So sometimes people can just like kind of ask you some of very basic questions, and this is very important for you to know that how to connect a computer to a domain, and knowing the difference for a help desk person, this should be known to you. You cannot just take your A+ and say that I know all of this stuff by not giving them something basic like this. This is going to be a very basic thing that someone can test you, and they will immediately find out that you really don't know anything about help desk environment, because this is a main thing. Anything that you do like troubleshootings or things like that has to come back to Active Directory, because that's how things are connected at the first place. So if you don't know this, then it's going to be hard for you to even troubleshoot many other things. So here you find that out. And how do you actually add a domain? Let's say this computer was a workgroup computer. Let's say the domain on the bottom says workgroup. Then how do you add it? Click on change settings and then go to change right here, and in change you will put that domain name in here or whatever initials they have provided. Sometimes they will just use a suffix, which is kind of like a, basically if I use like let's say practice, or maybe as a PC, and I can just type that, and then a DNS will take care of it, and then you will get prompted, and then this is where you use your domain admin account or your administrative account. Use that, and this computer will be automatically joined after that to Active Directory. It is going to tell you to restart the computer, and then you will see that computer name over here. If I delete this computer from here, what will happen if I try to log in to this Windows 10 again with my account? It's not going to work, because you just dropped the connection between a domain controller Active Directory and that computer. they both lost the connection. And usually when that happens, you will log into this machine as a local account. Then also in a help desk environments, we keep our local accounts with us, and we have different ways to do that. So basically you log into that machine, you take this machine out of Active Directory, you put it on workgroup again. You can name it workgroup here, or you can name some other things over here, and then say okay, restart the machine, and then re-add it to the domain controller, that Active Directory again, and that's it. Everything is connected back. You will see the machine inside, and that will be a fix. It happens, trust me, in the real world. Sometimes your machine will lose a connection with your domain controller if things are not set up correctly, or maybe something is, weird is going on with your domain controller, Active Directory, or any other things. Then yes, you may come across these type of issues. So this is one thing that I have discussed, and I have made a whole video, a real world video right here. So go to YouTube, type John computers to Active Directory and profile setup, and this is our video from Jobs.to. So click on that, and it's a 15 minutes video. It shows you real world, how do you do things. Well, let's connect it, let's connect it to domain controller. Oh, there you go, it got connected. Now let's go and set up the profiles. I really want you to watch this video before you go to your job, and I'm telling you, you will love it. So the last thing that I want to share in this basic video is these are the major two things, like users, groups, computers, and most of the time you're just basically right clicking on it. You're not doing too much over here, but you're actually doing something with the user. So you right click on here, and most of your calls are going to be related to these sections. So I want you to take that course, look into these sections, and try to come up with your own questions, and of course that will really help you. The last thing that I want to share is search ability. You should be able to search in Active Directory, like by going to here or some other ways also. So here, if someone say, someone call me directly, and I know that this, let's say in user session there's like, let's say 1,000 people. I know it's going to be a little hard for me to find that person. So searching ability and knowing this would be really helpful. All you have to do is to now find, let's say in this, because this is a new lab, the decon went away, I'm just gonna move that, and I'm just gonna type, let's say admin right now for now. So you see administrator came up. So let's say if this person's name was administrator, I could really quickly find that. If it's something that you have to do with, like, finding out like something entire directory, maybe this user that you moved from user account to somewhere else, and then you have to do entire directory over here. So when you click that and then find it, you will find that person. Sometimes you you want to find computers. So you see the first option doesn't give you computer option. So sometimes you may be looking for a computer and you're like, why am I not getting results? That is because you're actually not picking the computer over here. So when you pick that, everything should be good. You can also use the browse option, and to do more things with it. Like for example, you can see you can pick entire directory from here also. And this is where you can search accounts, and again, when you right click on it, these are the same features that you get. So you can actually disable the account, you can reset the password again, you can move them. Sometimes disabling an account could be also a call. When somebody, let's say, leave the company or they get fired or something like that, then you need to know how to disable the account immediately. Then this would be something that you will be doing on Active Directory. So I hope this video is kind of like a video for you to get confidence before you go to job. Let's say you are the person trying to apply for this job and you have A+ certification and you never knew anything about this. Now you should know. Hello everyone, this is Danish from Jobs.to. This is one of the services that I provide on YouTube for free. When people send a comment that I cannot land a job, I have this degree, I have done this, that, everything, and when they put a comment, I usually ask them to send me the resume, because the resume is the first thing that they're sending out to represent their skills or whatever they want to do. That tells me a lot of what's going on with the member or the subscriber. This person may not be even a member, it may be just a subscriber or maybe first timer. So first I want to give a little warning. When I say something to you indirectly, please do not mind anything. I like to help out, so I like to be straightforward when things are not good or things doesn't make sense, because that's how other people are looking at your resume. So please do not take this personally. Any of my comments, and my comments are not 100%. There definitely could be, maybe my comments may be wrong in your area. Maybe you may have, maybe you take this somewhere else and somebody else, some other professional may give you a better advice than myself. So try my advice as an kind of like, extra point for yourself. So you should go around and check with other people. So first one is that I'm interested in this video. I just graduated May this year with bachelor's in cybersecurity. So this person have a bachelor's in cybersecurity. I cannot find a job. I'm looking for an entry level help desk or anything. I don't mind. I just want to start. What's your advice on this? Then you commented back again and you kind of cleared a little bit more. Actually, this is like a transition and I do not have any experience. I was working as a unit secretary at hospital, but I will send you my resume tomorrow. So the person sent me the resume, and now let's go ahead and check the resume. Here it is. Okay, so here your resume, right when I opened it, I cannot read this. Like, the summary, nobody reads this long summary. And I'll show you what should be, how much you should put on in your summary or the first. You already put objective right here. This is enough for somebody to read. They just want to move down now. They want to move down quickly to check your features. So right from just opening your resume, I see a mistake right here that I'm not going to read this, So a lot of people, yeah, you can tell them. And then you put, look, you're applying to an entry-level position. You said you don't have an experience, but you put, I have expert knowledge of Linux. And let me tell you, this is not to joke around. This is not to make fun of anybody. I'm just telling you that the approach that you're using is definitely wrong for entry-level positions, because you're applying for a position that will pay you 30 to 60K in Maryland, DC, Virginia area, and you probably will start with something low, like in entry-level positions, and you're putting something that you say that you have expert knowledge in Linux, Oracle, Java. When people have these type of skills, they're making over 80K right now. They will not even come down. They have so much confidence, and they go for different type of jobs than just help desk. So right there, you're telling someone who's going to be checking your resume, and then you're applying for a position that doesn't make sense over here. So try to understand this. This is not a proper wording. This is not a proper skills that you're using. Even if you have these skills, then because you already mentioned that you don't have any experience, so then I'm just gonna say that remove this, because it will not help you. None of this stuff where you put expert, I have this many experience or that much experience, that's not going to help you when you try to go for internship positions or try to go for entry-level junior positions. These things are going to come back and fire back at you, and that's why you will not get any calls. Okay, so all of this should go away, and I'll show you later on what you should be putting right here in one of our sample resume. Then if you go down, you see how the outline of this is just bad. If I look at this skill summary, none of this is in line right now. So I don't know if you copy pasted it or how you use this. You typed it without any alignments or anything like that. You can see, if I look at it, it just definitely it's gonna hurt my eyes right now, because I'm not gonna be able to even look in what am I looking, software, then it goes jumped here in networking. So it's very it's not even up with the skills that you're trying to present to someone. Yeah, that looks okay. If you put it in different try to, let's say, put it in the bullets or something like that, maybe it'll just kind of clear it out. But yeah, okay, I'll show you a sample. This is still not good. So then you go down and you say education. Again, if you look at this format right here, and then you look at this format, both are different. There's too much space going on right here, yet you don't have any spaces right here. So even the formatting, just like I said, resume is your representation. So if you don't put work in it, if you don't put some effort into it, then the person just say, okay, you're just not serious enough. And when they see something like this Linux expert stuff, and you're trying to apply to positions that are not even closed, then of course that's just not gonna match. Nothing will match over here. Okay, so that's definitely, even if you have all these skills, I feel like then you're not applying to right positions. So either you should remove that, or you should put something entry level. Don't put anything expert level stuff. And if you go down right here, then you have so many different things in your professional experience, while you said you don't have any professional experience. So then I'm just assuming this is template, because you don't want to send this resume to anybody where you are presenting yourself that you don't have any experience. Don't take me wrong, please. I really want to help people, and this is not going to help you. Putting stuff like this is definitely not going to help you, and it's just going to backfire on you, because if you put, like I said, you have put VLAN in there, you put VPN in there, you put PowerShell in there, you put Red Hat in there, and these are the things that people are making 100K, 80K, 90K. So that's definitely not going to work for you over here. So remove this. Definitely just put something like, whatever you're doing right now, use that, and then use some of the training that you're actually going for training. And I'll show you later on. You can actually look for internship positions. You can look for entry-level positions that people are just looking for, people like you who really want to get in and learn on the job, So of course you can take our courses to get better, to get a better, less stress and everything. You can learn things quickly, but you don't have to do these type of courses. You can still land a job and learn from that company, and you still don't have to use all this stuff. You can just use your normal whatever you're working, and just start applying to positions, because you're telling them, look, I got the bachelor's, I finished my bachelor's. You put internship out there, you put an entry level out there. So that's why I'm here, because I really want to learn on the job. And people love that, when you show that passion. So if you come down, you see how your format changed, so much space in here, then come back all the way down, and then again you have so much spaces in here. Some bullets are big, some bullets are small, then again there's spaces in here, and it's just not a good resume. Okay, so definitely my recommendation to you is to change all your resume. Don't even use this resume. It's not going to work for you. So how are you going to fix it? We have a template which I'm going to show you how to download. So you'll show you right now. This may not be the perfect resume, but look how clean this is. First, you're putting your name, you're putting everything in there, which you probably have that, and you removed it, which is good. Summary of qualification. You just put something very small in there, something like 2 or 3 lines right there. That's enough for someone to just read about you. Okay, you're showing some good passion about networking and stuff like that. You know what you're talking about. Area expertise. You're putting something in there like, okay, I know about ticketing system, I know about Office 365, I know about now a lot. I even put comments right here that use only one if this is your first IT job in this sample resume, because you don't want to put 2 if this is your first job that you're applying to. So you're going to be using 1 in here. And then if you go down, it says Active Directory user management, client and server technology. This is something that you learn in the courses where you have domain control computers. You manage them, by deploying some things. That's kind of like server client technology. Build and manage virtual machines. You'll learn all of this stuff in the courses that you take with us. If you're not taking all these courses with us, then at least you should go outside and learn about these technologies. There are a bunch of YouTube videos. There are different type of documentation. I'm not sure if there's specific courses on these things. Like, yeah, you will find something on Office 365, but I don't think you're going to find something on ticketing system. I don't think you're going to find something specific about Active Directory course itself designed for help desk. These are the things that we do to help you make your resume look better. And also when you land a job, then other steps are there. You have the stress to learn things quickly. So definitely you are going to be using this. And then you see how technical and computer skills got separated out, and everything looks really nice when you put something in there. So this is for people like HR people. They want to quickly look into expertise. Okay, ticketing system, we use ticketing system, we use Remedy. I like this person because this person knows about ticketing. Okay, Office 365, oh yeah, we use ticketing, Office 365 because we got emails. You see how you're playing with the HR mind right there, because you're talking to them directly, and they kind of start liking your resume. And when you go down, let's say this HR is also a little technical person, or maybe this person have a technical person with them, then this is where this person gets in and say, oh, okay, this person knows about networking, patch management. Okay, this person knows a lot about some of the things that we use and known in the market, like Spiceworks. Everybody knows about these names. These are big names out there. So you see, you start throwing these names out there, making the terms, let the terms talk about you. So this is where done. And you're not even saying I'm an expert over here. You're just putting a term right there. You have learned about it. So you see how you're not letting them think about you then, that, okay, you're applying for a position that's entry level, but you're putting Spiceworks expert. Why did you put expert in there? Because they're not going to just accept that. So you see how you easily kind of start playing in their mind, try to put yourself in their shoes, and now start thinking. See how things change for you. And then when you go down, that's where experience will start talking about. Okay, so now maybe I would suggest you go take internship with somebody, go work with your friends, maybe they'll give you some internship hours in their company. Go to a college and ask them, hey, you know what, I really want to apply for jobs, and you guys taught this whole big course, I paid so much money, at least give us some type of internships or give me some type of credentials on my resume so I can put it, and I'm sure they're going to try to help you out. But if you don't, then of course you can take our live trainings, and we do these kind of things to help you, and it looks like this, exactly looks like this. You're going to be working on some of the things. It's not going to be fully like this, but maybe it will be like, you know, building a machine, building a student machine, and then on DME IT solutions, working on products and things that are even not a full IT stuff, but still it gives you name out there, right? But you're still working. It's not free, and it's not just given to you. And so this is something that you're going to work for. If you don't have it, like I said, don't worry about it. As long as you study, as long as you go for the real world IT training, ours or somebody else, I don't care. But if you go for these type of trainings and you know how to talk about these things that you're putting on your resume, ticketing, Office 365, Active Directory, then you're going to have good results, because that's exactly what they want to hear, you know. And when you come down, that's where the academic qualification is going to, if you have certification, you have academic, you have that bachelor's, you drop it right here. It looks good on your resume. I never said to people don't go for these things, because it does help you. If you have it, then you use it. It's a benefit to you. You are better than the person who don't have it. And the person who don't have it, you are also in a positive situation where you can land a job and then still get these academic credentials from other, you know, universities. Try to go for bigger degrees, become a manager, director later on. And then later on, all the last stage, like, okay, this person have some unique certification, which I've explained this so many times to people, that are you only the one who is going to be going with A+ certification? No, you're not going to be only the one. They're going to have even better certification than you. There may be 3 people, and all 3 of them should have A+ certification. These days it's common. People just go for this because it's known to people. It's like a trend out there. But what is it that is going to make you unique now? Okay, now you fixed your resume. They didn't throw your resume out because you just put some things that totally didn't make sense in the beginning. Now you fixed it. Now you put this stuff right here. What will happen? That out of 3 people who got the unique resume, who got the unique certification, something extra that you did to get this job. Now I'm not saying you take our certification. Go take somebody else's certification and you put it right here. At least put something in here unique. That is going to get you the kind of, you know, I would say like it will be better for you. And to be honest, I was actually surprised today, and I'll show you this email. I'm just gonna copy the text from that email. Let me show you that right now, just to make you a little bit more motivated. Give me 1 second. I spoke to you about an hour about not able to access. This member actually had an issue with the course continue. He basically needed to log off and log back in, but he said that, but you helped me in that issue. We also talked about how you helped me get in an Active Directory help desk job by your recommendation on taking the Active Directory course before going out for the interview. Thanks a lot for the tremendous help. God bless you and your family. Thank you so much. So this person actually, when he called me, I just told him like, hey, you know, you may not want to take the live training. That's fine. You can just take this Active Directory course before you go to this interview. And he did that, and he landed a job. And I was just surprised, you know, because he was telling me on the phone, and I was like, hey man, I think you need to put this in the email, because I really want to share this with the members, because that's what it is. You know, that's the reality. I spend this time you know, and then I want to see something, you know, I want to definitely see some success, and that makes me happy. That motivates me in my mission, but it should motivate you also by putting all this stuff. When I say that do these things, I'm not just saying this from nowhere. I have 15 years of experience in IT, so I've seen this stuff. I see this on daily basis, so that's why I'm telling you all of this stuff. But again, you don't have to go with my words. You can just do whatever you want to do, but that was my take on your resume and your problem, why you're not getting calls back. This is the reason. So you should be getting this sample. Where are you going to get this sample from? You need to go to the community. Just log in, and even free members can download this. Just go to the resume help and go to resume builder, and as soon as you log in, you're going to be in this page. If you don't see this page, just put testout.org/community and then click on download, and you are going to download exactly the same resume. There may be a mistake in this. There's one mistake, like letter error, so make sure you fix that. But other than that, it's a good resume to just twist it a little bit. Learn all about these courses, free or paid, whatever you want to do. If you want to get those certification codes and everything, then of course you need to be a paid member. And if you just want to put in progress or just put something, there that you are doing these courses, it is definitely gonna give you a different results. I believe that. But you have to try to apply to many places to get results. You cannot be one of those people that, okay, I'll just apply to 2-3 places and I didn't get a call back. That's not going to happen. You have to apply like 10, 15, 20, 30 places and then expect any calls. And also that's going to happen after some time, maybe 20 days or something like that, 2 weeks or 3 weeks, because people gather these resumes, they kind of look into it, and then after that they respond. So hopefully I try my best to cover some of the major things in your resume, and moving on to, and this is the ending of this course. As you know, this is 11 to 12 hour course, but the platform itself have more than 4,000 IT videos, which even this first learning path is more than 80 hours of content. Now that doesn't mean you need 80 hours of content to become an IT professional, but IT professional is not someone who can spend 12 hours or 15 hours and consider themselves an IT professional. This kind of course is going to really help you understand the whole infrastructure, and also it's going to give you a really good core skills where you are going to be moving on to your jobs anywhere in the world. You can utilize these skills, and if they are not letting you use the same products, this means that they have something different, so they will teach you that these type of things they will teach you. But if the good thing about it is when you know about this stuff, you move on fast in IT career. This is called smart learning. So again, I will highly recommend you join our platform. Our platform does offer a lot more than just videos. We offer full library access to practice lab. We have 200 plus courses for your theoretical learning. Then we create our own courses like these, and we help you one-on-one. And of course, if you take our live training, that is even more like mentorship. So you can consider this 13-12 hours of our video content, and this is how we teach. And we want to give this to a lot of people that before they come in and invest their time with us, they will have something that, okay, this is real stuff right here. So again, not everybody is going to like the way we teach. As you can see, we have shown all of that in our 12 hours of content. This is how we teach. If you are the person who love that kind of learning and you think realistic learning is the way to go for you, then you definitely should join our platform as a premium member and consider the live training with us. If not, then definitely let us know. We will still help you because we are a community, and we will try to help you out. Maybe we'll find a different platform for you. Good luck, and let us know what you think about this course. Thank you.